A young girl's origin. The sun was shining high above the skies, lighting nearly every inch of the forest below in a warm refreshing glow. The forest was abuzz with activity. Groups of small birds flying over the trees, small mammals scurrying on the grassy ground, and bugs buzzing their merry way. But amidst all this beauty and serenity, there was a strange anomaly present in the delightful woodlands. A humanoid figure could be seen peacefully resting upon a tree. But if anyone was passing through, they would have noticed that that figure wasn't there a few moments ago. It was as if they suddenly appeared out of thin air. The figure could be seen awakening slowly. They opened their eyes and looked around in their surroundings. They raised themselves from the tree they were resting on and looked down at their current clothing. "Why am I dressed like a caveman?" a slightly high-pitched voice asked. The figure had jet black hair that flowed down to their neck, brown eyes with glasses, a light figure that showed that they weren't much of an eater but not so much that they would be considered underweight and unhealthy, two petite-sized mountains atop of her chest, and a face that didn't bring much attention to it, or rather at all. They looked young and most likely haven't reached the age of an adult but aren't that far off from it. This person could be described in other words as incredibly plain and boring. "Where am I? Why can't I remember anything about me?" she asked, getting increasingly more and more agitated. Just as the young girl was about to wander off into the forest and have a panic attack, she was stopped by a sudden sound in her head. Ding! What the? System has been bonded with the host's soul. An unknown entity has latched on with the system. Identifying. 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 Stop identifying me and let me speak to the mortal already. A third voice shouted impatiently, surprising the young girl who was convinced she has gone crazy and subsequently lost all hope. I guess waking up in the forest without any memories isn't bad enough. I now have other voices in my head as well. She lamented. Pitiful mortal. Listen up because I will not be explaining this again. My master has noticed something about you that intrigues him and has given you a second chance at life. Be grateful. My master isn't one to share his graces with just anyone. Even I still don't understand what he sees in you. If I try and ignore the voices, hopefully it'll go away, she said as she sadly walked aimlessly throughout the forest. My master has recently acquired an interest in a new hobby. And you will be the guinea pig that will test it for him. He calls it the SCP Gacha System. System is online. Host has a gift waiting for them. Say inventory in your mind and try and open it. Now they're telling me what to do. What have I done to deserve this? She muttered before softly saying. Inventory. An image suddenly appeared in the young girl's mind. A large number of boxes lined up side to side with no seeable limit present. Inside the first box was a purple wrapped gift. It had a purple ribbon on top of the box. What in the world is all this? She asked in disbelief. Before you open that, human. Listen up. You must. The voice was cut off as the young girl interrupted him. Stop yelling in my head. I got the gist of it already. It just took some time for me to calm down. The girl ordered as she rubbed her temples. So you're here to help me, right? Answer a few questions for me, okay? You dare speak to me in such a way? You are nothing more than an insignificant flea to me. I could erase countries with a wave of my hand. And you dare treat me as nothing more than. Shut up. I don't give a crap about who you are or what you are. You're nothing more than a servant to some higher power that is here to help me understand what the hell is going on with the second voice in my head. And since that higher power or fourth voice that I haven't heard speak yet wants me to accomplish something for him, I'm pretty sure you can't do a thing to me. She guessed. You. The third voice was flabbergasted at the lack of face this ant was giving him. It wasn't even putting his glorious and majestic self in its eyes. Now. Who am I? She asked. A strange insignificant mortal that has somehow managed to capture the attention of my heavenly and divine master. Jinghui? What a stupid name. The third voice said, pissed. Where am I? Some ugly forest it looks like. Aren't you some amazing being? How could you not know where this is? She asked, slightly irritated. Humph. Try as you might, human, but you're only getting the bare essentials from me now. Maybe I acted too rashly before, but I might as well ask as much as I can even if I don't get a straight answer. Jing thought. Why can't I remember anything? Your tiny bug brain is probably too stupid to remember anything. He insulted. A vein grew on Jing's forehead from anger. What is going on with the second voice then? She spat through her teeth. It is the machine that you will be testing for my master. Now farewell, you rude monkey. I hope you perish before making it out of this disgusting place. The third voice cursed. The unknown entity has left. Now updating system to make sure nothing else can latch onto system. That was useless. I guess I'm on my own on figuring this thing out. She said while mentally picking the gift box in her inventory. Open starter gift? Y/N. Yes. She thought. Host has received a legendary ticket. Host has received mysterious egg. Host has received X5 recovery pills. Well then. Might as well just press whatever and brute force my way with this thing. She decided before mentally choosing on the legendary ticket. Host is about to use a legendary ticket. Are you sure? Yes, she said a bit annoyed. Ticket has been inserted into the gacha. Inside of Jing's head an image of a gigantic wheel appeared. She was nothing more than a bug in comparison to the size of the wheel. She looked up at the wheel and saw many different words present with a small divider present to separate the choices. Heavenly Buddha's body cultivation, 9 deadly lightning strokes, undying demonly locking blade, destroying sky decimating heavens technique, phoenix egg, blade of an ancient titan, god pill, SCP-3812, SCP-343. What even is all this? She asked herself as the wheel began slowly spinning. The wheel spun clockwise and although it started slowly it quickly picked up in speed and soon everything on the wheel turned into a blur. She continued watching the wheel for minutes until it eventually came to a crawling halt and was stuck between two choices. The bloodline of an ancient god and SCP-914. She watched as the wheel marker looked as if it was going to stay on the bloodline option but the little marker managed to flick past the divider and land on SCP-914. What happens now? Host has received SCP-914. Jing suddenly felt a large amount of information being pushed inside her brain. She gripped at her skull as she dropped to her knees and felt the changes happening to her body. She gritted her teeth to deal with the pain and felt like they would soon shatter if she gritted any harder. But just as the pain came, it went away just as fast. She slowly rose from the ground and took in the new knowledge she just obtained. SCP-914 is a machine capable of refinement. It has an intake and an output for taking in objects and along with that, 5 different settings. Rough, coarse, 1:1, fine, and very fine. Jing said as she slowly understood just what happened. Rough usually destroys the item via laser or extreme heat and rarely is the item usable after being put on this setting. Coarse setting takes the item and cleanly and efficiently dismantles or dissects items, separating them into their base components. 1:1 setting replaces the item with something similar. Fine setting improves the items, rarely with anomalous properties. And the final setting is very fine, which improves the item to a great extent, often with anomalous properties. Jing still couldn't quite believe all this and grabbed some grass in her left hand. She tried to use the abilities of 914 and the grass phased through her hand and went into her body. Jing suddenly had an instinctual knowledge on how to use her new power. She could choose whether to place the grass on rough, coarse, 1:1, fine, or very fine. Jing mentally decided on 1:1 and now it seemed as if she could manually choose something that is similar to grass in nature or let her subconscious do the choosing. For now she let her subconscious do it, and a few seconds later a small number of bamboo phased out of her right hand and into her palm. Jing's eyes slightly widened and now she had all the proof she needed that she wasn't crazy and that this was in fact something real happening to her. She gripped the bamboo tightly as a strange smile appeared on her face. Mission available for host. Escape this crappy forest and find civilization. Rewards, 3 normal tickets, 3,000 yuan, and the title no longer a jungle girl. Failure, death via obliteration. Growl. Jing's stomach rang out in a fierce roar. The light covering the forest turned red and orange as the sun was falling. Jing looked up and into the horizon as she stood alone in the forest. I was planning on leaving in the first place but I'm not wandering through a forest filled with wild animals at night. And I'm starving. If I don't find some place safe to sleep, I'll have to take my chances in one of these trees, Jing stated as she started wandering through the forest, looking for food and places to sleep. She saw scurrying squirrels, rabbits, and more as she strolled through the forest. Jing refused to try and catch one of the wild animals. There were a couple of reasons but the first one would be she didn't want to kill any animals, the second one was she didn't know how to properly prepare and cook a wild animal, and the last reason was she didn't know how to make a fire. So, she continued to walk through the seemingly endless forest and soon found her salvation in the form of a tiny bush. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The berries smelled fruity and delicious. They were around the size of grapes and shined brightly with their red coloring. I should check if this is poisonous first, but I wouldn't have the faintest idea on how to do that, Jing said to herself as she plucked one of the berries with her hand. The berry phased into her body and Jing upgraded it using the very fine setting. The berry phased out of her opposite hand completely transformed in every way. The red berry was turned golden. It grew to the size of an apple and gave off an aroma so appetizing that Jing could barely stop herself from drooling. She placed the berry close to her soft full lips and took a small bite. Her teeth effortlessly bit into the piece of fruit and Jing's tongue felt as if it tasted a piece of heaven. It was the most delicious and satisfying fruit that Jing has ever tasted, despite this being the only food she can remember eating. Jing felt her hunger and thirst instantly go away after just one bite. But her craving for heavenly fruit didn't go away one bit. She ravenously chomped and ate away at the golden fruit till it was nothing more than just a stem. Jing was about to comment on her satisfaction, but instead a small burp squeaked out from her mouth and did it for her. "Excuse me," she said to no one in particular as she started stuffing more of the red berries into her hand for later. Her current jungle woman outfit didn't really have places for her to stuff the berries with the exception of her chest. She had an assortment of leaves strung together on some sort of item that covered her chest completely like some sort of leaf bra along with a leaf skirt. Besides that, she was basically empty-handed. The sky was getting much darker now and Jing still hasn't managed to find somewhere safe to sleep. As she continued to walk through the increasingly scary forest, she managed to spot a clear beautiful pond that was reflecting the moonlight and showering the pond in a mystical and sparkling look. Jing took notice of the pond for somewhere to bathe later and continued walking until she finally found an alternative to sleeping on top of trees. An empty cave. Awoo! An animal howled out loudly throughout the forest, prompting Jing to hurry inside the cave. It was basically pitch black inside and Jing had to feel her way inside, being careful not to trip over any rocks or run into a wall. Eventually she decided that this just wasn't going to work out and grabbed one of the rocks on the ground. She took the rock into her body and upgraded it on fine. The rock came out of her opposite hand and was now glowing a bright light that easily brightened up the whole cave. Although Jing had to cover her eyes at first because it was so bright. In the end she ultimately threw the rock away. That's better. The glowing rock was still lighting up the entire cave and now Jing finally had a good look at her temporary sleeping place. Most of the cave was filled with pebbles littered all over with occasional large and medium-sized rocks placed around. Besides that though, there wasn't really anything else inside. "I'm still cold," Jing muttered as her body shivered. Jing walked over to one of the head-sized rocks and tried to lay down on it but instantly denied that choice of action. She would not be getting any sleep tonight trying to sleep on this cold hard cave floor or the stones. Maybe this'll work. Jing tried to pick up the rock but it was heavier than it looked. Her arms shook from the weight of the rock and she could barely lift it up to where she wanted it. Boom! The rock fell to the cave floor and out of Jing's hands as her strength wasn't enough to lift the rock. Anger and irritation could be seen on Jing's face behind the heavy breaths and shaking almost numb arms. "If I can't lift the stupid thing I'll just do this instead," Jing declared angrily as she placed her hand on the rock and tried to make it phase through her arm and enter her body. Seconds passed without anything happening and Jing got even more angry. Jing then grabbed the rock with both of her palms and was about to shake it out of rage but soon the stone phased through her arms and finally into her body. A satisfied sinister smile appeared on her face as she set the rock on fine and added an anomalous property to the rock that would make it much more accommodating as a pillow. The stone phased out from her stomach and gently plopped on the ground. Jing picked up the improved stone. It looked identical to the other rocks with the exception of its unbelievably soft texture and warm feel to it. Just holding the stone was heating up Jing's body. A relieved peaceful smile appeared on Jing's face as she laid the stone down. "Awoo!" Jing jumped in fright as she looked towards the cave entrance. There was nothing there but it didn't relieve Jing of her fright completely. "I need something to protect myself, and I don't think these clothes will protect me from much either," Jing said looking around the cave. She walked over to one of the large stones and completely hugged it. She wrapped her legs and arms as much as she could around the boulder. The boulder slowly phased into her body and she began setting the rock on very fine and actively shaping it into the weapon of her desire along with some other additional anonymously properties that would only help her from any dangerous animals inside the forest. An ominous and frightening grin appeared on her face as she reached into her chest and slowly pulled out a sleek smooth and long whip made of incredibly dense rock. She cracked the whip and a large slash etched itself deeply into the cave wall. "I wasn't even serious with that strike. I doubt anything in this forest can harm me with this," she muttered with a terrifying smile. She soon inserted her leaf clothing into herself and upgraded them as well, rendering her naked momentarily as her light soft brown skin bathed in the light radiating from the cave rock. But they weren't upgraded as much as the boulder was. Jing just wanted to wear something less revealing and primitive. She refined them into a very soft silk-like tunic. The tunic was short enough to let her legs breathe no matter how much she moved around while at the same time was resilient enough to not tear from rocks or knives. It was still green in color but at least now she finally had some proper attire to wear along with comfortable undergarments. Jing, now completely equipped for any dangerous situations, laid down on her refined rock that felt as soft as clouds in the sky. She moaned in satisfaction from how great it felt and was moments away from falling asleep. But then she remembered something from earlier in the day. Inventory. Jing pulled out a rainbow-colored egg that was around the size of a watermelon and placed it on the other side of the pillow rock and then drifted off to dreamland feeling the most comfortable she ever felt in her entire life. Even if she couldn't remember any of her life before a couple hours ago. CaptainBoyHole. So yeah, here it is. The first chapter. I've always wanted to write a Xiangxia novel and well, here I go. It took me a while to research a bunch of Xiangxia shit to add to this story so that it makes sense. I've added a bunch of my own stuff as well and didn't just rip stuff off from everyone and try and mix it all together. But anyway, I still need some help from you guys regarding ideas. Nothing big but just things like pills, martial skills, weapons, clichés you want to see, clichés you don't want to see or at least subverted in some way, cultivation techniques, bloodlines. Anything you can think of really, including certain scenarios and such you want to see. Like the famous auction arc, tourney arc, alternate realm survival game arc, and more. Really, I'm taking all ideas for this story, haha. I'll add more things to include like pets, and more, but this is getting quite long for an author's note. A new companion. Hoo. Hoo. A tiny voice sounded out. Jing could be seen turning over and in her sleep from the noise, sleeping as if she was high in the sky, sleeping on yellow fluffy clouds. But the noise didn't go away and she actually felt something on top of her forehead. She quickly smacked her face as hard as she could, causing a painful sting and a fluttery sound. She looked at her hands to see any blood or something of the creature she just crushed, but it turns out she didn't crush anything. She blinked her eye crust away and looked at the baby animal staring into her eyes. A baby owl? Jing questioned as the owl hopped over to her rock pillow and sunk into it with a look of bliss on its face. The owlet had the potential to look quite regal and majestic in the future despite its current state of being a dumb-looking baby. It had sharp yellow eyes and a black beak along with sharp black curved talons. Its pure white feathers and wings were pretty thick even though it was just born and made it look larger than it was. It was pretty large for a baby bird, Jing thought. It was around the size of her head and if it opened its wings it would for sure be bigger. She looked around her now sunlight-lit cave and everything was exactly the same inside it. Except the rainbow-colored pieces of egg shattered near her pillow. The owl was now sleeping sunken inside the pillow rock and Jing slowly got up and stretched her weary bones. So you're the animal that was inside that mysterious egg. I hope you like berries because I don't have anything else I can feed you. Jing said as she placed the red berries near the pillow rock and grabbed her refined whip from last night. Jing exited from her cave with her whip in hand as she headed towards that pond from yesterday. She spotted a few small critters and avoided a very active beehive as she made her way to the pond without any trouble. Jing chose not to immediately strip naked once she made it to the pond and instead search around the pond in case there was anything dangerous nearby. Thankfully she found nothing but more small animals and insects around the perimeter of the pond. Jing then slowly undressed herself while keeping an eye out around the pond and then placed her clothing underneath a tree. She hid her whip underneath the water's surface just to be extra sure. And now finally engulfed herself into the warm relaxing pond. The water moving along with her figure underneath the surface of the water. It was almost as if it was directing her while at the same time following her. She was the leader and the follower simultaneously. Using her dainty mousy hands to wash any grime, dust, and filth off her body. Her hands moved up and down her figure, leaving no part uncovered and not explored. Jing had a satisfied look on her face as she started on washing her pitch black hair. But as she was washing her hair, she heard the sound of rustling grass behind one of the trees. She quickly dumped herself underneath the water and grabbed her whip. The source of the noise hasn't revealed themselves yet and Jing continued to hold her breath underwater. She looked out from below the pond. The pond's pellucid water easily allowed her to see from beneath the water's surface. If this isn't some dangerous wild animal and not some innocent loud rabbit, I'm going to be angry. Jing swore as her air reserves were getting increasingly low. The creatures still haven't revealed themselves and Jing couldn't hold her breath anymore. She tightly gripped her whip as she burst upward for air. She whipped her hair backwards and out of her face as she opened her eyes and whipped her weapon towards the source of the sound. Eeeeeee. A high-pitched scream sounded out as Jing's whip wrapped around the mysterious creature. It continued shrieking as Jing increasingly squeezed the creature with her whip as she got herself out of the pond and stared at her helpless captive, screaming its head off. A stupid monkey? You scared the crap out of me, you dumb animal. She said with her chest breathing somewhat heavily. She freed the monkey and kicked it away. It desperately ran away from Jing while hooting and hollering in a panic. Jing placed her hands on her hips before looking up at the tree as she was dripping wet and naked. She grabbed a piece of wood and some leaves and inserted them into her left hand. The two items were refined together and Jing combined them into forming a leaf fan that can slightly control the wind and alter the temperature of said wind. The temperature couldn't raise or fall to any crazy levels of temperature since this fan was only created dry Jing off. The leaf fan reappeared out of her right hand and Jing grabbed it before fanning the air once and watching as the wind surrounded her and dried her body off. Jing could manually control the wind with her mind somehow once she used the fan, but the wind she could control couldn't really be used for anything dangerous or harmful. Even if she shaped the wind into tiny needles or blades, the controlled winds weren't able to reach speeds dangerous enough to harm a leaf. So, Jing used the wind to completely dry herself off and then used it to bring her clothes. She put on her clothes, shut her leaf fan close and put it into her pocket, grabbed her whip and started heading back to the cave. She still had to get her pillow and baby owl before escaping this forest. There was no way in hell that she was leaving her godly pillow behind. She doubted she'll ever be able to sleep on anything else for the rest of her lifetime, that's how good the refined rock was. Jing had a smooth journey back to the cave and noticed the owlet screeching bloody murder on the ground. She went over to investigate and saw that the owl somehow injured its leg. You're definitely not walking anymore with your leg bent like this. Let's see if I can fix this. Jing said unconfidently. She slowly and carefully raised her palm towards the baby bird and it phased through her palm and entered inside her. Okay. So it does work. Jing felt the baby owlet inside her and chose to refine it on very fine. The little guy seems like it likes her enough to be her pet. And she was curious how exactly would this owlet turn out on very fine. She had trouble deciding on whether to manually refine the bird or leave it up to her subconscious but ultimately decided on manually doing it. Let's see. We can't have you hurting yourself anymore. So, let's give you a strong body. Better eyes, ears, organs, and stuff, a much smarter brain, and... Some time later. Li, the new name for the owlet, materialized from Jing's chest and landed on her lap looking no different from when it was phased into her. However, there was a small shift in its eyes. Previously they looked empty and hollow but now they seemed to gain wisdom and light behind them. It wobbled unsteadily and looked very disoriented once it exited from Jing's body. It shook its head as it looked up at Jing while slowly turning its head completely upside down. You okay, Li? She asked. The bird nodded its head upside down and Jing let giggle. You can understand me? She asked a little bit excited. The bird nodded again and started flapping its wings and taking flight. Making no sound whatsoever despite being right in front of Jing's face. If Jing wasn't looking at the owlet, she wouldn't even have known it took off. And if she couldn't hear the owl flying when she was right next to it, its future prey would stand even less of a chance of surviving if it relied on hearing. I don't think baby birds are supposed to fly this soon either. Jing felt. Li flew onto Jing's left shoulder and perched there as she refined her pillow into being able to change its size when needed a specific way. She placed the pillow into her pocket and walked to the entrance of the cave. Time to get out of this forest and find some people. And now that you can fly, Li, you can fly up and show us the way. I'll wait here. Come back when you spot a place with humans like me and then show me the way towards there. Jing told Li. Li cried out a response and took off into the sky without a sound. The little avian infant was gone within moments and it wasn't long till it returned back with a live squirrel in its talon and back on Jing's shoulder. You didn't just go out to get food and ignore me, did you? Jing asked, slightly upset. Li squawked as it pointed its talon northeast and started swallowing the squirrel whole. Go that way? Jing asked, a little bit grossed out by the live feeding taking place so close to her face. Li finished swallowing the mammal whole and nodded its head. So, Jing took off in that direction and her journey to civilization with Li finally started. The sun was still shining bright and hanging high in the sky when they left the cave. The two passed through the dense forest without any issues. The only problem the two encountered for the most part was Li constantly flying off and bringing back a new prey to feed on Jing's shoulder. The animals that Li was bringing back was slowly but consistently increasing in size every time he went off and eventually it hit the point where Jing had enough. Li. You cannot eat a loud screeching monkey on my shoulder. Jing yelled. Li used one of its talons and easily pierced through the skull of the monkey and into its brain, silencing it and ending its poor life. Jing's eyes got somewhat softer after realizing that Li thought that she just didn't like the noise the animals were making and tried to fix that. Okay. But just because it's not screaming anymore doesn't mean you can eat it so close to my face. I'm not saying you can't go out on your own and hunt for food, but I am saying you cannot eat any more animals on my shoulder. If you need to eat, just eat and I'll wait till you're finished. You know the way out of here after all. Jing explained. Li flew over to one of the tree branches and started ripping open the skull of the deceased monkey like a chef carefully preparing his ingredients before digging into its brain matter with its beak and swallowing pieces torn apart with its beak. Jing was leaning on the opposite tree, still slightly grossed out with all the dead animal guts, organs, and such she's been seeing for the past couple of hours but has been getting used to it. Not to say she still didn't like it, but she understood that that was just how animals eat. Li finally finished his brain meal and moved on to the second course. He ripped open the chest cavity of the monkey and stuck his leg in and grabbed the monkey's heart. Such a picky eater. Couldn't just eat an arm or something and get it over with, Jing complained while being slightly happy of her pet for having some taste. If you're gonna eat something, it should be something as important and great as a heart or brain. Li soon finished up and the two continued their journey towards other humans. The two trekked for hours and Jing guessed it was a couple hours after noon. They finally managed to reach a dirt road with the forest on the opposite sides of it. Jing smiled widely as her goal was getting closer and closer before suddenly hearing Li hissing. She looked at him and saw his head was turned 180 degrees behind. He slowly turned around as he opened up his wings and turned it downward to look bigger and more threatening. Ruhoor. Jing's body shook in fright from the terrifying creature behind her. Her body started shaking as Li's hissing got louder. Her heart was running rampant as her mind was going a mile a minute in circles. I have to turn around. What's the point of me making this whip if I can't even use it when I need it? Come on, body. Get it together. She yelled at herself. Mission available for host. Kill, tame, defeat, or flee from this starving spirit beast. Rewards will vary depending on choice of action. The spirit beast's eyes were hazed over and drool was dripping from its mouth before it suddenly took off towards Jing and Li Li. Jing heard sounds of movement behind her and screamed as she fell to the ground and turned around to see Li Li flying towards the white-furred beast. The furry predator ran on all fours towards her and she gripped her whip tighter despite how badly her palms were shaking. Even if Jing knew that she could easily tear this creature into pieces with her refined whip, that meant nothing to her natural human instincts of fleeing when encounter large creatures intent on eating you. Jing was about to close her eyes in fright of seeing what might happen to Li Li, but before she could, the little owlet avoided the swipes of the white predator and with its refined body dug its talons into the forehead of the large creature the size of a tiger. The creature cried out in pain and tried resist against the impossible strength of the baby bird, but the grip of Li Li stayed strong as he tossed the much larger animal into a nearby tree. The impact from the creature's body against the tree bark caused the tree to crack and break in half before falling and collapsing on top of the creature. Jing was shocked out of her mind after seeing little Li Li manhandling the furry animal. Although she did refine him on very fine, the effects of it were far stronger than she could have ever thought. She continued to watch as Li Li flew over to the trapped predator and landed on top of its head with 8 holes present on its forehead. Blood steadily flowed from the holes made by Li Li's talons and the creature howled and shouted in pain from the tree crushing it. Li Li then started picking at the animal's head with its beak and easily tore through the fur, skin, muscle, and skull of the animal. The animal howled and yelped in anger and pain before suddenly gaining a new source of strength. Refusing to be defeated by a creature so small and pathetic. Refusing to be treated as prey and food by a creature not even 1/10 of its size. The furry creature roared with new strength as it overturned the tree that was on it. Jing finally realized that maybe Li Li can't handle this on its own. For some reason that thing looked like it got stronger somehow. Her hands stopped shaking as she tightly gripped her whip and headed over to Li Li. Jing snapped her whip towards the animal and her sleek and smooth whip easily tore through the muscles of the animal, causing it to roar even louder from pain. A deep gash that penetrated all the way to the bone could be seen along the arm of the creature, but this didn't stop Jing. Jing continued to clumsily whip the creature, giving it deep gashes and cuts all over its body while Li Li used its talons to claw and swipe at delicate areas on the animal's body at the same time. As the duo continued to fight the animal, a sick smile could be seen slowly forming on Jing's face as her whip strikes were slowly getting sharper and more precise. The scared look in its eyes. It's so different from those haughty and hungry look they had earlier, she grinned. I like it. Keep squealing. Keep screaming. The creature eventually ran out of stamina and couldn't hope to contest against the two with the many severe injuries present on its body. It was missing an arm and a leg, its left eyeball was tore out, its spine could be seen from the large bloody gash in its back, and some of its intestines were spilling out from its gut. Jing was covered all over in sweat, but besides that a frightening and disturbing smile was present on her face. Li Li was perched on her shoulder cleaning its feathers of blood with an indifferent look in his eyes before they suddenly widened after spotting something shining inside the beast. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards, 10 normal tickets, 10,000 yuan, and 1 spirit stone. Jing was brought out of her trance by the sound and Li Li flew over to the carcass of the animal. Jing went into her inventory and pulled out the spirit stone. What is this thing? She asked the system. No response. Hey. Guess I'm on my own. She thought as she investigated it more by touching it, feeling it, and even licking it. But no matter what method she tried, she got no reaction out of the glowing diamond-shaped blue gem. She chucked it back inside her inventory and looked over at Li Li to see him swallowing a strange glowing red bead. Ah! Li Li! You can't just eat shining things. What if that was something dangerous? She reprimanded him. A purple aura glowed around Li Li's body briefly and the owlet slightly grew in size before chirping happily and flying onto Jing's shoulder. Jing looked at Li Li conflicted. She didn't understand what that red bead was, what that purple thing that glowed around Li Li's body was, and why it made him grow a little bit bigger. But after seeing Li Li content she guessed that it wasn't anything bad and the two continued on their merry way. CaptainBoyHole. It seems a white baby owl has hatched from the mysterious egg. I wonder, is it just a regular OLE owl or is there something special hidden within it? Jing is getting used to her new ability more and more. I wonder what other kind of combination and things she could create with it. Send in some suggestions. Whoa! Organic beings can be upgraded with Jing's power. I wonder what the future holds with this knowledge present. Well, our first battle of the story. Along with a part of Jing's true personality being revealed. I wonder what will she gain from her tickets in the next chapter. Completing her first mission. After leaving the bloodied and massacred carcass of the spirit beast behind, Jing had lingering questions about it. What is a spirit beast? What makes it so different from a regular animal? Was it that strange red bead inside its stomach that made it different? Just what in the world was that glowing bead in the first place? Would she change too if she ate the bead like Li Li? What was this gem that the system gifted her? Was it just for looks and had no purpose besides its looks? She thought as she traveled the dirt road Li Li was leading her down. Jing doubted the spirit stone was as simple as a mere gem or ore. The look of pure wanting and the dilation in his eye tubes that Li Li gave it before she placed it inside her inventory made her convinced that it was anything but an ordinary object. But since Li Li couldn't talk and tell her why he wanted it so much, she had to wait until she could find someone who knew what it was or somehow find the use for herself. This was basically the same answer she had for the other questions she had on her mind. Except, the ones she had about herself. Her state of mind near the end of that encounter made something abundantly clear to Jing. She wasn't sure if she just repressed the feeling before or never had a way of bringing this type of feeling to the light of day, but she enjoyed making that animal suffer slowly. She enjoyed its cries of pain, its whimpering once it realized it was outmatched, and the death throes the spirit beast as it took its final cry of life that nearly took her off her feet from euphoria. She enjoyed the power that welled up inside her body as she took control of the situation and forced her will, her control, her power onto the creature. She could have easily sliced off the beast's thin muscular neck after she got used to using her whip, but she chose not to. She was lost in the sound and feeling of the creature's suffering. Now thinking about it again. I need to practice some more on using this thing, Jing thought as she started cracking her whip at the stationary trees alongside the dirt path. Sometimes going for a completely split through the middle of objects, sometimes trying to wrap around an object, or even trying to whip a certain amount of distance away from a target. But as she was practicing her awkward and uncoordinated whip techniques, she continued thinking about how easily she could have killed the beast. With the power of her refined rock whip, it wouldn't have been a hard task for her to decapitate it. But the fact that she didn't and caused the creature to suffer under the dual attacks of both her and Li Li, made Jing question something. Just who was she? What kind of person would enjoy something so sick, twisted, and depraved? How would they have found out about something like this in the first place? It's unthinkable to believe that an average person could find enjoyment from causing others to suffer. But even though Jing was aware of the negative implications of that type of thinking, she didn't reject it. She loved every second of that encounter. Well, not every second, but the part where she and Li Li worked together to maim and kill that spirit beast. Rejecting that type of thinking would be the same as rejecting a part of herself. Even though the encounter was brief, it felt as if it lit up an old kindle to Jing that she has forgotten. She felt as if this was something that could connect her to her true self and not this somewhat blank slate that was created by the higher being. It's still pretty bright out. It feels like it should be dark already, Jing said before remembering she had tickets. Maybe she'll get something as useful as her current ability. Jing used her 10 tickets she received from completing the system's mission. Host has received fishing rod, coffee mug, 7 recovery pills, and a steel sword. Well, more healing pills isn't bad. I don't know about this other stuff though. I'll just keep it in my inventory. I hope I can find a place to sell this other stuff. Host is able to sell unwanted gacha results back to system for system points. Oh. So you can talk, Jing said a bit irritated. Only when explaining about the system functions. Whatever. How do I go about selling this stuff? Just place it inside the inventory and just think about selling it to the system. Jing closed her eyes as she thought about selling the coffee mug, steel sword, and fishing rod back to the system. Host has received 12 system points, 1 from the fishing rod, 1 from the coffee mug, and 10 from the steel sword. To enter the system store, please go to the system's menu and select store. Jing thought of the word menu inside her head as she continued to practice her whip skills, leaving behind a mess of broken, toppled, and sliced trees in her wake. Menu. Inventory. Store. Missions. Gacha. Allies, locked. Group, locked. Jing chose the store tab and could see everything that was for sale in the system. Fishing rod, 1 system point. Coffee mug, 1 system point. Steel sword, 10 system points. SCP-914, 5 million system points. Jing's eyebrows twitched as she saw the insane cost for her ability. But after thinking about it again, it was a really powerful SCP. The original was a machine that would take extensive manpower to try and move and relocate. Not to add all of the restrictions and the unpredictability of the refined objects placed inside it. But with the system, I can control the refined objects so that they never harm me, increasing the value of this ability so much more. Isn't there anything else I can buy? Why is only the things I sold here? She asked. System is only capable of selling objects that have been acquired by the host through the will or missions. Why? Creator decided that it would be a bit unfun if you knew the possibilities of the world so soon. Annoying, Jing clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. Li Li from time to time spotted some hidden insects or animals in the nearby surroundings and with the aura of a master killer, ruthlessly assassinated all his prey. Even though he was born less than 24 hours ago, his refinement from his mom changed him into an entirely new being essentially. Owlets his age shouldn't even be able to fly, much less form coherent thought and form opinions. But with his transformed self, everything about him was improved. His instincts were honed to the edge and even further. His feathers were strong, sharp, and as silent as darkness itself. Li Li could fan one of his wings and a barrage of feathers that would fly from it could penetrate through the skull of most creatures and objects. His beautiful feathers regrew back in an instant. He could control the growth rate of his feathers and even make his feathers grow as much as he wants, provided that he has enough energy to do so. His ear holes buried beneath his feathers could hear sounds further than 100 meters, 328 feet, away, easily allowing him to hear any source of food or danger nearby. And the fact that his mother's goal is right up ahead. Li Li. We made it. There's people. She said excitedly. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards. 3 normal tickets. 3,000 yuan. Title gained. No longer a jungle girl. Jing's pockets were hefty with the dollar bills and she was excited to see what she could spend it all on. But before that she asked the system what did gaining a title do for her. A title can be used to strengthen the host or aid them in a certain way. Go into your inventory and think of using it for yourself. Details about the use of the title will be clear then. Jing leaned on a nearby wall as she went to find out about the title. No longer a jungle girl makes all interactions in regions besides jungles 1% more positive. What's a measly 1% going to change? But I'll take it since there aren't any negatives to it. Jing decided as a young boy suddenly came up to her. She decided to save the tickets for later. Hey there miss. You look a bit lost. Is this your first time in Yellow Jade City? The boy asked. Jing looked at the young child. He was a head shorter than her and she was 162 centimeters, 5'4", in height. Pretty average for a girl. He was dressed in shabby clothes but looked as if he got around quite all right. He had plain brown hair, an innocent childish face with chubby cheeks and a certain mischievous feel hidden behind his eyes. But Jing decided to let the boy lead her. She has absolutely zero knowledge about anything and this boy seems like he knows enough for her to get a head start. I am a bit lost. Do you mind showing me around? She asked. No problem miss. Anything for a beauty like yourself. Cool bird by the way. He grinned with a missing front tooth. Li Li's eyes sharpened on the boy. He had her follow behind him as he started giving her an in-depth tour around the city. He showed her plenty of places while also giving her much-needed information she had no idea about. Such as the fact that Yellow Jade City was partnered with the Golden Serpent Sect. She asked what the Golden Serpent Sect was and the boy looked at her as if she was crazy for not knowing. But Jing didn't let this bother her and let the boy form his own thoughts about her as she got her much-needed information. The Golden Serpent Sect was one of the strongest sects around. Anyone a part of that sect would be revered and awed within the city because just joining the sect is like leaping over the moon in a single leap. Jing wanted to know more. What was so different about these people that they were looked upon so fondly for? And the boy finally told her. Cultivators. He revealed. Cultivators are gods amongst men. They can crush mountains with a single attack, split oceans with just a palm, and fly far above the skies without any issues. No one dares to mess with cultivators besides other cultivators and spirit beasts. Jing then asked what a spirit beast was and why could it match up with cultivators. Spirit beasts have formed beast cores. Beast cores give a wild beast strength beyond its limits and causes it to change into beasts that can use chi. It is even rumored that if a spirit beast grows strong enough they can transform into humans and use cultivators' techniques. What is chi? Well, I'm not too sure on what it is but I do know that it is what makes cultivators separate from normal people like us miss. Cultivators can use chi and it can make them do all sorts of incredible things. Creating fire, ice, breaking through trees with a single finger, using a leaf blade to cut through flesh, and even lift stones that weigh over 1,000 jin. That's incredible. She said. You have no idea miss. The Golden Serpent Sect is even recruiting disciples in 2 days. I plan on going when they come back in a few years. I'm still a little too young and weak to try and join now. He said mournfully. The power to crush mountains and split oceans? Interesting, she muttered lowly with a strange smile on her face. The boy suddenly started shivering once he heard the tone of the older girl. He felt a dangerous and scary aura coming from her after hearing her say that. Maybe this girl wasn't worth the trouble. He started slowly backing away with his usual trademark smile he uses on all the suckers he goes around to get tips from while rubbing the back of his head. Well, it was really nice to meet cha miss. But I think my mom is calling me so, see ya around. He tried to dash away but before he could run, a delicate hand grabbed his shoulder. That hand caused him to shiver in fright even though he felt that he could easily knock her hand away. She wasn't even using much force to hold him. He could just shove it away and dash off before she could do anything. But his instincts as a human was telling him that only death awaited him if he resisted. But it wasn't from the older girl he was feeling this from, but the bird on her shoulder. Any signs of resisting could end in his death. The bird had him locked in its sights and he felt as if he was being stared down at by a spirit beast of the 7th stage. His body was sweating all over along with his constant shaking. Tears were getting ready to run down his face. A spine-chilling smile appeared on Jing's face as she took in the boy fright and terror. Before you leave, boy. This older sister has a few more questions for you. She said, whispering close to his ear and making a certain part of his rise from the close contact with the creepy older girl. She hugged him close from behind like an older sister would to a younger brother, making his member rise even higher. He felt as if he was being toyed with a giant snake, captured in between its body as it hissed above his head, capable of swallowing him in one gulp or freeing him. The older girl's grip on him wasn't tight or uncomfortable in the slightest, but the terrifying feeling she was giving him was more than enough to make him feel as if his chest was being crushed and the air in his lungs being squeezed empty. He tried to use his eyes and signal the nearby people for help, but to them it looked like a caring older sister caring for her terrified younger brother. They didn't know why he was so scared, but the boy's sister would definitely be able to handle it. 'Cause they sure didn't want to. I need you to tell me where the sect test is and what this little thing is for. She said, pulling out the spirit stone from her inventory and waving it in front of the boy. It's in the middle of the city, next to the floating jade restaurant and the beast pavilion. And that's, the boy took a big gulp of fright once he recognized it. That's a spirit stone. Only cultivators have a use for those. That's all I know, I swear. Well, what a fruitful experience. Jing smiled. The boy felt something soft press against his cheek before having complete control over his body again. He quickly dashed away and never looked back at the creepy girl he wanted to scam. He'd had to find another way of paying off the Dark Moon gang. Maybe they'll let him off if he tells them about her. Jing grinned at the figure of the terrified boy. I guess being accepted into that sect is a great way of finding out more about this place and how it works. But, just to be safe, I should try and get more information. There will definitely be more people interested in trying the Golden Serpent's test who have more knowledge than me about certain things. Jing decided. But first, let's do some shopping, Li Li. My clothes are gaining me too much attention, she said after noticing the many stares to her clothing and the fact that no one is wearing anything even remotely similar to her tunic. Not to mention that I'm the only dark-skinned person I've seen inside this city so far. CaptainBoyHole. I'm wondering if I should combine the allies and group tabs. They seem similar but at the same time not. A little insight into Li Li's mind has been shown. How cute, he sees Jing as his mommy. Or is it? I wonder what kind of events will Jing find herself inside Yellow Jade City before going to try out for the sect recruitment test? Send in some suggestions on what you might want to see or for her to uncover. I wonder what the Dark Moon gang will do when they find out that Jing has one measly spirit stone. Exploring Yellow Jade City. Jing walked down the populated streets filled with the many different sorts of people around, listening into all the useless chatter and peaceful interactions. Learning more and more about the types of people who live here, their worries, and their idle thoughts. Even the negative side of the city was present inside the main part of town. As she walked towards one of the more prominent clothing stores the boy showed her, she managed to see a group of rather unsavory individuals bullying a local vendor and a boy. A handsome boy, most likely equal in age to her, was laughing haughtily as the weak, middle-aged man kissed his feet with such desperation you'd think the boy's feet were made of gold. The handsome youth had a deep fiery red hair and a sheathed sword on his waist. His body was lean and powerful, but he didn't look like the type to train his body. At least to Jing anyway. The young bruised and beaten boy next to them wasn't thought of at all as he slowly but surely attempted to crawl away from the scene with a look of pure hatred and disgust in his eyes. The boy didn't look like anything special. He had black hair like a majority of those present now but looked pretty scrawny and small. Probably a couple years younger than herself but not too young. Jing was curious. Why would this older gentleman be lowering himself to such a humiliating degree for this pretty boy? And for what reason did that boy get her to such a state? Mission available for host. Follow and find out exactly where the ordinary youth is heading. Rewards, rare ticket. A rare ticket. That's a whole 2 tiers above the normal tickets I've been given lately and 2 tiers below the highest rarity ticket. Something is fishy about this mission, Jing hypothesized. Li Li, go follow him. Make sure he doesn't spot you. If by chance anything happens, try and take whatever you believe is valuable and bring it back to me. Jing told him while gently massaging his feathers. Li Li took off high into the skies and began observing the boy far from where he could be seen by any normal person. Based on his current path, Li Li could guess that he was heading towards the forest. But for what reason could this normal mortal have for going into the dangerous forest filled with wild beasts and spirit beasts without nary a weapon in sight? Not adding his ugly wounds gained from the motley crew of gangsters. Li Li continued to tail the boy from high in the skies as he determinedly headed somewhere inside the forest, throwing fear, reason, and all hell into the wind to get to his destination. Why was this elderly gentleman kissing the feet of the handsome youth? The reason was because this young master was no ordinary youth. He was Tang Wuying, the only son of the amazing and powerful Lian Wuying, the sole ruler of Yellow Jade City. A youth with a great talent and future. Stated to already have reached the peak of the 5th stage of the Qi gathering realm. His strength reaching over 1775 jin. Easily able to overpower any mortals with just his pinky finger. Younger Master Wuying. I had no eyes and couldn't see MT Tai. Please forgive my horrendous and terrible actions of offending your glorious self. The street vendor begged as he kissed the feet of the young master. Tang Wuying's face showed a sneer that was getting wider and wider the more this ugly fool praised him. The sooner these thick-headed peasants get it through their heads that they should be groveling beneath his feet and worshipping the very marks he leaves behind, the better their lives would be. His very presence in front of them should make their lives 9x better. And gaining his wrath should make them want to offer their daughters and wives as payment for upsetting his mood. But this ugly, disgusting old fool dares to not sell to him just because some insignificant ant got there first. He's lucky his father threatened to cut off his allowance if he killed another mortal from angering him. He smirked. But he didn't say anything about beating them like pigs. So, he told his followers to beat the boy who dared not give him what he wanted, showing the surrounding plebeians the consequences of daring to go against his words. The boy who resolutely refused to give up something as meager and pathetic as a simple apple to him of all people. He dared to spit in the face of this young lord's good gracious. I even gave him face by giving him another chance of rectifying his words. But no. He refused to kowtow 3 times and call me his father. The nerve of some of these peasants. Wu Ying kicked the old man off his sandals, completely fed up with this whole situation. Let's go, he said, leaving the surrounding civilians to murmur and gossip about the young master. Jing had her ears fully opened and in work, learning many things about this supposed young lord. That's why we never mess with Cultivator's son. Don't do anything to get on their bad side no matter what. That young master is at it again with his rampant bullying. And since his father is the ruler of Yellow Jade City, there is nothing anyone can do against him. It isn't all bad though. I hear that the young master is going to take the Golden Serpent Sect test in 2 days. So we'll be free from his tyranny soon. Thank goodness. He probably has a good shot at passing too since he's already at the 5th stage of the Chi Gathering realm. He's a rare talent I hear for reaching that stage at his age. He'll be out of our hair soon enough. His father is no help either. Any complaints about little Wu Ying is swept under the rug or the person that made the complaint is gotten rid of. Jing decided she has heard enough and entered inside the clothing store to get something that made her stand out less. A standard ordinary hanfu robe looked nice. One of the store's workers came over to her with a smile. A fake one, but professional, nonetheless. Do you need any help, miss? He asked. I'm fine. Thank you. I'll take this. Jing said, choosing one of the cheapest robes on display. The look on the worker's face turned into one of disgust and ridicule once he saw her choice. A visible vein appeared on top of Jing's forehead from anger, but she held in her rage with a smile. I was initially interested in this girl because of her unique and appealing outfit, but considering that she can only afford something as trashy as that, she must have stolen it. The worker thought haughtily. You know, if you decided to sell that outfit you have on now, you could afford to buy any one of these amazing options. He said, gesturing to the row of expensive silk robes on display. While Jing could pay for them with the 13,000 yuan gained from her last 2 successful missions without a problem, she didn't see a reason to with her ability. To her, a piece of wood has the same amount of use as a piece of iron or steel. Spending more cash on something when she could pay less for the same thing would be crazy. So, she refused. No thanks. I'll take this and go. The worker apparently didn't count of her refusing his goodwill, and it was apparent on his increasingly annoyed face. I see. Okay then. That'll cost you 600 yuan in total. He lied. Jing took a look at the price tag for the shoddy robes she chose to pick, and it said it only cost 300 yuan. The sign says it costs 300 yuan. Not 600. She corrected. Sorry about that, miss. I seem to have forgotten to replace that old sign. The price had increased due to an oversupplying demand. He spat through his teeth. Jing's patience was wearing thin. Why was this guy making so much trouble for her when she just wanted to buy some ragged clothes? If he continued this nonsense, she will decide to do her shopping elsewhere. And maybe in the future a cute little owl can give him some trouble by ripping his clothes to shred in the middle of a public space. Who knows? Jing went over to grab a different set of shabby robes that costed 300 yuan, and just as she placed the clothes on the counter. I'm sorry, but that one has increased in. Jing threw the clothes in the guy's face. You will regret this. She yelled and stormed out of the store. Intent on getting her revenge in the future for dare causing trouble for her. She heard him yell something from behind her, but she ignored it and went into a less fancy clothing store. This store had much more diversity in regards to its type of clothing, along with cheaper prices. But the clothes were made out of cheaper material. More rough and uncomfortable compared to the silk outfits in the other store. Thankfully that wasn't a problem for Jing. She grabbed the cheapest robes, sandals, and sash she could find and brought them to the counter. The employee this time was a nice old woman. She had an amiable and gentle smile that could probably brighten up anyone's day. That'll be 330 yuan, missy. She told her. Jing reached into her pocket and into her inventory as she pulled out the necessary payment without any issue. The woman took her money and Jing left with her new items. Her anger has slightly dissipated but her revenge will still come for that annoying guy. But for now, more shopping. Li Li has been following the boy for a while now and it seems that the boy was in a dangerous situation. He was followed by a few of those other men from earlier that injured him in the first place and seemed to want to finish the job in the name of their young lord. How pathetic. Li Li thought as he watched from the trees as the men slowly surrounded the boy with weapons. But he would not interfere. His mother told him only to watch the boy and to take whatever seemed useful. He didn't know why his mother thought something of great importance would show up, but what kind of son would he be if he didn't dutifully carry out her wishes? So, he continued to watch as the men stabbed the youth multiple times over with glee. They laughed loudly as the boy screamed and yelled in pain as he was fatally wounded over and over. Tears of blood could be seen running down his eyes. His eyes were full of nothing but hatred, rage, and indignation. His final words were cursing the entire generation of Tang Wuying and swearing to the heavens if he lives through this he would annihilate his entire ancestry. The amount of soul, determination, and power in his voice oscillated throughout the surroundings, scaring the murderers' very souls. They stopped and took a look at their horrendous deed before turning away and leaving the boy's body to get eaten by wild animals. Li Li felt something in the air. Something powerful. Something ancient. His feathers rustled in agitation and he had half a mind of leaving immediately. His instincts were telling him to fly as fast as he could and get away from this area right now. But he is not a creature of instinct anymore. After being saved by his mom, he has become much more than a simple owlet and so, chose to stay and ignore his instincts. The clouds parted in the sky as a purple object came streaking down from above. Li Li saw with his enhanced sight the object that was headed straight for the deceased boy. It was an organ. It was his fourth favorite organ to eat. The two soft meat organs inside the chests of monkeys is what it resembled. The purple organ crashed between the dead boy and the living ones. The goons were knocked off their feet from the force of the impact. A small crater was made when it landed and Li Li could see the thing beating. As if it was somehow alive. His instincts were screaming at him even louder as his mind wondered, is this what his mother wanted him to get? He got into position on the tree and flew towards the organ as fast as he could, intent on snatching it up into his talons. But the purple beating organ had a different idea. It was as if it somehow knew of Li Li's intentions and at an even faster speed threw itself into the body of the deceased boy. Impossible, Li Li thought as he witnessed the boy's body rapidly healing and the organ moving itself into position inside his body. Li Li was about to tear open the boy's chest himself and get the strange body part for his mother, but he felt a strong overpowering presence warning him. But no matter how overbearing and powerful this ancient force was, Li Li would do anything for his mom. And this was just a corpse not too long ago, how tough can it be? Li Li flew towards the boy that was being healed back to his perfect state. He reached him in an instant and tore open the boy's chest cavity with his talons. His object of desire was staring him right in the face, and as he reached in with his talon, a sudden purple force erupted from the organ and launched Li Li far into the sky. Li Li squawked in surprise before quickly realigning himself and watching as the organ's ancient power seemingly decreased. The organ glowed a lighter color compared to its darker deep purple hue from earlier as the boy's body started recovering once more, but at a much slower pace. You dare to interrupt me once more, vile beast, and I will end you in seconds. A booming overwhelming voice shouted inside Li Li's head. You are strong, unseeable one. But, I can tell that you are weakening. That strange glowing meat will belong to my mother. I can feel strong energy coming off of it and my mother would benefit from having such a strong power. Li Li responded back. Huh? A first stage spirit beast being able to speak back to me? Being able to survive the force of my aura? Being sentient enough to form thoughts? What are you, creature? The voice questioned with so much force Li Li almost felt compelled to answer him. I'm Li Li. The son of Jing. And you will be the object that makes my mother even greater. Li Li declared as he determinedly soared back down towards the almost fully recovered boy. Li Li was closing in at fast speeds, and just as he was about to rip the boy to shreds, the goons from earlier appeared in front of him with purple glowing eyes. One of the goons picked up the youth nearly completely healed and started running away deep into the forest while the others distracted and held up Li Li. Li Li could only watch as the youth managed to get away from him and keep the glowing piece of meat. Although annoyed with his failure, he was severely outmatched compared to the being inside that meat. Whether in experience, intelligence, energy, or age. That person was far above him in everything. But it won't happen a second time. Li Li swore as he dug into the skull of one of the many goons and started eating pieces of their brain. Jing could be seen dressed in a completely ordinary outfit roaming the streets. If anyone took a look at her, they would quickly look elsewhere simply because of how plain and boring she looked. Even if they had a reason for looking at her, they still felt the need to look elsewhere and think of her as nothing special. This wasn't due to any refinement from her ability or anything. This was just how normal Jing looked, walked, and acted. But she did refine the items she bought earlier, but those were for other purposes not really relevant to her current situation besides the one that made them feel like the most comfortable clothing in the world. Even the richest silk in the mortal realm is nothing compared to the clothes Jing is wearing right now. It's getting dark. I wonder where Li Li is. She asked herself as she headed towards one of the inns inside the city. Just moments before she headed inside the inn, Li Li returned to her and perched on her shoulder. Well? What did you find out? She asked. Li Li flew to the ground and started etching words into the ground with his talon. Words that Jing remembered. And somehow knew how to read. The letters were different compared to the writing she's seen around the city, but she still understood it all the same. She wondered how the hell did Li Li know those words as well. I guess we'll have to watch out for him and his ancient lung if he shows up again, she said looking at Li Li. I'm going to have to teach you about anatomy. You can't call different organs soft meat this, chewy meat that. If it was located right here. She pointed to her left chest and right chest. Those were his lungs. Not strange purple meat, okay. She said. Mission completed. Rewards. 1 rare ticket. Well. It's good to know that I don't have to personally involve myself to complete missions that the system wants from me. I'll save this ticket and those 3 other ones I saved for the morning. I'm pretty sleepy. She yawned. Li Li nodded as he flew back onto her shoulder. The two then entered inside the inn and paid for a room for 2 nights. They didn't ask for any food because Jing still had some refined berries. But Jing absolutely refused to sleep on the bed before refining it into something that was more suitable for a person of her stature. The entire bed wouldn't fit inside her, but the comforter and covers could, thankfully. And that was all she needed as she pulled out her shrunken pillow rock and kneaded it into its original size. I bet you remember this, don't you? Jing smiled as she looked at Li Li's face once he recognized the pillow. He sunk himself inside the pillow just like he did a few moments after being born and quickly fell asleep after eating one of the golden berries. Jing showed a motherly smile as she laid with Li Li on the pillow and quickly fell asleep as well. CaptainBoyHole. A few persons of interest have arrived. I wonder how their futures will play out. The third person of interest for the 2 boys haven't even been introduced yet. But our first arrogant young master has been introduced. I wonder, will he somehow find himself involved with Jing in some way? Or will he find himself on the receiving end of a blood feud his underlings made? I wonder what idea does Jing have in mind for the rude store clerk? A little bit more of Li Li's personality has been shown in this chapter, and I wonder what kind of power could have been held inside that godly lung from the heavens? I guess we'll find out in the future with the young boy. It has finally been revealed that he can communicate with Jing. I wonder what reason he could have had for not doing it all this time, and what kind of reward will Jing get from the gacha with a whole rare ticket? All this trouble from a small boy. It was morning time inside Yellow Jade City and 2 grown men could be seen waiting outside Shell Inn. The 2 men looked like an unscrupulous bunch as they stood posted outside the inn, scaring all those entering and all those exiting. It doesn't help the fact that they were also glaring at anyone entering or exiting from it, and the fact that they were cultivators. The inn's owners wished the men would go away, but they knew that angering cultivators would only bring nothing but trouble to their business. Cultivators reigned over normal mortals with an iron fist. They were nothing more than cattle and insects to cultivators. Most of the laws inside Yellow Jade City doesn't protect mortals much except in terms of businesses. And if there's a dispute between a mortal and a cultivator, the mortal better hope that he has some sort of substantial background preventing the cultivator from killing him openly or secretly. But then again, there really isn't some sort of organization inside Yellow Jade City that keeps order around the city unless you count City Lord Wu Ying's personal forces. When is she coming out? We've been here for most of the morning. We should just rush in there and drag out her. Give her 5 more minutes. A single spirit stone isn't worth causing that much of a fuss. Especially since it's a low-tiered spirit stone. But it is enough to pay Lil Chu's debts. A low-tiered spirit stone is enough to let a mortal live 3 months without a problem if they sold it. What do you mean don't make a fuss? As cultivators now, something as simple as living like kings among mortals isn't something we should be aiming for. The leader sure isn't satisfied with being the second leader of Yellow Jade City. And we shouldn't be satisfied finally being shown cultivation methods. Screw off. I'm satisfied being a king among mortals. And since this little prissy bitch wants to waste my time so badly, my little friend here will have to teach her a lesson after we finished getting what we need. He said, cuffing his crotch aggressively. His partner simply sighed at his crude gesture and narrow-minded friend. Whatever. Smack. And this is the tongue, this is the esophagus, this is the intestines, small ones and large ones, this is the liver, this is the pancreas, and a smacking sound issued after each explanation of the organs. Who? The bird responded. Good. These are the most vital organs most creatures need to live. The brain, heart, kidney, liver, and lungs. And these are the spots to target when fighting humans. It will severely impact their abilities to fight or just cause them a terrible amount of pain. The human said with a smile on her face. A reasonable pep in her voice appeared as she talked about breaking the shin bone, shattering ribs, penile fractures, testicular torsion, jaw dislocation, ruptured Achilles tendon, knee dislocation, and... Li was grasping all this knowledge quite easily but didn't understand why it made his mother so happy. Sure, sometimes he ate his food alive and had it screaming or squirming a lot, but he didn't really think of what his prey was feeling or thinking. He was just thinking about not being hungry anymore and making sure his food couldn't escape. Maybe there was something he wasn't understanding from his mom. And that's it, Li. Jing said with a flushed, excited face. Now you should know how to correctly identify most organs and know which ones to target last. I try and save the vital ones for last. Keeping them alive is so much more satisfying. Especially if they are stubborn and willful. Those types of people just make me. She gushed with an exaggerated moan before noticing Li staring at her with his head completely upside down. She adjusted her glasses and returned to her usual plain look. Sorry. Talking about this just gets me a little excited. We'll go get something to eat in a bit. Jing told him as she sat on the bed. Time to use those tickets I saved for today. Jing mentally went into her inventory and chose to use the 1 rare ticket and 3 normal tickets. Host has received SCP-222, Farming Hoe, 1x Grass Seed, and an anomalous pair of dumbbells. Nice. Let's see what this SCP is. Jing muttered as she went into her inventory and was about to choose it. Host. To see the effects of certain gacha results, just think info. Jing's eyebrows slightly scrunched up. But before you didn't let me find out what the spirit stone was. Why now? She questioned. Host. The system clearly said certain gacha results, not all. If there are any more questions, then blame the system's creator. How annoying, Jing thought as she tried to get the information for SCP-222. Seconds went by as she read the information about this SCP and a devious smile appeared on her face as she finished. Well, this should be useful once I find my first underling, Jing grinned devilishly before focusing on the second item from her gacha that interested her. Now what are dumbbells and what makes it so special? She thought about gaining information about the equipment and learned exactly what they were used for and what made them anomalous. A pair of strengthening equipment with no label telling its exact weight, but when used by anyone, they will state that it is the perfect weight for physical exercise, she muttered. Useless. But could be useful through refinement somehow. I'll save it in my inventory until I find a way to refine them into something useful. But the grass seed and hoe can be of definite use to me after refining them. Unfortunately, I don't plan on succumbing to being a farmer quite yet. I'll save those for later as well. Jing decided as she chose to absorb SCP-222's ability into her body. A terrible bout of pain racked her body all over seconds after she chose to absorb SCP-222. She curled up on the bed in fetal position as she bit the bed to stop herself from screaming as raw and powerful knowledge assaulted her. Li flew over and tried to help her, but she gestured him that she was okay by showing a smile even though she was going through hell currently, both physically and mentally. Li obviously knew that his mother was in terrible pain but knew not the reason. He looked all over the room for anything that could have caused this but found nothing and heard nothing. Was it possible that his mother was being attacked by something he couldn't see or hear? What kind of thing would that be? Since he couldn't attack anyone or anything for harming his mother, the only thing he could do was stay by her side and comfort her as she went through this painful experience. Jing hugged Li's soft velvety-like feathers tight as her body and mind was going crazy with pain. It would only be until her door came crashing down through brute force that her focus was taken off the pain assaulting her body. Li hissed at the intruders as Jing gripped her whip from inside her clothes. Don't cause too much damage, all right? This little bitch had it coming, all right? We've been waiting for hours. The second intruder said angrily as he started pulling down his pants. I meant to the building and at least pretend as if you care about the spirit stone. Yeah. She'll be telling us where it is in give me 5 minutes. The second goon guessed as waddled over to Jing in his undergarments. Li loudly squawked towards the two and extended one of his wings outward. To the two men, however, it sounded much too squeaky and cute to be threatening in the slightest. They ignored the bird and the second man inched closer and closer to Jing. Don't kill them, Li. Jing strained to say. I can't let them get off so easily. She told him with anger in her eyes. Li understood the secondary meaning in his mother's words and flapped his single wing at the incoming trespasser, sending numerous sharp feathers to soar towards the two. The calmer goon managed to dodge in time despite his shocked and sweating appearance. He was no simple gangster either. He was a chi gatherer of the second stage. That meant his body was tougher than the average mortal, but even he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive without injuries if one of those feathers managed to hit him. His partner, on the other hand, merely scoffed and attempted to block all the sharp projectiles with his palm. Stab. My hand! He screamed with his hand and arm filled with feathers pin-cushioned into his skin. He fell over from his trousers being wrapped around his legs and screamed even louder after falling on his arm with the embedded painful feathers. His partner took this chance to take out the dangerous spirit beast. Even though he could sense that the owl was at the first stage of cultivation, those feathers told a vastly different story. This owl must have unlocked its bloodline or, It's a mutant. A simple first-stage spirit beast isn't capable of standing against cultivators like us. It's just impossible. The first thug thought as he threw a vase towards the bird. Li blocked the vase with his wing and it softly impacted against him before falling gently on the bed. The burglar used this chance when Li blocked the vase in his own sight, to attack with his knife. Li would have rolled his eyes if his eyes were capable of moving around. He easily fended off the man's blade with his bare foot. The shocked expression of the man meant nothing to Li as he gripped the blade and crushed it into pieces with his baby owl talons. The man was stunned to absolute silence as his body shook in fright from the might of this infant spirit beast. It seems the bird also picked up on his fear as it began inching closer and closer to him with its sharp gaze. He thought about fleeing and just forgetting this whole situation entirely, but before he could put his plan into action, a whip suddenly grasped around him. He was tied up and couldn't break free even with his cultivation level. His original target was suddenly free of whatever ailments that was acting on her earlier and she managed to capture him. A mortal with no cultivation whatsoever was somehow able to keep him tied. Impossible. You're just some little girl. How can you have so much strength? Have you unlocked part of an ancient bloodline too? He asked in disbelief and anger. Jing slowly roused herself up and got off the bed. She saw the fainted body of the second goon who wanted to rape her and his shriveled member hanging out. Disgust and pure bloodlust radiated from her body, affecting all those present. Li felt like ripping these men into thousands of pieces. The first intruder felt as if he kicked the beehive of the fire crystal hornets, only suffering was present in his near future. And if he was lucky, death. Stomp. Off. Sleeping Beauty cried as a certain friend of his was stepped on. His partner's little friend immediately shrunk inside itself and he was starting to think that maybe they have messed with the wrong mortal. Wanting to use this dirty pathetic thing on me? You should be grateful I didn't burst your lower parts. But it's fine. You won't be needing this thing anymore anyway. Jing said cruelly as her voice got significantly sharper and her aura was becoming more demonic. She saw him in fetal position holding his crushed member and wailing loudly. Jing smirked as she told Li to close the door. She repeatedly kicked and stomped the rapist before noticing a particular shiny object in the man's pocket. She pulled it out and it turned out to be a small knife. Another demonic smile appeared on her face as she gripped the knife in her other hand and freed the other thug. He immediately tried to escape through the door but was whipped across the back of the skull by Jing and kicked in the face by Li, knocking the cultivator of the second stage in the first realm unconscious. Now Li. Let Mama show you a more in-depth study session about the human anatomy. Since these pieces of filth gladly chose to step up and help me out. Jing told the young owlet as she used her whip and threw the rapist towards the wall roughly. He was about to faint but a swift kick in his family makers interrupted that idea. Aiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiii. His shrill voice screeched. Classes in session. No sleeping allowed. She cheekily smirked. The shell-in was forced to listen to a symphony of hellish sounds and noises for hours on end. The sound of a crazy woman screaming, yelling, and moaning loudly throughout the building. Men screaming, shouting for help, and for those unfortunate enough to have rooms next to Jing's crying. It wouldn't be till late in the afternoon that Jing finished teaching her class. But this wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary for the citizens of Yellow Jade City. If a cultivator was in a particular bad mood and a mortal somehow pushed their last button, there's no telling what they would do. The situation inside Shell-in wasn't anything new or even rare. But this place did have one of the best breakfast and beds all over town, so most people just got used to it and were happy that it just wasn't them involved with whatever was happening. The room was absolutely destroyed. The bed was in pieces, covers were torn to shreds, the furniture was all broken, and blood was present all over the floor. Some even spilling beneath the front door. Jing could be seen breathing heavily on the floor with her robe slightly loosened, exposing her smooth nice shoulders, modest sweating cleavage, and nice slightly chubby brown thighs. A barely noticeable trail could be seen slowly sliding down her leg that came from farther up her robes. In front of her, were two still breathing mutilated, bloodied, and passed out figures sprawled on the floor. This place is a lot more interesting than I thought, she said, speaking between heavy breaths with a bright smile on her face. Bloodlines, chi, cultivation methods, Dark Moon Gang, spirit stones, and cultivation stages. She remembered from her intensive questioning. She wiped her forehead and opened up a window, letting the cool flowing wind inside. She looked over at the trash bleeding out in the corner and finally made up her mind after a long bout of thinking. It'll be safer if you two don't bring me any troubles in the future. I don't know how well liked you are within the Dark Moon Gang, but since you told me no one knew about your little mission to come after me, it'll only be safer for me to do this. Jing said to the unresponsive quivering and whimpering mess of flesh in the corner. She placed her hand on the two men and they were sucked into her palms and into her body. She placed them on the rough setting and a few seconds later a small pile of ash exited from her hands. That was a bit easier than I thought. I was kind of nervous killing them directly and trying to hide the body, but this is much better. Just suck in ash. There's a sort of disconnection with it. Like I didn't really kill them even though I did. It's a bit weird. Jing muttered to herself as she dispersed the pile of ash outside the window. Let's go Li Li. I don't want to gain any attention from this. And I'm starving. Jing said as she stood on the edge on the window. Li Li grabbed Jing's handfu and flew outside the window with her hanging underneath him. Jing weighed practically nothing with Li Li's anomalous strength. Normally the sight of a young girl being whisked off into the sky would cause massive attention in the streets below, but no one noticed them at all. Li Li's silent takeoff and fast speeds ensured that even if someone managed to spot them, they wouldn't even understand what they saw before it was long gone into the immortal forest. Li Li flew into an empty spot inside the forest not very far away from Yellow Jade City. He gently dropped Jing onto the dirt path. She staggered about confusedly as she got her bearings back. Holding her head with her eyes spinning, Jing tried to get her sense of balance back and Li Li helped her by forcing her to stand still. Flying is not my favorite. Or maybe my body isn't strong enough to handle those speeds, she mumbled as she shook her head and got herself together. Who? Li Li responded. Let's finally go eat now. I hope I haven't spoiled my taste buds after eating those berries. I improved, Jing said, a little bit worried that she might have to refine every single food she eats in the future on very fine. CaptainBoyHole. Alright. I made it before Wednesday. I have a few ideas for the farming hoe and grass seed in terms of refinement, but send in your own ideas on how they should be refined. And if you're not exactly sure how refinement works at this point, just ask. I'll tell you if it can or can't do something. I purposely didn't explain what SCP-222 did because it would be more special when I show it off in the future. I didn't initially plan for this chapter to happen though. The next chapter was supposed to be this chapter, but I had to follow up with one of the loose ends I had in the earlier chapters with the boy. The last day before the test, Jing and Li Li re-entered Yellow Jade City. Jing didn't notice any strange looks besides the ones aimed at Li Li. A young girl walking with an owl in the afternoon would catch anyone's attention briefly. Most people would turn away, continue minding their own business once they saw how average and uninteresting she looked though. Children worked in an opposite manner however. They didn't care how she looked and acted. They only cared about how cool and pretty Li Li looked on her shoulder. Typically Jing would try to avoid the sights of children to stand out less, but some moments couldn't be avoided. Big sister. Big sis. Big sis. 3 children surrounded her with sparkles in their eyes. 2 boys and 1 girl. But those sparkles weren't for her, they were for Li Li. The children looked like siblings. They all had black hair, dirty clothes, and messy hair. Jing guessed they were orphans or were a part of a poor family. If Jing was being honest, she was just glad that they weren't trying to ask or beg her for money. Big sister, where did you find him? Big sis, can we play with him? Big sis, does he bite? Jing put on a gentle smile. One question at a time, she said in an elder sister-like tone. The children all looked at each other before somehow silently agreeing on what question to ask. Can we pet him? They asked simultaneously. Jing looked at Li Li. Do you want them to pet you? She asked. Li Li shook his head. The children's faces instantly turned sad. Jing had to stifle a giggle. Knowing how prideful her bird is, she didn't expect anything less. But seeing their sad and almost tearful faces after being denied by Li Li was pretty cute. She decided to give them a little pet of their own. Don't be sad, kids. While my little owl might not let you pet him, my other bird will. She told them. Their faces instantly picked back up. They started hopping around her excitedly. Where? I don't see another bird, big sis. Are you playing a joke on us? They asked. Don't worry, I'll show you. But first you all have to close your eyes and turn around. She smiled. Is this a game, big sister? You're not going to trick us and run away, right? Don't trick us, big sis. Turn around and close your eyes. She told them with a kind smile. Although suspicious, the siblings did as she told and Jing got to work. She pulled out one of the recovery pills inside her inventory and inserted into her body. She started refining the pill on fine and soon, on top of her palm laid a small bird. A pure white bird made out of the medicinal ingredients that made up recovery pills hopped around on Jing's palm. An actual sentient pill currently laid in the hands of Jing. The only sentient pill in the entire world laid in the hands of a young girl with no cultivation. Alright, you can turn around now. She said. The kids eagerly turned around and saw the small strange bird in her hands. They surrounded her hand with looks of pure innocence and joy radiating off of them. The bird? Recovery bird? Pill bird? Whatever it was, started flying around the 3 children chirping happily. The kids began playing with the small bird and seemed to forget all about Jing in their moment of happiness. Jing soon wandered away while the children's attention was still taken and continued on to her original goal, getting something to eat. A few more minutes of playing with the soft birds, the eldest sibling suddenly remembered they needed to thank the big sister for letting them play with her bird. He let his 2 younger siblings, Su Meng and Su Meng, keep playing with the bird while he, Daimeng, went to thank the big sister for her kind actions. Daimeng saw that the big sister wasn't on the bench she was sitting before and was gone. He looked around but still couldn't find any trace of her. He was forced to return back to his two younger siblings. Su Meng, his younger brother, was petting the baby bird they got from the big sister. What should we name him? Su Meng, the baby sister, asked. Su Meng. We can't keep him. We have to return him to that big sister. Daimeng said. Tears immediately threatened to spill out from Su Meng's eyes. Didn't you just go look for her though? Where is she? Su Meng asked. I couldn't find her. Daimeng said, slightly embarrassed. So that means until we find that big sis again, we'll have to take care of little Jai. Su Meng said with a smirk. Yay! You hear that, Jai? You get to play with us longer. Su Meng cheered happily as she grabbed Jai from her hair and cupped him in her small child hands. The bird chirped merrily before a small white pellet exited from its bottom and onto Su Meng's palms. Eeyo, he pooped! Su Meng exclaimed. Su Meng shrieked and was about to panic from having poop on her hands, but Daimeng quickly grabbed her hands and calmed her down. He picked up both Jai and his excrement. It seems he recognized something about Jai's dropping. Su Meng was wiping her hands on Su Meng's shabby clothes and he screamed once he realized what she was doing. Don't wipe it on me! He shouted as he moved away from Su Meng. I don't want it on my hands! She screamed back, chasing after him, intent on wiping away all the poop residue on her second brother. Daimeng ignored his two younger siblings as he stared at both Jai and his feces. He sniffed the bird and found it to have a pleasant smell. It was like a mixture of smells that came from plants and herbs from the forest. The scent of the bird was so pleasant his body even felt a little bit stronger after sniffing it. He would investigate that later, but he recognized this pellet. This is a pellet that cultivators use. Why would little Jai poop out cultivator pills? Is he not a normal beast? Did that big sister really gift us a spirit beast for free? Is she mad? If anyone finds out that we have a pet that can poop cultivation pills, we'll be killed before we even know it. Daimeng started freaking out. He was thinking about killing Jai in his hands now to save his siblings from any future troubles, but a voice deep in the back of his mind was whispering to him. Think of the money. This could be the treasure you need to change your family's future forever. An unending supply of money that loves you. How could you let it get away? Daimeng was conflicted between his desires and cautious nature. Keeping his family safe but still in their terrible living conditions, or risk threatening their and his own life for a life of riches. Su Meng walked up to him and started wiping her hands on his shirt after not being able to catch her second brother. She saw him in his dazed state and took the chance to get rid of Jai's poop residue from her hands completely. I have to think a little bit more about this. For now I'll just take care of him like a normal pet and throw away any pills he makes. Daimeng decided. Jing is currently seated inside one of the most popular restaurants inside Yellow Jade City, Viridescent Moon. This restaurant was more popular with mortals than cultivators, but every now and then cultivators could be seen entering and exiting the building with pleased or neutral faces. And since cultivators are looked upon highly by mortals, they typically follow the trends set by cultivators or followed by cultivators. This is why most businesses try to kiss up to most cultivators. Even getting a single cultivator to buy something from your business will make at the very least 10 mortals buy the same thing that the cultivator bought. Li Li was perched on Jing's shoulder looking at the menu along with her. Fish head tofu soup, crowned cow steak, leaf-eating eagle eggs. Do you see anything you like, Li Li? Jing asked. Li Li turned his head topsy-turvy as he was deciding on what sounded the most delicious to eat. Eventually he chose from the cultivators part of the menu and decided on the gold shumai. The menu said this was great for cultivators in the early realms. The meat is filled with dense spirit energy and is sure to revitalize any cultivator that eats it and slightly boost their cultivation. But sadly the price was way too high for Jing. She could pay for it, but all of her current money would be gone trying to pay for it. So she told Li Li to choose something from the mortal side of the menu and he chose the dragon cow steak. Jing decided on spicy flying shrimp with twilight rice. Both items added up to a sum of 7,000 yuan, and another night in an inn shouldn't leave her completely dry before the sect test tomorrow. And once she passed, she wouldn't have to worry about mortal money anymore anyway. She would be a cultivator once she got inside the sect and learned a cultivation technique. Jing handed her menu to the waiter after deciding on her and Li Li's choices and were now just sitting and waiting for it to come out. She waited patiently while massaging Li Li's feathers before hearing a loud crash somewhere behind her. She and Li Li looked over and saw that a waiter fell carrying a tower of plates. The plates shattered from his fall and Jing saw a group of people laughing. That's the city lord's son. Jing recognized the red-haired handsome youth amidst the young group. Boys and girls of similar ages to Tang Huiyan. He didn't seem as pleased as his followers because instead of an amused look on his face an irritated one appeared. He got up and kicked the waiter in the side. Spoiling my good mood, will you, mortal? I could have your entire life destroyed without using a single finger. Do you not know what occasion you just ruined? He yelled angrily as he continued to stomp and kick the young waiter. The young man was whimpering and crying, trying to apologize to Wu Ying, but Wu Ying was having none of it. You just ruined the celebratory party of Tang Wu Ying, the genius that has reached the 5th stage in the Qi gathering realm. His father owns all of Yellow Jade City and you dare ruin his celebration. Ding. Mission available for host. Teach this arrogant young master a lesson. Reward, 1 epic ticket. Jing's eyebrows twitched rapidly. Are you insane, system? That epic ticket isn't worth throwing my life away. Even if I somehow managed to defeat or humiliate him, the people behind him can get rid of me without even breaking a sweat. Li Li is pretty strong but not strong enough to make enemies with an entire city force most likely filled with cultivators. No way am I accepting that mission. Jing declared as her food reached her table. Mission declined. Penalty, reduced luck in next gacha. She promptly ignored the system and looked at her food with a small smile on her face. It smelled pretty good, which was always a good sign. Li Li's dragon cow steak was around the same size as him and caused Jing to giggle at Li Li's surprised face. Her food didn't look all that special except her twilight rice was a light purple in color. The red spicy colored shrimp and the twilight colored rice had a strange synergy together. It looked rather strange and otherworldly in her eyes, but the smell and texture of the two made her stomach rumble in anticipation. She began digging into her food with Li Li. Jing took small careful bites of her shrimp and rice. She tenderly moved her tongue across the food, tasting it in a delicate and steady manner, critiquing it with the highest of judgments. After remembering the taste of those heavenly golden berries from before, she was quite scared of never being able to eat regular food again. But it seems she was worried for nothing. The shrimp and rice tasted well enough. Her taste buds weren't violently rejecting them like she feared, so she started eating happily along with Li Li, who was tearing his dragon cow steak into pieces so his small beak could fit the pieces inside his mouth. She ignored the racket behind her with the city lord's son and simply enjoyed her high-class meal. About half an hour later, Jing and Li Li finished their first meal of the day and the sun was slowly lowering more and more. Jing paid for their meal and left the restaurant. As she was leaving the restaurant, she noticed a few more vendors setting up, but these were a bit different from the regular vendors she's been seeing over town. Mainly because these vendors were exclusively for cultivators. They had signs over their booths stating exactly what they were selling, but also signs on the front of them that stated prices. Not all of them had price signs and Jing guessed that they were open to some haggling, but based on what she was seeing, these vendors only took spirit stones. Jing pulled out her single spirit stone and chuckled sadly. She couldn't even buy one black rock with her single spirit stone. One of the black stones on a vendor's stall cost 5 spirit stones. She doubted she could haggle with the old man, and her looks weren't anything impressive to try and tempt him into lowering the price. Jing left the vendors and started walking towards an inn to sleep tonight. Amidst her search for a decent inn, she saw a group of people around her age enter into the city. We finally made it to Yellow Jade City. A youth exclaimed with sweat dripping down his forehead. The youth had a strange split of black and white long wavy hair that reached to the back of his neck. He was the shortest and most thin of the group. We need to hurry and find an inn. The other clans and cultivators are no doubt on their way as well. A beautiful young girl hurried. This girl had long beautiful hair and a face that could charm many young men. Some would call her a fairy or princess based on looks alone. What's the hurry, Li? Why don't I take you out on a beautiful dinner tonight? Yellow Jade City is known for its beautiful streets and fantastic restaurants. We can find some place to rest later. A handsome white-haired youth suggested. He was easily the tallest and most charming out of all the males present in the group. I need to cultivate tonight. Sorry, brother Song. She bluntly declined while looking elsewhere. Alas, you wound me so, Li. You gave me that excuse far too many times to count now. A great cultivator would know they should take breaks every now and then or be will suffer stagnation in cultivation. Song warned with exaggerated motions of pain. Thank you for your warning, brother Song, but I believe I know myself best. She said bluntly before focusing her attention on the shortest and thinnest of the group. Brother Fang. How are you feeling about the test tomorrow? She asked with a smile. No one noticed as Song's face twisted into a deep ugly hatred after noticing the attention and focus Li gave Fang. Song's life has been nothing but greatness until his uncle one day came home with a child. A child that would threaten to ruin everything that was supposed to be his. A child equal to him in age and status within the Huan clan. A child that stole the attention of his future bride. And the trash that will be supposedly married to his future bride, all thanks to his father losing in a duel to his uncle. I will kill you, Fang. Sister Li will be my future bride and I will become the patriarch of the Huan clan after killing your father. Enjoy the attention you get from Sister Li now, but soon everything you took from me will belong to me again. Just wait. Song swore deep into his heart. Li Huan went ahead of the group to find a place for them to sleep tonight, and Song walked past Fang, bumping into his shoulder and knocking him down. Song was at a higher cultivation than Fang. Watch yourself, trash. Sister Li will be mine. he whispered as he and his friends wandered into the city together. Fang felt a strong force of killing intent coming from Song. A deep shudder of fear came from his heart and a source of anger and rage as well. Song has always bullied Fang ever since they were kids. He never understood why Song has hated him for so long, but he imagined it had something to do with Sister Lee. He didn't feel any particular way towards Sister Lee besides as a family member. He didn't understand why Song didn't believe him when he said he had no interest in Sister Lee. But telling him that only made him angrier and bully Fang even worse. But even though Song has always bullied him, he never showed such a strong hatred and killing intent before. If I don't quickly cultivate and become stronger than Song, I'll surely lose my life. Fang thought desperately as he started exploring the vendors' booths in Yellow Jade City. His adopted father only gave him a few spirit stones for his travels, and Fang didn't want to waste it on something that wouldn't help him get stronger than Song, who was a whole realm above him. He looked around the vendors looking for anything that could boost his cultivation speed before suddenly feeling something strange in his heart. He turned around and laid his eyes on a black stone. It was as if the black stone was calling to him somehow. He walked over to the old man's stand and asked him what was this black rock. The old man shrugged his shoulders but said he felt chi coming from it and decided to grab it. Fang asked how much was it, and the old man told him 10 spirit stones. That was all Fang had. This old man had to be cheating him. But the thumping in his heart and the calling from the black rock was increasing in intensity more and more. It was almost becoming unbearable to the young Fang. He threw all caution to the wind as he gave up all his money to the old man and snatched the black stone for himself. The old man was laughing heartily as he saw the young Fang walking away and tripping over his sandals. Fang fell and scraped his finger on the pavement. Blood slowly leaked onto the black stone and an intense light started shining from it before suddenly levitating and rushing inside his body. Pain started to wreck and smash his body to all hell. He screamed out on the ground as he felt his bones being destroyed and reconstructed. The last thing he managed to see was Sister Lee rushing over to him. CaptainBoyHole. Ho ho ho, I wonder if I will ever remember those 3 kids ever again in the future. I guess we'll see. Do you guys think Jing knew about the capabilities of the pill bird? I wonder if Jing chose the correct choice in not punishing the city lord's son. And a few more characters have been introduced. I wonder what Cha think about them? LOL. Especially Fang. The day of the sect recruitment test. The next morning. Jing woke herself up pretty early this morning. She wasn't exactly sure on when the sect test was taking place today. Just the location. So, after getting herself all dressed up in her mortal clothing that she refined, she decided to finally answer a question that has been plaguing her mind ever since she refined Li Li. She sat on the bed and looked at the peacefully resting owlet sunken comfortably inside the stone pillow. A small smile found itself on her face as she thought how cute he looked. After I refined Li Li, there is very little he wasn't capable of. Be it in strength, speed, reflexes, wit, mind, body, and even internal organs. I improved them all to the greatest degree, making little Li Li the strongest baby owl in the world. Jing thought before suddenly retracting her statement. Wait, no. Since there are cultivators that can destroy mountains and split oceans, there has to be spirit beasts just as strong or even stronger. Maybe little Li Li isn't as all-powerful as I'm thinking. Jing decided. She looked at Li Li one more time before finally managing to work up the nerves to try what she was thinking. If I can upgrade other living things and objects, I should somehow be able to upgrade myself as well then. Jing gathered. Before she attempted this though, she made sure to think of all the refinements she would want for herself. If she left it up to her subconscious, then who knows what sort of monster she would be refined into. So, she started listing all the basic upgrades she would want for herself after trying her ability on herself. Better skin, brain, heart, hair, lungs. Jing started to list off many of the things she would want to improve about herself using the amazing powers of SCP-914. Before finally attempting to use her powers on herself on very fine. Jing's mind blanked out. She was no longer inside her room and could see nothing and hear nothing but complete darkness. She couldn't feel any part of her body and couldn't move at all. Fear was slowly permeating into her mind. She couldn't even scream out in terror. She was completely paralyzed. She started to feel as if maybe this was how it was meant to be in one part of her brain, while the other wanted her to continue fighting and screaming, refusing to assimilate in this state for any longer and gain complete freedom for herself once more. The space she was in was completely dark, and the darkness seemed to give her a sense of familiarity and peace. But Jing didn't want peace. She didn't want to stay here and rest inside this dark space, and she refuses to. As time went on very slowly, Jing could feel once again her arms, legs, face, and all. She screamed in freedom as she got complete control over her body and senses once more. With her newly regained senses, Jing took a second look at her newfound surroundings and herself. She was completely nude and the place she was in was just as dark as it was when she couldn't see earlier. But there was something else in the space with her. A white floating gaseous sphere. The sphere felt comforting and soothing to her as if it were another part of her and always belonged to her. She walked over to the floating thing and attempted to touch it. The thing passed through her fingers and felt very cold to the touch. But despite this coldness, Jing didn't feel as if it was unpleasant. It was similar to the feeling of getting inside a cold body of water and then slowly getting used to that temperature and enjoying the body of water in all. Much different from the feeling from earlier that wanted to whisk Jing off into an endless and tranquil sleep. She started to think. Could I use my ability here as well? She tried to touch the wispy object again and refine it using SCP-914, but before she could reach it, her mind was suddenly taken away. Jing was back inside her room at the inn inside Yellow Jade City. Li was standing on her thigh staring deep into her eyes. Jing's brain felt as if it just got done being scrambled and shaken up. She grabbed her head as her eyes tried to focus on Li staring at her. Whoa! I'm back. That was strange, but I feel better than before, she mumbled as she took off her glasses. The clarity and improved focus in her eyes nearly caused her to gasp. She could finally see. She hurried over to the window and looked outside into the streets below. I can see! She exclaimed in a surprising voice that finally matched her young teenaged age. She started bouncing all over the room, squealing in joy at all the new things she could feel, hear, see, and more. Li flew onto his pillow, confused as ever about what's happening to his mom. A few moments ago, she was just staring into the wall without moving or breathing in the slightest. She didn't even blink. Li did everything he could to wake her or make her move again, but nothing worked. He couldn't even hear her heart beating a few moments ago. It was as if she suddenly died and everything stopped working. But Li knew that it was impossible for this to happen naturally. It was all too quick and her body wasn't reacting like a dead body should. He should know when she spent most of yesterday morning teaching him about the human body and more. But then all of a sudden, she started changing in front of him. The first thing that went was her skin. It changed from its regular appearance into something much smoother and amazing. It was as if her light brown skin decided to become perfectly flawless. Along with the rest of her body. Her skin was the first thing Li noticed that started changing, the next was her hair, and then her insides. Li could hear the sounds of his mother's innards changing and moving around as well. He didn't understand in the slightest what was happening to his mom and frankly didn't care once he heard her heart beating up again. He was so happy she was back to normal that it didn't matter what happened to her before. So, he watched as his mother expressed happiness and joy in something other than causing other humans pain and suffering. He didn't understand why she was so happy, but he felt just as happy just because she was and started flying around chirping and whistling in jubilation as well. Li. You're happy for Mama's rebirth as well? You're the greatest son a mother could have. She hugged him tightly. It wouldn't be until 5 or 10 minutes later that Jing would finally settle down and take in her refined self. She looked no differently outwardly due to her desire on keeping her plain appearance besides her very smooth skin and beautiful dull black hair that reached a little bit past her neck. But there was far more hidden within her basic and small figure. And if she was being honest, she was a little excited on finding out just how much better she became. If she was refined to the specifications she made before she upgraded herself, then she believed she had almost nothing to fear among cultivators in the chi-gathering realm. She's already capable of seeing a small group of ants traveling along a tree branch over hundreds of meters away from her window, and her hearing was nothing to scoff at either. She could hear everyone inside this entire building if she wanted to, but thankfully she could filter certain sounds out past a certain distance from her. Well, Li. It's time we take our first step in becoming cultivators. Let's go pass that test. Jing said confidently. Who? Li responded, even though he has already reached the first stage in cultivation for spirit beasts. The two left the inn together and Jing finally realized that maybe this recruitment test wasn't as simple as she thought. The streets were littered with people all over. People of all shapes, sizes, ages, and even colors. There were various groups wearing green clothing, red, blue, yellow, purple, and more. From what her ears could pick up, these were the many different cultivation clans that sent their youth to try and be accepted into the Golden Serpent sect. These youths were typically dressed in their clan's symbols. And most of the cultivators she saw were spending spirit stones to purchase many different items from the vendors she saw setting up yesterday. Spirit beast eggs, strange pieces of paper, swords and sabers, colorful ores, and more. The rest were either wandering cultivators that wanted to join a highly famed sect or normal mortals just like Jing and wanted to see if they had what it takes to become a cultivator and become more than just mortals. It didn't need to be said that a majority of mortals typically wouldn't try to become cultivators through sect recruitment tests. This was because not even cultivators themselves were free from death when trying to get accepted into a sect. Most sects that decided on recruiting new people to enter their sects typically have to pass a dangerous and life-threatening activity before making it in, and many were sure that the Golden Serpent sect was no different. There was plenty of gossip about what the Golden Serpent sect was planning on doing for their test this time around, but no one knew anything concrete. Some said they would have their talents measured, and if you passed a certain measurement, then you would get in. Some said they would have to go through a physical gauntlet to show off their physical prowess to get inside. Others said they would be forced to meditate and see how much potential they have in sensing qi based on how much qi they could sense. All in all, none of this helped Jing figure out exactly what to expect up ahead. So, she waited in the very long line of people that stretched a few blocks ahead towards where the members of the Golden Serpent sect were waiting. With her enhanced sight she could see 3 important figures with a group of youth behind them. They were wearing a white robe with golden streaks running down them. A golden serpent was laying bare on the front of the robe in an S shape. The 3 figures could be seen in a square formation laying down small pieces of paper with one of the youth that came along with them. The first of the 3 figures was an elderly man. He had a long white beard and a wrinkly face like any old grandpa. The second figure was a buff muscular middle-aged man. His muscles seemed strong enough to frighten bears and lions without problems. And the last figure was much younger than the other 2 if we were comparing looks alone. She had the face of a young adult with the appearance of a beautiful woman, capable of toppling kingdoms and empires with just her face alone. The pieces of paper that they laid down suddenly flashed with a bright light before shooting out a purple gas. The purple gas rose a few meters into the air before forming itself into a square. The pieces of paper burned up in a purple flame after the gas shaped itself. One of the old guys walked into the gas and disappeared inside of it, confusing Jing even more. He then popped out a few seconds later and nodded to the other 2 before they started the recruitment process in whole. Jing saw as they motioned the waiting people to enter inside the purple gas. Waves of excitement and nervousness splashed over the long line of people. No one knew exactly what laid inside that purple gas. Apparently it was called a formation, from what Jing gathered. A formation is made up of talismans, which was the pieces of paper she saw, and could hold certain techniques or qi inside them to do many different things. One of the things she heard they could do was form a qi barrier and block off attacks, form a formation that could make anything step inside it be poisoned by an invisible gas, or even kill you by gathering lightning qi from the sky and shooting it towards anyone who stepped inside the formation. Jing didn't know what lightning qi was or that there was something besides just qi itself. She chose to file that information for later when she joins the sect and ask more questions there. But for now, she'll just stay in line and wait until it was her turn to go through that purple gas. Tang Wuiying. I swear to the heavens as Sun Liuxian that I will destroy everything you ever loved and owned. But first, I have to get stronger. And the Golden Serpent sect is my first step to gaining the power needed to kill you and your entire ancestry, a demoniacal handsome youth vowed as he glared in the direction of the red-headed striking youth surrounded by those who nearly ended his life. It was taking his all to not lunge at him and eviscerate them all into pieces. With dark purple streaks in his hair and a lean body with densely packed muscles hidden underneath, this boy has completely transformed himself from what he looked like 2 to 3 days ago. Every breath he took seemed to radiate an ancient power and force that didn't match his age in the slightest. His entire body was slowly bathing in that force every so slightly, every time he breathed, becoming infinitesimally stronger by the second. Tang Wuiying wasn't aware that someone was currently glaring holes into his back and was instead focused on something else entirely. The beautiful fair-skinned icy beauty in front of him. She was Xiaohong. A prodigy on the same level as himself and has even unlocked a part of her ancient bloodline. The ice giant bloodline was a feared bloodline amongst cultivators due to their bloody and terrible history. Most cultivators that managed to live long enough with that bloodline would be capable of toppling kingdoms and eradicating sects with just a wave of their palm. Historic accounts of those cultivators always say that they leave a frozen wasteland behind them wherever they go. And a gorgeous beauty such as her that had an astonishing potential like that, was made for someone like him. A rich, attractive, and talented young man with the bloodline of the Titanic tortoise. Sure, he hasn't unlocked even the tiniest portion of his bloodline, but that doesn't mean he won't in the future. His Titanic tortoise bloodline is a powerful and ancient one that has had numerous historical accounts across the world. Those with his bloodline have undying bodies that can't be harmed through any means once one reaches a certain cultivation. Even if their bodies were reduced to a pile of blood, they would come back even tougher. Even if their hearts were crushed into dust and skulls flattened into the dirt, they would come back with even stronger hearts and skulls. Now what a perfect couple made by the heavens would they be once they got together. And Tang plans on courting her with all his heart and soul. For she is the only woman that is good enough for him. Are you sure you're alright, brother Fang? Li, from the Huan clan, asked worriedly. Yes, sister Li. I'm perfectly fine. You've asked this 5 times now. I feel even better than before if I'm to be honest. Fang answered, looking completely different compared to how he looked yesterday. He seemed to have grown quite a bit last night after passing out on the street. He now reached a little bit taller than Song in height and also a few other additions. His body seemingly grew muscles overnight, but not to the point where his clan's robes were stretched to contain them. His face was sharper and more lean and handsome compared to yesterday. And a strange black ring could be seen resting quite snugly on his right index finger. Song couldn't hide his shock and envy after Fang's miraculous transformation and knew that he must have encountered some treasure or item that changed a person so much. The trash even dared to look down on him. He just had to find out what it was and steal it from Fang's body, Dead or alive? CaptainBoyHole. Ho ho, it seems some of you were extra smart and managed to guess that yes, Jing is capable of upgrading herself through SCP-914. Now you'll just have to wait and see exactly what other kind of changes have she made that she didn't reveal already. A bit more world building was introduced here along with some old characters and some new ones. Golden Serpent's Test. The day has finally come for Yellow Jade City. The Golden Serpent sex recruitment test only happens once every 5 years, and every year mortals and cultivators alike get just as excited for this event. It would be nearly impossible to find anyone not in high spirits for this. Business was booming from the event and the revenue gained for the city was higher than it has ever been before. This is one of the reasons why mortals are so ecstatic when the Golden Serpent sect comes to the city. People were lined up on the streets just to watch people go up to take the test. Some of them were families who were encouraging their children that were in line and were wishing for them to pass and bring good fortune, riches, and protection to their families. This was the first time Jing saw this side of Yellow Jade City and was properly shocked. Even though it has only been about 2 or 3 days since she's been here, she has never seen the city so lively, festive, and joyous. It was a completely different atmosphere from how it is usually. And if she were to be honest, deep down she felt like this situation would be so much more entertaining if this festival was somehow ruined and turned into complete chaos. Why did she feel that sort of way? She didn't know but felt like there was more to her than she even knew herself. Just what kind of person was she? Jing was finally about to enter inside the purple smoke with Li Li and meet face to face with the 3 examiners from the sect. Jing hoped that she would feel something once she met them up close, but they didn't give off any special feeling. They just seemed like really conceited adults. No special feeling in the air around them that made you think twice about trying something or wow. So amazing. She was slightly disappointed but didn't let it show on her face. She figured that it was probably because they weren't trying to be intimidating or awe-inspiring at the moment. Jing entered through the formation made by the 4 talismans and entered inside a completely different realm. Inside the formation was a giant white space filled to the brim with cultivators and mortals alike. Thousands of eyes laid on her before quickly looking away in disinterest or switching to look at Li Li. A mortal beast master? Interesting. She probably found it in the forest and raised it since young. But it's in the first realm. It has to have killed a spirit beast to do that. Yeah, and she doesn't look wealthy or beautiful enough to have food for spirit beasts to eat on the regular. Jing calmly walked to the side and out of view from the majority of people as she waited in the sea of people as well. To pass the time, she stood around others and listened to everyone. Did you know that Gong Jun is here as well? The Jun clan's prodigy? The one that's been said to have reached the 7th stage and can already use qi through his blade. The Jun clan that is said to have connections to the royal family. I also heard that he's engaged to Lu Lan, the super beautiful princess of the Jianhong kingdom. She's reached the 6th stage and already has unlocked a part of her royal bloodline. What? The famous bloodline of the blazing tyrant? The man that has been said to have turned entire countries into ash? Well, no. The bloodline is actually from the race of ancient people called the Firebringers. It's said that the royal family made that rumor of the blazing tyrant being the source of their bloodline because it sounded better. That's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, but don't let any members of the royal family hear you say that to their faces or you can kiss your entire family lineage goodbye. Oh, okay. But seriously, Gong Jun and Lu Lan Hui. The gifted are truly blessed. It's a match made in heaven. I guess they do deserve each other after all with their backgrounds and appearances. Did you guys also hear that the city lord's son is also here? Yeah. He's a 5th stage chi gatherer at the age of 14. Isn't he even more talented than Gong Jun then? Gong Jun is 17 years old and at the 7th stage. I don't know. But don't let either of them hear you comparing them or you can consider your life forfeit. Isn't that Tang Wuying walking up to Gong Jun now? What? No way. Let me see. A large majority of the crowd circled around the 2 devilishly handsome youths. One with wild fiery red hair and the other with calm serene blue flowing hair. Gong Jun stood a whole head above Tang Wuying due to his age, but Wuying's confidence didn't make it seem as if he was being looked down on at all. It was as if these 2 were equals. In Tang Wuying's eyes, of course. Gong Jun had an amused sneer on his face as he looked down on the boy. Tang Wuying didn't like that in the slightest. He was brought up being told he was the best and was treated just as such. When he heard that someone could possibly be better than him, the treasured son of the heavens, he couldn't believe it. So, he went over to see for himself just how much he matched up to Gong Jun. Tang Wuying already knew of the rumors of the Jun's family genius, but rumors were simply rumors, weren't they? Sweat visibly ran down the face of Tang Wuying once he felt the dense and powerful qi emanating from Gong Jun's body. A certain number of cultivators and mortals merely fainted from coming in contact with that thick qi, and Wuying was having trouble keeping himself together. Even Jing herself felt her knees go wobbly after wanting to feel this aura for herself. Excitement filled Jing's body as she thought about conquering and bringing this strong prodigy to his knees and enslaving him for herself. Even after her own refinement, she didn't think it would be so easy to defeat Gong Jun. His chi was so overwhelming, Jing was forced to step away or she'd ruin her outfit. He's merely 2 stages higher than me. There can't be such a gulf between us. It's impossible. Is his cultivation method truly that superior? It has to be higher than the stellar-ranked cultivation technique I've been using. Wu Ying cursed deep in his heart with envy. The sneer on Gong Jun's face seemed to be increasing as he saw Wu Ying getting weaker and weaker from his aura. Wu Ying's body was shaking in both rage and fear, making him even more outraged. With so many people watching him, there's no way he can back down now. Especially with his future wife, Xiao Hong, staring as well. Wu Ying glared into Jun's amused eyes and gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. This isn't over, Gong Jun. You may have had more resources in a higher age than me. But it won't be like this forever. Once I prove my talent to the Golden Serpent sect, they'll reward me with resources great enough to match against your clans. I'll challenge you to a proper duel in 3 months' time. Wu Ying swore before storming off. Ding. Mission available for host. Help the arrogant young master regain some face. Train Tang Wu Ying till he's capable of fighting evenly with Gong Jun or surpassing him in strength. Or weaken Tang Wu Ying by the time of the duel that he loses all popularity and credibility. Rewards, Group tab is unlocked, Martial Technique, Snake Fist, 3 rare tickets. Jing was slightly confused about this sudden mission. Not too long ago the system wanted her to teach Wu Ying a lesson, but now it wants her to aid him? Jing didn't understand what angle the system was playing it by trying to manipulate her with these mission quests, but it was doing a fairly good job at targeting her greed for power. She'll have to do some planning and a lot of thinking, but for now she plans on somehow passing this mission. A wicked and purple-haired youth could be seen delighted after seeing the embarrassment of Tang Wu Ying. I'll be waiting. Jun said with an entertained look on his face before turning around and looking towards the entrance of the White Room. One of the elders from outside walked inside. No one but a few cultivators managed to notice him entering. He realized that not many noticed him walk inside and he coughed into his hand. That cough seemed to have echoed throughout the entire room and into the bodies of everyone. Jing felt a chill enter her heart. That chill told her to turn around immediately or get away as fast as she could. She chose the former and saw the old man examiner from the sect. That feeling he sent through her completely betrayed his innocent wise old man look. Jing felt like this old man could erase her without even looking in her direction. Jing's breathing began to get slightly heavy. So these are cultivators. I have much to look forward to in the future, she said with a devilish smile hidden on her face. I'd like to explain the first portion of the test. Please listen up. The old man announced. You all will soon enter inside a dangerous realm. Your only goal will be to survive. Farewell. He said as he pulled out a talisman from his robe and had it ignite in between his fingers. What do you? All the candidates vanished from the room and the only one remaining was the elder. 2 more figures entered inside the white plane and stood next to the first elder. Did you notice any good ones, Elder Chong? Perhaps, he responds mysteriously. None for me so far. Maybe I'll find someone interesting during the test. The muscular elder says. I see. Well, let's see how they do. The female elder said as she threw a talisman on the floor. The talisman ignited and the floor shifted into a bird's eye view of the testing area. Jing suddenly found herself surrounded by thick trees, colorful vegetation, and buzzing insects all around. She felt the hot and humid air clinging to her skin. A displeased expression appeared on her face as she looked up into the sky and didn't notice anything unusual from the place she was transported to. Smack! Except the large number of bugs trying to blemish and eat away at her skin. Jing was about to start exploring before suddenly being mentally assaulted. Ding 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 ding. Mission available for host. Survive. Don't get killed during the test. Rewards, 3 rare tickets, 100,000 yuan, 5 spirit stones. Mission available for host. Gain 1 or more allies during the test. Rewards, Allies tab will be unlocked in Systems menu. Mission available for host. Steal 20 items from other competitors. Additional rewards will be given every 10 plus more items stolen after mission goal has been reached. Rewards, Storage Ring. Mission available for host. Kill over 500 competitors during the test. Rewards, Title, Rising Prodigy of Death, Legendary Ticket, 1 High-Tiered Spirit Stone, Utility Martial Technique, 9 Revolving Suns. Mission available for host. Pass the Golden Serpent Sex test and become an official disciple. Additional rewards may be given depending on how well you stood out amongst the competition. Rewards, Basic Cultivation Book. This test is a lot more important than I figured if the system is willing to give me this many missions right at the start. Something big has to be happening for the system to want me to be accepted in this sect this badly. Jing thought as she looked over the missions once more. I guess I'll aim for the easiest one first. Li. We're going to get our first ally, she smiled before suddenly hearing a scream a few distances away from her. There he is. Our first ally is a fatty. After hearing the high-pitched feminine scream, Jing started moving towards her first ally. Jing got on top of the trees and started jumping from tree branch to tree branch. With her newly refined body, she could easily focus into where the sound is coming from. So, reaching the source of the screaming didn't take long. Jing looked down and saw a large boy running for his life from a dangerous-looking boar. The chubby boy was breathing roughly as he ran with all his might. The sweat coming off from every part of his body and the tears running down his face proved that he wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. Please. Anyone. Help me. The boy yelled before tripping over a tree root and rolling on the ground. The boy realized that he was going to be gored by this pig and his pathetic little life would end so tragically so. He succumbed to fate. His muscles were pushed farther than he's ever pushed them before and he could not move a single inch. Even getting air into his lungs was painful right now. The boy closed his eyes as the bloodthirsty boar was about to gore him. His only regret was not being able to find a gentle cute girlfriend before he died. Squeal! A high-pitched cry erupted from the pig. Just before the cow-sized boar could spear the fatty, Jing cracked her whip towards its robust leg and made it trip. It violently crashed on the ground, squealing in pain as she sliced a chunk of its fat off next. She soon decapitated it with her whip and stood in front of the fat boy currently peeking through his fingers at his savior. My savior. I give you all my thanks. Guk. A whip wrapped around his thick throat as Jing stared into his eyes. The boy felt as if he's just been captured by a demonic empress. The look in her eyes that made him feel as if she was looking at mere trash. Why him? All he wanted was to become a famous cultivator and live a lavish free life. He could only curse his luck. Out of the fryer and into the frying pan. Tears of misfortune ran down his chubby cheeks as he gave up all hope of ever fulfilling his dreams. Pig. Become my slave or die. Jing commanded with a fierce tone, betraying her completely plain and weak appearance. The whip was getting tighter and tighter around his throat. This demoness really wasn't kidding around. He will really die if he doesn't become her slave. He couldn't even cause the whip to budge as he tried to pry it from his throat. I submit. I will follow you to the grave empress. Please. The whip tightened itself to the point where he couldn't speak any further before suddenly feeling the whip release itself from his neck. He started coughing a few times once he was released. Then he began to greedily suck up the air while rubbing his sore throat. The whip left a defined red mark around his neck and he could feel it with his chunky fingers. The boy began to think whether living as the slave of a demon is better than dying as a just innocent youth. The world of cultivation is truly cruel and unjust. His first experience out into the real world and he's already enslaved. Just what will he tell his parents when he sees them? Will he ever get to see his parents again? I hope my little sister will marry a good man. All the bad luck I have in my life I wish for my family to have only good luck. The boy looked at Jing to fully take in her appearance. At first glance she looked like an unimpressive girl, even a bit ugly if he would say so himself. If her skin was lighter, she would look a bit better, but after experiencing what she just put him through, he couldn't look at her any other way besides an actual demon. Jing looked at him with a sinister smile before kicking him across the face and launching him away. Jing grabbed a piece of bark and placed her palm on the corpse of the boar before sucking the two into herself and refining them. She merged the boar corpse and the circular piece of bark together into forming a small shield. The shield exited from her chest after being refined on fine and Jing took in its appearance. The shield had two small tusks on the front that resembled small spikes. It looked as if it was a shield made of bones rather than an actual shield, and had a small circular indent around the shield face. Jing threw the shield over to the fatty along with 2 recovery pills. He wouldn't be any use to her the way he is now. With that shield, he should be able to live a bit longer to prove his worth. Why just a shield and not a sword or spear? Because Jing felt like it would be crueler to just give him a shield by itself. She also isn't a fan of the swords she's seen here so far. If she was to ever make a sword, she would make it interesting. Slave. Heal yourself up and use that shield or die. She told him. He didn't question why she kicked him across face. How could he expect any common sense from a demoness? Who knows what type of teachings they have in the demon realm? He must have done something wrong to anger her without knowing. He looked up to the heavens to bless him on his journey with this demoness. He doesn't believe his body will be able to last long on this path. He swallowed the 2 recovery pills. The pills tastelessly dissolved as soon as they touched his tongue and began healing his body at an accelerated rate. He slipped his hand through the strap and held it up to get a feel for it. Thank you, Empress, for your kindness. This one known as AI Bing will always remember your grace. He quickly spat out, lest he look ungrateful and gets physically abused once more. A small smile appeared on Jing's face before she turned around and started walking. He's learning. Mission completed. Gained access to the Ally tab. Jing pulled up the systems menu and went into the Ally tab. The only one present was her new slave. She guessed that Li didn't count as an ally for some reason. Maybe it was because he was an animal. Jing couldn't know for sure. So, she mentally chose her slave's name and it pulled up a screen. Name, AI Bing. Rank, Chi Gathering 2. Occupation, none. Techniques, flattening gorilla palm. Cultivation method, Book of Chi. Loyalty, 30%, scared to death of you but is also curious about your origins. Almost completely worthless. I'm curious about that technique though. Jing thought to herself. Jing figured that the technique Bing had was a martial technique. These are things only useful to cultivators and can only be acquired by cultivators. Jing saw a few martial books with the vendors but with her measly 1 spirit stone she couldn't even think about purchasing it. So, she gave up on it and decided to wait until she got accepted into the sect before starting on her path to cultivation. It isn't like becoming a cultivator now is any different from becoming one later. Haste becomes waste and Jing has no reason to hurry herself. She's not in any danger nor does she have any enemies. So, for now she plans to complete a few of the missions the system set for her, get some use out of this slave, and gain information. And luckily, she can solve all 3 without bringing much attention to herself. Jing, AI Bing, and Li Li traveled through the thick jungle together. Bing taking the lead with his shield and Jing and Li Li calmly walking behind him. Bing's senses were being stretched taut as he was forced to be on the lookout for any beasts or cultivators wanting to ambush them. The round boy was constantly looking around with sweat dripping down his forehead. Every single noise was a possible attack for Bing. His shield was moving in all directions as he continued to freak out at every single thing inside the jungle despite them not encountering anything besides some bugs and the pig from earlier. Jing heard Li Li Hu into her ear, signaling her to look in a certain direction with his talon. Jing focused her senses and realized what Li Li was pointing out. Head east. Jing commanded. Bing jumped at the sound of her voice but didn't question her. He simply did as he was told and continued to lead the way forward. As they kept going, Bing eventually heard some shouting. He looked back to see what Jing wanted him to do. Make sure to steal everything they have. I'll be watching. Jing told him before kicking him in the chest towards the group and hiding atop a tree to watch the situation. Who the hell is this? A sneak attack? No. Look, he was attacked by something. Yeah, right. You tried to mount a sneak attack on us to get rid of the competition. Kill them. You want to kill us? We'll kill you first. AI Bing slid across the jungle floor till he found himself in the middle of both groups. He was dazed from his Empress's kick and had trouble catching his breath. He didn't think that with such a frail and meek physique she was able to make him fly so far. He's not light in any sense of the word. She's definitely has to be from a famous clan. There's no way someone so tyrannical and powerful could ever stay low-key. Bing thought before seeing a dangerous shine above his eyes. A sword. Someone's trying to kill me? I can't die without having a single wife. He screamed inwardly. AI Bing panicked and quickly brought up his shield to protect him from the blade. He heard a sharp scraping sound, as the blade slashed off and couldn't penetrate his shield. A relieved grin accidentally found itself on his face after he realized he wasn't dead. You're mocking me, you fatty? I was originally going to give you a painless death, but now you don't deserve anything of the sort. Curse your own fate for being so arrogant. The swordsman cultivator began hacking at AI Bing. AI Bing quickly rolled to the side to dodge the crazed cultivator, inadvertently knocking over 2 more swordsmen who were fighting by rolling into their legs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. His apology was cut short as the 2 men swore to flay his flesh with their swords and feed it to dogs. Not too soon after, the 3 men began chopping and slashing towards AI Bing. In his fright, he pulled up his shield and blocked each slash from all the men in front of him. He couldn't afford to close his eyes in fear. He couldn't afford to block out the insults, threats, and sounds of combat around him. If he doesn't give his everything, his poor little life will come to an end right here. His eyes watched exactly where each of the swords were headed. It was as if the world was slowed down for Bing. He could feel his chi circulating throughout his body, improving his strength and senses as the fight goes on. Is he going to have a breakthrough in the middle of a fight? Is he secretly a genius? I got you now, fatty. Taste my crushing wind slash. One of the cultivators managed to charge enough chi in his body to temporarily infuse it into his blade while Bing was distracted. He slashed down from above with his blade and Bing could barely react in time. He was forced to defend directly above or risk getting sliced in half. He blocked the technique with his shield and was now contesting in strength with the swordsman. What kind of shield is that? It doesn't even split from my sword martial arts. His attacker asked in disbelief. Haha, thanks for the distraction. Actually, we have him now. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on a single chi gatherer on the second stage? I never did anything to offend you this badly. Bing reasoned. This is how the world works, fatty. Next time hope to reincarnate into a more fortunate life. Now die. The other 2 cultivators used this chance to plunge their swords right into Bing's big stomach. Bing's eyes widened once he realized the situation he was in. He consciously surged his chi to flow through his body even faster, making him slightly stronger than before. Normally he wouldn't do something as dangerous as this. No cultivator would do such a thing unless they were in dire straits. Increasing the speed of the chi flowing throughout his body is normally only used when a cultivator is breaking to the next realm. The increased speed will help ram against the barrier to the next level of cultivation and eventually break through it. But Bing is using his chi to make his body stronger instead, wasting the chi he's built up so far and will soon be left without any chi in reserves to continue fighting. AI Bing used his increase in strength to shove the first swordsman's sword to the side before quickly bringing his shield to defend his stomach. The other two cultivators' blades couldn't pierce through his shield and he knocked those two swords down into the dirt. The two swordsmen's blades were stuck in the ground as Bing ran straight towards them with his shield. If he didn't look so messy and pathetic, one could say he even looked like a majestic charging rhino. The two swordsmen refused to let go of their weapons and suffered the price for looking down on a fellow cultivator. Bing might not look like your typical cultivator, but his strength was no lesser than any other chi gatherer of the second stage. He had enough strength to contest with a snow bear. AI Bing used his shield and bashed the first guy in the face, breaking his nose and instantly knocking him out. The second swordsman just smirked at how weak the other guy was and calmly tried to dodge Bing's attack for him. Unfortunately, this Bing wasn't the same Bing from earlier. This Bing was using all the chi he had to strengthen himself, increasing his power, speed, and toughness. AI Bing slugged his shield into the second swordsman's jaw, completely shattering it and knocking the cultivator unconscious. AI Bing's breathing was haggard, sweat covered his entire body, his eyes seemed to phase in and out. He looked as if he was an ancient bull preparing to trample and spear everyone that entered his sights. Which so happened to be the third swordsman who attempted to kill him with his martial technique. The third swordsman saw what happened to the other two and quickly dropped his sword and put his hands up. I surrender. AI Bing stared at him with eyes that made the cultivator think he was being looked at as nothing but prey. His body began to shake in fear of the death coming for him. I'll give you all I have. Please don't kill me. He pleaded as he pulled out multiple pills, a mortal rank sword martial art, and his own sword that he tried to kill Bing with earlier. Bing slowly walked over to the surrendering cultivator and swiped all his offerings and ate a few of the recovery pills and chi pills, bringing him back to mostly perfect health. The swordsman ran away after he took his items and AI Bing let out a breath of relief. Taking from others made him feel powerful. He's never been the one in the position of power before and it was such a new experience. An experience he wouldn't mind getting used to. AI Bing looked over at the remaining fighters with a more confident and cockier look in his eyes. This shield was a lot tougher than he thought. Maybe it is the time for the rise of the hidden genius AI Bing. He was started to charge into the group of fighting cultivators like a piggy rushing to a feast. CaptainBoyHole. Yab. We got the cliché fatty friend in this bitch. But this fatty will be a bit different from the rest. He won't be discarded once the MC gets stronger and he will actually have a purpose besides being trouble to the MC or being a source of information. The tragic end of the Huan prodigies. Jing was looking over her new slave with a faint surprised look in her eyes. She didn't expect him to be such a menace. After narrowly surviving the three cultivators, something inside him changed it seems. Or maybe he was just too weak to really show his strength before. But with the shield she made, his confidence rose to levels she was sure he didn't even know were possible. She originally thought she would have to step in and save him before he died with her shield, but here he was taking on a group of cultivators with just a shield. At first it was basically a group fight between two groups, but after seeing him knock out and severely injure more and more cultivators, everyone decided to team up and eliminate him. If he wasn't careful, Jing might have to step in and save him. He is proving to be useful so far, so she doesn't mind saving him this once if the situation calls for it. She looked on as he was surrounded on all sides by the cultivators. Don't you bastards have any honor? Ganging up on a second-level chi gatherer. How shameless can you get? Bing shouted indignantly. They actually couldn't reply after taking a look at themselves surrounding this one boy at the second level. But they knew it was too dangerous to leave competition as monstrous as this fatty alive after what they've done to him. There is no going back now. Either they kill him or get taken out by him. There are no other options. Fine then, you cowards. If I'm going down, I'm taking you bastards with me. He charged like a bull towards the person closest to him. The cultivator saw what happened to those that fell victim to this fatty's charge beforehand. They were either overpowered and trampled under his feet or bashed to death with his shield. He wasn't going to turn out like them, so he ran. He ran away faster than Bing could run and left everyone behind as he secured his life. This caused the other cultivators who were scared to fight against AI Bing to see a way out. A few others started to run away as well, leaving AI Bing alone with 4 cultivators who were just as confused as him before quickly hightailing it out of there as well. I will remember the faces of everyone who attacked me. I will see you again at the sect and deal with you there. AI Bing roared before all his exhaustion hit him at once. He promptly fell over and fainted. No matter how many recovery pills and chi pills he used to heal himself and refuel his chi. No person can go on with just adrenaline and chi alone. They are still human after all. Jing finally exited her watching place and began taking the items of those that were defeated by AI Bing. Li Li flew on top of Bing's body and started taking out the items he pocketed. This mission wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. But maybe I got lucky that none of them were above the 4th level. Who knows if anyone else decided to team up with others. I only did it because of the mission. Jing shrugged her shoulders before hearing a familiar ding. Mission completed. Gain storage ring. Jing pulled out the storage ring from her inventory and briefly thought about selling it to the system. She would be able to buy multiple storage rings in the future if she did so, but she was sure there was much to gain right now that she wouldn't be able to carry. She also didn't know what type of absurd pricing the system might set to it either. She dismissed the thought of selling it as she tied her hair in a ponytail with the ring, making it hard to take notice of. She could always sell it later. She didn't need to do it now. She then put all the items of the fallen cultivators inside it, gaining some mediocre but bountiful loot. Jing walked over to the peacefully sleeping AI Bing. Slob was slowly falling from the side his mouth and he had a stupid smile on his face. His creamy white skin and short figure made him look like a dumpling. His light blue hair was strange though. But then again, this wasn't the first time she's seen someone with colored hair. So, she didn't think much of it as she wrapped her whip around Bing's leg and started dragging him along the jungle's floor without any issue. With her refined body, his weight wasn't anything to her. As they journeyed through the jungle, Jing saw many different types of plants and herbs. She didn't have the slightest clue on what type of ingredients they were, but since she saw beasts and spirit beasts either fighting over it or defending it, she decided to take as much as she could. Li Li also had a greedy look in his eyes whenever he spotted the herbs. She didn't think the little gourmet was interested in anything but meat. Jing felt that if these herbs were valuable, then Li Li could be her little treasure detector. Jing killed any beasts that dared attack her as she was pilfering the plants. Bing was still sleeping peacefully even though he had numerous bugs, mud, and dirt all over him. She guessed he really did give everything he had to survive back there. If he managed to not let any of them get away, Jing was even thinking of rewarding him. She did feel that he did well enough though. While she was thinking this, Li Li pointed towards another direction with his talon. Jing went that way and soon after discovered a dark hole in the ground. There were human footsteps outside the hole, so she imagined a few cultivators already went inside to investigate as well. She had no reason to not go in herself and was about to head straight down into the mysterious tunnel, but she felt Li Li shaking on her shoulder. Are you scared, Li Li? Jing asked a little bit surprised. Li Li nodded and Jing took him off her shoulder and hugged him. Don't worry. The dark isn't as scary as it seems. There's nothing in the dark that can hurt you with me here anyway. I'll protect you. Jing whispered into his ear while holding him across her chest. Li Li's body stopped shaking as he gave in to his mother's warm embrace and the trio headed down inside the dark tunnel. Jing's hair suddenly started to lengthen and wrap around the whip's handle. Her hair dragged along Bing as she held Li Li in her hands. Thanks to her refinement, Jing was capable of doing something like growing hair at will. There were more changes she made, but she wouldn't ever share them with anyone. Jing and Li Li could see perfectly fine in the darkness thanks to their refinement and had no issue finding their way around. If it were anyone else, they would need a torch to light their way because it was pitch black once they made it far enough from the entrance. Inside the tunnel, it seemed like a straight path with nothing but stone walls around them. As they continued their way inside, soon they began to see something different. A dead body was slumped against the wall. He had a sword sticking out of his chest and seemed to have died not too long ago. The blood was still fresh. Jing wondered if the murderer was in a hurry because the corpse still had his belongings on him. She placed his stuff in her storage ring and Li Li decided to have a quick snack as he opened the chest of the cadaver and swallowed his heart whole. You were scared like a little kitten earlier but not scared enough to have a quick bite. Jing teased. Who? Li Li responded. Okay mister. Whatever you say. Jing held him like she did before and continued down the path as if she was on a morning stroll. The trio eventually reached some stairs that descended further underground. Jing really hoped this treasure down here was worth it because this is a lot of walking she'd rather not do a second time. Ooh. She could have her slave carry her back. That'll solve her problems. Jing sadly couldn't drag Bing's body down the stairs or he'd fall all the way down and die. It would also be troublesome to try and carefully drag his body down the stairs. So, she released his leg from her whip and stood over him before kicking him in the side of the face. He quickly rolled over and bowed towards Jing. A nice recovery. Quick and not too exaggerated. Good. She thought. You need of me, my empress? He asked politely as if he wasn't just sleeping like the dead for hours. If Jing wasn't so sure he was really sleeping from exhaustion, she would have thought of him as faking earlier. But he learned his place quite quickly. This gave Jing a satisfied look on her face. Do you want me to kick you down the stairs or walk down them? She asked. Stairs? Why can't I see anything? Empress, have you blinded me? Everything is dark. Bing started weeping. Empress, how could you blind me in my sleep? You already taken my freedom. Were my actions from before not enough to please you? Jing kicked Bing in his chin, knocking him onto his back and stunning him momentarily. Jing took out an iron sword from her storage ring and inserted it into herself. She refined it on fine and soon the sword phased through her stomach and into her hand. The sword now glowed with a white aura around it, lighting their nearby surroundings easily. I can see. Empress, you didn't blind me. I always knew you were so merciful and forgiving. Bing sucked up as he exaggeratedly bowed up and down towards it. Jing. Use the light and follow me already before I truly knock you down the stairs. She ordered. The trio descended down the stairs at a leisure pace. Why are we in this dark scary place, Empress? Bing asked. She turned around and looked at him with a stare that said, did you really just ask me such a stupid question? Bing understood that this question was beneath his demonic empress and he should shut his mouth and just wait. No need to give her an excuse to beat him even further. The glowing sword was strange though. He wondered where she got it from. He didn't believe that his empress had somehow acquired a spirit weapon. You have to know that only cultivators who reached the 7th level in the chi gathering stage can barely bring out the potential of a spirit weapon. Bing couldn't even feel the smallest of chi from his empress, so it had to be impossible for her to own a spirit weapon. Even the scary little owl has chi emanating from it. Spirit weapons are weapons made out of spirit metals. Metals that has been bathed in chi or a certain type of chi for a number of years. Usually it takes hundreds of years before an ore can change into a spirit ore, which makes them very valuable and rare. Sex will go to nearly any length to find an ore mine to turn it into a spirit mine. Even if it isn't guaranteed that they will still thrive within 100 years, it's still an asset that can be used only for one's benefit. A spirit weapon in the hands of a skilled cultivator can cause him to face those above his own realm if they didn't have a spirit weapon of their own. But now that he thought about it, why couldn't he feel any chi from the demoness? It was almost as if she wasn't a cultivator at all and was still immortal through and through. But that was impossible. She's too strong to be immortal. Unless she unlocked a bloodline that makes her stronger than others. That has to be it. There was no other explanation he could find that would explain her mysterious strength and lack of chi. To think he would find himself underneath someone who holds a special bloodline lineage. If her temperament was better and her skin was lighter, he would be blessed to be underneath such a cultivator. By the time Bing was done with his silly thoughts, the trio reached the bottom of the stairs and entered a place that could only be described as a ruin. The ruins were well lit and torches were hanging on the walls. With all the light in this place, Li Li felt comfortable enough to go back onto Jing's shoulder. Jing and Li Li heard fighting up ahead and went to investigate. Bing followed behind the two with his shield at the ready. This place gave him the creeps. As the three of them went forward, they saw more and more corpses lying around. It seems they all died from infighting or some sort of group battle. Jing ordered Bing to take all their stuff so she could put it inside her ring before moving on towards an open doorway. Inside, were other cultivators fighting. They stood outside the door and looked in on the situation. Fang. Your life will come to an end here. Give up the treasure you found and I will make your death painless. Song Huan promised. He was a chi gatherer of the 4th stage. It doesn't have to be this way, cousin. I know you are in love with Sister Li. I will not impede you in any way. We can both help raise the clan into a better one. Fang Huan said desperately. He was a peak 3rd stage chi gatherer. Shut up, trash. My life won't be as great with you trying to take away the spotlight from me. I'm the genius of Huan clan. I'm the future patriarch of the clan. You can only blame yourself for not resigning to your fate as trash and lusting after a swan as a mere toad. Song used his chi to strengthen his upper body as he and his minions attacked Fang at the same time. Fang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. His cousin he grew up with wanted to kill him out of jealousy and fear. When all he wanted was for their clan to prosper. Is there a need for this betrayal and bloodlust between family members? Even if they aren't blood-related, their hearts are both set on making the Huan clan more prosperous. There has to be a way to end this without killing him. Fang took on a strange martial stance and closed his eyes. One that made him look like he became one with his surroundings. As if a simple breeze could knock him over but a large wave could never move him. As his attackers closed in, he took a deep breath and once they got close enough, his eyes shot open. He had a sharp focused look in his eyes as he calmly dodged the strike meant to behead him and palmed the branch member in the stomach. The branch member was sent flying like a kite without strings, but Fang wasn't done just yet. After countering the first attack, the second branch member sent numerous hasty slashes towards his upper body. Fang's torso was like a leaf blowing in the wind as he slipped through the slashes and struck the second branch member's chest, knocking him into the air and flat on his face. The only one left was his cousin, whose eyes were set on stabbing him straight through his heart. A sad smile appeared on his face as he charged forward and slipped past his cousin's stab. Song was shocked and couldn't believe this trash could improve this much. When they were younger, they were equals in talent with Fang a little bit higher than his. But a few years ago, all of a sudden Fang's cultivation stagnated and actually regressed. They hired many physicians and doctors to inspect Fang's body, but they couldn't find out what happened. Rumors started to go around about Fang being a waste and trash, and soon that was his identity inside the clan. Everyone started to forget that he used to tote it as a genius and had talent similar to Song himself. But now that his body somehow was cured, he's showing strength that is even better than his. Even if Song cannot obtain whatever heavenly defying treasure Fang found, he has to kill him or he'll never find peace within himself. But it seems this is the end for him. Song watches as his cousin's palm heads straight for his heart. Ripping black palm. Fang shouted as he struck towards Song's chest. Maybe he could have reined his ambition and greed for power and his life wouldn't have come to end. Perhaps he could have been believed Fang when he said he had no romantic feelings towards Sister Li. If they were closer, maybe, Fang could have even tried to support him in his conquest for Sister Li. A hollow laugh escaped from him. He never had a chance with Sister Li. He saw how her eyes turned into hearts whenever she looked at Fang. Besides cultivation and the clan, the only other interests she had was in Fang. He should have gave up from the start and got rid of this foolish love that's lasted since childhood. He should have been happy for Fang when he found a way to fix his body and cultivate again. He should have done a lot of things different now that he's about to die. But there is no pill for regret nor is there one for bringing the dead back to life. He closed his eyes in anticipation of death. But death would not take him yet. Fang redirected his palm and merely struck his stomach, launching him into the roof of the ruins and falling harshly to the ground. I cannot kill you, cousin. Even if you hate me so much you want me dead. I don't hate you. And I can't kill my own family. Fang said as turned away from Song. Why? Song moaned. Don't misunderstand me, cousin. I am not afraid to kill. But I understand why you tried to do this. You simply wanted the best for yourself and the Huan clan. I want the best for the Huan clan as well. But your greed is simply too much. You can try another attempt on my life but I won't kill you, cousin. You're like a brother to me. Fang shared with a tear falling from his eye before walking towards the exit with a second new ring on his finger. Sorry about this but orders are orders. Ai Bing said as he bashed his shield over the head of Fang, knocking him unconscious. Ai Bing began stripping the boy of all his belongings including the rings on his fingers and then gently grabbed his neck with his thick fingers and snap. Hey. What? What did you just do? Bing heard a voice say to him from inside the room. You just killed the patriarch's son. The son of the Huan clan. The Huan clan definitely won't let you off. He's a cultivator at the core preparation stage. Song yelled in complete fear and deliriousness. He can't believe that his cousin of 15 years just died right in front of him. I guess I better make sure they don't know it was me who killed him. Ai Bing responded in a meek voice and a small laugh. He ignored the voice as he committed the thievery under the eyes of the Huan clan and ended the lives of everyone still alive. The demoness told him to take everything inside this room for her and to get rid of the witnesses. He was just happy she didn't order him to do it when they were still fighting. Even with the shield she gave him, he doubted he could take on a chi gatherer of the 4th stage and a 3rd stage that could compete with a 4th stage chi gatherer. So, the least he could do was rob these guys while they were weak as thanks for not sending him into that dangerous battle they were watching. He didn't mind killing them either. A cultivator has to kill if they wish to advance in this world. Even a weak person like him knows it's a kill or be killed world. CaptainBoyHole. 1 MC down. Haha. Taken out before he could grow into someone truly strong. Don't worry though, he won't be the only MC taken down before his prime. If you're wondering what his cheat or cliché item was, it was a grandpa ring that would have taught him heaven-ranked martial arts along with a black stone that reconstructed his body into the perfect body for practicing martial arts. I plan to flesh out Bing's personality a bit more once he separates from Jing. It will be either inside the sect or during this portion of the test. I haven't decided yet. I might even do both. The spoils for the victors. Bing walked inside the large room with a giant statue of a humanoid figure with 4 arms. The figure had small horns on top of its head and a long pointy tail. In each of its hands laid a different weapon made out of stone. 1 trident, 1 sword, 1 axe, and a bow. The statue seemed to ripple with strength and power but Bing was sure that was just his imagination. The figure did look imposing and powerful but he had a strange feeling in the back of his head that maybe this statue wasn't so simple. That weird feeling wasn't just coming from the statue either. One of the rings he took from Fang gave him a similar feeling to the statue. Bing felt as if the ring wanted to get his attention. Haha, what the hell am I thinking? I'd certainly get whipped to death if I tried to hide anything from the demoness. He said to himself before exiting the room and meeting with Jing. He showed her all the goodies he got from the Huan clan members. Alright, set it on the floor so I can have a good look. There had to be something of worth inside that room since all these people are dead out here. Jing said. A majority of the items were just different types of pills but amongst the items there were some mortal-ranked and earth-ranked martial arts and some more swords. She left the rings alone due to Li signaling to her that there was something strange about them. What is with the obsession with swords? Aren't there other weapons being sold? Jing muttered in annoyance as she put the 20th sword inside her ring. Swords are seen as the king of all weapons, my empress. The number of famous cultivators that use a weapon that isn't a sword can be counted on 2 hands. Bing informed. How boring. Jing commented as she put on the first ring. Jing's mind was suddenly pulled inside the ring and she was taken into a whole new place. It looked as if she was inside a royal palace. There was an empty throne in front of her and luxurious and fancy designed furniture all around her. Art pieces of wonder and amazement littered the walls. Jing wondered where in the world has she been brought to and was about to start exploring this place, but suddenly a mysterious old man appeared in front of her. He was dressed like a servant and seemed to be staring at her with hate in his eyes. Leave immediately. He roared. Jing felt a fierce wave of chi smash into her. She was unable to keep her feet grounded and was sent flying into a painting on the wall. She smashed into the picture frame and fell to the soft velvety rug. Anger and annoyance rushed to her face. If she doesn't teach this old man the true meaning of pain, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. Jing got up off the floor with no discernible injuries present on her. Her body healed them too quickly for her to even notice it. I will not teach you any of my martial arts, you disgusting thief. You killed my heir and I will never forgive you. He announced. I don't need your permission. If I want something, I'm going to get it regardless of who stands in my way. Jing retorted. I'd like to see you try. Now leave my heirloom. He shouted once more, this time forcefully making Jing exit from the mental plane. Jing returned back to the ruins with Bing and Li Li. She blinked her eyes a few times before a pissed-off expression painted her face. Bing immediately bowed in submission while Li Li looked around for any threats. I'm fine. Don't mind me. Bing, stay in that position for a moment. Jing said. Jing inserted the ring inside her hand using 914's ability and started refining the ring on 1:1 mode. She consciously switched the ring out with a similar one without the powerful old ghost inside. The ring exited out of her opposite hand and she pulled it back inside herself and refined it on fine this time. The old man said he wouldn't teach her any of his martial arts, but she didn't need his stinking techniques in the first place. She couldn't learn them even if she tried anyway because she wasn't even a cultivator yet. Martial arts can only be utilized through chi. Something Jing does not have quite yet. Maybe she could make some for Li Li though. With 914's ability, she could certainly make something that doesn't exist, like for say a martial arts technique for birds. She'd have to experiment a few times once she reaches the sect, but for now she'll just put it on her to-do list. Jing refined the ring on fine and made it so that a copy of the wearer would be able to request certain types of martial arts that the old man knew and show them step by step how to perform them and master them. The ring exited her opposite hand and she placed the ring inside her storage ring. This could be quite a good gift for one of her future underlings. Bing has been doing a good job so far, but this type of reward was far too good for him right now. Jing then tried on the second ring and mentally braced herself to enter another weird plane but found out that she didn't feel anything. Nothing special happened when she put on the ring this time. Li Li, you said this one was strange too? She asked. Li Li nodded and Jing was confused. Empress, it might be that the ring needs chi to properly function. Some artifacts are able to bond with people through blood or chi. Bing suggested. Jing used her nail to cut into the back of her arm. Her nail sliced her flesh quite easily and blood dripped on the ring. The trio waited for any sign of something special happening and still no success. Put this thing on and shoot some chi into it. Jing ordered. May I raise my head? He asked carefully in case this was a trick question for her to just physically assault him. Hurry up and put it on. Bing raised his head and struggled to put the ring around his fat index finger but managed to squeeze it on. Since Bing was a second-level chi gatherer, he wasn't able to infuse his chi into objects quite yet, but he could use his chi to empower his body and strike the ring, allowing the ring to take in his leftover chi from the attack. The ring began to light up, blinding Bing. Li Li and Jing were fine due to their refinement. Bright lights couldn't blind them. The two of them saw a four-armed figure flashed on the surface of the ring as a light blue aura started flowing into Bing's head. Is this what chi looks like outside the body? Jing questioned as she had no idea what else this blue stuff could be. She tried to touch it as the blue gaseous stream was flowing into Bing's head but felt nothing as it passed through her hand without any change. She didn't feel a change in temperature or any type of feeling as her hand moved straight through it. The chi just continued to flow into Bing's head. Jing wondered what the hell was even happening right now, but the only person who could was currently knocked out. Bing's eyes were rolled to the back of his head and his mouth was gaping wide open. This ghastly state didn't last long though. The ring stopped whatever it was doing and Bing returned back to his normal state. He was a bit out of it though, but that didn't stop him from forming a smile on his face once he realized what kind of treasure he just gained. I'm waiting. Jing said. Bing suddenly snapped out of it once he heard Jing's commanding tone and relayed what gains he just obtained. I've just been given 3 techniques, Empress. 1 auxiliary, 1 body, and 1 movement martial arts. Bing shared. Go on, show me. She said with interest in her voice. I won't be able to move much afterwards, Empress, if I go through all 3 of them. My chi will be mostly empty and I will barely be able to walk. We have pills. Hurry up and show me. Very well. Bing said with nervousness in his voice. The techniques he's just gained knowledge of will be very beneficial to him. They are all sky-ranked martial arts with the potential to rival heaven-ranked ones. As long as he trains diligently and continues to advance in his cultivation, his rise to the top will only be a matter of time and effort. Bing had Jing and Li follow him back into the large room before. He told them to give him some space and they did as he prepared to use the first technique he's gained. Devil's Arms, the auxiliary martial art. Most auxiliary martial arts utilize a special breathing pattern. This auxiliary skill in particular was special because if one trained this technique to the peak level, they would be capable of materializing hands the size of the heavens and more numerous than stars in the sky. All martial arts have levels to them. Elementary, initial, intermediate, advanced and mastered. Training to the mastered stage of a martial arts is very rare unless you were the creator of the technique. The only way one can train to the peak of a martial skill is by fully comprehending the technique with their body, mind, and soul. If one can't comprehend a technique with all three, they will forever be stuck at the high rank for the skill. Even if they spend hundreds of years practicing, it's all futile if they can't comprehend with their entire being. Bing infused chi throughout his body as he performed the correct breathing pattern. Jing watched as Bing's flesh began to shift and move across his belly. The area beneath his armpits started to flesh out and form into two secondary limbs. The fat on Bing's belly began to spread into the second pair of arms he's gained. It looked as if the fat was somehow turning into muscle as the second pair of arms looked very muscular in comparison to Bing's original arms which were flabby and smooth. Jing watched Bing's new lean figure trying out his new arms. It feels completely natural. Bing muttered. What else can you do besides have 4 arms? Jing asked. Well, I feel like I can move all 4 of them differently without any problems and I don't think I have a dominant arm anymore. I feel like I can move them all the same. Bing said as he put his shield in each hand and tried out different moves with them. There has to be something more to it than just growing arms. Jing thought. Alright, get on to the next one. Jing said. This second martial art was called Devil's Physique. It was a body martial skill which meant he had to circulate chi throughout his body in a special pattern. If this skill was trained to the mastered stage, it is said that the user will be able to roam throughout the heavens with their body without an equal and crush all that oppose them. If he circulated his chi the wrong way, he could risk crippling himself or failing the skill entirely. The higher ranked the martial arts, the more precise and complicated the patterns are. Bing took extra precaution in performing this skill. He sat in a meditative pose and closed his eyes. Fully focused and concentrated on moving his chi in the correct pathways through his body. To Jing, it seemed that this skill was much harder than the one before it. Sweat was dripping from every inch of Bing's body. His eyebrows furrowed as he concentrated on moving his chi exactly how he wanted. Flowing through his blood, beautifully coating his muscles, weaving through his bones. His chi traveled through his entire frame enhancing his physique. Bing exhaled the impurities inside his body from his mouth in the form of a black smog. He calmly rose up from the ground and began flexing as he felt a newfound source of energy surging throughout his body. I feel like a whole new AI Bing. He said with glee and excitement. To show off his new strength he stomped the ground with as much force as he could, causing it to shatter beneath him. Jing nodded with a satisfied look on her face. Block this. She said as he kicked towards his face without holding back much. Bing was still frightened of the demoness but with the technique he just gained surely, he should be able to defend himself now shouldn't he? To be extra careful he cross-guarded with all 4 of his arms against Jing's kick. The kick landed onto his arms and a pained expression appeared on his face. The weight behind Jing's kick was far more than he was expecting. He felt like his bones were on the verge of cracking from that single blow alone. She was definitely holding back on him earlier when she physically abused him or he'd be crippled by now. The sadistic grin painting her face made Bing's face pale. She wasn't going all out in the slightest. She was toying with him, putting him in his place so he doesn't get too big ahead from this. Saying that even with 3 sky-ranked martial arts, she's still his master. With a sullen but understanding look, he dropped his guard and bowed his head. Smarter than you look. You're impressing me more and more. Now quickly show me the last one so we can leave this dirty place. Jing said with a pleased smile on her face. Yes, Empress. Bing responded. The final sky-ranked martial skill he was given was called Swift Devil. It was a movement martial art that gave the user the speed of a devil. If trained to the peak level, one could move with enough force to shatter mountains and split oceans. Bing was most afraid to try movement technique. This was because he had no idea how fast he would be moving. He just hoped his body technique was strong enough to protect him from any serious damage. Bing moved to the far end of the opposite side of the room as he ate a chi pill and used the chi for his technique. He flowed his chi through his lower body in the pattern listed for the technique and braced himself as he felt a surge of strength rushing from his legs. He hoped the demoness would be ready with recovery pills in case this turns out horribly. Or at the very least has enough humanity to catch him before he crashes into something. With her strength, catching him should be easy enough, right? Hurry up! Jing ordered. Bing's clothes were already soaked in sweat. He doubted he could sweat any further. But orders are orders. Swift devil! Bing shouted before vanishing from his previous spot. Jing watched as her slave's speed increased to the point where it was almost hard for her to notice him. If she wasn't focused on him, he would definitely be nothing more than a blur. This skill could be very useful as a sneak attack and a method of getting away. Jing would have no chance of catching up to Bing if he used this consistently. But she's sure that he wouldn't be able to get very far based on how he looks right now. Bing managed to stop himself just before he collided with the walls of the ruin and was breathing heavily. It seems his movement technique takes more on his body than his actual chi to work. He was crouched over taking big gulps of air. He was secretly pleased that he was able to control himself and be aware of his surroundings while he was using the skill. Alright, let's go back up. Carry me. Jing ordered as she placed her thighs around Bing's neck. Her smooth brown legs hung across Bing's chest. Li stayed perched on her shoulder and Bing slowly got up after catching his breath. He stopped using his auxiliary technique and returned back to his original round appearance. He would be in heaven right now if a girl that wasn't the demoness did this. Her body is simply too lacking for him to find any small pleasures in this. He would never show his dissatisfaction on his face though, he was positive she would break him apart if he did. So, Bing carried Jing and Li all the way back to the surface with a goofy smile on his face. CaptainBoyHole. It seems that Jing is stronger than she seems. I wonder just how powerful she will be once she becomes a cultivator. For those wondering if Bing will continue to be a fatty throughout the novel. Yes. Yes, he will be. Stairs to heaven. Once they made it back to the surface, the ground beneath them started to shake. The wild beasts, insects, and birds escaped as fast as they could. Bing couldn't keep his balance and fell to the ground while Jing and Li stood completely fine as the violent shaking had no effect on them. The entrance to the ruins they just came from started to close up. Is it an earthquake? Bing asked. I thought those ruins were part of the test, but maybe they were something else. Jing suspected. The entrance fully closed up and soon the shaking stopped. Jing started blindly walking through the jungle. Bing hurriedly got up and followed after her. What just happened? He asked. How should I know? She answered. Oh. Where are we going now? I accomplished my current goals. All that's left is to wait until this portion of the test is over. Jing told him. So, no more fighting to the death with others? Bing asked hesitantly. Not unless I tell you to. Jing replied. Bing wiped his forehead full of imaginary sweat. Thank goodness. He muttered. The trio enjoyed a peaceful walk through the jungle since most of the wild creatures fled earlier. Jing was satisfied with her haul so far. She can use a majority of them to build a stable and firm foundation once she gets accepted into the sect. Jing doesn't currently know what the situation is like at the Golden Serpent sect, but she plans to rise up and take over it for herself or stay behind the scenes and rule it. But if she was being honest, she'd rather stay in the background for a while until the time was needed for her to show herself. She doesn't mind gaining attention, but it wouldn't be as fun and interesting to her. Jing just feels like it isn't in herself to show off her abilities and let everyone know how capable and dangerous she is. Bing is an exception because he's her slave. The only people she plans to show her true self to are those she can control and those she can trust. So, until the perfect situation comes where her facade is no longer needed, she will become no more than just someone who fits in the background. The perfect normal. The average schmuck. Ruling behind the scenes, getting rid of those who will choose to stand in her way, and building her own faction inside the sect. Jing's plans for the future were suddenly interrupted by a loud thunderous voice in the sky. The first portion of the test is over. There is now an acceptable number of people for the second portion. Prepare yourselves. A loud boisterous voice informed. Jing, Bing, and Li watched as their bodies started to vanish slowly. My hand. Bing shouted in fright as his left hand was completely gone. Jing looked down and saw her legs vanishing in a white light. She could still feel the connection to her legs though, so she didn't freak out as much as Bing was. Li pruned his feathers as if the situation didn't faze him in the slightest. Soon the three of them vanished from the jungle and reappeared in a whole new area. Jing confirmed her body was still in one piece before noticing her new surroundings. Around them were hundreds of other cultivators, similarly confused or still in survival mode. Besides the cultivators though, they seemed to be standing inside a large arena ring. Around them were audience stands and in front of them were stairs ascending to the sky. The stairs had an ethereal look to them. Light blue, solid but seemingly not, and transparent. You bastard dog. I'll kill you for killing my cousin. Don't be so upset, trash. I'll send you off with your little cousin soon. Oi! Is this waste messing with a member of the Shang clan? Rip his intestines out of his skull. Situations like this happened all around and it seemed like this portion of the test was going to quickly turn into a giant battle. Jing gripped her whip's handle inside her outfit in preparation and Bing nervously stood in front of Jing with his shield at the ready. Calm yourselves. There will not be a single blood split right now or I'll fail you this instant. The same thunderous voice from before threatened. Jing looked over stands and saw the elders and cultivators from the Golden Serpent sect sitting in the stands watching them. The one shouting at them was the buff elder she saw before she entered the test. After his threat, all the cultivators with grievances shut up and silently swore to deal with those that crossed them later. Good. It seems you all aren't all a bunch of fools. You can worry about your grudges later but for now listen up. You all will climb those stairs till you aren't able to move up anymore. Those who can make it in the top 300 will move on to the next portion. Those who can't will fail here. Any questions? He asked. What happens if there are multiple people on one step? A random cultivator asked. You shove them off till you're the last one on that step. He answered with a grin. He waited a few more seconds to see if there were any more questions. Well, begin. He shouted. It's time to put on the show. Jing secretly smiled to herself as the event began. A mass majority of cultivators started to rush up the stairs. They shoved, punched, and kicked anyone who was in their way. They're getting to the top of these steps and won't let anyone stop them. The elder didn't say there was a prize for who made it to the highest step, but he didn't say there wasn't. There had to be a reason why only 300 people were passing this part when there were over thousands of cultivators here. Bing was one of the cultivators who were rushing up the stairs. He had a pathetic desperate expression as he ran like a boar through the crowd. Numerous cultivators were knocked aside or up in the air from his piggy charge. He was going to show his worth no matter what. Jing couldn't be the only one who knew that this wasn't a race. She looked around and saw a small number of people taking their time as they walked towards the steps. So, there are some people who realize this isn't a race. Jing remarked. But Jing wasn't one of those people right now. She was an extra. A normal. She pushed up her glasses and ran at the same pace as everyone else was towards the stairs. She put on the same desperation in her actions and expression as everyone else was. But a bit more pathetic than theirs. Everyone else had desperation, excited, and fighting spirit in their actions. She had meekness, desperation, and fright in hers. She decided to act like a meek and weak girl on the surface. Jing was in the lower part of the sea of cultivators while Bing was near the front surprisingly. Jing could still hear his piggy squeals from where she was and she was being knocked all over the place. That sky-ranked body technique made Bing much stronger than a regular second-level chi gatherer. Jing was starting to think of how she could use Bing in the most optimal way once they made it into the sect but that thought had to wait as she finally understood what was so special about these steps. Jing took her first step and felt a tiny breeze on her body. She looked backwards and noticed that someone else that took the same step stopped directly in their tracks. She saw them urging every ounce of power in their body to move forward, veins popping, muscles straining, and yelling but no matter what they did they couldn't move past that first step. Trash couldn't even get past this level of chi. She heard one of the cultivators say as he passed her. Chi. This doesn't feel like chi. That old ghost from before was much stronger than this. That chi felt like going against a natural disaster. Jing thought to herself before returning back and rushing up the stairs. The force of chi didn't increase much as she climbed the stairs but she could see the effect it had on others. They tried to force their bodies to go past its limits, cry and beg to let them to make it a few more steps up, or just accept the fact that they are going to fail here and walk down the steps. It wouldn't be until Jing made it to her 500th step that she began to feel something more than just a tiny breeze. Now she felt something a little bit more than just a breeze, but it wasn't enough to make her expend more energy than usual or anything. If anything, it felt like a light cloth was over her body and trying to prevent her from moving forward. The view to the top was still not clear enough though. About 400 people were still in front of her, so she had 100 more people to pass before she could stop. 300th place would be a fantastic stopping place for her. She does plan on looking weak and untalented. What better place would a person like her be if not completely last? Jing inwardly smiled but didn't forget to act as if she was struggling against the force of chi acting on her. Once she passed number 310, she even started crawling up the steps to add some authenticity and character to her actions. She was determined to make it to at least 300th place and if she has to do it on her hands and knees she will. Despite being a frightful, weak, and cowardly girl, she still has determination when it counts. It's all part of the act. Li was riding on her back, confused entirely. She may have forgotten to let the little man know what she was doing before she started this plan because he was inspecting her body all over wondering if she was sick or something. She had trouble keeping herself from laughing as Li worried about her physical state. Once she finally passed the last person she needed to. She made it to 300th place. She was covered in sweat and breathing as if she just ran across the whole Yellow Jade City. With her refinements, manually causing herself to sweat isn't an issue. Not that temperatures really could affect her much in the first place. She could walk naked through a blizzard and still feel like she is at room temperature. So, Jing firmly placed herself in 300th and watched as Bing was doing the same act she was doing earlier. He was crawling up 2500th step miserably. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth, his body was soaked in sweat, he was breathing like an overworked racehorse, and his face was bruised and swollen from all the blows he's taken. Jing quickly counted the number of people and saw that Bing was actually the 75th position. He must have ran out of chi to fuel his martial arts. What a surprise! Those martial arts can really change a person. Not too long ago he couldn't even fight a wild boar. Jing thought in amazement. But she may have spoken too soon. Currently behind Bing was a young girl. She was just as tired and out of breath as everyone else, but she seemed determined to pass Bing or at least make it to his spot. I have to do this, for the Huang clan. She muttered. Bing's ears perked up. Huang clan? Another one? What if she finds out I murdered those other Huang clan members? That one guy did say they had an elder at the core preparation stage. No wait, how would she ever find out those guys' blood are on my hands? I got to calm down. Bing let loose a breath of relief. But, getting rid of one possible source of trouble would be nice. I seriously don't need something like a cultivator at the core preparation stage breathing down my neck. I'm already a slave. Wait, that reminds me, where is the demoness it? Bing started looked ahead of him at the 74 other people above him but didn't see Jing anywhere. That's impossible, right? She's way stronger than me. There's no way she could have failed this part. Bing questioned. He started to look below him but still couldn't find her anywhere. Maybe, just maybe, she somehow failed? Tears of relief and happiness were threatening to flow from his face, but he quickly slapped his chubby cheeks, making them shake and gaining a red mark. It's too early to get happy. Let's wait until the next test before thinking that she failed. He told himself. The Huang clan girl finally made it to his step and soon realized that she couldn't move any further up. They locked eyes. One with awkwardness and one with determination and fierceness. She entered a martial stance and waited for Bing to get in his. Bing was thinking that maybe fate was on his side. I'll move down a step. I wouldn't want to hurt a girl in the first place. Bing said nicely with his hands up in a surrendering pose. The girl's face turned angry at his comment and she kicked straight towards his chest in retaliation. Bing's eyes opened wide in surprise as he slid towards the edge of the steps. He turned around to notice exactly how high he was in the sky right now and nearly pissed his pants from fear. I almost died. She almost killed me. All I said was I didn't want to hurt her and she tries to kill me over it. Bing panicked. Bing managed to balance himself before he could tip over and watched as the girl kicked towards him again. Just a girl, hey. I'll show you not to look down on me, you weakling. She harumphed. Bing used his shield and threw it at her. The girl wasn't able to dodge with so little space and limited ground they had. She was sent flying off the edge with Bing's shield in her gut. Bing's shield swerved around in the air after knocking the girl off the edge and returned to his hand. Bing could only hear the sounds of the Huang clan girl screaming as she fell to her death. Around him were eyes judging his previous actions. I was protecting myself. You all saw her try to kill me. Bing defended himself. Scum. He heard someone whisper. Who said that? I'm not scum, I just didn't want to die. Bing fiercely protested. Should have just went down a step in the first place. The Huang clan will definitely get revenge on that fatty now. They have a large group inside the sect, I hear. He heard another gossip. Bing felt outraged. Those bastards wouldn't just watch as a girl tried to kill them either. Trying to act all superior. Scumbags. Bing snorted in anger as the second portion of the test seemed to end. It seems like everyone are happy with their spots or can't move any further. And with this the top 300 have been chosen to move on. Everyone else will return to Yellow Jade City. CaptainBoyHole. The girl Bing killed was the love interest of Song and elder sister to Fang. But his share of troubles with the Huang clan is far from over. I don't think I accurately portrayed Bing's personality like I wanted to when I was developing his character in my character sheets. I originally put him down as a pacifist, but now that I read these chapters I'm like, this guy is not a pacifist. The final test. Everyone started to vanish again. Jing wondered what the third test would be. The one they just went through was even easier than the first one, but there wasn't much to gain in this one, so she liked the first test better. There was still far too much information about cultivators that she lacked at the moment. Completely unacceptable for her goals for the future. But it isn't as if she could go around asking questions without a care in the world, it wouldn't fit her current character. She'll have to ask Bing at a later date. For right now though, Jing and the other 299 participants who made it through the second test have been transported into a large spacious room. There were 3 doors that were separated inside the room. Jing didn't know what laid behind the doors but would know soon. The 3 elders and official disciples of the Golden Serpent sect stood in front of them in awe-imposing stances. The youngest looking and most beautiful of all the elders stepped forward. I am Elder Ru. I am in charge of this portion of the test. She introduced professionally. Elder Ru had vibrant violet hair running down her back. Flawless white skin, lean and slender figure, and a jaw-dropping impressive bust. Her face looked as if it was crafted by immortals with her red full lips, small nose, and stern strict eyes. That heavenly fairy staring at them with those eyes that glared at them as if they were nothing at all to her, made many of the cultivators present fall in love with her instantly. That cold stare that froze them to their core but also heated up their deepest desires, the cultivators couldn't wait to get started on this portion of the test to impress Elder Ru. Jing had no feelings about the lady. Everyone she's seen so far have been handsome or beautiful to her. The young people, the old people, the adults. Even Bing is quite the catch if you can get past his belly. But she still hasn't found a single person dark-skinned like her. Maybe she was in the wrong region to look for people with her skin color. It wasn't as if Jing wanted to relate or connect with people with similar skin tones to her. It was just that it would be easier to not be treated strangely or like an anomaly because of her skin. Jing could have altered her skin color by using her 914 ability, but deep in her heart she liked her skin and didn't want to change it. Even if it could help in lowering attraction and staying low-key, Jing felt that her skin color was another vital part of her, just like her unnatural attraction to causing others to suffer and wanting to control over others. For this portion of the test, we will be testing your skill for comprehension. A cultivator without any talent for comprehension will not make it far in their journey to break into the heavens. No matter which occupation they strive for. Pill refiners, array specialists, martial artists. All of them require comprehension to advance. And this exam is exactly that, comprehension. She explained. Follow me. She said while walking towards the first station in the room. At the first station were a number of objects. A tall and imposing bookcase filled to the brim with books, wooden humanoid dummies for practicing, a crate filled with chi pills, and a large mat. This is for those who wish to test their comprehension in martial arts. You will take a scroll and attempt to comprehend it before the time limit runs out. If you take a mortal rank technique, you must comprehend 4 others to initial rank to pass. If you take a stellar rank technique, you must comprehend 2 others to initial rank to pass. If you take an earth rank technique, you must comprehend 1 other to initial rank to pass. The training dummies are there for a reason, use them. The mat is for comprehending and cultivation. Techniques can further be separated into even more stages than just mortal, stellar, earth, sky, and heaven. Depending on how skilled a martial artist is, they can have certain accomplishments in a technique. Everyone starts off in the elementary realm when practicing a new martial arts. Then it goes on to the initial realm, intermediate realm, advanced realm, and then completion. After explaining what laid behind the first door, she brought them into the second door. This area had large thick books on its bookcase, multiple medicinal ingredients, and numerous small pill cauldrons. Jing recognized some of the herbs. She collected a few of those in the first portion, but those thick books kind of scared her. She is definitely not choosing this station no matter what. I wouldn't have an issue learning whatever this station was intended for, but someone trying to stay low-key can't be seen doing something like that for sure. Even the most untalented person in that field had to be intelligent to some degree. Jing thought. This testing area is for those who wish to test their comprehension in pill refinery. Look through any recipe inside the books on the shelves and attempt to make it. Anyone who manages to make a low-grade pill or any ranking of pill will pass this portion. If you can't make a pill, you can also take one of the test sheets and check your knowledge. If you manage to get more than 50 questions right, you will be eligible to pass. It was at this explanation someone asked a question. How is that fair? The requirement to pass is way higher for martial arts practitioners. A 4th-level chi gatherer remarked. Good observation skills. However, the sect has far greater need for pill refiners than martial artists. Martial artists are a dime a dozen while pill refiners are too few and far between, their value is naturally higher than a simple martial artist. She clarified with arrogance. Now are there any more questions? Everyone stayed silent as to not upset Elder Ru any more than she already is. Getting on the bad side of an elder before even joining the sect is one way to get yourself into a life of hell. Elder Ru, seeing that no one has any further questions, moved on to the last door. This area had a desk filled with blank pieces of small paper, paintings of strange intricate patterns on the wall arranged in a tower shape, crates filled with ink bottles, brushes, and a large mat. Jing guessed this was for those who wished to create talismans. This didn't look too hard at first glance. It looked like in this area all she had to do was take one of those papers and brush, copy the paintings onto the pieces of paper, and that should be it. This is the final testing area. This is for those who wish to test their comprehension in arrays and talisman creation. For those wanting to pass this portion, you have 2 different ways to pass. You will need to successfully make 10 mortal grade talismans or 5 stellar grade talismans or 1 earth grade talisman. The other way of passing this area is by creating any type of array formation in one of the paintings near the top. Though, I doubt any of you could unless your family is well versed in arrays. A few murmurs of unfairness moved through the crowd, but no one directly spoke up about it. Elder Ryu simply stared at them before having them returning back to the starting area. You all will have 12 hours to pass this final test and then you will officially become disciples of our Golden Serpent sect. We will be watching. Those who pass will return back here after they're finished. Now begin. Jing headed straight towards the array area and Sa Bing headed towards the martial arts area. Out of the 300 people here, only about 24 headed towards the array area, not including Jing. 100 cultivators went towards the pill refining area, most likely because of Elder Ryu's looks and not because of actual interest. And the rest of the 175 participants filled up the martial area. Jing wasn't really surprised at how this turned out. If anything, it went exactly how she expected it to. She knew that Elder Ryu's beauty would make a good number of people want to try out pill refining to try and impress her, but this is their future after all. One woman isn't enough to decide their whole future upon, no matter how stunning she looked. So why did you choose to come over here? This looked the easiest out of the three. I mean, all we have to do is copy some pictures, right? Yeah, that's what it looks like. I never really seen an array master in combat before, but I heard they are all tricksters and cowards. What? No way. I can't be looked at in such a way. Can I change my mind and try out the martial area? I don't know. Go ask. We do have 12 hours after all. Jing watched as the boy left the room and never came back. Everyone took notice as the boy freely went from one area to the next and kept it in their mind if their chosen area appears to be more difficult than they expected, they can also switch. Jing thought it was nice of the sect to allow them to do that, even though you'll be stressed for time to pass if you do switch over. She didn't plan on switching areas, but she does plan on struggling a little bit to stay in character. How could a clumsy, weak, cowardly, and not talented girl pass on her first try? That wouldn't make sense unless she was actually talented. Which she is, but no one has to know that. Jing doubts that she could ever have a problem with anything related to learning. With her one-of-a-kind refining abilities, she basically gave herself a superior brain the likes of which no one could ever have. Well, besides Li Li. She made him plenty smart too. And speaking of his smartness, this little curious owlet is trying to learn how to make his own talisman ahead of her. After Jing went over to the desk and grabbed 10 blank rectangular papers with the brush and ink cup infused with qi, she sat down on the mat ready to begin. Li Li took it upon himself to try and mimic what the others were doing. He took a small blank talisman with his talon and placed it on the mat. He then grabbed the brush and dipped it in the ink, infusing it with qi before finally looking at the most complicated painting up on the wall. The high-ranked spell, Blinding Lightning Burst. I can't believe they think that one of us would actually be able to make a talisman for Blinding Lightning Burst. If we were capable of doing that, we would have already been snatched up by a powerful section. I heard that this spell is so powerful that anyone under the qi consolidation stage would turn directly into ash even if they weren't hit directly by the talisman. It's true. Even peak cultivators at the qi consolidation realm would be severely injured by this talisman. That's why it costs around 5 high-grade spirit stones just to purchase one. Blinding Lightning Burst is known for being one of the most popular and powerful spells used by cultivators. And Jing's innocent owlet of just a few days was attempting to make it all on his own, unaware of the dangers of shaping talismans. Just one wrong stroke of the brush, and the talisman could backfire on you. Depending on the ranking of the type of spell you are trying to create, also depends on the power of the backlash. And once you started to etch the spell's pattern into the talisman, you could not stop until you were finished. Low rank or mortal rank talismans will at most burn up if too many mistakes are made. Middle rank or stellar rank talismans will create a backlash with a small portion of the spell's power on the talisman. High rank or earth rank talismans will make a backlash with half of the spell's power on the talisman. Top rank or sky rank talismans will cause the talisman to explode with all of the spell's power. It is unknown what happens when a peak rank or heaven rank talisman would do, because no one in all of the continent has ever witnessed the creation of a heaven rank talisman. But it is hypothesized that the talisman would explode with twice as much power as it would from a sky rank talisman. An explosion of that size would be enough to demolish any large kingdom. Jing, in her inexperience in this world, had no idea of the repercussions of forcibly halting the formation of a talisman. But she did know that Li Li would easily be able to recreate the pattern in the painting. So, she stopped him in his tracks as he was just a quarter of the way started. Who? Li Li squawked as the talisman started to light up in Jing's hand. Jing quickly stuffed the incomplete talisman in her storage ring and unknowingly saved herself from the incoming backlash. I'm sorry, Li Li. I'll let you practice with talismans later, but for now I need you to just watch me, okay? Jing said nicely. Li Li sadly put away the brush and paper before returning to perch on Jing's shoulder. I promise I'll let you play all you want later. Don't be sad, she said while gently rubbing his feathers. Li Li's head raised slightly, but Jing could tell he was still a bit down. She really wanted to let him try it, but the attention they would gain would throw everything she's working for into the mud. She's never seen Li sad before and it was really pressing on her heart. She's raised him ever since he was an egg. This was hard for both of them, but Jing hoped he would be a little satisfied just by watching for now. Jing grabbed a blank paper to get started on. She dipped the brush and got started on one of the mortal ranked spells. The spell she got started on was called Qi Shield. When used by a cultivator, this spell would create a barrier made out of Qi. It's a one-use item and could only create a barrier as strong as the person using it. So, if a Qi gatherer of the 5th level used Qi Shield, it would create a barrier that was as strong as a Qi gatherer at the 5th level. It was a common but popular item to use by cultivators of all realms. Jing's initial start on the talisman was flawless. Her slender and feminine arms moved without haste. Her hands were as steady as a rock and as fluid as a river. The complicated spell patterns didn't stand a chance against Jing's superior mind and dexterity. The almost completed talisman looked flawless so far. The right amount of ink used without dipping too much onto the talisman or too little, the perfectly curved ink patterns, and the professional posture she sat with. All made it appear that this first spell will be done without any issues. Jing was just about to finish up with the spell, but suddenly just before she finished the last dot, she amateurishly scrawled across the talisman, completely ruining it and causing it to burn up in a purple flame and into ash. "Aw dang it!" she said out loud so everyone could see that she failed. Shhhh. Someone shushed her. Everyone was too busy concentrating on their own talismans or watching the more skilled people create their talismans. She made her face turn red from embarrassment before she focused back on making talismans. CaptainBoyHole. Looks like Jing is going the route of an array master on the surface. But I wonder if anyone will find out about her hidden talent? Last test and then we're on our way to the sect. Gaining attention? What kind of beast is this? 10 hours have passed since the start of the final test. The situation has turned into chaos and pandemonium for the less talented of the people present. Once they realized the remaining amount of time and their lack of progress, they begun to run around from station to station in a panic. If they weren't talented in martial arts, then they'll try pill refining. If they aren't talented in martial arts and pill refining, they will try arrays. If they aren't talented in martial arts, pill refining, and arrays, then they will head back to pill refining to learn as much as they can to try and pass the knowledge check sheet. These people have good prospects for becoming apprentice alchemists. Passing the pill refining test sheet was the only chance for those not gifted in any of the paths to pass this final portion of the test because it was not based on talent at all and rather intelligence or the ability to retain knowledge. In the martial area, Bing was diligently practicing with the mortal ranked martial arts. He rose 3 of them so far to the initial realm and only had 2 more to finish. Compared to the sky ranked martial arts he's already learned, these mortal ranked ones aren't that difficult to learn in comparison. The only issue he had so far was that his competition was pretty tough. The martial area was filled with scary and dangerous cultivators. Everyone was either glaring at each other or focusing on practicing the techniques. All the cultivators remaining were far above him in cultivation. The only one close to him in cultivation was one frightening-looking boy with purple streaks in his hair and a strange Qi presence. He was a Qi gatherer at the 3rd level but felt like he could definitely battle with those above his level. The rest were above the 3rd stage and those above the 4th stage had large backgrounds. Bing avoided the eyes of everyone and just focused on practicing these last 2 martial arts to the initial realm. Even with his sky-ranked techniques, he doubted he could even stalemate against these guys. Thankfully, no one tried to find trouble with him. He guessed they were too busy trying to pass themselves to mess with him. They did have only 2 hours left. Jing wiped some sweat from her forehead as she just finished her 7th mortal ranked talisman. Her face was focused and determined as she grabbed another piece of paper and got to work on number 8. She had to keep up appearances after all. Anyone could be watching her. Which is also one of the reasons why she's only been working on with the Qi Shield spell. Jing thought that it may make her look more talented if she was able to create 10 different talismans and being talented wasn't her goal. So, she faked earnestly working on the Qi Shield spell over and over. She's failed dozens of times to show off just how average she was. She didn't finish her first talisman until they were 2.5 hours in and even after that she still made mistakes from time to time. Taking these extra steps would take a lot of patience from a person but Jing didn't feel tired at all. She felt as if this wasn't the first time she was acting out a character and wondered once more just what kind of person she was in the past. It made her curious to an extent, but it wasn't as if she would try and find out at all costs exactly who she was. She didn't care about her past that much. She just had a little interest because it was so far from the average person in terms of personality. She's sure she'll find out more about herself as time goes on. There isn't really a need to investigate and such. She wouldn't even know where to start in the first place. Are you still working on such a basic level spell? Even my 3-year-old sister would be able to finish such an easy talisman. A sudden youth stated from behind her. I'm doing the best I can. Jing responded in a small voice. You're doing it all wrong. Your hands are shaking, you're barely using any spirit ink, and you can't even draw a straight line. He berated her with his eyebrows creasing. I. She wasn't able to finish as the gazes and whispers of others reached them. What is the array prodigy Shanghai doing talking to that ugly girl? A nearby group of girls gossiped. A cultivator like him that came from a long line of famous array geniuses wouldn't be talking to someone like that of his own free will. Maybe she asked him for help after she saw him form the chi barrier formation and passed within the first hour. Someone as ugly as her thinking she can take Zai from us? Nothing but a toad listing after our glorious swan. A downcast look appeared on Jing's face, but she didn't let this stop her. Although disheartened and shamed for no reason, she continues to attempt to pass the array portion of the final test. She went to grab another ink bottle and dipped her brush into it before trying to redraw on a whole new slip. Her concentration was all over the place as more insulting comments washed over her ears. Now she's trying to act all high and mighty. I bet she won't even pass and get accepted into the section. Look, she only finished with 7 talismans. How untalented can one be? Shanghai's face seemed to grow even angrier after noticing her reaction to the negative murmurs and the whispering in general. He shot a quick glare at the gossiping cultivators, shutting them up instantly before sitting right next to Jing. I will only show you this once. Don't think too much of it. I am only doing this out of pity because of your horrible skill. He told her. Shanghai ripped her talisman into ash as he pulled out a blank slip from the storage ring on his finger. He placed the slip down and used his chi to harden the brush. The hardened brush allowed Zai to have a more accurate stroke and deeper press, making it easier for him to follow the spell design to perfection and finish the talisman. Shanghai's prowess in arrays started to show nearly instantly. His hands flowed as fast and as smoothly as a river. Amongst any of the youth present in the room, those that can be said to have a higher skill than Zai in the path of arrays is none. The way he seamlessly drew an exact replica of the spell pattern after only taking a single glance can be said to be nothing short of perfection. I'm sure that Shanghai is the only one who could complete a mortal rank spell in less than 15 breaths. It takes me a good hour to create a half-decent chi shield. The heavens are truly unjust. Shanghai finished up and looked over at Jing. Humph. How was that? Did you learn anything? He asked with a smug smile on his face. He looked over to see Jing with a confused but amazed look on her face. He nearly face-palmed but realized that maybe he went a little too fast. He went slower a second time, showing her some basic drawing techniques for drawing perfect lines, curves, and more. After finishing this time, he saw a more responsive appearance from her. It seemed like she got something out of it. Not even realizing that he just went back on the words he said earlier. Thank you so much. A bright innocent smile radiated from Jing that was a complete antithesis to her personality as a whole. The array prodigy had a small blush appear on his face that Jing managed to catch before he turned around and hid his face with his sleeve. I'll take my leave now. The sight of you struggling over something so simple was irritating to say the least. He said while still hiding his face. Jing was confused but amused at the young genius. He seemed cute to her. She had no idea what he saw in her, but she planned to take advantage of it. Another person that can used by her is never a bad thing, especially when it's an innocent young boy who seems to have issues expressing himself honestly. At first, she believed he was just coming to make trouble with her based on the first words he said to her. I mean, who starts a conversation by insulting someone? But as she watched the way he reacted to the negative words about her and him showing her basic talisman drawing techniques, she knew that he had an interest in her. Jing herself doesn't help anyone unless it can benefit her in some way. So why would someone else help without also expecting something in return? Did he want her body? Did he want Lily? She couldn't exactly find his angle in all this at the beginning, but by the end she knew exactly why he came over. A sinister smile almost leaked from Jing's face as she thought of using this boy to her whim. His youthful innocence and high popularity made her excited for the future. A future that will only be possible if she passes this recruitment test. She only has about an hour left before the last test is over. Jing started to work on talisman number 8 and showed much more careful deliberation and used the techniques taught to her by Shanghai. Her attempts at replicating the techniques were laughable but worked, and although the finished product was a bit crude, it was good enough to successfully create the spell for Chi Shield. But unlike the last times where she made it look like she took a short break to give her hand a break, she continued on to talisman number 9 and then to talisman number 10 before finally passing with only 10 minutes to spare. She looked around to see those that have yet to finish in a frenzy and those that have passed returned to the starting area near the disciples and elders of the Golden Serpent sect. She got up off the mat and moved over there with a relieved smile on her lips. She saw that Bing was surrounded on all sides with a frightful look on his face. He was avoiding the eyes of everyone and just kept his eyes to the ground. A few more participants managed to make it before the 12 hours was over. But overall it accounted to about 100 people left that managed to pass the Golden Serpent sect recruitment test. More people passed this year than the last 5 years. Not bad. Elder Ru told them as their bodies started to vanish for the last time. Jing reappeared at Yellow Jade City. The elders all brought out a talisman and sliced them in half simultaneously, causing it to burn into ash from purple flames. Jing looked around wondering what did they just do while everyone inside the city was looking up at them with excitement, expectation, and amazement. Jing and all the others who passed looked up as well before noticing a huge shadow overtaking them. A giant golden-winged serpent soared in the skies above Yellow Jade City. The cheers of the mortals below nearly managed to stir the new disciples out of their shock, but it wasn't enough. The sheer aura of a beast on this level was enough to freeze even the most talented of new disciples. Whether it was Tang Wuying, Xiaohong, Gong Jun, Shangzai, or Lu Lan, they were all unable to move a single inch. Jing and Li Li were fine though. Jing guessed the aura everyone else was feeling wasn't qi and was something else that she didn't know about. Because if it was qi the snake was radiating, she would perhaps be as frightened as everyone else. But this didn't stop her from at least acting like fear struck her soul. Jing was shaking and sweating just as worst as the other cultivators were and even fell down on her butt to stay true to her cowardly and frightful nature. Li Li stared at the beast as if he was ready to battle any second. Although the more talented disciples couldn't move, they didn't give up. They continued to fight against the fear in their heart. They continued to struggle to regain control over their body. To fight against the shackles placed over them and to keep resisting no matter what. The members of the Golden Serpent sect laughed in amusement while a few elders gave eyebrow raises to those still trying. The winged serpent came flying down towards them. "Mommy, I don't want to die." "Shut up, fool. We're not going to die. I think I soiled my robes. I'll give 10 low spirit stones for anyone's clothes." An amused grin showed up on Elder Mo's mouth. "Riding this amazing beast is how we are getting to the section," he explained, causing a few disciples to faint. "Come on. Chop chop. We don't have all day. Jump on and make sure you hold onto her beautiful scales tight. If you fall, that's your fault for being so weak." He rushed them. No one was willing to take the first step. "Did we accidentally pass a whole group with no spines?" one of the current disciples asked with a snigger. "Ha! What a shame. I had such great hopes for my new junior martial brothers and sisters. If they can't even ride a tamed beast, then they surely can't make it far on the journey of cultivation." Another disciple added. These comments deeply stabbed into the hearts of the new disciples, prompting them to will any courage or pride inside them to force them into leaping onto the golden serpent. The snake was long enough for everyone to ride and a few hundred more even. It took a few moments, but eventually all 100 new disciples got aboard the flying snake. Jing and Bing were amongst the last ones to hop on. Jing glared at Bing, prompting him sit ahead of her. He jumped in fright from her gaze while secretly crying in his heart that she passed and his life at the sect will be ruined. Jing smiled in satisfaction, seeing Bing dutifully following her commands. Now that everyone got on and gripped tightly to the beast, it started to flap its wings and take off into the sky. Jing expected to feel a powerful gale of wind to attempt and blast her off, but felt no wind at all. It was a pleasant surprise, but also unexpected. She guessed that qi was being used to block the wind coming at them because they were moving very fast in the sky. They were flying above the clouds and everyone who had the guts to look around were amazed by the fantastic sight. "If you're shocked by this, just wait till we get to the section," one of the senior disciples said smugly. "The scenery there will blow you away." Another one added. Jing figured now would be the best time to explain things to Bing. She couldn't have him calling her Empress, Master, and the such in public. It would destroy her character in one fell swoop. "Slave." Jing spoke into Bing's ear. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest from the closeness of her demonic voice. Adding the fact that we're currently soaring the sky at speeds unknown, just what insane demands could she possibly ask for right now? "Empress," he responded. "Once we arrive to the sect, we will be nothing but strangers. You will not refer to me as anything but Jing and you will treat me no differently than you would anyone else." AI Bing couldn't believe the words he was hearing right now. Was the demoness really giving him his freedom? Was he finally free to live his life as he wanted from now on? Can he see his family once again in the future? Find a beautiful cute gentle girlfriend. Get married and have dozens of children. Wipe that disgusting smile off your face. Don't be mistaken, fool. You are still nothing more than my possession. I am telling you this because I don't wish to gain attention by anyone in the sect. I will be acting like a sheep while being the tiger. I think that's how you people would describe it. Jing explained. Tears slowly fell from Bing's eyes. It was too glorious to be true. How could I be so naive? A demoness will forever be an incomprehensible being. He didn't understand why a vile she-demon like her would want to act low-key, but has he understood anything about her so far? The thoughts of a demon can't be comprehended by the mind of a simple human like himself. I will find a way to get in contact with you once we get settled in the sect. Until then, you are free to do as you wish. Jing told him as she went back to acting nervous but also excited and wowed by the sights they were seeing in the sky. CaptainBoyHole. I did not forget about the mission rewards. I'm lying. I just fucking remembered about the missions from the start of the recruitment test. I will add it at the beginning of the next chapter. Finding a way to finish up this chapter took me several days tbh. I was hesitant on thinking if I should add a situation or event to occur here, but in the end I decided to add one. I feel like I made the right choice in how I wrote it out and plan to use him in the future. Useful system rewards. On her journey to her new home, Jing was relaxing with Li Li as they flew above the skies. She looked down at the endless color of green below her. The immortal forest reaches much farther than Jing originally thought it did. She was certain that if she didn't have Li Li when she first came here, she could have been stuck in that forest for the rest of her life. Even when they were so high up, she still couldn't see any end in sight to this forest. It is said that some of the truly strong beasts that inhabit the deep parts of the immortal forest are strong enough to go to head with the current sect leader of the Golden Serpent sect. But this was just a rumor that Jing heard amongst her fellow martial peers. Not that she could really imagine the power that the sect leader has nor the beasts that live deep in the immortal forest. The strongest thing she's felt so far was the old ghost in the ring that she got rid of back in the ruins. The second would be Elder Change, the elderly-looking examiner. The long white beard and hair tied up in a ponytail, wrinkled skin with a sharp gaze, eyes filled with such wisdom and strength. He's an array elder as well. So, Jing might have to call him master in the future. She looked over to see Bing enjoying the view on top of the winged snake like a majority of the others. She also sensed a particular gaze directed at herself from up ahead on the beast. This wasn't the first time she felt someone's gaze on her since they began flying. Most of the time it was because of Li Li and trying to figure out who could be the owner of such a handsome spirit beast, but this time the gaze stayed on her longer than usual. Just about as long as the time when she was talking to Bing earlier. She innocently looked over and briefly met eyes with Shanghai. He immediately turned his head and looked off into the distance. Jing inwardly smirked before going back about her business of relaxing and petting Li Li's unbelievably soft feathers. Ding! Multiple missions completed. Rewards, 3 rare tickets, 100,000 yuan, 5 low-quality spirit stones, Book of Qi. Mission failed. You failed to kill over 500 competitors during the test. Penalty, none. Mission reminder. Help the arrogant young master regain some face. Train Tang Wuying till he's capable of fighting evenly with Gong Jun or surpassing him in strength. Or weaken Tang Wuying by the time of the duel that he loses all popularity and credibility. Rewards, Group tab is unlocked, Martial Technique, Snake Fist, 3 rare tickets. Her mission rewards automatically transferred into her system's inventory. When she went in to look, she noticed the familiar lock symbol on the bottom right of the tickets, indicating that she can't bring it out of her inventory and can only be used through the system. The being that made this system is pretty sharp. I planned on taking the tickets out of my inventory and refining them into legendary tickets, but it got one over me instead by not allowing me to have contact with the tickets at all. Jing smiled at being checkmated by the system's creator. It seems they do not care about what I can do with the other rewards though, or the limits I can raise with the others aren't worthy enough to be acknowledged by the system's creator. Jing guessed. The money would be useful once she returns back to the city for whatever reason. She found out one way to never be broke again by using 914's refining abilities. But that can wait till later. She has no use for monetary needs as of right now. The book, however, was a name she recognized. She went to the Systems menu and went to the Ally tab before clicking on Bing's name. Name, AI Bing. Rank, Qi Gathering 2 Peak. Occupation, Martial Artist. Techniques, Devil's Arms, Initial Realm, Devil's Physique, Initial Realm, Swift Devil, Initial Realm. Cultivation Method, Book of Qi. Loyalty, 40%. Scared to death of you but has come to terms that his life of freedom is now forfeit. Ah, so it was a cultivation technique. And considering that it's the same one Bing has, it must be the most common or weakest one there is. Jing figured. She was not too worried about the ranking of things though. With 914's ability, even a pile of dirt could turn into a pile of diamonds. So, this common cultivation method has the same value as a rare and one-of-a-kind cultivation book. The advantage Jing has over others can't even be considered to be fair. If the standard cultivator was said to be on stage 5, then Jing would be on stage 100. To even try and compare her to those around her would be the first mistake to make. Jing decided to wait till she got settled at the sect before officially becoming a cultivator. There's no reason to gain attention here by breaking into the first realm. She's gained enough by attracting the feelings of Shanghai and somehow passing the ridiculously difficult recruitment test without even being a cultivator. Even by doing the bare minimum, she still caught the eye of the elders and some of her fellow peers. But as far as she knows, they only believe her to be an incredibly lucky mortal with a tamed spirit beast. It's good enough for now. The only other way I could have attracted less attention was if I didn't have Li Li or was already a cultivator before I took the test. Jing thought before going into her inventory. She decided to use her 3 rare tickets. She didn't think there was much of a point of waiting till later to use them. It's not as if her luck would increase if she decided to wait to use them until she was in trouble. That's just wishful thinking and naivety. The world doesn't go the way you wish it to just because you're in a tight situation. Warning. A penalty is in effect. Reduced luck in next gacha spin. Reduced luck. I guess that means I'll most likely get some worthless items. Jing was about to shrug her shoulders and continue to use them anyway but suddenly stopped herself. Next gacha spin. Doesn't that mean if I use only one ticket right now, then it would only lower my luck with that ticket instead of all of them? She asked herself. Jing realized that only she could answer her questions. The system sure wasn't responding to her. So instead of using all 3 rare tickets together like she originally planned, she used only a single ticket. Host has received Cerulean Venus Flytrap Seed. She then used her next 2 rare tickets together. Host has received Tiger Boomerang, SCP 4820. Another SCP. How lucky. She commented with a content look on her face. She doubted she was going to find much use out of the seed and boomerang, but it wouldn't feel right to her if she doesn't use everything in her disposal to their fullest. Jing believed that everything has some value, and with 914's ability inside her, that belief was enforced even more. Didn't she have a mission to help Tang Wuying win some duel in a couple months? She could think of some situation where she could give it to him, but to get him proficient enough in wielding it to the point of not get wiped out by Gong Zhan, the genius martial artist that made her knees quiver even after her refinement. She'll have to do some planning to get everything just right. Jing didn't plan on weakening Tang Wuying and having him lose horribly. In fact, she plans on recruiting him to her side in these few months. Even though making him lose would be easier and she would still get the mission rewards regardless of what she does, having the only son of Yellow Jade City's ruler on her side can only bring benefits to her. His personality might be horrible, but it isn't like she plans on being friends with the boy, just using him until he has no further use to her. Her first gacha spin could be used if she grows a garden. She could place the Cerulean Venus Flytrap Seed inside to defend it from thieves and pests. She still had numerous plants and herbs inside her storage ring that she could plant, so making a garden isn't such a bad idea. She'd have to learn how to take care of a garden though. Hopefully there's a book or place inside the sect where she can learn about it. Her final reward made her hesitant. She was deliberating over whether to sell this back to the system or not for the 50,000 points it would give her. She personally had no use for this SCP, but then again there was nothing inside the system store she could really get even if she sold it. The only thing inside the store was a mug, steel sword, fishing rod, recovery pills, a mysterious egg, and SCP-914. She couldn't even pay half of what SCP-914 was worth with 50,000 store points. It costed a whole 5 million store points. But then she realized that keeping it wouldn't be such a bad thing either. According to the system, she could gift her allies SCPs in her inventory once their loyalty has reached 100%. And having an undying ally would be pretty useful. So, Jing chose to keep it instead of selling it to the system. We've arrived. Elder Mo shouted with pride in his deep burly voice. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter we are finally arriving to the sect. Let's get this story finally going. We're done with the first arc I set, which I called Before the Sect. I don't think I accomplished much, but it's a start. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing's new home. Jing and the rest of the new disciples were lined up together once they made it inside the sect. It felt like they were a local attraction because everyone in the sect was staring at them. The numerous elders of the Golden Serpent sect were standing in front of them to see if any of them were talented enough to become their personal disciples. The elders who watched over the recruitment test had first picked to choose anyone they had their eye on. Jing hoped none of the elders chose her. It would completely ruin her future goals and plans right now if she was to gain any more attention. She doubted that anyone would find something special about her, but there was always a chance of something going wrong. All she can do right now is just wait and see. It was clear to Jing that the elders already made their choices on who they wanted for their personal disciples. They were just doing the courteous thing of making it seem like everyone had the possibility of being their disciple by walking up and down the line while looking at everyone. In the end, the examiners chose their disciples. Elder Mo, the martial elder, picked Tang Wuying and Gong Jun as his students. Elder Ru, the pill elder, chose Xiao Hong and Lu Lan as her disciples. Elder Chong, the array elder, chose Shang Zai as his sole disciple. After choosing who they wanted, they quickly exited the scene with their new students. Then the rest of the elders had their pick of the rest of the litter. If it didn't seem so ridiculous to her, Jing was pretty sure she would burst out laughing. It doesn't even seem like they're being treated as people and more like animals to adopt. This method of choosing disciples is laughable at best. If it was up to her, she would definitely think of a more efficient way of situating the new disciples. Did that old bastard just scoff in my face? I'll remember your face in the future. The others at least had the decency to ignore me completely, but then you, another elder, just mocked me. Is this how they run things here? Jing inwardly blew up at the disrespect and mockery that was made of her and a few other disciples. Jing wasn't chosen by any of the remaining elders and was one of the unlucky few to be ignored by all of the elders in the sect. She and a few others were just left there on their own with no further instruction on what to do. So, she waited. She was still in character right now and couldn't just take the first step and leave and do whatever she wanted. Since everyone else was just as confused. It wasn't until a few disciples walked over and started to explain things to them. It looks like this is the trash pile of our new martial brothers and sisters. An outer disciple said with a smug look on his face. A few of the newly arrived disciples took offense to this statement. What do you mean trash? I'm part of the famous Zhou clan. If you weren't picked by any of the elders, your talent for the future is trash or you offended the wrong people. He said with a shrug. Impossible. You are only messing with us. Let's go everyone. We'll prove we're not trash. Go where? Do you even know how things work around here? You just got here. I'll be willing to show you around for a price. He said while holding up a single finger. You're charging us for something like this. That's too much. Now. No one said you had to take me up on my offer. You are free to leave and do whatever you please. No one is going to force you to accept. The lack of support and guidance from the sect really surprised them. It feels as if they were abandoned and treated as wastes, a completely new experience for most of these youths who were treated as geniuses and prodigies by their clans. Those who were used to being treated as untalented and nothing special quickly forked out a single spirit stone. Jing used this time to look very indecisive and ashamed at her lack of talent. It wasn't until a good half of the remaining youth here forked out a spirit stone that Jing also gave a spirit stone to the outer disciple she's going to call Guide Boy. Ahaha, alright. Let's get this going then everyone. If anyone who hasn't paid tries to follow us. He turned his eyes to the few that refused to pay. He sent a wave of killing intent towards them, knocking a large group of them to the floor in a fright. This show of strength surprised nearly all of the new disciples. He didn't even use chi, but he could still show off his powerful strength without it. Making all the new disciples know that this guy is not just any random outer disciple. Those who were planning to follow without paying quickly reconsidered and scampered off. Jing and Bing were not a part of that group and were dutifully experiencing the tour of the Golden Serpent sect. The guide showed their group around and told them everything they needed to know. Guide Boy was even polite enough to answer questions without charging for them. Jing's view on him slightly changed a bit. She expected him to be a greedy bastard but he turned out to be a pretty decent guide. She learned of her current responsibilities as a newly outer disciple, her new place of residence, the places she's allowed to go to, places she's not allowed to go to, and the rules of the sect. It was quite an eye-opening experience to Jing at all the sights she saw during her tour around the sect. Once she arrived in her home that can only be described as a lowly shack, she began to consolidate all her findings today. But before she did that, she would have to fix this place up a bit. Her pride will not allow her to live in such a disgusting hovel. So, she got to work on fixing up the place. Once you walked in the door of the hut, you would see a small uncomfortable-looking bed, a dirty dusty wooden floor, a small broken wooden table that was low to the floor, and no windows. Jing reached into her robes and pulled out the leaf fan she made when she first woke up. The small amount of wind this thing could control wasn't nearly enough to clear this place full of dust. To fix that, Jing refined it on very fine and made it so that the wind it controls erases all traces of dust, dirt, and anything else that wouldn't please Jing. Jing lightly swung the leaf fan and a large gust of wind erupted inside her room. Her clothes and hair were blown in all sorts of directions as the wind crazily danced all around the room, erasing all traces of dirtiness. Jing watched with a content smile as the place was fixed up almost instantly. Unfortunately, the things the wind counted as trash wasn't exactly the same as her idea of trash. The table got erased by the wind as well. No future tea time for her or any guests anymore. But it wasn't all bad, this place looked completely spotless now and Jing had no trouble with touching anything inside here anymore. Who knows how many people lived in this hovel before her? And what kind of things they've done inside here? Jing refused to believe that someone cleaned these places for them. That would be far too optimistic. Jing sat on the newly cleaned bed with no further reservations and got to thinking about her current responsibilities as an outer disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. The first thing she should do is go claim her monthly spirit stones. All disciples are given a monthly amount of spirit stones. Certain disciples can get more spirit stones depending on their ranking or status within the sect. Outer disciples get 5 low-ranked spirit stones each month. Inner disciples get 5 middle-ranked spirit stones each month. Core disciples get 5 high-ranked spirit stones each month. Rankings is a system where each disciple can prove their worth to the sect and receive benefits based on that worth. Each court has its own ranking system. Outer court is the most numerous, inner court is the fiercest, and the core court is the most popular. To enter the rankings all you have to do is challenge someone already ranked, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Jing doesn't plan on entering the rankings anytime soon. She has no reason to. Even if she did enter, she would have to reveal that she's stronger than 9,000 other outer disciples before she could receive a reward anyway. Entirely counterintuitive to her goals as of right now. Anyway, as an outer disciple, Jing will have to complete 5 tasks set by the sect each month, or she will not be able to receive her monthly spirit stones, and if she continues to not accomplish any tasks set by the sect, she could get kicked out of the sect if she's lucky. There are rumors that something terrible could happen to disciples that refuse to do the tasks set by the sect and that they will never be seen again. Some of the rumors range from being used as an ingredient in a cauldron to being a training dummy for certain personal disciples to use. There were a good number of requests given by the sect that no matter what kind of talent you had, as long as you had functioning limbs and could follow instructions, it wouldn't be hard to find tasks to complete. Guide Boy told them that most disciples choose easy non-time consuming tasks so that they can get back to cultivating to try and improve their rankings to get more resources. But those who want to push themselves further will choose challenging tasks to gain more contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for items within the sect. Items like pills, talismans, weapons, and the like. Guide Boy said that earning contribution points is one of the vital ways of advancing inside the sect. Especially for talentless cultivators like them who were abandoned by the elders. Since they had no talent for pill making, talisman designing, or martial arts, then they would have to rely on resources to gain advantages. He also added that since they have no important backgrounds, to not get on the bad side of anyone who does. That's how most disciples end up dead or suppressed. What a terrible way of running a place. Jing thought at the time. Contribution points cannot be traded amongst disciples. This helps makes sure that those with a lot of contribution points can't help someone else just starting out by gifting them a lot of contribution points to quickly advance within the sect. However, contribution points can be bet with and on through duels, challenges, tournaments, and ranking matches. Most people won't accept a challenge for a ranking match without the person sending the challenge offering a good number of contribution points or something else of value. This is only for the top 1000 though. If you are ranked below 1000, then you are forced to accept all ranking matches. Most disciples who tend to cause trouble with the wrong people quickly find themselves fighting till their deaths, and they won't be able to refuse the challenges unless they get into the 1000s. There are countless number of untalented disciples that would do nearly anything to get on the good side of those that have a solid background within the sect, and killing someone isn't much. Of course, not everyone can challenge just anyone. You must be in the same cultivation realm or one step below it if you wish to challenge someone. So, all in all, the information she gained for the price of a single spirit stone wasn't bad at all. She still had 5 left over. Jing decided to finally begin her path into cultivation. She pulled out the book of Qi cultivation technique, refined whip, multiple martial arts within her storage ring, a spirit stone, and a steel sword. She had quite a few things to do with all the knowledge she's acquired so far. And the first on her list was to update her arsenal. Jing absorbed the cultivation technique within her body and refined it on very fine. She left it up to her subconscious to refine the book since she didn't have the greatest understanding of cultivation techniques. Typically, her subconscious seems to have greater knowledge than her about most things she refines. Jing doesn't know if it's because of who she was before she woke up here or if it's something else, but it doesn't matter too much. It hasn't done her wrong yet. The book exited from her chest and landed on her lap with a completely new appearance and title. Originally, the title of the book was drawn across the top of the book and had a plain brown look and was quite small in size, but now it was thick enough to need both of her hands to carry. The cover was now purple and the title has changed to Empress of Pain's Tome. Jing smiled at the name and flipped open the book. She quickly flipped through the large number of pages within the book. It took her around an hour before she completely finished flipping through the entire book, and once she was done, she closed her eyes to take in everything she read. Li Li took it upon himself to peacefully rest in Jing's lap as she was doing whatever she was doing, and wouldn't wake up until 3 hours later when Jing finally opened her eyes, bursting with an entirely new feeling around her. The aura around her figure would prompt those with weak wills and minds to immediately bow down on the ground and praise her, lest they want to suffer the wrath of the endless suffering. Jing felt the qi running through her body as she broke into the first stage of cultivation. She was now a qi gatherer at the first level. The feeling of qi felt intoxicating to her. She felt like going wild and testing her new strength immediately, but quickly reined herself in. It would not do to lose control over herself. What is she, a child who just got a new toy and can't wait to show it to everyone? No, she has more self-control than that. She took a deep breath as she explored this newfound power within her. According to the tome, this cultivation technique is built on the principle of causing suffering to others and gaining from their pain. To enter the initial realm, she must master torture techniques to the point where she can cause someone to beg for death just by the feeling of her aura, and once she can do that, she will be able to drain the physical attributes from her opponents and become even stronger. The book gave plenty of interesting new ways of torturing, which made Jing quite happy and excited for the future. She was surprised it even showed ways to torture creatures other than humans. In the tome, it's said that if she could reach the completion realm with this technique, just by making eye contact she could even torture the soul and bend it to her will. Excitement was an understatement for what the current Jing felt right now, but she wasn't finished just yet. That was just first item on the list of things she needed to refine tonight. She reabsorbed the Empress of Pain's tome and refined it on rough, causing ash to exit from her palm. Keeping that around wouldn't be helpful anyway. I've already stored every single page to memory. Jing thought. After taking care of that, Jing refined her rock whip on 1:1 to switch it with a regular whip to use around the sect. She couldn't carry a whip that could slice through nearly everything without attracting some attention. Next was the many palm, fist, body, and sword martial arts she got from the bodies during the first test. Guide Boy took them to the martial pavilion during their tour, and when she went inside, she couldn't find any martial technique for whips. The only fighting martial arts inside were hand, sword, spear, and bow martial arts. She scoffed in ridicule. These cultivators were much too lacking and traditional for her taste. So, to fix that, she decided to make her own martial arts. She just proved she could do it with 914, so there was nothing left to stop her. She grabbed one of the palm martial arts and refined it on 1:1, changing it into a leg martial skill. She figured that cultivators also didn't fight with their legs because she didn't see any leg martial arts that weren't movement arts. Jing reabsorbed the unnamed leg martial art and refined it on very fine, once again leaving it to her subconscious to deal with the vital stuff. The reason why she didn't choose a fist or palm technique was because she wouldn't be able to use those while she was wielding her whip. While her legs would be completely free to use while she's using her whip to fight. A content smile appeared on her face as the leg martial arts finished its refinement on very fine. She quickly flipped through it and gained the necessary knowledge on how to utilize it and how to practice it before turning it into dust on the rough setting. Jing pulled out her stone pillow and placed it on the bed so that Li Li could rest while she does all this. Li Li gladly sunk into the unbelievably soft pillow and soon fell into a blissful slumber. Jing got up from the bed and stood up before stretching her body. Jing turned her body to the side, slightly bent her knees, shifted most of her body mass to her back leg, and relaxed her arms and shoulders. After getting into the correct martial stance, she strengthened her core and attacked. Jing let loose a flurry of high-speed kicks with only one leg. The whooshing wind from her kicks was enough to rustle the sleeping Li Li's feathers. It's unknown if those kicks were to land on a person would they shatter the bones on contact or momentarily stun them because of how light and thin her legs look. Jing sadistically grinned before imagining a human body in front of her and doing the rapid kicks once more, but this time focusing on the most fragile parts of the body that wouldn't fatally injure them but would surely cause them to scream out in pain. This technique is called Leiji or lightning kick. It was only the first move out of many within the unnamed leg martial art. Jing would love to practice some more, but she still has more things to refine before the morning comes. CaptainBoyHole. Alright. We're getting into the actual start of the story. Imagine everything that happened below this as just a really long prologue. This is where I'll try and bring the Xiangxia part in the title alive and get into some really juicy stuff. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The end of the first night. Jing grabbed one of the sword martial arts called Furious Wind Blade in her whip. She didn't know if this would work, but all the other times she's tried combining things it has worked out fine. Even though she has only made 2 combined objects in total, that's still a good enough track record for her. Jing placed the book in her hand and held her whip in her other as she absorbed them into her body. She cranked the setting on very fine and felt as the 2 items inside of her were being combined into the way she wanted. If she wasn't careful, she could accidentally make some sort of weird book whip weapon instead of a whip art like she wanted. The refining process doesn't take more than a few seconds and Jing's wanted item soon exited from her chest. This one also didn't have a title on the front of the cover but was covered entirely of animal fur. Jing opened the book up and quickly stored all the knowledge inside her head. Flipping through page after page, with her enhanced mind it didn't take long for her to completely swallow everything the book had to offer. She soon reinserted the book inside herself and placed it on rough, destroying it entirely. The whip martial technique she just learned seems quite powerful. On the surface it will look like an average and low-level martial art, but to a fighter with good eyes, they will notice that this whip technique isn't as simple as it seems. The way it always seemingly strikes at a vital area, the way the wielder's whip moves and attacks as if it was alive like a breathing snake and could sense the best place to attack, and the way it could strike hard and fast like lightning made this whip technique a superior martial art. Jing would have to practice her control with the whip first though. Only through training and hard work can Jing truly show off the greatness of this skill. Something she plans to do at a later time as she's still not done yet with the refining for tonight. Just 2 more items and she can train till the morning. Jing grabbed the spirit stone and held it in her hand. Spirit stones have another use besides just having monetary value. Jing found this out quite some time ago after she took care of those 2 cultivators from the Dark Moon gang. Qi can be extracted from the inside of spirit stones, and once all the qi is extracted, the spirit stone will crumble into dust. This qi can be used to help cultivators attempt to break through to the next realm or replenish their qi. Jing had a single reason for bringing out this spirit stone, and that was to get rich. Jing took in the spirit stone and refined it on the fine setting. The enhancement she added was to have it create another spirit stone every 5 seconds. With this spirit stone, Jing feels like she will have more money than the entire sect within a few months. Even if it's the lowest valued spirit stone, it will still accumulate in value. Jing could even trade in 100 mortal rank spirit stones for 1 stellar rank spirit stone at the exchange hall. Jing placed the money-making spirit stone inside her storage ring and left it there till it completely filled the ring up. She'll have to think of something later on what to do when her storage ring gets completely filled up with spirit stones. Her current thoughts right now were to randomly bury the large supply of the spirit stones somewhere in the sect and anonymously let a rumor flow throughout the sect about it. A sinister smile slowly showed on Jing's face as she thought of the resulting chaos due to something like that. That would be quite the entertaining spectacle to watch. She thought while making a mental note to definitely do that later. Jing grabbed the final item to refine tonight, the steel sword. She planned to use this to replace her whip. Her whip from before wasn't really working out for her. When she first made that whip, she was only planning to use it to defend herself from any wild creatures. But this time she has a different idea in mind, something a bit more suited towards her personality. Jing refined the sword on the 1:1 setting and replaced it with an iron whip. She then reabsorbed it and upgraded it on very fine, adding a few new anomalous properties to it that will make fighting so much sweeter. This new whip will cause those to get hit by it to be racked with an insufferable amount of pain. Even if it's a slight cut across the cheek, it'll feel like lava is bubbling beneath their cheek. But that's not the only thing she added. Anyone who is hit by this whip won't be able to faint or relieve their pain no matter what they try and do unless Jing herself personally grants them reprieve from the pain. Jing can mentally control whenever she wants this effect to activate. This is so that she can use this whip normally when she's out in public. It wouldn't benefit her to not have a way of deactivating the special properties of this weapon. I'm glad I got SCP-914 as my first SCP. The resourcefulness of this ability is absolutely overwhelming. She giggled. Now that Jing was finished refining everything she needed to refine, she spent the rest of the night practicing her whip and leg martial arts. Without any need to rest, Jing was perfectly fine training throughout the night until dawn. She didn't choose to practice her cultivation technique though. This is because Jing didn't know how long the average cultivator takes to break through the first realm into the second realm, and she sure wasn't going to bring attention to herself when there is no need to. In public, she's an untalented cultivator and plans to keep it that way. She was sure it wouldn't take her long to break through into Qi gathering stage 2. Right now, she felt like she was overfilled and bursting with Qi. The barrier inside her dungeon felt like it could tear from the slightest touch of Qi from Jing, so she didn't plan on pressuring it until the time was right. Jing wasn't sure if it was because of the Empress of Pain's tome or the fact that she refined a cultivation technique on very fine that her Qi was so powerful and formidable. If she was to be honest, it was difficult to control herself from choosing to disguise herself and going around to terrorize her martial brothers and sisters in the middle of the night just to test her strength. But how weak would she look if she let a little power go to her head so soon? Humph, she'd rather serve as Bing's maid for a day than allow herself to be look so pathetic. While she was thinking all of this, she was also practicing her leg technique that she named Flowering Domination. In the midst of her practicing, Jing heard multiple noises outside her humble abode and figured that it was morning time. She stopped practicing and took the time to pet the peacefully resting Li Li. He didn't need to rest either, but something about that rock pillow just forces you to drift off into dreamland. Even she wasn't exempt from its overwhelming power. Jing's first plan of business was to go get her monthly spirit stones. After that she'll take a little stroll through the sect. She is going to be living here for a while, so it would do good to know of her the situation inside the sect. After taking a look at how the sect is run, she'll then decide on what she plans to do, because besides her current mission given by the system, she has no real set plan for her future here yet. CaptainBoyHole. Alright boys and girls? Next chapter we will see exactly how the Golden Serpent sect lets its disciples run around, get a glimpse of a few important future allies, and either some hijinks with Bing or Jing ordering around Bing to do some tasks for her. I haven't decided yet, but there is one thing I'm sure of. You will get small scenes including important future allies for Jing. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. It's time for a takeover. Jing left Li Li inside to rest as she headed out to the exchange hall for her monthly stones. Even if she didn't need the stones personally, it would certainly cause suspicion if anyone decided to investigate her later on. If she was sending someone out to find information about someone, the first thing she would tell her men to do is to take notice of any abnormalities or uncommon actions they do. Why would anyone not take their monthly spirit stones? Having an excess amount of spirit stones is never a bad thing unless you are too weak to keep hold of it. The only reason why someone would not go and get their spirit stones is if they had something to hide, of course. Jing did have something to hide and didn't need anyone finding out till she had a stable foundation and the strength necessary to protect her secrets. And speaking of strength, Jing was currently watching someone without sufficient strength right in front of her show one of the outcomes of lacking power. Jing was a bit annoyed since they were having this show right in front of the exchange hall but decided to wait and watch till they got out of the way. Hurry up and give up the stones, you blind fool. One of the youths demanded. An old withered fossil like yourself has no need for these anyway. Do you really believe you can still break through at your age? Ha ha ha. You've already missed your time for greatness. You'd be better off turning into dust already. Here you go, but may I be selfish enough to keep just a single stone for myself, young lords? The uncle asked in a polite tone with his eyes closed. Hey, look at this. His eyes are already useless and body withdrawn of all potential, and yet he still believes that he can fly into the heavens as a cultivator. The main leader of the four youths cackled as if he just heard the greatest joke of the century as he walked closer to the uncle. A resounding sharp slap echoed throughout the area as the blind uncle was now on the ground gripping his cheek. A surprised look appeared on his face before slowly transitioning into a sullen and hopeless one. He held out all his spirit stones and the slappy youth snatched them from his palm with an arrogant smile on his face. He then walked away happily with his little group. Jing stared into the eyes of the hunched-over old man. She didn't see a single look of hatred, anger, or any type of negative emotion inside him. Either the old man is one of the most forgiving people on the planet or exceptional at hiding his emotions. But for what reason would he have to do that? Jing looked around to see that no one else was paying special attention to this little situation. They glanced over before going back to doing whatever they were doing as if this event wasn't anything special or worth causing a fuss over. Jing was confused to say the least. Isn't a sect like an educational institution? Is this place really so lawless to where such harsh bullying can go without a care in the world? Jing did something that was quite unlike her and thought optimistically for once. Maybe that was just a rare situation where none of the elders or disciplinary members were around to punish those people because none of them saw it. Jing didn't care about this because she felt sympathetic towards the uncle or the humiliating experience he just went through, but the fact that the sect possibly allowed things like this to happen. There's no way this could be a normal affair. Jing walked on past the uncle and secretly dropped a spirit stone behind her before vanishing inside the exchange hall. She heard a loud voice call out from outside the building and promptly sped up her pace into the line of cultivators waiting to get their monthly stones. It didn't take long for the uncle to come inside and frantically look around with a distinctive red mark on his cheek. Jing didn't even need to try and hide. Jing did have to give the uncle credit though. He didn't give up on looking for the owner of the spirit stone for a while. He was so dedicated that he even received a few hits for bothering people. The reason why she gave him the spirit stone wasn't because she pitied him. It was actually because she was interested in him. For a man his age to be treated like that without a single ripple of anger or hatred is something special. If Jing didn't just see it for herself, she would have actually believed that it was impossible. That's if he isn't acting, but Jing was almost certain he wasn't hiding his emotions. She might revisit the old man at a later date. He could be useful to her. But for now, she's got her monthly stones, it's time to go. She left the exchange hall while the uncle was still asking people who dropped their stone. She was now on her way to the martial pavilion to borrow some martial techniques or at least look as if she was going to. She still needed to get an auxiliary, body, and movement martial arts, but with her current strength didn't see the need for them quite yet. If she was to rank herself right now, she'd say she's strong enough to contest with Gong Jun from the first portion of the recruitment test. But that was just an estimate, she wouldn't truly know unless she battled him. Jing soon arrived at the entrance to the martial pavilion. She walked up the stairs and inside the building to meet with the elder behind the counter. May I take out a few martial arts? She asked. You have 5 minutes. You can only explore the first floor. You have to return the books within a week or you will face disciplinary punishment. He told her. Oh, okay. She responded with fright in her voice at his strict tone and look of disgust at her. Jing walked away and started to look through martial skills. 8 tigers maneuvering, splitting water palm, iron body, floating fairy steps. Quite a diverse choice of options I got here. All of these martial arts sounded pretty much the same to her. Their names sounded big, impressive, and showy, but Jing thought this sounded kind of fake. Well, it doesn't really matter to her. It's not like she's going to actually learn these mortal rank skills in the first place. She just needs to take some out. And if anyone questions why she isn't using them in battles, she'll just say she hasn't comprehended them yet. After getting what she needed, she started to head back to the librarian to check out these 3 books, Silent Breath, an auxiliary martial art, Jade Skin, a body technique, and floating fairy steps. But on her way to the counter, she heard the whispering of 2 senior disciples on the upper floors. Have you heard about that arrogant outer disciple that's all the talk inside the inner court? You don't mean Hu Tao, do you? Yeah, him. I heard that he's even managed to defeat and embarrass some of the disciples from the inner court. Even though he has yet to reach the Qi consolidation realm. He's surely a genius. Only those blessed by the heavens can skip levels and realms to defeat other cultivators. You know what he just said yesterday? No, what? Hu Tao claimed that if anyone managed to best him in one-on-one combat, he will be willing to serve as their slave for the rest of his life. Such arrogance. What about the outer court disciples who are within the top 10 on the rankings? They aren't powerful enough to best Hu Tao. Even though he's only ranked 10 in the outer court rankings, not even the number 1 ranker can defeat him without serious injuries. He's also not willing to fight seriously with Hu Tao because he's known as a fighting maniac. Fighting maniac. He fights every battle as if his life is on the life and doesn't hold back no matter who he is fighting. Instead of fighting like a human, he fights more like a wild beast. How scary. Let's make sure we avoid him. We don't have anything to worry about. I heard a rumor that he's interested in the same side. No way. Jing has heard enough gossip and checked out the martial arts. On her way home, Jing was suddenly another witness to rampant bullying on sect grounds. Although this time she got to appear in the middle of it, instead of seeing it from the beginning. The incident was happening in front of someone's front yard. An orange-haired attractive beauty was knocked to the ground by one of the 5 girls surrounding her. Blood was leaking from her lip and her face was twisted in rage and defiance as she gripped the spirit stone with all of strength. Don't think you'll get away with this. She groaned. Know your place, trash. The Yu family is nothing anymore, you are just a lowly bug that is meant to grovel beneath our feet. The Yu girl could only grit her teeth and glare at the group of girls. Still got that annoying look in your eyes. Girls, get her. The girls began kicking and stomping the orange-haired girl on the ground. Jing watched as the girl didn't stop fighting back even when it would invite more trouble and pain to her. She bit, clawed, and pinched any piece of skin she could get a hold of until she was beaten to the point where she couldn't move anymore. Crazy freak. The head bandit screamed as she and her group of bandits left with more injuries than they probably expected. Once again, Jing saw no one raising any fuss of such a situation happening in broad daylight. If anything, such behavior seemed to be encouraged. Anyone she saw passing by who saw the scene either looked on in entertainment or quickly walked by without a care in the world. This could be used to her advantage. A discreet smile appeared on her face as she walked over to the barely conscious girl. She looked around to make sure no one noticed her before dragging the girl into her home. Jing heard some mumbling coming from her but ignored it as she dragged her on her rug. She then crouched down and lifted up the girl's chin. She stared into her scorching bright orange eyes. Eat this. Jing slipped a refined recovery pill inside that would completely restore the girl's body back to normal. The effect was basically instant as the girl's wounds healed up in seconds. Her eyes widened in shock but Jing kept her hold on the girl's chin to refocus her attention back to her. What's your name? Jing asked. Ying Yu. And get your hands off of me. She attempted to slap Jing's face to release her but only managed to swipe at the air as Jing grasped the side of her face. How would you like to gain the strength necessary to restore your fallen family and pay back the debts of those that embarrassed you? Jing asked with an even wider smile. Jing could see the slight waver in her soul from the question. Don't mock me. You're nothing more than just a first-ranked chi gatherer. How could you possibly give me enough strength to do such a thing? She tried to spit in Jing's face. Jing let go of her face and let her drop to the ground, only managing to spit onto her own rug. She then got up and stared down at the orange-haired feisty mess of a girl. I will only ask you once. Join me and you will gain all the power you need and more, but the only catch is you must serve me loyally for the rest of your life. She held out her hand. It looked as if a dark purple aura was being emitted from Jing's figure. Her terrifying chi was being subtly released from her body, unnerving Ying Yu even more. It must be known that Ying Yu is a chi gatherer at the 4th level, you know. While Jing is only at the 1st level. Gone was the plain and unassuming look that she always had. What took its place was something more ominous, frightening, and enticing. You didn't want to believe it. She couldn't believe it. But for some reason, her instincts were telling her to grab onto that hand. That hand that's promising everything she's always wanted to hear ever since she's joined the Golden Serpent sect. Nothing about this situation made sense to her. Who is this mysterious girl? What kind of dreadful cultivation technique is she practicing that would scare me? Even my grandfather's sky-ranked cultivation skill doesn't give me the same feeling as this girl's. Everything about this is confusing and wrong, but, if I say no, will I even manage to escape with my life? You wondered. Jing felt Yu place her hand into hers. New ally gained. Name, Ying Yu. Rank, Chi Gathering 4. Occupation, Martial Artist. Techniques, Green Crystal Blade, Intermediate Realm, Blazing Steps of Mystery, Intermediate Realm, Physique of the Inferno, Initial Realm, etc. Cultivation Method, Burning Eruption, Initial Realm. Loyalty, 70%, doesn't entirely trusts you but trusts her instincts that trust you. Is curious about your background. You've made a smart choice, Ying. If you refused, I don't know what I would have done with you. Jing said nonchalantly. Ying couldn't respond. I'll give you a few things tomorrow. Make sure you're free. For now, I will return home. What I saw today has really opened my eyes, I have a lot to think about. Jing walked outside the home and returned home. As she walked in the door, she almost expected Li Li to charge into her. But the little rascal was just doing a happy little shake on the bed once he saw her. What was she expecting? He isn't a dog. She did play with him in the meantime though. He's still just a baby after all. Babies need attention no matter how super smart they are. And she is his mother. What kind of mother would neglect caring and playing with her child? A terrible one, that's who. So, as Jing played with Li Li, she began to think of what exactly she wanted to do in this sect. After her meeting with Ying, she's got a general idea of what she wants to accomplish inside the sect. She's going to take over the Golden Serpent sect from the bottom and fix this lackluster and pathetic excuse for an organization. Her inner feelings didn't feel comfortable in a group with such terrible management and rules. Mission available for host. Take over the outer court either by number of supporters, strength, or influence. Rewards: 3 epic tickets, Soul Lantern, restriction on Chi Consolidation Realm will be unlocked. A small smile appeared on Jing's face. It's nice that the system is on board with her plan and is actively encouraging her with rewards. She may not know what goal the system has, but as long as it doesn't directly go against her, it's fine. But she will need a few things if she plans on taking over the outer court. First is information, second is a disguise, third is manpower, and fourth is strength. Luckily I know a person who might know a lot about this section. So let's start with him first. CaptainBoyHole. I was planning on adding a part with Bing, but I'll just save that for next chapter. Next chapter we'll see what kind of gifts Jing will give to Ying Yu. Bing had got a really good shield, but can you guess what kind of weapon she'll give to Ying? Don't forget how aggressive and fighty she is. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A house visit. / a present. A barrage of knocks rapped on the door of a sleeping youth. The door was shaking from the impacts of the hits and looked as if it was going to break down if this continued. From the sound of the knocks, it seems that whoever is outside has urgent business with the person inside. Surprisingly, it seems the loud knocking isn't enough to wake the slumbering disciple. He was just peacefully sleeping with a wide silly grin on his face. His hand was scratching his big belly as he murmured the words inside his wonderful dream. I will always love you, my beautiful gentle sweet wife. Your chest is perfect just the way it is. Bang! The resting youth instantly awakened as his front door was just broken into. He grabbed his shield laying by his bed and stared at the intruders who barged into his home. Who are you? What do you want? Bing asked with his heart beating rapidly. Did you not hear us knocking? Would it take the roar of a beast in the Chi consolidation stage to wake you? An embarrassed blush appeared on Bing's face. I apologize. I'm a heavy sleeper, but was it necessary to break down my door? I'm sure I've never offended any of you. Bing said while looking at their faces. A grin appeared on the head intruder. You may not have offended us personally, but we heard a little rumor that you've killed a member of our Huang clan. And we need to teach you a lesson for not putting our Huang clan in your eyes, fatty. Bing has realized that these thugs have only come to cause trouble. They aren't interested in any excuse or logical explanation for his actions. The only thing they want is to hurt and humiliate him. It's a very irritating reason to be awoken from such a sweet blissful dream. My fellow martial brothers. Is there any need to have such violence between us? If need be, I can get on my knees and apologize to all of you. Bing said with fear in his voice while getting in front of the 4 men. An even wider smile appeared on their faces as they relished in bullying the weak-sounding Bing. He was only a second-stage Chi gatherer while they were in the 3rd and 4th stage. There was no possible way they could see Bing getting out of doing exactly what they want, and they loved it. The leader of the 4 pointed to the ground. Well? Hurry up and bow, pig. We're waiting. The men started to laugh as they watched Bing slowly lower himself to the ground. They still planned to beat him half to death for possibly killing one of family members. It would be a good idea to use him as a message to the other new disciples that just joined that their clan is not one to mess with. Dealing with this fatty can only bring benefits to them, why wouldn't they try and increase their influence within the sect by doing this? But before Bing's knees reached the ground, his body suddenly buffed up. The fat that was present all over his body turned into pure muscle. The strength radiating through his body was enough to squash any second-stage Chi gatherer with just his pinky. All this strength going through Bing's body was aimed towards the thugs invading his home. He was in crouching position with his shield faced towards them. He grinned as looks of confusion and mockery appeared on the Huang clan members' faces. Are you seriously planning on resisting, fatty? You might as well. His words were cut off by Bing's shout. Swift devil. He yelled as his body was being strengthened by Devil's physique and Devil's arms. The sound of wind breaking was the last thing the Huang clan bullies heard before feeling the worst pain they've ever felt in their lives. Bing crashed into the lined-up men like a bull charging to gore a predator. They were launched outside of Bing's home and spiraled across his front yard. They felt like all of their bones were simultaneously shattered and their organs were upside down and all over the place. I can't feel anything. Mother. I'm not ready to die yet. The Huang clan youths could only helplessly twitch on the ground. All control over their body was gone and their mind was jumbled. Wasn't that fatty just a chi gatherer at the second level? How did they end up in this situation? They might not be talented within the sect and their martial arts isn't anything special, but shouldn't their cultivation difference be enough? And if that wasn't enough, they outnumbered him as well. The only thing going through their brains right now was regret for choosing the wrong person to mess with. Unfortunately for these disciples, the difference in strength within the chi gathering realm doesn't really start until 7th and 9th stage. Before that though, the only difference is in pure strength. Breaking through the realms in the chi gathering realm will only increase your strength by 200 Jin every breakthrough. Things are different in the chi consolidation stage though. The strength of one's fist becomes less important unless the cultivator is focusing on becoming a body cultivator instead of a chi cultivator. I was taught not to leave future troubles by my master. You can only blame yourselves for trying to bully and take advantage of the weak when you're only as strong as this. Bing stated as he slowly swaggered outside his home with killing intent radiating around him. The meek and peaceful-looking fatty from before turned into a terrifying behemoth of death and ruthlessness. One by one, Bing's thick fingers slowly grabbed hold of their heads and with a ruthless snap. The lights within their eyes faded forever. They tried to plead and beg for Bing to spare them after witnessing their leader perish, but Bing was not dissuaded in the slightest. He isn't so dumb to believe these types of people will let him off so easily. If anything, being crippled would be the most forgiving of things they probably planned to do with him. After finishing off the last person, Bing dragged all the bodies back inside his home. He still had some business left with these four. He checked to see if they had any valuables on their bodies and could only frown in annoyance. They were poor. Not even a single spirit stone or anything on them. How could these guys have the gall to bully anyone being as poor as they are? Bing asked in astonishment. Thankfully, I have a technique that allows me to gain something from you all. He snickered. Bing placed his hand on the chest of one of the corpses. He began breathing in a deep sinister tone and activated his devil's arms technique. Normally when using this auxiliary martial arts, Bing's body would use his fat to create a secondary pair of arms under his arms and strengthen them with chi. But this wasn't the only way of using this technique. It would be a mockery of a sky-ranked martial arts if it was only able to make him grow arms. The name of these martial arts isn't just because it sounds cool either. The user's personality will gradually become more twisted and devilish as they practice these techniques to the peak before they transform into a complete devil in all but appearance. Bing's hand gradually started morphing a mouth in the middle of his palm. It had razor-sharp teeth and a long forked tongue inside the mouth. The hand licked the flesh of the corpse and stabbed into it with its tongue. The skin, muscle, tissue, and all began to be sucked into the mouth of the hand. Bing's strength was being improved the more his hand ate. If he were to check his natural body's strength, he would notice that he's already left the threshold of a second stage chi gatherer and firmly planted himself at the start of the third stage with his body alone. The only things left unsucked by the hand were the bones, blood, and clothes. It was a grisly, disgusting sight for any normal person, but Bing was not disturbed all that much. For one, he had complete control over the hand. It was somewhat similar to having a pet and being the owner of said pet. It had its own desires and feelings but completely obeyed him. 2. The world of cultivating isn't something that he'll be able to get far in if he can't stomach something like this. And lastly, it would be a waste of his martial arts if he didn't use every opportunity to get as strong as he can. Bing slurped up the other 3 bodies and was left with 4 skeletons and a large puddle of blood inside his home. The smell was a bit much and Bing had to pinch his nose as he brought his bone shield he got from the demoness over the blood. He dipped the bottom of the shield in the blood and watched as the blood gushed forward inside the bones. What kind of shield is this anyway? I've never seen such a strange weapon before or heard of anything like a weapon that drinks the blood of its victims. Bing muttered to himself as he watched the bones on his shield become glossier and whiter. Just what kind of place could produce such a mysterious person? He wondered as he carefully slid his finger across the rim of his shield. I should go see if they have any shield martial techniques inside the martial pavilion. He decided as he left his home and went towards the library. Fighting with this thing feels so different from using a sword. It's so much easier to fight with and less stressful. At first, I thought the demoness was just being cruel to give me only a shield to battle with, but as I got used to using it in battle, I slowly felt more comfortable and familiar with it. Far more than I ever had with the blade, even though I was taught since young the ways of the sword. Bing arrived inside the martial pavilion and walked towards the counter. Excuse me, Elder Zhong, I was wondering if there are any shield martial arts inside that I could borrow. Bing asked. Elder Zhong's eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Of course we do. You think that the Golden Serpent sect would be lacking any kinds of martial arts? What a stupid question, child. Of course we have. He suddenly stopped in the middle of his speech. Elder Zhong suddenly exploded in anger after realizing what Bing just asked. A shield? Why in the world would anyone use a shield? Are you making fun of me, boy? Get out of my sight this instant before I force you out of it. He roared. Bing quickly scrambled outside the library after unintentionally angering the elder. He heard laughter from inside the library, most likely aimed at him, and slowly grew bitter. It's just an innocent question. No need to raise such a fuss about it. If you didn't have any shield arts you could have just said so. Bing curled his lip. A sect as great as the Golden Serpent sect and they don't even have a single measly shield technique. How pathetic. He muttered as he looked around his surroundings. Maybe the demoness could help him somehow. With her mysterious background, she probably knows of a few shield martial arts, or at least if they exist. Then all of a sudden, memories of Jing physically assaulting him ran through his mind. His body shivered and him wanting to ask the she-demon of anything was halted in its tracks. I've been doing fine without a shield art so far. I'm sure I can go a little bit longer without asking the Empress for help just yet. He nervously chuckled as he went towards the mission hall to work on some tasks for contribution points. A young orange-haired girl was pacing back and forth inside her home. This young girl was Ying Yu. She was close to tearing her hair out over the crazy deal she made yesterday. She wasn't completely against the idea of serving the girl, and that's the part that was making her so crazy. She didn't know what kind of background that girl has, nor does she know anything about her. She doesn't even know her name. Even if her life was at stake, she would never willingly become someone's slave. It would be easy to just try and avoid the girl or refuse to become her ally, but this went against everything she stood for. If she would promise to do something, she will do it no matter what. What kind of person would she be if she went against her word? One that isn't fit to revive and lead the Yu family into prosperity again, that's for sure. She let out an exhausted sigh. Stressing over this situation isn't going to make anything better. Might as well charge forward and deal with the problems as they come. Not much else she can do at this point. Ying also doubted she could best the girl, even though she was 3 small realms ahead of her in cultivation. The chi she felt from her was no joke. It felt like a bottomless ocean was standing before her, and she was nothing but a small sailboat rocking on top of that ocean. Being crushed into nothingness would be the only outcome if she tried to fight against her. Ying has never backed down from a challenge. No matter how many enemies there are, no matter how talented they are, and no matter how strong they are, she wouldn't surrender in willpower. But can you even fight against something like that? Something that made you feel as if you were nothing but an ant in comparison to it. Even when she witnessed her grandfather facing off against another chi transformation stage cultivator, she didn't feel as helpless as she did under the chi of that girl. It's inhuman. It's impossible. She's a monster. Knock. Knock. Ying jumped up like a startled kitten. Who would be at her door? She doesn't have any close friends. Could it be her? A shiver went through Ying's spine at the thought of the girl. Her feet were rooted to the floor and she couldn't move an inch. The fear radiating through her mind was enough to overpower her body, remembering that feel of that person's chi. Another knock on the door riled Ying from her frightened state. How pathetic. Come on. You are Ying Yu of the Yu family. Fear is nothing to a member of the Yu family. Fear is nothing but pain leaving the body. Move. She told herself. Her feet unwillingly freed themselves from the floor and she walked towards the door. She slowly turned the handle of the door and outside it, stood a pure white owl with a storage ring in its beak. She looked around to see if there was anyone else, and as she did, the owl loudly hooted at her, bringing her attention back to it. It looked somewhat annoyed as it threw the ring at her and flew away. She caught the ring in her hand and went back inside her house to find out what was inside. She sat on her bed and sent some mental energy inside the ring to see what was inside. Ying nearly choked when she saw what was inside. What kind of gift is this? She screamed. CaptainBoyHole. I just noticed something this chapter. Our current lead characters' names are Jing, Bing, and Ying. Just so you know, it was completely coincidental that these names are this way. But anyway, I know I said I would show what kind of gift Jing would give to Ying, but the first half with Bing was longer than I thought it would be. Since it was longer, the bit on Ying's part was shorter than I originally intended it to be this chapter. I kind of go for a 2,500 word limit per chapter, if not that then certainly 1,500 words at the least. Next chapter will be with Ying and then back with Jing. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Doing errands and recruitment. Just what kind of monster have I gotten myself involved with? Ying asked herself as she pulled out all the items within the storage ring onto her floor. A heavy crash sounded out as her house shook from the weight of the items, or item she should say. Ying had full confidence now that the girl she met yesterday was no ordinary person. Besides the strange abnormal chi, what she has just been given is enough to prove that. In front of her laid multiple objects. The first one to catch her eye was also the one staring back at her and caused her house to shake from falling onto her rug. It was a colossal monstrous sword. Its length was taller than any man. The size of it made it seem as if it was meant for hunting dragons and giants. Just staring at the blade, made it felt like her heart was already severed in two by the curved sword. But the craziest thing was the human eye fixed at the base of the sword staring directly at her as if it was alive. Her eyes were forced to meet directly with the sword's eye. The strange abomination, that which should not be but is, the unexplainable. Her soul felt captured in its gaze. Being caressed and gently molded the longer she stared. Ying's body moved without her permission. Before she knew it, her hand was gripped around the sword's handle while the eye was still staring deep into her inner palace. It was studying her, learning from her soul. Ying attempted to release her hand from the sword's handle but her body only strengthened her grip on it. It was only a matter of time before she lifted this cursed sword and lost all control over her body. But what she expected wasn't how things played out. "I can't lift it," she murmured. Her thin delicate arms couldn't even make the sword budge. She willed all the chi within her body and tried again to lift the demonic-looking sword but still no movement. "You piece of junk! Why are you so heavy? Didn't you want to take over my body or something?" She exploded in embarrassment. She felt the sword's presence around her soul, feeling embarrassed about its weight. An extra vein appeared on her forehead. "You're sad that I called you heavy? I'm a 4th stage chi gatherer and I can't even get you to budge. I'm the one who feels like crying in this situation." Trying to lift the giant slab of iron forged in the shape of a blade took all of her energy. She couldn't even stand up and was now sitting on the floor with her hand still gripped around the sword's handle. She looked over at the other gifts she was given and honestly hoped they were nothing like this thing. Ying felt a wave of sadness wash over her from the sword. "Oh, shut up." Thankfully, the rest of the objects inside the ring seemed normal. A white letter, 35 spirit stones, and a book. She grabbed the letter first and opened it up to read it. "Gather these things for me. I will need a mask, a basic talisman kit, a book on formations and talismans, and a watering can. Use the stones I gave you to pay for these items and keep the rest for yourself. The weapon and the book are so I can stay true on my part. With those two, gaining the strength you wish is only a matter of time. So, make sure you don't disappoint me. Signed Jing." The final words of the message sent shivers through her body. The most positive outcome she could imagine from those words was the sword and sword art being taken away from her. She didn't want to think of the scarier possibilities. Not to mention that she can just fork out 35 spirit stones without any issue. It would take her 7 months to get that amount unless she took on only dangerous tasks for 4 or 5 months. Ying didn't know if it was a good thing or worrying thing that Jing was rich. It just added more mystery to her background. She was only a 1st stage chi gatherer. Shouldn't she use these stones to quickly cultivate through the ranks? Jinghui. The name isn't as mysterious and frightening as I thought it would be. I better get started on getting this stuff for her then. No point in delaying the inevitable. Ying got up from the floor with her hand still gripped around the sword. She glared at the sword in her hand. The sword sent feelings of happiness and excitement. It seemed excited to be going out with her. "Are you out of your mind? I would look like an idiot trying to lug your heavy self around this place." She yelled at it. Ying tried to release her grip from the blade but soon felt a strange feeling go through her hand and spread throughout the rest of her body. She stared suspiciously at the eye sword. It looked at her happily and expectantly as if it wanted her to try something. She tried to lift the sword again while using all of her chi and noticed that she managed to slightly lift it off the ground this time. She used both of her hands to try and drag it behind her. The sword was constantly sending waves of glee at her as she just proved she could carry it around. "I move as slow as a freaking turtle. Just because I can drag you around now doesn't mean I should." Ying was barraged by the eye sword's feelings of anxiety, loneliness, and sorrow. She angrily let out a sigh. She could swear she even saw a tear fall its eye. "What are you, a freaking child? Fine, you can come with me but you better keep doing whatever you did earlier to make me lift you. If I'm gonna be carrying you around, you better make it worth my time." Ying conceded to the childlike blade. And once again she felt the happiness of the sword trying to drown her. She rolled her eyes and unconsciously let out a small smile. Ying grabbed the letter to remember what she needed to buy and put it in her pocket. She left the spirit stones inside the storage ring and started dragging the heavy hunk of metal outside her door very slowly. Her muscles were strained to the limit as she dragged the blade through the sect. Sweat visibly flowed down her body as she used all the power within her body to lug this thing around. Looks of ridicule and laughter plagued her as she headed towards the exchange hall. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at that dumb girl. Are you putting on a show? If a normal sword isn't good enough for you, why don't you try something more ladylike? Wahahaha. I can't breathe." Can you even call that a sword? Ying would have already decapitated everyone making fun of her by now if she could even raise this stupid blade higher than the heel of her foot. Giving up wasn't in her blood and she sure as hell wouldn't start now. Even if her arms stopped working, she'll carry this damn thing in her teeth if she has to. But this thing was full of mystery and abilities, so it looks like it wouldn't come to something as drastic as that. Ying found out that when she was nearing her body's limit, the sword would send that strange energy into her, giving her newfound strength and power to keep trekking forward. The increase was gradual and slow, but the sword made her feel as long as she kept her grip around its handle, it wouldn't stop coming. And isn't this exactly what she wanted? Sure, she'd like if it was more of an instant noticeable boost in power, but Ying isn't one to shy away from hard work and painful things. Especially if it can give her the power she needs for her goals. Her cultivation technique was one known for its dangerous possible side effect of burning the user into ash if they couldn't control the wildness of the fire chi brought forward by the technique. But despite that dangerous drawback, it would give the user nearly unmatchable power if they could master the fierce uncontrollable fire chi. Ying is only in the initial realm with the technique and could only use the fire chi to ignite herself at this stage. Once she reaches the intermediate realm, she'll be capable of unleashing burning flames at a distance on her enemies. Only cultivators at the chi consolidation stage and above can use chi to attack from a distance, which is why this cultivation method is considered to be above the rest during the chi gathering realm if you didn't include the possible drawbacks. So, Ying who chose such a vicious cultivation method can be said to have great courage and a fearless spirit, or simply a fool who doesn't know her limits. Only time will be able to tell which kind of person she will turn out to be. Finally, I made it to the exchange hall, she said with relief in her voice as she haggardly caught her breath. She flipped her sword onto its side so that its sharp tip wouldn't cut into the floor of the building and slowly but surely dragged herself inside. She received even more stares and whispers but ignored them as she was halfway finished with her errand. The snide remarks and mocking laughs aren't something new to her. Zai and her little pack of bitches try and make her life a living hell every week. Just wait till she's gained enough strength to get payback. She'll show those arrogant pieces of crap why you shouldn't mess with a Yu. The Yu family doesn't know the meaning of forgiveness. And to think all of this started because of a stupid boy. She would laugh at this situation if her life wasn't made a living hell because of it. Cheng Qi, the fifth-ranked disciple in the outer court and also the boyfriend of Zai. One day, while she was getting her monthly stones, apparently she caught the eye of Cheng Qi. Zai claims that he was staring at her ass and Zai has placed her on her shit list out of jealousy. After that day, she and her pack of bitches have bullied her ever since. Thinking back on it just riled Ying up even further. God damn it, why did you have to be so heavy? She screamed. Her mood calmed down after letting out some of her bottled up emotions and she step by step made it inside the general store inside the exchange hall. Inside were items similar to those that would be sold by normal mortals. Books, clothes, accessories, household items, furniture, and more. Ying went over in the accessories area and looked for a mask that would perfectly match her image of Jing. There were some pretty general and standard masks, but the one Ying chose was much different from the rest. The mask she picked was a demon's mask. It had two large overgrown canine jutting from its mouth, red skin, two small horns on its forehead and a wide evil grin. It's perfect. Ying grabbed the mask and a watering can to purchase at the counter. She paid 1 spirit stone for both and placed them in her storage ring. She then traveled to the Formations and Talismans store 2 shops down 10 minutes later. She asked for a brush, 5 jars of spirit ink, and 100 talisman slips. I can give you the first 3 items, but I cannot give you a spell book. Only array elders can give spell books out. You would have to apprentice under an elder that specializes in talismans if you want to be taught spells and formations. Ying didn't expect something like this. She also doubted Jing knew about this rule either, or else why would she ask for her to buy it when she couldn't? Ying was a cultivator on the martial path, so she knew little of the ways of an array master. She fought some from time to time on the ranking, but they usually didn't pose much of a challenge towards her to get much of an idea on them besides being helpless and weak. Is there any other way I could purchase spells? She asked. You could exchange for them with contribution points. Goodbye. Ying immediately left after paying for the brush, ink, and paper. She could not afford to use her contribution points on mortal rank spells that costed 10 contribution points each. She only had 100 this month. Maybe if she took on some dangerous tasks for the sect, she could save up for next month, but for now she'll just tell Jing what the clerk told her. It took Ying almost an hour before she returned home. Before she walked in through her door, she noticed that the door was slightly cracked open. Her grip tightened around her sword handle. I swear if those bitches broken into my home, I will cut off their legs. Ying gathered power in her legs and kicked open her door. Only to see the familiar figure from this morning staring at her from on top of her table. Who? It cocked its head completely horizontally. A relieved sigh exited from her lips. She wouldn't actually be able to back up her words from earlier if they really were in her home. It's just Jing's messenger bird. Ying noticed that it had another item in its mouth. It was a letter. She opened up the letter and read it. Place what I told you to buy inside the storage ring and give it to Li Li. He will bring it to me. Signed Jing. Ying did as the letter commanded and was left inside her room with the eye sword, 15 spirit stones, and the sword art. The sword was staring at her and then at the sword book and then back at her as if it was expecting her to start training with it right this instance. Are you crazy? I can barely lift you off the ground right now. Forget practicing how to use you, I can't even wield you like a normal blade. And you better not get sad. We'll talk about practicing the sword art once I can finally wield you like a normal blade. Ying sternly said. The sword eye couldn't help but be a little bit sad after being yelled at, but it wasn't too sad. It was happy Ying wasn't planning on throwing it away and was still holding it while cultivating with one of the spirit stones. It was late at night, the moonlight was reflecting off the surface of the pond. The water was shimmering in a beautiful light, exposing all the fish in a serene divine-like light. Plop! A fishing lure fell inside the water with squirming bait pierced onto the hook. The echoing splash caused all the fish to quickly dash a few meters away from the source of the impact. About 3 seconds later, they all forgot about it and one of the fish decided to investigate the flailing insect trapped on the hook. And the only way fish know how to investigate things is by putting it in their mouths for a quick taste. Caught one. A gentle voice said with some satisfaction in his voice. The fish tried to free itself by quickly swimming as far away as it could, but the size of the pond was limited and it couldn't go very far. It was forced to dash around in circles before tiring itself out and unwillingly being caught by the man with his eyes closed. He held up the hook with the fish and felt the flopping body of the fish. Now that's a healthy fish, isn't it? Good size on this one. What he didn't notice, however, were the small discreet steps of a young girl. She was standing behind him as he was grinning at his catch. Why, yes it is. She agreed. The blind fisherman didn't jump in surprise or suddenly pull out a hidden blade, but instead turned in her direction and smiled. I didn't realize anyone else was here. I apologize if I bothered you with all the noise. Jing just stared at the simple uncle. I don't have any spirit stones if that's what you're after. I used mine for this month already. He lied with a slightly sad expression. Jing smiled as she noticed his lie. Still no feelings of hate, anger, or such appeared on his face. What a kind older man. Really interesting. She thought. I'm not interested in any external belongings of yours. That's good to hear. I don't have much of anything really. He smiled in relief from not being robbed or beaten tonight. I do want to know something though. Sure. What would you like to know, young lady? If you had the strength to get back at those who wronged you, would you? A sad smile appeared on his face as he was lost in thought. Jing respectfully gave him time to think and answer her question. I wouldn't. Why not? Jing asked, even more interested than before. How can there be such a pure and kind man in a world like this? It makes no sense. She has to get this anomaly on her side. Even if he doesn't have much use now, she can easily change that. His strange benevolent attitude is worthy to keep by her side. He may be the only one of his kind. I realize that the world we live in right now is not how it should be. Human nature isn't as ruthless and unforgiving as it may seem. We can be far more than just animals in human skin. The law of the jungle should only apply in the jungle, not to the entire world. The ones who treated me wrongly don't believe that it was wrong to treat me in that way. They were taught that if you have strength, you can do whatever you please to those weaker than you. It's not their fault they were raised in such a skewed and misguided way. Maybe if they were taught to treat others with respect and kindness growing up, they would have grown into honorable young men. That type of thinking is far too pure. What about those that have done inexcusable actions then? Will you forgive those that would dirty your daughter, kill her, and then laugh and mock her while drinking ale later? Jing asked. I may be a patient and gentle man, but even I know when one deserves punishment. A monster who would do something as terrible as that doesn't deserve to be treated as human. I see. Well then. Would you like to join me? She could see the old man was taken aback. Join you? What do you mean? To help me make this sect a better place. I've seen the horrible and disgusting ways this sect treats its disciples, and frankly I'm not impressed. I plan to change this sect from the bottom up, and I will need people who I believe also share that vision. Will you help me? Jing asked. I would love to help you, but I don't see how I could help with such a big goal. I'm blind, I have no talent, the only things I own are the clothes on my back and this fishing rod of mine. All I require of you is your loyalty and body. If you follow me exceptionally well, I can even aid you in your dream of teaching the world how to be just human. The fisherman chuckled as tears starting dripping from his eyes. Look at me, getting teary-eyed like a baby. How shameful. Still having such childish dreams at my age. It's silly, right? Not at all. Immortality isn't something that is only coveted by the young. Plenty of people wish for immortality. Immortality, hey. I only wanted to be a cultivator because cultivators always amazed me growing up. The strength to fly through the skies and cut through anything with divine strength, but as I grew older, I realized that maybe being powerful isn't all it is cut out to be. I've seen plenty of cultivators endlessly chase after power and strength at many costs, losing their friends, family, morals, bodies, and even souls, all in the search of more power. In the end they either die or become nothing more than cruel heartless husks. How would you avoid such a fate then if you were given such strength? Get a hobby. He answered simply. Jing let out a loud genuine laugh at his answer. You're pretty interesting, you know that? What's your name? Lei Ji. What about you, young lady? Jing. So, what do you say about my question from earlier? I'll join you. I still don't see how I could be of any help, but I'm here if you need me. Good. I'll leave some stuff for you. I'll get in contact with you when I need you. Farewell, Ji. Jing told him as she refined a few stuff right in front of him before dropping them on the ground for him to grab later. Good night, Jing. Nice meeting you. New ally gained. Name, Lei Ji. Rank, Chi Gatherer 3. Occupation, martial artist. Techniques, flattening gorilla palm, initial, tricky fox steps, intermediate, bronze skin, advanced. Cultivation method, Book of Chi. Loyalty, 85%, has a good impression of you and is happy and willing to follow you. Improve the section. CaptainBoyHole. Not quite sure what next chapter will be on. I'll have to think of something. Maybe it'll be Jing finding an array master to disciple under, finding another member for her group, or actually moving forward with the current plot and finding a way to help Tang Wuying get strong enough to fight Gong Jun. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want, but it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Team up between sword and shield. I realized that you won't have much use if you are just slinging that thing around like a dumb monkey. Take this and go find out where Tang Wuying and Gong Jun live. Find out their cultivation realms, if not expect hell. You'll be meeting up with an ally at the mission hall. I haven't told you much of anything yet, but I'm gathering influence within the sect. The only thing you need to do is follow my instructions and don't tell anyone about your relation to me. I've let the others know as well to not reveal any information about me. Jing commanded to the kneeling Bing. She threw a shield martial art in front of him and then placed on a simple white wooden mask on her face. The mask had no mouth hole and only 2 eye holes. She soon disappeared silently. Thank you, Empress. He said with a sob as his future was now 100% set in stone as a follower of the Demoness. Bing got up as he felt Jing's presence disappear from behind the tree. He started flipping through the shield art with a wide grin on his face as he walked towards the mission hall. Who knew there were really martial techniques for shields? Bing asked to no one in particular. He didn't even believe there were shield arts. He's never even seen anyone use a shield besides mortals in wars with other mortals. He didn't know why, but apparently shields are seen as cowardly and weak tools and should only be used by mortals. The mocking comments and constant laughter he experienced while carrying his shield throughout the sect was not a small number. It wasn't all bad though. Bing could ignore those comments without any problems. The cowardly weakling title placed on him helped him avoid being challenged and bullied by anyone strong. It has been 2 months since he's disposed of those Huan clan members that broke into his house. He hasn't had any more encounters with the group ever since then. He didn't know if they didn't know that he killed those that broke into his home or they were biding their time to strike him at his weakest. And if it was the latter. He sniggered, looking at the potential of his new martial art. Bing arrived at the mission hall and was waiting for the other person the Demoness definitely forced under her rule. As he took in the enlightening text inside the shield art, he started to hear whispers. There she is again. Doesn't she know that she only looks like a fool? Ha 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 ha. There's a fine line between stubbornness and retardation. Guess which you fall in line with. Bing looked up to notice a young girl coming towards the mission hall. If it was just any girl, he'd pass a quick glance and then go back to what he was doing, but this girl was far from your average girl. First of all, the big freaking blade she was dragging around caught his attention more than her beautiful looks. It contrasted her gentle and weak look completely. And that annoyed angry grimace on her face also didn't help her Bing's first impression of her. Not to mention how she just punched 2 of the cultivators, making fun of her and made them collapse into an indignant heap of pain and weeping. Dangerous. Definitely not my type of girl. Seems like the type to try and slice me in half for staring at her breasts. She does have very nice breasts though. Large and shapely, just like how I like 'em. As he was lost in thought thinking about the types of girls he likes and how excited he was to start training with his shield art, the girl suddenly popped up in front of his face. Oi! You there? She asked, waving her hand in his face. Ah. Sorry. Hello? Are you the person I'm waiting for? Bing guessed. Are you the person I'm waiting for? She asked back with a little bite in her voice. I'm a. I was told to wait here for an ally. Are you them? He asked a little bit frightened. Her aggressive disposition and higher cultivation level and big weapon were intimidating. Bing recently reached the Chi Gatherer stage 3 and has been training diligently with his devil techniques ever since he came to the sect. He's been feeling unstoppable ever since he's met with the demoness. If he was to be honest, he feels as if he's changed ever since coming in contact with her too. He's done things he would never imagine himself doing before being enslaved by her during the first test. He's murdered and didn't feel that horrible about it. He relished in grievously injuring and mocking those who fight him. Training and cultivating are becoming more fun and less tedious as it was in his childhood. Causing trouble to those who don't like him. He's completely changed from the cowardly, nervous, and gentle boy he used to be. Yab. Let's get moving. She dragged waiting for him to say his name. Bing. AI Bing. I'm you. Ying you. I can tell you're a bit surprised by this guy here, but don't worry, he doesn't bite. Ying grinned while rubbing the surface of her blade. That is a big sword. Bing said, unnerved by the eye glaring into his soul. Your shield also looks interesting. Did Jing gift it to you too? You're saying the Empress gave you that monstrous thing? Don't insult him. She yelled. Sorry. Bing jumped from the strength in her voice. He's very sensitive and I have to feel all of those emotions whether I want to or not. You mean that thin sword is alive? Don't you see the moving eyeball? She asked as if seeing a living sword was a common thing in the world. Bing just rapidly nodded so that he doesn't get on the bad side on this violent girl. I'm sorry for yelling at you. My nerves have been bad lately and I haven't really found a good outlet yet. I didn't mean to turn that on you. It's fine. Let's go find Tang Wuying and Gong Jun. Let's go. Bing started to walk away from the mission hall towards the higher-ranked outer disciples' homes. Those with higher ranks can afford better homes to live in if they defeat those living in the homes in a ranking match. These homes are much nicer, bigger, and well-maintained than the shacks the lower-ranked disciples live in. They even get a servant to clean their homes. Hey, wait up. Bing looked back to notice that Ying was still near the top of the stairs while he was already at the bottom. He hoped he didn't seriously have to walk at such a slow pace the entire time, but watching at her drag that colossal thing down at the speed she was going. Life is truly unfair to him. Why do you think Jing wants us to find stuff out about Wu Ying and Jun? Ying asked while still strenuously dragging her eye sword behind him. Bing shrugged his shoulders. He honestly had no clue what could possibly going through the she-devil's head. He hasn't been able to understand her ever since he met her. You think she plans on taking them out? Bing shrugged his shoulders. You do know they are having a duel by the end of the week, right? Maybe she's planning for something to happen before then. What do you think? Bing shrugged his shoulders once more. You definitely aren't popular with girls. Ying muttered. What? What does that have to do with anything? You don't know how to talk to people. I can speak with people perfectly fine. It's just the questions you were asking were bad questions. Yeah, blaming the girl, real manly of you. I'm not blaming you. I just meant to say that I don't know what goes on in the Empress's head. Ying snickered once she heard him call Jing, Empress. Did you just call her Empress again? Yes. What about it? Ying bust out laughing. Bing's eyebrows furrowed. I don't see what's so funny. I'll admit that Jing is terrifying even for me, but Empress. Ha 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 ha. That's a bit too far, don't you think? Humph. Bing turned his head and started to quickly walk forward. Aw, come on. I wasn't laughing at you, I was laughing because you called her Empress. Bing kept walking ahead. You're pretty sensitive too, aren't you? Come on man, don't leave me behind. We're partners. Ying yelled while still snickering. Bing suddenly stopped in his tracks, but not because of his own free will. 3 people appeared in front of him. 1 girl and 2 guys. The guys were both 5th stage Chi gatherers while the girl was a 6th stage. You're AI Bing, right? She asked. Bing tightened the grip on his shield. He doesn't know anyone and no one should be looking for him. Nope. My name is Lin Feng. He lied with a straight face. Lin Feng Hui. She dragged while narrowing her eyes. Give me a description of AI Bing. She ordered to the guys behind her. He's fat, at the 3rd stage, carries a shield, and looks stupid. She looked at Bing and smirked. Looks like you're our guy. Ying finally managed to catch up to Bing. You actually waited for me. Thanks. I won't make fun of you anymore, okay? Are these your friends? Ying asked, not aware of the tense situation. I don't know this AI Bing, but like I told you, I'm Lin Feng. Will you stop blocking my way now? I'm on my way somewhere right now. Quite a mouth on you for someone just at the 3rd stage. Boys beat him half to death for talking to me in such a way. The 2 guys grinned as they slowly walked towards Bing. Before this escalates, tell me something first. Are you from the Huan clan? Bing asked. She only smiled in response to his question. By this time, the two thugs dashed towards Bing. Ying was confused but realized that these guys were after Bing for some reason. She looked at the girl before grinning wildly. She pointed towards the 6th stage cultivator and crushed her hand. Her entire being burst into flames. Her orange hair brightly burned as it flowed in the wind. A layer of flames surrounded her figure and her great sword turned into a wide mass of flames. If you're picking a fight with my teammate, then you're picking a fight with me. She gestured with her finger telling the girl to come at her. You dare pick a fight with the Huan clan? She asked. I dare it all right. You punks aren't nothing more than a bunch of losers teaming up to protect yourselves. Now come at me already. This mama doesn't have all day you chicken. You will regret this. I swear on my name as Qing Huan that I will teach you a lesson. Blah blah blah. Are we gonna fight or are we just gonna talk? Ying said with her body still blazing. Qing took out her sword and angrily charged towards Ying. Her speed was fast and basically unseeable. At moments it looked as if there were multiple versions of her. When faced with a speed like this, any normal cultivator would lose their head before even being able to find where Qing was. It was how she made it near the top 100th ranking in the outer court. Most opponents wouldn't be able to follow her speed before being defeated by her. Ying leaned on her sword and yawned as Qing was nearing her. She looked at her with a cheeky grin. Even the sword was watching Qing's movements as it intensively burned on ground. Qing couldn't believe it was possible for some 5th stage chi gatherer to possibly follow her movements. It must be her imagination. It's impossible. She would have recognized this girl if she had any talent or was a genius. Qing appeared behind Ying and aimed to slice her neck off with one strike. For daring to challenge her and acting so arrogantly in her presence. Refusing to put her beautiful self in her eyes, is only punishable by death. And this first and last attack will finish this. Smack. Ying casually backhanded the 6th stage cultivator in the face. Qing was sent flying as if she was just smacked by a giant. Bing and the two cultivators she brought along eyes, enlarged like flies as Qing's body flew past them in the middle of their fight. After seeing Qing crash along the ground, they looked over to see Ying, not on fire anymore, checking her nails as if she didn't just battle with someone an entire stage above her. Bing took this chance as those two were distracted and attacked. He used his shield and uppercut one of the Huan clan members away in an arc. The other one tried to stab him in the side but he managed to block with his shield as the last remaining guy unleashed a flurry of sword attacks upon him. Bing blocked the slashes with his superior physical strength from the joint use of devil arms and devil's physique. His constant blocking only made his opponent attack with even more power and haste. He could see his opponent tiring out and getting weaker and slower. He was waiting for his chance to turn this around in one swift move like a patient lioness waiting for the perfect chance of pounce on her prey. And there it was. He was planning to strike down and cleave Bing in two with his blade from above. Shing! Bing's shield was slashed down upon and during this moment, Bing deflected the blade to the side, causing the swordsman's sword to stab into the ground. Bing raised his shield high in the air before bringing it down painfully on the back of the cultivator who didn't expect his attack to be deflected. Crack! He dropped to the ground with a painful yell. So, do you have a death grudge these guys or? Ying asked as she held her foot on the guy Bing knocked away. He could be seen struggling to remove Ying's foot but it was as if she weighed as much as a mountain. He couldn't move her leg even with all of his strength. Just what kind of freak did his clan get involved with? A fair-skinned beauty with the strength of a giant and attitude of a ferocious beast. Leave them alive. I'll personally deal with their clan in the future. It seems they just won't leave me alone, so I'll handle it myself. Bing told her. Ying removed her foot and let the last Huan member scamper away in fright. Bing walked over to Ying and the two continued their task given by Jing. A youth could be seen inside his lavish and well-furnished home. That youth gave off a wild and powerful type of feeling to anyone that saw him. He was a 9th stage chi gatherer and one of the strongest disciples in the outer court. He himself would claim the number 1 spot in the outer court but only to goad the actual number 1 into fighting him. The pussy bastard's too scared to fight him with everything on the line. He's definitely hiding some secret technique or item that he doesn't want people knowing about. Unbeknownst to him, a figure appeared behind him. They wore a white wooden mask with only eye holes present. They let their chi flow out and spoke. Are you Hu Tao? The masked feminine figure asked. And just who in the fuck are you? How did you get in my house? If you're looking to get fucked by me to improve your standing in the sect, fuck off. A wavy white-haired shirtless youth said lazily lounging on his impressive couch. I heard about you becoming the slave of whoever manages to defeat you. And you think a shitty first stage chi gatherer like you can do that? I don't know what kind of special technique or object allowed you to sneak in my house without me noticing but if you keep wasting my time, I'll kill you. The figure smiled beneath her mask. An untrained mutt is a useless one. Come along doggy. Let this mistress teach you some manners. All of a sudden, in front of her eyes, was Hu Tao punching straight towards her face. A normal cultivator wouldn't have been able to spot the moment Hu Tao left his couch. Much less clash with him and suffer no injuries from his surprise attack. What the hell? He muttered as his punch and Jing's kick were evenly matched in strength. Just who the hell are you? He roared as a crazed smile found itself on his face. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter we got Jing finally showing what she can do. After her fight with Hu Tao we'll see what Lei Ji is doing at this time. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing vs Hu Tao. A purple aura manifested behind Jing, towering over the 9th stage Qi gatherer. A sick perverted smile was painted on her lips as she stared down the riled up beast. Hu Tao roared out a howl that caused the air inside the house to flee in the form of shockwaves. This howl seems to be an auxiliary martial art. Hu Tao's Qi manifested into the form of a black fiendish beast that seemed no less fearsome than Jing's own. Hu Tao got on all fours and pounced towards Jing intent on slashing her to pieces with his hands. His figure blurred and in no time, he arrived in front of Jing. The powerful Qi and savage look in his eyes would unnerve any normal cultivator around his stage. Just looking at him would make anyone of a normal mind to be paralyzed in fear and accept their inevitable fate to be struck down by this creature. Jing, however, was not like most cultivators. Her first reaction to feeling this type of presence was excitement and worry for her undergarments getting soaked afterwards. It's not every day she can feel something like this. It pulled on a hidden feeling, deep within her heart that made her want to turn loose and rein this mad dog under her control. And she fully intended to let that feeling surface. Jing got into her martial arts stance. Lei Ji. Jing unleashed lightning-fast kicks that struck Hu Tao all over. Each strike seemed to hit a weak point on Hu Tao's body, causing so much pain to him that he was forced to howl out from the pain as he was knocked away by a final kick into the couch. Hu Tao crashed into his couch and knocked it over as he got back on his feet before he could crash into the fireplace. He locked eyes with Jing as the pain running through his body was something he's never felt before or to this level at least. He grinned. This might actually be fun. He stood up, stretching his muscles and cracking his bones. He slammed his knuckles together and his chi seemed to double in power. The beast behind him increased in size and savageness. He leapt towards her with a leaping kick and Jing was forced back when she contested with him in strength. He somehow increased his strength after being blown back earlier. Jing fully expected him to be suffering from pain spasms while writhing on the ground after hitting him with her Lei Ji. To say she was surprised would be an understatement. Lei Ji is an opening move that allows Jing to follow up with other attacks in her flowering domination martial art. Those other attacks could either be used to finish the enemy, defend against any incoming projectiles, or just cause more damage with another special move in the kicking technique. After reading the Empress of Pain's tome, she's learned all the right ways of hurting humans. Her kicks should have caused him to be unable to move at all after kicking him in all the right nerve spots. So, either he has a way of shutting off pain entirely or his fighting will can't be broken through pain alone. She smirked. I guess we'll see how long you can last, doggy. After kicking Jing backwards, Hu Tao landed on his feet and followed up with multiple vicious claw attacks. Jing met him for every blow with her kicks, slowly getting overpowered more and more. Realizing that facing him head-on isn't working, Jing dodged one of Hu Tao's slashes and slide kicked toward his legs. Nice try, bitch! He yelled. Hu Tao leapt above Jing, completely dodging her attack and with his clawed hand stretched out, dived at her. Or was that my plan all along? Jing smirked. Hu Tao's face was still grinning as he was assured in his victory as he was diving towards Jing, ignoring her comment entirely. There's no way she can avoid this attack with all my might. I'll snatch her by the throat and force her to tell me how did she get so strong. It has to be a sky-ranked treasure or even a heaven-ranked one. There's no way a first-stage Qi gatherer could ever contest with a 9th stage one. Even if they had one of the greatest bloodlines in the world, the gulf in strength between those two stages can't be shortened like this. Jing flipped onto her hands and did a handstand before pushing off the ground and kicking Hu Tao in the jaw with her toes, knocking him through upstairs floor and into the second level of the house. What the fuck? Jing giggled before slowly walking up the steps and into the luxurious bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, Hu Tao punched with a rising fist towards her jaw. This attack would surely break her jaw into pieces if it landed. Jing leaned her head backwards to dodge the attack and with an accurate kick to the chest, caused him to momentarily pause in his movements. After stopping his surprise attack, Jing quickly went on the offensive. She landed kick after kick on Hu Tao's body, causing him to be slowly beaten back. But it wasn't going all that smoothly for Jing. Jing could see despite having the advantage in technique, Hu Tao was slowly getting used to her movements. She could feel that her kicks weren't landing completely. If she doesn't finish this soon, he'll no doubt be able to dominate her in strength and technique. After kicking him across the bathroom, Hu Tao ended up with his back to the wall. Jing did a rising high kick aimed straight at Hu Tao's chin. Not. His dazed eyes suddenly opened clear and wide as he swayed his head to the side and grabbed hold of Jing's leg. Ha 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 ha. He laughed as he spun her around like a top and threw her through the wall into the bedroom. Jing crashed her head into his mahogany desk near the king-sized bed and lost sight of Hu Tao. She was sure if her body wasn't refined, her head should have exploded like a watermelon or at the very least knocked her into a deep coma from that throw. The power from that throw was not something just anyone could produce. You're mine now. Jing heard in front of her. Jing backflipped out of the destructive charge attack from Hu Tao that would have left an average first stage into nothing more than a mist of blood. She landed on the ceiling with her feet and dive-kicked towards the exposed back of Hu Tao. He just grinned as he charged elbow first towards her foot, knowing he held the edge in power. She used the force of Hu Tao's attack to launch her across the room. Is the foreplay over yet, mutt? Are you ready to take this seriously yet? Your future is on the line, you know. Jing reminded him as she took out her whip. Awoo. Hu Tao howled as his figure became even more animalistic along with the beast manifesting behind him. It grew 2 additional snarling heads and enlarged in size. The teeth were fanged and razor-sharp. He was on all fours once more and 2 red shadows of himself formed next to him, mimicking his stance. His hands grew a dark bloody aura around them along with a reddish wolf tail made of chi. The pupils in his eyes disappeared and he looked nothing more than just a feral mindless beast. But even with all this, Jing still felt like Hu Tao was still in control. He smirked. Then vanished before her eyes. Jing fully released all of her strength as this battle got into its second phase. Boom. The bedroom was destroyed as Jing and Hu Tao released everything they had. If anyone were to witness such a fight, it would be impossible to not label these two as once-in-a-thousand-year geniuses. The way Jing kept Hu Tao out of her personal bubble while also keeping him at a certain distance with her whip. If he dared to make even one mistake, it would be the last mistake he ever made in this fight. Each time she sliced the air with her whip, it aimed at one of Hu Tao's critical points. Jing had her whip's anomalous effect active and fully intended on using it to subdue this wild dog. But Hu Tao was no slouch either. Swaying his head at the most crucial of times to dodge Jing's fierce rapid whip slashes, not even taking a single cut as he clawed at Jing and her whip with the quickness of a tiger. The wind distorted from the speed of his attacks and sliced at Jing's clothes, nipping at her skin and causing blood to flow. Interesting. His wind slashes are strong enough to tear through flesh and cut through bones. The last time he used this, he accidentally cut a sorry bastard in half from the waist. Hu Tao didn't think that the sack of shit would be weak enough to die from something like that. He was pissed for hours before taking his anger out on one of the weaker disciples. This would have to mean that the body cultivation technique this girl practices is at the very least earth rank or higher. Just who is this bitch anyway? He searched all over the outer court for any strong fighters. He has never seen anyone like this chick. Hu Tao still can't believe she's in the first stage. It has to be an auxiliary martial art that somehow masks her true stage. But his gut was telling him that she wasn't something that could be understood with normal thinking. He felt like she was a monster in human skin. Even his chi was having trouble picturing her as just some girl. Hu Tao felt like her true form was something indescribable and unclear to the mind. Feeling that endless deep powerful twisted feeling chi. It simply can't be human. Just what the fuck are you? His face still sporting a battle-crazed smile. His red shadows broke through Jing's zone after Hu Tao knocked her whip into the ground and kept her from recovering it. Her strength is great enough to take back her whip but not fast enough to avoid the attacks of the shadows. They appeared on each side of Jing ready to swipe her innards out with their claws. Jing felt a slight trickle run down her upper thigh as she was caught in this dangerous situation. Her lips turned up unconsciously as she was forced into the defensive position constantly with this mutt. Ever since the second start of this battle, Jing was unable to go on the offense. Even if she tried one of her offensive whip techniques, Hu Tao would be able to handle it himself or with the support of his 2 clones. I'm still too wet behind the ears. This is my first real battle after all. Even if I have all the teachings to memory, putting them into practice is a whole different matter. Even with my refinements, this is something that I'll have to solve by gaining experience. This'll be great training to get used to my whip and leg arts. Jing thought, forgetting her original goal of just ending this by getting a single cut on Hu Tao's skin and forcing him to be her slave or forever undergo the pain of unending suffering. Jing twirled her body upside down and did a split before kicking her legs around in a whirlwind motion. The 2 shadows of Hu Tao were unable to predict Jing doing such a strange move and were sucked into her tornado. Jing's legs kicked the 2 shadows multiple times without them being able to escape the pull of her technique. JFNG is the name of this technique. This move is normally used to give the user some breathing room when surrounding on all sides by enemies, but with Jing's abnormal body, she is capable of using this technique to new heights. The power of her spin was powerful enough to suck in the 2 shadows to kick them for as long as she could spin while in the air. They couldn't escape the power of her attacks and were forced to dissipate into nothingness after being attacked so many times. A sharp light shined from Hu Tao's eyes as he witnessed the defeat of his shadows. He wouldn't be able to summon them again unless he wants to use up all his remaining chi, and that would be no fun. There's no way he's going to stop this battle so soon when it's getting so fun. She's showing him so many interesting things that he never thought he'd see in the outer court. Hu Tao lunged after Jing. Jing has long got back on her feet and whipped towards Hu Tao. Hu Tao, with the reflexes and flexibility of a wild beast, twisted midair and dodged the whip before landing right under Jing. This is how you use it, right? He began spinning his arms in a cyclonic manner with his claws stretched out. The entire room was swept up in a sharp cyclone that surrounded both Jing and Hu Tao. Jing was forced off her feet as she used her whip to block the claw attacks of Hu Tao. The strength in his body was even more than Jing's. His spinning claw attack was launching her higher and higher towards the ceiling, and she was suffering more and more damage from the wind and his claws. Since the whip isn't so great at defense at close range, she was helpless against his assault. He's only getting stronger as the battle goes on. Having him in her forces is a must. But first she'll have to get this dog to submit. Jing dropped her whip and let Hu Tao claw deep across her torso as she went flying through the floor back towards the living room of the house. Her clothes were in tatters and blood was all over it. She didn't feel any of the pain though. She has long turned off her pain receptors. As she slowly got up, her clothes began to fix themselves anew along with the injuries on her body. Jing felt as if her understanding of her current whip and leg arts were slowly improving. After using them in this fight with Hu Tao, Jing was slowly on the verge of a breakthrough into the initial stage of her martial arts. She closed her eyes to try and consolidate her understandings. A faint yellow aura appeared around Jing's legs. Hu Tao lunged at her from above with a wicked smile on his face as he watched. He was glad that it wasn't over yet. He still hasn't even shown everything he's got yet. If she was finished before he could give it his all, his balls would ache. But thankfully this fight can keep on going. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter we'll finish up with this battle and then find out what Lei Ji did after his meeting with Jing 2 weeks ago and what he's currently doing as of right now. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Successfully tamed and some trouble. 18+. Rending cross/. Hu Tao shouted with his arms crossed in an X shape as he swiped at Jing from above. Jing looked up to see a large crisscross-shaped chi attack headed straight for her. Even if she tried to dodge, it would be no use. The encapsulating technique trapped her inside like a rat to be sliced and diced up into millions of pieces. North, south, east, and west were all blocked off. The only choices she had was to submit to her fate or counter with her own attack. FNGCH. Jing responded in kind. Jing spun like a graceful pinwheel as Hu Tao's attack reached her. The purple chi enveloping her body allowed her to fight against the dominating slashes. The more she spun, the further it was pushed back by her spinning kicks. You gotta be fucking with me! Hu Tao exclaimed. He watched as Jing was pushing back his claw technique and couldn't stop himself from grinning. Hu Tao broke through his own technique and started spinning like a windmill towards Jing, taking her technique for himself. It took no more than just a few seconds for this prodigy to figure out the workings of Jing's technique. Calling him anything but a monster would be doing a disservice to the creature known as Hu Tao. His talent is truly abominable. The two spinning figures fought against each other. One purple and the other dark red. Slowly pushing each other back but none taking the advantage. Is she getting stronger too? I should be ripping her into pieces by now. What the hell is going on with this freaky bitch? Hu Tao thought. His instincts warned him to immediately disengage and flee to a safe distance. Hu Tao's instincts have never done him wrong. Every battle, every encounter, every dangerous situation he was in, counting on his instincts is how he's managed to stay alive. If it weren't for these instincts, he would already be dead inside a ditch and forgotten to the world. Fuck that. He responded to his instincts as he urged all the chi in his body to completely tear Jing apart. Jing swiped her foot to the left. This stopped both her and Hu Tao's spinning, making them both hang in the middle of the air but with Hu Tao completely off balance. Jing slammed her foot into the stomach of Hu Tao, making him spit up a mixture of blood and saliva from the power of her unrestrained strength. She held him up in the air with her leg completely raised and Hu Tao's hung on her foot. This is the end, doggy. Jing struck Hu Tao with her other foot and began to rapidly kick him with both of her feet. Each kick slightly stronger than the last and each leg getting faster and faster. It didn't take long for her feet to turn into nothing but a blur as Hu Tao's body was lifted higher and higher. He was as helpless as a small pup that fell into a wild river. He could only submit to the force of nature that was Jing's power. Jing continued to unleash lightning speed kicks until a spark could be seen from her legs that soon ignited her feet on fire. Her excitement was through the roof. The joy she was feeling couldn't be topped. This power. This strength. The powerless dog beneath her feet. His looks of anguish and torment. His defiant eyes that still haven't completely given up. Yes. She couldn't stop herself from grabbing her breast and squeezing. She reared both of her legs back and latched them around Hu Tao's neck. The two of them began spinning wildly as they fell back down towards the floor. A sickening wood splintering crash was the only sound heard from Hu Tao's house once they reached the ground. Jing's pupils looked as if they turned into hearts. Her hand was delicately moving inside the lower parts of her robe as she relished from the sight of Hu Tao's head trapped in the flooring and his minuscule and desperate attempts of struggling to get back up. But no matter how much pain he was feeling nor how passionately his willpower was burning, he couldn't will a single jin of strength to rise. A purple aura could be seen dragging Hu Tao's black beast into its body as the three-headed pup tried to claw itself away. Jing was too lost in her ecstasy to even notice that she has long broken into the initial realm for her cultivation technique. If she was paying attention, she would have realized that when she was kicking Hu Tao in the air, that was when she gained enough understanding to break past the elementary stage for the technique. Jing's eyes were focused directly on Hu Tao's lower robes as her fingers started moving faster and her breaths became more rapid. She walked over and stood over his feeble body. She used the tip of her toes to stroke the masculine imprint on his robes, intensifying the feeling sparking through her entire body. Whether Hu Tao was conscious or willing didn't matter to Jing at all right now. The only thing on her mind was giving herself to the pleasure that was plaguing her body and mind. In between her toes, she could feel Hu Tao's little friend growing as she rubbed at a faster pace. Her moans were unrestrained and she could feel herself nearing the edge. She raised her leg back and struck Hu Tao in the chest, making him weakly cry out and crash into the wall. That cry was all she needed left, as her body erupted in a wave of pleasure and caused her body to shake uncontrollably. But she wasn't done just yet. Her fingers continued moving in and out as she repeatedly kicked the slumped over Hu Tao. His whimpers and small acts of resistance by trying to grab her leg only aided her in her moment. She couldn't stop herself from screaming loudly as it felt like multiple lightning strikes raged through her entire body in a ripple of heavenly satisfaction. It would only take her a few seconds before her mind cleared up and her body returned back to normal. She looked over at Hu Tao's knocked out body. This turned out better than she thought it would. Recruiting Hu Tao has only brought advantages for her. She's reached the initial realm in her leg and whip art and cultivation technique. She's gained some valuable combat experience. A powerful tool at her disposal. The only thing she needs to do now is refine some things for him to use as she did for the rest of her followers. She'll also need some new stuff for herself. After having that battle, she's realized that she needs something more than just relying on her whip and body. She'll need a movement art, an auxiliary art, and a body art. There is no reason for her not to go all the way and gain herself a full set of martial techniques. She won't be gifting her followers with much though. She's not their mother. If they want better martial arts or resources, they should go take it for themselves. She plans on having them all meet each other once this business with Tang Wuying is finished. It wouldn't be bad if they all realized the purpose of her gathering them and got to know each other. She'll be regularly sending them out in groups of 2 or 3, so some bonding or introductions will be needed. Splash! The fishing lure gently fell into the small pond. The fisherman's eyes were closed shut and had a serene and calm disposition to them. It was Lei Ji. He was peacefully fishing to pass the time while also reading through the gifts Jing brought him. Any normal person who knows of Lei Ji may be confused watching him in his current state. How can a blind man read? He was just pressing his fingers across the pages inside the book but was also somehow able to understand it. What nonsense is this? No one could read just by dragging their finger across a page. But Lei Ji could. This is all because of Jing's strange auxiliary martial art she gave him. Just by making physical contact with the strange technique, his entire view of the world erupted in a magnificent explosion. Previously his entire vision of the world was nothing but blackness and sounds, but after coming in contact with the martial art, the world quite literally started to come alive around him. He could see. His surroundings were being built inside his mind as his enhanced senses took it all in. His smell, hearing, touch, and even taste became so much more now. He didn't even need his vision back anymore. With this auxiliary martial art, he can see far more than he has ever seen in his whole life. He can see the fishes swimming in the pond. He can visualize an outline of their entire bodies and even tell the difference between each fish swimming in the pond. He can feel each character within the Xiangqi martial technique with just his finger and based on faint ink impressions can read the entire manual without an issue. He can even hear the heartbeats of the 4 gentlemen behind him. Wait, what? Lei Ji turned his head towards the unexpected visitors. They suddenly froze in surprise. They must have not expected him to have known they were behind him. The middle one coughed and started speaking. You have better ears than I thought, fool. But that doesn't matter much. Give us the stones you have. He spoke rudely. Lei Ji recognized this voice. It was the voice of the misguided youth who slapped him and stole his spirit stones before. It seems they have yet to change their ways, but then again, why would they? It isn't as if they have a respectable role model or figure to look up to. Not in this sect anyway. I've already gave you my stones. I can't give you any more until this month is over. Lei Ji responded politely. Kek. The leader of the youths laughed and soon after the 3 others started laughing along with him. Lei Ji tilted his head in confusion. You think we're stupid, you blind fossil? We know you have some hidden around here. Otherwise there would be no way you would have made it to the 4th stage. You take young master seeing for a fool. It seems we should give you more than just one slap this time around for daring to lie. I've had some fortune in my cultivation last night, young lords. Please believe me. Lei Ji said with a small smile. He was indeed lying. Jing gifted him a nice number of spirit stones along with the martial techniques she left. They didn't like that answer. He could see their faces scrunch up into a knot, realizing that they might have wasted their time here. He slowly got up and faced the 4 young lords. Perhaps they will just let it go. He thought hopefully. Beat him half to death and then search the area. Seeing commanded. Yes sir. The 3 cackled like a pack of hyenas as they menacingly walked towards Lei Ji. Lei Ji watched as they cracked their knuckles and smashed their fists together before suddenly attacking him one at a time. Lei Ji calmly dodged the leaping punch of the first youth. He heard him land behind him and looked at him with an expression of shock. All of them were shocked at this. There's no need for violence. We can solve this without needing to harm one another. Die. The young man who missed his punch tried again with the same strategy as before and missed once again. What the hell is going on? Aren't you blind? Seeing asked with confusion and rage. Correct, young master Seeing. I am blind. Now, can we agree to stop the violence and make peace with each other? Lei Ji asked. Attack him all at once. I don't believe that he can avoid all of you at the same time. Seeing ordered. Lei Ji was surrounded on all sides. The rowdy youths may not understand how he's able to dodge attacks while being blind, but they know that he can't avoid all 3 of them at the same time. They leapt towards Lei Ji together. A sad sigh exited from the older gentleman. I suppose a humiliating experience should be enough to get these wild kids under control. Lei Ji's figure became blurry and mysterious. It was as if a white haze was covering him as he disappeared from the 3-way pincer attack between the youths. They couldn't fathom how exactly did that old blind fool get away from them, and before they could react, they all crashed into each other and fell into an undignified heap. What are you idiots doing? Seeing yelled. They quickly scrambled themselves free of each other and tried to locate Lei Ji. He appeared right in front of them with his fishing pole behind his back. This movement art is called Xiangqi. It's a complex and mysterious art that's meant to lead your opponents exactly where you want them without them being any wiser. No one asked. Just die already. The rude young man took out his sword and charged towards Lei Ji. The feisty youth slashed at the blind old man without restraint. Lei Ji weaved and dodged around the blade with a calm exterior. Not a single drip of sweat appeared on his forehead as he avoided the sharp steel. While his opponent, on the other hand, was dripping with sweat. Got you now. Lei Ji heard behind him. One of the other young lords appeared behind him with his sword raised high, ready to cleave Lei Ji in half. While the other was ready to pierce straight through his chest with his blade. I think not. Lei Ji responded as he disappeared and appeared behind the 3rd youth. Watch where you're swinging that thing. The 2 young lords that Lei Ji left alone, clashed blades once he vanished from his previous spot. Lei Ji kicked the 3rd youth in the behind to the other young lords, making them crash into each other once more and fall to the ground. Useless. All of you. I'll deal with you myself. Seeing said as he ran towards Lei Ji. Seeing was a 5th stage cultivator. 1 stage above Lei Ji. Normally when facing a cultivator at a higher stage than oneself, it's regularly recommended to retreat or don't battle at all. The only exceptions to this rule are when the lower ranked cultivator is a genius or has treasures capable of protecting themselves. Depending on how you look at it, Lei Ji could be one of these exceptions. If you count the pink fishing rod given to him by Jing. The only reason he knew it was pink was because of the teasing comments made over the past 2 weeks when he walked around with it. Even though he could see, he still couldn't see colors. Lei Ji wasn't disappointed about that though, he was just grateful he could see anything at all. He couldn't possibly fathom how such a pretty-sounding young girl could produce such a strange thing though. The baffling and cryptic rod was anything but normal. Lei Ji has lived a relatively long life for an untalented cultivator, and he can say that this rod is nothing like the many treasures across the evergreen continent. He didn't know if he could classify it as a spirit weapon or a spirit tool because it functioned as both a spirit weapon and a spirit tool. Lei Ji was perfectly confident in being able to hold his own in a battle with just his fishing rod without even using its hidden abilities. Apparently, there were fishing martial techniques in the world. Strange thing, wasn't it? Lei Ji wouldn't have believed it either if he didn't read the book for himself. That little girl held more mysteries to her than most her age. Stop avoiding me and fight, you coward! Seeing shouted as he attempted to gut straight through Lei Ji's stomach with his martial art, Iron Eagle's steel talon. Lei Ji refocused his attention back to the battle. Avoiding Seeing with Xiangqi wasn't a good idea in the long run. His chi reserves were average at best, and looking at the vigorous stamina this young man was using to try and reap his life, it wouldn't be long before all his chi was drained and his innards are scooped out by the young master. Lei Ji hopped away from Seeing and pulled out his fishing rod. The sharp barbed hook hung in the air from the fishing line. Its pinkness shined in the sunlight as a mystical aura seemed to take hold of it. Seeing's eyes sharpened once he saw Lei Ji taking it out. He also chose to get serious as a silver aura glowed around his claws. It wasn't as if he was taking Lei Ji seriously when he brought out the fishing rod, it was just that he was fed up with him running around like a little weasel. Do you truly wish to not just walk away, young Lord Seeing? You will not be young forever, and soon the karmic retribution of your unforgiving actions will come to pay back the evil you have done to others. Lei Ji asked. Shut your mouth, you senile blind bat. With my brother and uncle behind me in this sect, I'm basically untouchable. You should have just rolled over and gave me what I wanted. Now you'll have to die for your stubbornness. Seeing ran towards Lei Ji with a crazed glint in his eyes. CaptainBoyHole. This was the first time I've officially written some 18+ content in one of my stories in a more detailed manner. Tell me how I did, because I plan to add some more in the future in some small scenes here and there. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. But anyway. Jing has successfully tamed Hu Tao. What kind of weapon do you think she'll give him? She gave Bing a shield, Ying a great sword, and Lei Ji a fishing rod. What uncommon weapon will she hand out next? How do you think Lei Ji will deal with young Master Seeing? Will he kill him? Embarrass him? Play with him? What do you think will happen to either Lei Ji or Seeing? Tell me in the comments. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Making future troubles and meeting another ally. Lei swung his fishing rod towards the rushing bloodthirsty youth. The fishing hook flew with surprising speed and soared directly towards Seeing. Seeing smirked. He casually swayed his head out of the way and was inches away from ripping out Lei Ji's throat with his stellar-ranked martial art. The look on Lei Ji's face was not shaken in the slightest. As if the beastly claws of Seeing were nothing but the claws of an unruly kitten. His face still held the calm and gentle appearance they had since the start of the fight. Although with a slight sadness tinged to it. I got you now. Seeing exclaimed with villainous glee. But just before his talons reached around Lei Ji's neck, his body came to an abrupt stop. He couldn't shorten the distance between his hand and Lei Ji's exposed windpipe. His face scrunched up in confusion and anger. Why couldn't he move? His question was soon answered as his body began flying backwards and away from Lei Ji at fast speeds. His bewildered screams were the only noises heard from him as his body was launched into the air. Lei Ji expertly controlled his fishing line to cause Seeing to fly uncontrollably through the sky. It turns out that Lei Ji didn't miss his attack in the first place. He wasn't aiming to skewer Seeing with his fishing hook but actually capture the youth before he could harm him. Seeing was somehow unable to resist against the pull of the fishing rod as it took him on a wild ride through the sky. His stomach was all over the place and his brain was smashing against his skull several times. The humiliation and suffering he's going through by the hands of this old blind trash was seeping into his blood, bones, and soul. Even if he couldn't form a single coherent thought as he was toyed with, he will never forget this experience. Even if he has to humiliate himself in front of his older brother, he will get his revenge. After 10 minutes or so, Lei Ji figured that the boy has had enough discipline shown to him. If he went on any longer than this, he's sure that some irreparable damage might happen to the misguided young man. Unaware that the irreparable damage has already happened in another manner. The followers of Seeing have already fled once they saw Seeing being flown around like a retarded kite by the blind grandpa. If Seeing couldn't deal with him, then they sure as hell couldn't do anything. Even if they might have to be tortured as punishment for leaving, it's better than the torture that Seeing was going through. If their eyes weren't mistaken, they were sure that Seeing even pissed himself. Lei Ji gently placed Seeing back on the ground. Seeing couldn't even stand. His legs were like jelly once they touched the earth. He instantly collapsed to the ground and started puking his guts out. Lei Ji watched as the young man puked for 10 seconds straight and then recovered for a few moments before going back to puking again. It would take him around a minute and some before Seeing would stop vomiting. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve as he slowly turned his head and met eyes with Lei Ji. Even if Lei Ji wasn't blind, he was sure he'd still be able to see the seething hatred in that glare. It seems this manner of doing things turned out to be ill-found. Humiliation is not the way to humble youths but instead fire them up. You. Seeing quickly covered his mouth as he felt the bile rising to his throat once more. With a sickening audible gulp, he resigned to just glaring at Lei Ji before running away. Lei Ji was troubled. Without a doubt, he just made things worse for himself. Didn't he mention a brother and uncle? The only other uncles besides him are without a doubt are the sect elders. Another sigh escaped from his lips. Well. This is the path I chose. Even if the first step was met with failure, it doesn't mean that I am wrong in trying to guide today's cultivators into better humans. It only means that I need to try harder and do better next time. Lei Ji encouraged himself before walking away from the pond and to his home. Two figures were walking together. one round while the other attractive and carrying a large object behind her. Their pace was quite slow but the looks on their faces were positive. It seems that something good must have happened for the both of them. I guess people weren't kidding when they said those two were geniuses. It has only been a few weeks since they got here but their progress in cultivation has soared. Ying commented. I'd say. They were only 5th and 7th rank when we were taking the recruitment test but now, they are already about to breach through the Qi gathering realm. With Tang Wuying at the 7th stage and Gong Jun knocking at the door of the 9th rank. The gifted are truly enviable. Bing sighed. Ying rolled her eyes. Humph. Being jealous of them only makes you look pathetic. There's nothing in life you can't take with enough effort and determination. Ying said with confidence. If you say so you. Bing responded carelessly. This weak answer displeased Ying. She casually shot her fist towards his ribs. Bing's eyes widened in terror. He quickly brought up his shield and was sent sliding back some distance from her. Please martial sister you. Spare my poor life and control your temper. Bing pleaded as he saw the smallest imprint of a dent on the surface of his shield. I don't want to hear any cowardly words like that if you're gonna be around me. Seeing how you managed to react to my attack, you're not as bad as you think you are. Be more confident or I'm going to beat you to death until you do. Ying threatened with a playful smile. I don't think I could change my attitude if I'm dead martial sister. Bing pointed out before standing next to her again with his shield slowly fixing the small dent on itself. Ying reared her fist back at this smart comment. Bing hid behind his shield like a frightened turtle. Don't think that shield will protect you forever Bing. We'll find out one of these days which is stronger between my sword and your shield. Ying promised. One day, I hope that never comes, Bing muttered. The two eventually reached Jing's home and Ying knocked on the door. Ying and Bing heard a disgruntled masculine voice from inside and were promptly confused. Did they come to the wrong shack? Jing's shack is indistinguishable from all the other lower-ranked disciples so it is possible that they have come to the wrong place. The answer to their festering questions was soon answered as a shirtless young man opened up the door with an annoyed look on his face. What the fuck do you two weaklings want? Hu Tao asked. Hu Tao's unbelievably handsome face and muscular lean body was the first to greet the two. The large wild wavy white-colored hair that reached to the middle of his back was one of his defining traits in the sect. The thing that was new with him was that his body was wrapped in black chains. From around his neck to all the way down to his feet. A metal ball twice the size of someone's head could be seen being dragged behind his feet that was attached to the metal chains. To respond to his rude greeting Ying punched straight out towards Hu Tao's face. Bing would have been surprised if he had not just spent the entire day with this beautiful young girl with a predisposition for violence. If anyone slighted her, she was sure to pay them back double. No matter the difference in strength. If she couldn't defeat them, she was sure to cause some sort of pain no matter how little. Hu Tao easily caught her fist but was also pushed back a little. Ooh. You aren't as weak as I thought. Are you a body cultivator? Your strength doesn't match your realm. Hu Tao said nonchalantly. I'll show you just how weak I really am. She threatened as her orange eyes blazed with a fighting intent. Ying grabbed her blade and slowly hoisted it high in the air, ready to completely cleave Hu Tao in two. The ends of Hu Tao's lips started to stretch upwards. The chains around his wrists began to spin rapidly as he reared his fists back. Hu! A majestic white owl screeched before kicking Ying's blade into the ground and flying in between the two. Li Li looked no different than when he first arrived at the sect along with Jing. But in the 2 weeks that have passed he has changed in another manner. He was already at the 9th stage of the Qi gathering realm. Not even the most ancient of beast cubs could ever match Li Li's cultivation speed. Unless they were being fed creatures higher than their own rank on the regular for 3 meals every day. The little owlet, no matter what bloodline he had or how much dilution was absent, it would normally allow him to progress so quickly, yet this baby owl had something that no one else in the world has the pleasure of owning. A mother called Jing. Jing created some martial techniques exclusively for Li Li with SCP-914. She went all out for her little son and gave him a full set of martial arts. Fighting, cultivation, movement, body, and auxiliary. And since his entire being was refined to something nearly on par with Jing's, gaining mastery in all of those skills was nothing but a breeze for the baby. Jing would even say that he's stronger than her, seeing that she still hasn't made herself a movement, body, and auxiliary art yet. Li Li? Ying questioned before looking behind Hu Tao and seeing Jing staring at the three. I guess we did find the right house. Come in. Jing told them. Hu Tao grinned at Ying as she and Bing walked inside. She attempted to throw a quick jab as she was passing by but missed just barely as Hu Tao dodged with a teasing smile. Did you manage to do what I asked of you? Jing asked. Yes. We managed to find out where they stay. According to rumors, they don't go out much and usually have everything delivered to them by servants. They have been training intensively for the upcoming duel in a few days and both have improved greatly. Tang reaching the 7th stage and Jun reaching peak 8th stage. Bing relayed. A smile fitting that of a wicked queen appeared on Jing's face. Well done you two. I'll handle the rest. You are free to do whatever you please until I call for you again. Jing told them before throwing 2 storage rings towards them. They caught the rings and looked inside to see around 20 mortal rank spirit stones. Ying's eyes turned into pink hearts as she looked at her newfound tool for increasing her cultivation. Bing's expression was not so different in the way he greedily gazed at the stones within the ring. With this many spirit stones, he may be able to deal with the Huan group within the outer court faster. Who is this guy by the way? Ying asked pointed towards Hu Tao who was picking his nose without a care in the world. Your new teammate. Jing answered. Jing saw that Ying wasn't happy with that answer. Her pretty face scrunched up as she saw him mocking her. She was having a hard time controlling herself from crushing him into the ground. You wanna go princess? If you're anything like her, I'll even consider marrying ye. Hu Tao said while pointing at Jing. How did you know I was of noble birth? Ying asked. I didn't. You just seem like a spoiled brat. He laughed. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Ying needed to punch this jerk in the face. His stupid handsome face deserved some punishment with such a crass mouth. She sent a straight punch towards Hu Tao's face and he continued laughing as the chains on his body formed a net in front of his face and caught her fist. Try taking me on once you aren't so weak. The difference between our ranks isn't little princess. Even if you used that strange blade, you wouldn't be able to cut a single thing on me. You wanna bet asshole? She spat. Jing watched with an amused smile on her face but she couldn't have these two fighting inside her house. Nor did she want them showing off their strength in public so soon but for some reason she didn't believe that she could hide their power for long. Their personalities aren't suited for a task like that. Especially Hu Tao. The wild mutt can't go 2 seconds without trying to annoy someone into fighting him. She needs a way of contacting them without putting her identity at risk. So, that means not having Li sending them letters nor having them all meet at her shack. She'll have to figure something out when she's on her way to meet Wu Ying. Hu Tao, save it later. Ying, understand your limits. Bing, go increase your cultivation. Whatever, Hu Tao responded. But I understood, she responded like a reprimanded child. Yes Empress. Now all of you get out of my house. If I need you, you'll find out. The trio left Jing's door and stood in front of her yard together. So, what's up with you two? How did you meet her? Hu Tao asked. None of your business. Ying responded coldly. I guess you can say she saved my life in a way. Bing answered. I look forward to fighting you two in the future. Don't make me wait too long though. I hate teases. He said with a special look toward Bing. Bing's entire body shivered from that gaze. It was as if he was being stared at as nothing more than just a piece of meat. Weird. See you later then weaklings. With all these spirit stones, breaking into the chi consolidation stage will be a piece of cake. He laughed while throwing a storage ring up in the air and catching it repeatedly. That guy's such an ass. Ying shared. He is, something, Bing agreed. She wasn't satisfied with his answer but decided not to argue with him about it. It's been a long day. They said their goodbyes and went along their way back to their own homes. Tiger boomerang, Jing muttered as she spun the sharp hand-sized boomerang around her finger. She inserted the boomerang into her hand and refined it on very fine. This little thing will be her bargaining chip against Tang Wuying. Once he gets a taste of this baby, he won't be able to live without it. Especially with his face on the line in this upcoming duel. The last time she's seen Tang Wuying it seemed like he cared a lot about face. Jing's planning on using that to her advantage tonight. CaptainBoyHole. Seems like Lei Ji's wish to reform the misguided cultivators has started off with a rough beginning. Let's see if seeing will give him another chance to try and reform him. Hu Tao has officially joined the cast. I'm real excited to write about his character because I just love asshole characters. He's gonna be an annoying prick, trust me. If you haven't read My Hero Academia fanfic, this may be a surprise to you. To end this off, Jing is one step closer to finishing her mission given by the system. Let's see how she finishes this off in the next few chapters. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Tang Wuying. A handsome youth with attractive deep red hair was slashing away inside a large room. Every swipe and cut with his blade was accurate and oozed of viciousness. For the average cultivator, just by watching him practice they would feel the very air around them being turned against them. As if his blade transformed into the air around them and was threatening to slice them at any moment. It wouldn't just stop there though, the way the aggressive youth slashed through the air resembled a raging tempest. All it took was one slash to get him going into an unstoppable typhoon of steel. The youth flicked their blade and sheathed it on their back. He was now finished with his sword training for today and would spend the rest of it cultivating back inside his room. Although the red-headed youth had other martial arts he could also practice, he chose to focus on what he could before the duel. If he wasted time practicing the new martial arts his master gave him, he wouldn't be prepared in the slightest for his duel in the coming days. While they are high in rank, with the time he has left it would be crazy to believe he'll be able to progress fast enough to try and contend with Gong Jun with them. So, Tang chose to focus on his Tempest Fang sword martial art and his Azure Burning Dragon cultivation skill. Only with superior strength and power will he be able to defeat Gong Jun. His other skills will only be supplementary in his duel with Gong Jun. Tang started walking out of the training room. As he opened the door to leave, a servant was there waiting for him. Master Tang, Master Mo has called for you. You are to receive him in the main stairwell. The servant finished with a bow. Tang Wuiying didn't respond but acknowledged the servant with his eyes before wiping his sweaty body with a towel and heading towards the stairwell. Master Mo had all of his disciples reside in the same house. It was quite large and Tang frequently found himself lost through the many long hallways and similarly looking intricate furniture. Even though he's spent 2 months in this place, he dares not say that he has fully learned every part of it. But large and complex homes are nothing new to someone like him. He has gotten lost in his own home more times than he cares to admit. He'll eventually find his way to the main stairwell. His second senior and third senior are quite the loud bunch when paired together. They are like a dragon and tiger, cat and dog, man and demon. Can never get along and are rarely seen agreeing with one another. His second senior's shouting should reach his ears soon enough and then all he has to do is head towards that direction. You insufferable fool. Do not mention another word of such a despicable topic or I'll end you myself. And there it is. Tang Wuiying headed towards his second senior's shout and within minutes found himself at the main stairwell. His master was standing powerfully at the bottom of the stairwell with all of his senior apprentice brothers waiting in front of him. It seems he was the last to arrive again. How infuriating. Aha, there he is. Our favorite junior brother late again. Did you get lost again, junior? His third senior teased with an annoying smile. He didn't bother replying and ignored third senior before also arriving in front of Master Mo. His second senior looked at him with a strange gaze. Tang didn't know what to make of his second senior as of yet. They rarely talked so far but he hasn't treated him negatively. All of their past interactions were simple greetings. His eldest senior was the most mysterious of all his senior brothers. He rarely speaks and spends most of his time training or going on dangerous tasks for the sect to gain contribution points. Even just standing near him made Tang Wuiying feel inadequate, as if he was standing next to an immeasurable mystical mountain. Not even his master made him feel that way. Tang Wuiying was confident in passing his master in strength in the future but with Zihan, his eldest senior, it feels like no matter how hard he trains it would be impossible to surpass him. That pissed him off. He, Tang Wuiying, feeling inferior to another? He should feel ashamed of ever calling himself a treasured son of a heavens if so. No matter what it takes, he will find a way to catch up to his eldest senior. Even if he has to take alternative ways to gaining strength, he will find a way to match him. If you need help finding your way around the manor, I wouldn't mind spending some time to come look for you, junior brother. Gong Jun's look towards him was very similar to third senior's. That bastard was looking down on him again. He may be a whole rank higher than me but I'll show him. I'll wipe that filthy smirk right off your mouth with my blade in good time. I don't need any help. Mind your own business and stay out of mine. Tang Wuiying barked. Gong Jun teasingly smiled as if Tang was nothing more than an unruly child rebelling against his parent. He could barely control himself from lunging at his fourth senior and slicing him in half. Oh, first junior, it looks like you made little Tang upset. He's gone bright red in the face. I think he's about to start crying. Chow, third senior, stated with false concern. Oh, dear little Tang. Please forgive me for my harsh words. I did not mean to hurt your feelings so. Gong Jun added with his own mocking voice. I'll kill you bastards. Don't make fun of me. Tang Wuiying slashed out with indignation. His blade roared towards the two older disciples with a horizontal swipe. Chow casually leaned his head back and dodged the furious steel while Gong Jun blocked with his chi. Seeing how easily his attack was handled by the two only served to fuel Tang Wuiying's anger even more. He slashed towards the two with no further reservations to wipe those mocking smiles off. Third junior. Master Mo has yet to tell us why he has gathered here. Show some respect and wait till he's told us what he needs to before acting so unruly. Jian, his second senior, ordered. Tang Wuiying's body was frozen by the glare of his second senior. His sword aiming for the throat of Chow was stopped. Like he planned on simply threatening his third senior instead of chopping his silly head off. The power of his second senior's stare was unbelievable. Is he truly the weakest out of all his fellow disciples? A sudden realization reigned over Tang Wuiying. He reined in his anger and sheathed his blade before bowing towards Master Mo. I apologize for my actions, Master. A grin appeared on Elder Mo's face. That's all right, you little brat. Just remember not to do it again. Elder Mo said. Tang Wuying nodded and soon Elder Mo began telling the 5 of them his purpose for gathering them. Alright brats, as you know the sect's treasured plains are being opened up in a few months' time, he began. Looks of interest appeared on everyone's faces but Zihan. Get as many benefits as you can during this time because after the opening of the plains, the sect's grand tournament will be coming soon. Work together to maximize the gains. I won't accept any fighting between you brats in the plains. The stronger you become in the following months before the tournament, the better your rewards will be in the tournament. Having a good ranking within the tournament will allow you brats to progress much faster. Normally the top 10 disciples are rewarded by the end of the battles with the top 3 being allowed into the top floor of the library to choose a sky-ranked martial art along with some other great rewards. What kind of treasures are in the treasured plains master? Gong Jun asked. Almost anything you can think of. Spirit weapons, spirit ores, rare spiritual plants and herbs, the blood, skin, organs and bones of strong spirit beasts, and naturally forming treasures. If you want it, you'll find it in the treasured plains. Well that's if you have the strength to take it and keep it until the end. Why do we need to have a good ranking in the grand tournament? Tang Wuying asked. Our sect will have our competition with the 9 Swords sect and Blossoming Water Palace sect that takes place every 5 years. We can't have our disciples make us look too bad so that's why we're fattening you up with the tournament and the plains. Master. Will Elder RUs, Elder Changes, and Sect Master's disciples be going against us? Jian asked. Yes. If you can try and kill them without leaving any evidence in the treasured plains. If you can't, beat them till their spirits are crushed. Do not cripple them under any circumstance, you'll bring trouble my way and won't be able to escape punishment from their masters. Very well. I'll do some careful planning. Is there anyone we should focus on taking out? Sect Master's disciples have the most potential. Focus on eliminating them out of everyone else. Anyone else is just cherry on the top. Understood. Jian said with an evil smile on his face. Also keep an eye on Elder Zhong's newest disciple. That old fool usually stays away from taking in disciples but when he does, they are unusually talented. Besides that, you all are to get as strong as you can in these following months. If you need anything just ask me. You're all dismissed. Yes master. 4 out of the 5 disciples shouted while Zihan simply nodded with his eyes open. The 5 soon dispersed and Tang Wuying had one of the servants escort him back to one of the training rooms. After taking note of his strength compared to his senior brothers, he will have to train even harder than he already has. Tang Wuying refused to be inferior to anyone. His pride, blood, and talent couldn't allow him to stay as complacent as he was before he joined the sect. Back in Yellow Jade City, he was the top prodigy around. None was his equal in terms of age and even some above were below him in talent. But ever since joining the sect, he's been constantly forced to accept that he wasn't as great as he thought and there were more people just as amazing as him or even better. He was nothing but a toad in a well before. But not anymore. He will take his proper place as a treasured son of heaven and show everyone else just how superior he truly is. The sun has completely set. The darkness floating around the sect would allow any scheming individual to sneak around as they wish. There were no signs of anyone patrolling around to apprehend or warn such individuals from staying out in such darkness. Why would no one be patrolling around the sect? The answer to such a question may be why would anyone even dare try and trespass into the Golden Serpent sect? Surely, they must be asking for death by doing such a thing. The Golden Serpent sect is not one to take lightly. They are known for their ruthlessness. One such individual was standing above the classy manor. This individual was wearing a shabby wooden mask painted white. The mask only revealed the silhouette's violet eyes while their figure was masculine. They wore a simple black robe that did little to hide the strength hidden beneath them. The mysterious man suddenly appeared on the balcony. He walked towards the closed drapes with nary a sound in his footsteps. He gently opened the drapes and walked inside the black room. Those dark orchid-colored pupils locked onto the crimson-haired youth peacefully resting in his bed. The sound of liquid flowing could be heard from the masked man's body. At his feet, water began to flow from underneath his robes and slowly shape itself into chair. Once it fully formed, the man took a seat before bringing his palms together with a sharp slap. Tang Wuying jumped from his bed with his eyes burning in rage, thinking that this was another prank by his third senior. He's surely going to tear his clothes to pieces if he can't cause him to bleed to death. Tang Wuying reached for his blade next to his bed before meeting eyes with the masked figure. Who are you? He asked with his guard up. I have a proposal for you, Tang Wuying. The seductive voice floating around Tang's ears. Tang Wuying's hand gripped his blade's handle. What could I of all people need? Tang asked curiously. If this stranger says some nonsense, he plans on decapitating them immediately. Your upcoming duel. You and I both know you are not strong enough to best Gong Jun. Tang Wuying angrily furrowed his brows. His sword was slowly slipping from its sheath and revealing its glimmering exterior. You, a mid-staged 7th rank Shi Gatherer, while he's a peak 8th rank Shi Gatherer. There's no chance of you besting him. Enough of your tongue. I'll defeat him regardless of rank. I'm a genius. You've now said your last words, intruder, die. Tang Wuying leapt towards the defenseless man and aimed to separate his head from his neck with his sword. Schlorp. What the? Tang Wuiying's blade was stopped by water. The masked man hasn't even moved a finger to defend himself, and it seems he didn't have to. Water from his chair stretched out to defend him from Tang Wuiying's attack and effortlessly stopped the vicious sword. Unless I help you. He interlocked his fingers together. The masked individual smiled as confusion found itself on Tang Wuiying's face. Help me. How could you possibly help me? Do you even know who my master is? He's one of the head elders of Golden Serpent Sect. Are you saying you possess more resources than even someone of his standing? Yes, I do, and oh so much more. The things I can show you are far beyond your current understanding. Not even your master can compare to the wares I hold. Tang Wuiying couldn't respond. Staring into those devilish eyes made him feel irritated yet tempted. What if the nonsense this guy was spouting wasn't just empty words? What if he could truly help him gain the power he needs? He can't sense anything from this guy. Not his realm, strength, nor background. Give me something that'll make me the strongest disciple within the sect. Gah ha 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 ha. The masked man busted out with unrestrained laughter. Tang Wuiying's eyebrows immediately furrowed and his grip on his sword tightened. I apologize, Tang, for that rude outburst, but you see, I just couldn't help myself. But anyway, no, I cannot make you the strongest disciple within the section. Then what use are you? He spat. I might not be able to make you the strongest disciple, however. I can make you one of the strongest disciples in the section. He grinned. I don't believe you. Tang bluntly responded. Well, how about I show you one of my wares? I'm sure you'll change your mind in no time, my dear boy. The masked man flicked his wrist and suddenly the appearance of a large boomerang thumped on the floor. Tang looked for any signs of a storage ring on the masked man's fingers and couldn't find one. So how did he just? No, more importantly, just what kind of weapon is that? Just what is that strange energy surrounding it? It isn't fire chi, water chi, lightning chi, nor any other type of elemental chi he's felt before. Tang Wuiying felt an indescribable connection with the weapon that appeared from thin air. It was calling to him. It wanted him. It felt like it belonged to him and only him. That it was meant for him and no one else in the whole world. Grab it. The masked individual commanded with a deeper tone of voice. Tang Wuiying disliked the tone the man had with him but felt compelled to listen to him. Not because of his mysterious nature or strength but because of the weapon itself wanting him to. He placed his hand on the weapon and soon felt a rush of chi surging within him. Yellow arrow-like markings began racing up his skin and all over his body. This power. This chi. These memories. I'm feeling it. Lord Pioneer. I feel your blessing running through me. He exclaimed joyously. With the Apostle's weapon, there is nothing that could stop him from becoming an immortal. Without it, he is nothing. He is less than nothing. If he continues the same path he was heading without the boomerang, then at best he would only reach the chi transformation stage. How could one of the treasured sons of heaven be content with a measly chi transformation stage? No. Tang Wuiying refused to be satisfied with such a thing. He's going to rise past the heavens and show everyone that he's the greatest genius that has ever lived. And the first step is getting the first apostle's weapon into his hands. Yoink! The masked merchant caused the tiger boomerang to vanish and looked at Tang with a jolly look in his eyes. Well, young Master Tang? He asked despite fully knowing that he's already succeeding in getting Tang Wuiying in his palms. What is your price for that weapon? He asked with much more civility. All I ask of you is for your partnership. Partnership? What could I have that could possibly catch your eye? Don't question me, boy, he answered with force behind his voice. So what do you say? Yes or no? He asked with his voice returning back to the whimsical tone it had before. I accept, Tang responded while not making eye contact. The masked man snapped his finger and the giant human-sized tiger-painted boomerang appeared once more. Tang couldn't stop himself from immediately connecting with the divine weapon. He felt his connection with Pioneer increasing along with the blessing transforming his body into a more suitable one as a follower of Pioneer, the Lord of Acceleration. The markings crawled all over his body and soon settled there, permanently etching into his skin along with the special energy of Pioneer devouring and replacing his old chi element. During this transformation, he didn't even notice the mysterious merchant exiting from which he came while crazily laughing to himself. With this blessing, taking out Gong won't even be an issue. Of course, I'll have to faithfully practice with the Apostle's weapon and get used to it. Such a rare and ancient weapon is bound to take time to master. Hopefully it'll be enough to at least contest with Gong equally. He muttered to himself. He. First Senior. You are no longer just a dream but now a goal. CaptainBoyHole. Finishing this chapter took me several days. Who knew writing about antagonists was so hard? Getting into the minds of different characters is not as easy as I thought. Seriously, I give my respect to those authors that do these multiple POVs and stories. It's not that easy. But anyway, next chapter will be with one of our main cast, hopefully. I haven't decided yet. I could focus on Lei Ji, Jing, Ying, Bing, or even Li Li. Now that I think about it, I haven't been giving the little owlet much love. He's next for sure. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Li Li's breakfast. Who? Li Li stood over the resting Jing. He gently rubbed his face on hers to wake her. She tiredly giggled from the heavenly feel of his feathers on her skin. Alright Li Li. Be careful out there, okay? If you find yourself in trouble, make sure to fly away as fast as you can. She warned him. Cuckoo. He responded as he turned the doorknob and flew outside the house. Without a sound, he soon vanished into the skies at high speeds. Li Li was on his way to eat some breakfast in the immortal forest. With his realm being at the 9th stage, he could go past the outer edges of the forest and into the middle area. The middle area of the immortal forest is where spirit beasts of the Qi consolidation stage and core preparation stage stay, with the latter being closer towards the edge of the inner area of the forest. Today will be the second time he's entering this part of the forest ever since reaching the 9th stage. Li Li was excited to see what other delicacies existed in the middle area besides the iron-horned deer and fatty koi fish. The iron-horned deer had the best tasting meat of all the four-legged animals he ate so far, but their innards weren't as tasty, so he usually left those alone. The same was with the fatty koi fish, except all of it tasted good. Scree! Li Li heard the cry of a bird far above him. This bird was huge compared to himself, who was still just a baby. It was large enough to grab adult humans in its talons and tower over them standing up. It was in the same realm as Li Li and figured he would be good for a snack. Looking down on him will be its greatest mistake. Li Li hasn't tried the meat of this one yet, and since it is gladly offering itself up for him, why not take a bite? The bigger bird, Lightning Wing Falcon, soared down towards Li Li. Li Li answered the challenge and flew towards the falcon. Li Li could feel the arrogance of the bird above him. It probably thought he was giving itself to him without a fight, but he'll show him who's the snack. The falcon attempted to swallow Li Li in a single bite. Caw! It cried out. Li Li kicked it across the face with his foot and sent it clumsily flying further into the sky. Li Li smirked as he looked at the spiraling bird of prey. He waited as it recovered and looked at him in disbelief. Comparing sizes alone, Li Li was nothing but a bug in comparison to it. If the falcon could get Li Li in his grip, then it would barely be 1/10 the size of one of its talons. The falcon saw the confident and cocky look in the owlet's eyes and grew enraged. It gathered the chi within its core and opened its beak wide as it shot out a bolt of lightning straight towards Li Li. The infant avian scoffed. He turned away as he also willed his chi from his beast core. A purple manifestation of an iron-horned deer charged towards the lightning bolt. This manifestation was ethereal in appearance and ghostly in nature. It was one of the souls of an actual iron-horned deer that Li Li ate yesterday. An iron-horned deer's horns were thick metallic branchy spears of death. Being on the receiving end of this creature's charge usually doesn't have a pleasant end. Thankfully, the only dangerous thing about this spirit beast is their horns. So, most cultivators usually take them out from afar with a talisman, arrow, or ranged technique. The risk in dealing with their horns isn't worth risking with their body. If a cultivator is unfortunate enough, the iron deer could gore them through any defensive treasure or chi shield. Not even body cultivators dare take on one of these horned creatures. The sound of the deer's horn and the lightning bolt clashing was a sharp piercing sound. Any normal cultivator nearby would be clutching their ears in pain as the deer deflected the lightning bolt with its horns. The metal-like nature of its horns combined with its spiritual body easily allowed the iron deer to redirect the lightning bolt elsewhere as it continued clopping through the air towards the falcon. The falcon screeched as lightning started to arc all over its body. It soared towards the iron deer. The lightning increased the creature's speed up an entire level. The iron deer was cleaved in half by the giant bird's wings. Despite being able to redirect the lightning bolt earlier, this was only because of its great horns. Lightning chi actually has a purifying effect on yin chi, which is what the materialized iron deer is created out of. Li Li, with his back still turned around towards his prey, yawned. The falcon was infuriated with the arrogance this small prey was showing it. If there is one thing it must do today, it is eating this puny little bird. The falcon soared towards Li Li. Its fury was blinding it, making Li Li the only thing in its sights. It didn't give any thoughts to how this small creature was able to reach the 9th realm in the chi gathering stage. All that was on its mind was an annoying ant that deserved to be eaten. Squawk! And before it knew it, it was filled with sharp spears stabbing through its body. A herd of iron deer had their horns impaled in the falcon's body. Blood flowed from its body and drooped to the ground below like a small stream. The beast was tethering on the edge of life and death, and Li Li could see it within its blurred eyes. Its soul was just about to unlatch itself from its body and linger on, filled with regrets and resentment for Li Li. But just before it could leave its container, Li Li flew in front of its fading sight and smirked. Who? Li Li gloated to the dying spirit beast. Its soul grew a deeper purple as its resentment for Li Li rose to unknown heights. It dares to mock him as it's dying. It dares belittle and low down on him. Even if it can't do anything to the small infant, it can curse him with all its dying breath. Which Li Li thanks him for. Thanks to that final parting message, its soul has become fully ripe and worth keeping. The lightning wing flackened soul has turned a blood red and could easily allow him to break into the chi consolidation stage and probably to the peak of the first stage. The feeling of soul devouring and rising through the cultivation ranks is the feeling every beast instinctively craves. There is no spirit beast that wouldn't immediately try and break through at all times. No spirit beast except for Li Li. Li Li is more than just a spirit beast thanks to his mom's refinement. He is more than a creature of simple instinct and craving for strength, and as such, he has enough control to not swallow this delicious, tasty, fresh, enticing soul right now. Even if he really wants to. No. He tells himself. His mother told him no more eating souls without her consent. His chi, however, was already wrapping around the resisting soul of the falcon like a snake about to gulp its prey whole. As if his hesitation meant nothing to it. He struggled to gain control over his predatory yin chi as his desires were overpowering his reason. The taste, the surge of strength, the strengthening of his soul and chi. How could a baby bird of prey resist? Li Li. His chi halted. He imagined the look on his mother's face once he returned after disobeying her wishes. It caused a gripping pain on his heart. He couldn't disappoint his mom. Not for something like this. Seeing her sad face, he just couldn't go through with it. He's never let his mom down before, and he doesn't wish to start now. Li Li stored the vengeful soul within his body and around his soul palace along with the many other souls he's collected. He dematerialized the herd of iron deer and flew down with the corpse and started eating. Thanks to his mother's special ability to take things into her body and take them out completely changed, Li Li was gifted his own cultivation and auxiliary technique. His cultivation technique is called the Soul Devourer. It allows him to witness the world of the dead and swallow any lingering souls that he wishes. Swallowing souls quickly raises his chi and lets him speed through the cultivation stages. Besides raising his chi, it also strengthens both his chi and his soul. His mother warned him not to abuse this ability though. She said that if he breaks through ranks so quickly, his foundation will be unstable and future potential will be limited. Li Li didn't really understand what she meant, but he did understand that his mother didn't want him to eat too many souls and use them to increase his cultivation. Ever since she warned him, he stopped eating the souls and would wait till his mother gave him permission to advance. His other technique was called Legion of Souls. This auxiliary art is what gives Li Li his control over souls and spirits. He can summon, store, command, absorb, and take control over the departed. At his current rank with the skill, he can only store a max of 10 souls to use as he pleases. If he needs to make room with a particular soul he finds, he can sacrifice the soul of it to any other souls in his storage or just eat it. This support martial art isn't all powerful though. If the soul is particularly strong, then it can wholly resist Li Li's attempts to eat, store, or manipulate it. If Li Li wants to reach the pinnacle of this supplementary technique, he must reinforce and iron his will to completely control any departed soul. Sadly though, neither him nor his mom knew how to make his will stronger. Li Li has now rendered the flesh of the lightning wing falcon devoured and left only the bones behind. His ears perked up and a majority of the middle area of the immortal forest was open to him. The sounds of running water, swimming fishes, slithering lizards, crawling rodents, and numerous fighting spirit beasts. Among all those sounds, he also heard something strange. A deep powerful breathing filled with ancient power that he's felt before. Strong lung. He recalled. This chi presence was the special lung he wanted to get for his mother. Although he doubted she still needed it ever since coming back from the dead in Yellow Jade City, it could be a nice present to give her since he wasn't able to get it before. Li Li silently took off towards this chi. With his feathers, he'd only be a giant target in this forest of green. He flew above the clouds and with his superior sight, watched from above. His eyes located the source of the familiar energy and focused in on him. The youth was meditating alone in a forest clearing. The very air around him seemed to bend to his will and give off that powerful energy that can't belong to any normal youth. He was a 7th stage chi gatherer. Much weaker than Li Li thought he would be, but perhaps Li Li was the cause of that. Li Li checked the surroundings for any signs of anything else before he charged in to take the boy's lung and saw nothing that could interrupt his hunt. Li Li sliced through the air like a noiseless comet. His prey was within his sight and he doubted it could react before he attacked. Reality is often filled with surprises though. The youth managed to sense Li Li as he neared 10 meters from him. He hurriedly hopped out of the way as he made eye contact with Li Li, who landed where he previously was. Li Li could tell the boy was initially panicked, but a calm look soon took his face. Sun Liuxian immediately understood that he was no match for this spirit beast and that it wasn't just any simple beast. The look within its eyes tell a much different story than any other spirit beast within this part of the forest. He was now regretting stepping foot into this part of the immortal forest when his cultivation isn't so high, but he couldn't resist the chance of getting weaker by staying with those weak beasts in the outer area. If he doesn't push himself, how will he ever gain the strength needed to end Tang Wuiying and his lineage? He may have gotten himself into something he can't get out of. With the speed he sensed earlier from the spirit beast, running away is a pipe dream within this clearing. He has to think of something while the creature is still just watching him. Sun Liuxian slowly breathed in and out. The wind around him began picking up as wind swirled around him. The 9th stage spirit beast watched him in curiosity. Just maybe he can get out this situation with all his limbs intact. Swoosh! The beast flew towards him. His senses could barely react, but thankfully his body did it for him. He used the air he conjured earlier and blew himself through the air. The bird was still faster than he was, but at least the situation has changed. He's now surrounded by numerous trees, so the bird can't fly as easily as it could in the clearing. The spirit beast was close enough to snatch his eyeball out from its socket. Sun Liuxian painfully palmed his own stomach, releasing some of the qi-strengthened air within his lung. This action, used because of a life-threatening situation, managed to save Sun Liuxian from the jaws of death. Literally. He managed to separate himself a necessary distance from the maw of another beast as the previous 9th stage bird was swallowed whole. Sun Liuxian watched as a dragon worm erupted into the sky from beneath the earth. It was a first-stage qi consolidation spirit beast. He figured it sensed the qi of the bird from before and used his perilous situation as a chance to advance its cultivation. The sweat dripping through his pores soaked his clothes. Even when he was running for his life from Tang Wuiying's goons, he didn't sweat this hard. Just what kind of spirit beast was that bird? He's never heard of anything like it. His master even gave him a book on beasts that frequent the immortal forest. That's why he knew the name of the dragon worm. It was a gargantuan-sized worm that frequently preyed on large sluggish creatures or beasts that grouped up in herds. After those close encounters with death, Sun decided that maybe it's time to go home for today. He'll make sure to stay out of the middle area until he's gone past the first cultivation realm. Today's experience has been enlightening to him, to say the least. Cree! Sun covered his ears from the thunderous cry of the dragon worm. He looked up to see the serpent-like beast uncontrollable waving through the air. It looked like it was in pain, but how could that be? Sun focused his sights on the living meat tower. That cannot be. A red slit started revealing itself on the worm's body. All the way from the mouth to the middle of the beast's torso. Blood shot out with the rage of 1,000 storms. In Sun's eyes, it covered the sky. A tidal wave of red washed Sun away. Not even with his gift could he escape this incoming disaster. His body was at the mercy of the dying spirit beast's liquid. If anyone else were in his situation, they would find themselves quickly running out of breath and at risk of drowning, but Sun Liuxian is not just anyone anymore. Ever since merging with the ancient immortal's lung, his body has become fundamentally different than a standard human's. One of those differences is that he can hold his breath for an indefinite amount of time. Well, as far as he's tested anyway. He went a whole 20 hours without breathing through his mouth or nose once. He would have tried for 24 hours, but he can't control his breathing when he's sleeping. So, Sun is forced to be washed away in this blood sea against his will, but it's better than facing whatever killed the worm dragon. Even a person like him would have to use all of his hidden cards to get away from something as dangerous as a worm dragon. Don't even mention trying to kill it without trying. That's just a pipe dream at his current strength. Hopefully he'll be washed far away from what killed the worm. If not, then his poor little life is over before it even began. Stupid bug! Li Li angrily thought as he was cleaning his feathers of the blood. He was perched on a branch of a tree. Li Li has already captured the soul of the big bug that ate him and stored it for later. Having a peaceful death after ruining the gift for his mother is dreaming too big. Strong Lung managed to get away from him once again. How annoying! But at the very least, he didn't gain nothing from this hunt. The body of the worm dragon was Li Li's and he planned on eating it whole. He flexed his qi outwardly to ward off any scavengers looking to steal his meal as he started to take apart the worm piece by piece. It would have been convenient if no predators came during Li Li's feeding, but the little owlet seemed to have forgotten that he was a simple 9th stage qi gatherer inside the middle area of the immortal forest. An area where beasts of the consolidation and core preparation stage frequently feed. If anything, his qi presence was nothing more than a fart to the predators in the middle area. The aftermath of those beasts ignoring Li Li's cute territorial mark was being swallowed whole by the soul of the worm dragon. With each spirit beast swallowed, the strength of the worm dragon increased, leaving Li Li to peacefully eat his humongous meal in peace. If the sight of a blood-red owlet, feasting on a carcass many times bigger than it was wasn't strange enough, then the fact that it could continue eating for hours without any signs of exploding from too much consumption surely would. Li Li ate the entire worm dragon without so much as a bulge showing from his stomach nor an increase in his size. The sight of it can only be constituted as unbelievable and impossible. It could only be said that Li Li was no mere beast but the embodiment of hunger itself. How else could one explain its infinite capacity to eat? Worm dragon might be my new favorite all-time bug, Li Li declared after finishing his meal. He soon flew away back home as the sun was starting to set in the sky. CaptainBoyHole. Next chapter will be with Jing for the whole chapter. Hopefully I'll have enough of an imagination to make the day last as long as my usual chapters last. I'm sort of creating this world and its stuff as it goes along. I accidentally put this story out before it was ready to be released, but no worries. I think I'm doing a pretty good job so far and have enough material to go for a while longer. Xianxia doesn't take much imagination to make once you're past the initial stuff. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xianxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you're not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Finding a master. After seeing Li Li off, Jing was fully awake. Her mission involving Tang Wuying and Gong Jun's duel in 2 days is ready for completion. With the refined boomerang she gave him, if he still couldn't get the best of June, then he would be a giant waste of her time. Besides that, she has another matter to accomplish today. Becoming an apprentice spell master. The required time for her to participate in a ranking match is coming soon and she can't go out as she is now. She has shown herself to be an untalented cultivator with a subpar talent at being a spell master. So, she would continue to play the part. But first, she needs to actually be practicing the art of formations. She needs to find herself a master that is willing to take someone as untalented and average as her in and keep her despite her horrible talent that she plans to improve to average talent in time. Jing left her humble abode and proceeded to the mission hall. Inside the mission hall, there is a place where disciples can request to apprentice under elders. If they are lucky, they can meet in the same day they requested to meet with them. If they are unlucky, it could be several months until a meeting could be made. The latter only happens if it is a powerful and popular elder within the sect. Some say that those that have tried to meet with the sect leader have been waiting for years to meet with him. Jing arrived in the mission hall filled with her fellow disciples. Most wearing the standard robe given to all disciples upon arrival in the sect. They were wearing white robes with golden streaks running down them. A golden serpent was laying bare on the front of the robe in an S shape. While Jing was walking towards the request desk, she looked around to see many disciples offering their own missions. If you had enough contribution points, you could use them as rewards for something to fulfill a request of your own. If the mission giver didn't have the contribution points promised, they would be stripped from ever being allowed to give missions again and receive 100 lashing by one of the elders that run the mission hall for besmirching the good name of their hall. Even if you were one of the elders' blood and flesh, they'd still be unable to go easy on you. The rules of the mission hall are not meant to be broken or ignored. Selling talismans. I'm willing to sell each one for 10 spirit stones. An apprentice spell master shouted. Selling recovery pills, chi recovery pills, blood replenishing pills, and bone strengthening pills. Open to bargaining. An apprentice alchemist yelled into the crowd of cultivators. Selling the hide of a furred anteater and the bones of a mysterious beast at the chi consolidation stage. Willing to accept spirit stones or mortal ranked mystic treasures. Willing to give 50 mortal ranked spirit stones for anyone that manages to kill Ying Yu or Ai Bing. Just bringing back their head is enough. 50 stones for each head. Jing had to stop herself from giggling after hearing that Bing and Ying had a bounty on them already. Just what fun activities have those two been doing without her knowing? Making enemies with someone in the sect without even telling her? If she was a bit more childish, she would want to tell them off for not including her. She does enjoy some chaos and mayhem. Maybe she'll try and make things a bit more chaotic in the future by sending the Huan clan a little message on the behalf of Bing. Jing is his master after all. Hello there. What can I do for you? I'd like to apprentice under a spell master. Can I see a list of all available elders? Jing asked. No problem. Here you go. The average-looking disciple gave her a book filled with the names of all the elders who practice formations and talismans. Some of the names were crossed out. Jing figured that they were unable to take her as an apprentice and skipped those names. But most of the talented elders already had disciples and had their names crossed out, forcing Jing to pick from the worst of the bunch. She didn't know why no one wanted to disciple under these elders but would surely avoid the ones that had a skull marked next to their names. Elder Lang Hui. I guess you'll have to do. Jing chose. There were about 4 other names she could have chose that didn't have a skull marked next to them or were crossed out, but she chose Lang simply because her gut told her to. She handed the book back to the receptionist and asked where Elder Lang stayed. You can find Elder Lang on Crescent Mountain. He's usually the only one up there, but sometimes he comes down to fill up on supplies or meet with the other spellmaster elders. Thank you. Jing said with a friendly smile before walking away. Jing headed towards Crescent Mountain without delay. She was interested in seeing what type of person Elder Lang was. Is he going to be an arrogant old blind idiot like the rest of the elders she saw on her first day here, or is he going to be different? If he discards her with a single look, she definitely isn't letting him go peacefully. With her latest martial arts she learned, she has been looking to test it on someone. Hu Tao has been caught up in something along with the rest of her followers. Bing and Ying have a bounty out on their heads. Lei Ji has gotten caught up in a duel just like the situation with Tang Wuying. Just what kind of troublemakers has she recruited to her cause? How is she going to be able to call herself their leader if she doesn't even know what the hell is going on in their lives? She wants to get involved in dangerous and crazy situations, or at the very least know that they are going on. Not only because she wishes to make them even worse. Her followers do need some better martial arts and items. What better way of getting stronger is there than stealing from those better off than you? She's doing them a favor once she finds out the exact situations they found themselves in. Knock. Knock. Hello? Elder Lang. Jing rapped on his door. Crash. Jing heard inside the medium-sized home the sound of something very heavy crashing to the floor. Oh geez. Dang it all to heck. He loudly whispered. Be there in a second. Just give me a moment. He responded. A playful smile crawled on Jing's face, but she quickly drowned it back where it came. Deciding to toy with this man she doesn't even know based on their first interaction is too hasty. Let's see how things progress at first before deciding to mess with Elder Lang. She still hasn't even asked if he could be her master and teach her about formations. The door swung open to reveal a scrawny, messily dressed, weak-looking young man. His robes were wrinkled something fierce and weren't tightened completely. He had a kind smile on his face despite him and his home looking like a wild animal ran through them. Jing wanted to check if he was using a technique to hide his true age, but she wouldn't know the first way of doing so. Hello. He greeted. Are you Elder Lang? Yes, that is me. Did you make a mistake in choosing a spell master elder, or did someone play a prank on you by looking for me? I don't believe I made a mistake. Will you be my teacher in all things related to formations and talismans? Jing asked kindly. Are you sure? He asked, dumbfounded that apparently someone would want to apprentice under him. Yes. Jing answered with small determination behind her voice. Please come in then. Ignore the mess. I'll get it later. Jing entered inside the messy home filled with talisman slips, books filled with spell patterns or different techniques, jars of spirit ink, brushes of varying sizes, and bookcases to hold those books. She wanted to be polite and not step on the things on the floor, but saw Elder Lang just ignoring them completely, so she did the same. He told her to wait at the small table while he went to go and make some tea for them. Lang must be quite the dedicated spell master. This type of mess doesn't come without a lot of research and practice. Jing praised. His demeanor obviously needs some improvement, but she's excited to see how good of a spell master he is. Maybe he's a hidden dragon. How else could he have become an elder at such a young age? Well, if he isn't hiding his age with some technique, then he's even more pathetic than she would have thought. And here we go. Lang returned and placed their tea on the table. Jing took a sip and it wasn't bad. Based on how he's living, it doesn't seem like he gets visitors often. So, this tea is better than she thought it would be. Thanks. It's nice. Jing told him. A visible look of relief showed up on his face after her compliment. Oh dear. Before I accept you as my pupil, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Jing stared at him with acknowledgement. Do you have any experience in the arts of spell mastery? Little. No change in his expression with this answer. Are you aware of my background or status within the sect? No. Surprise filled his eyes at this answer. How far are you planning to pursue in the path of a raise? I wish to reach the peak of spell mastery. Jing shouted weakly. A peaceful smile appeared on Lang's face. Then I have no reason to not accept you as my disciple. From this day forth you can now refer to me as Master Lang. Thank you for accepting this disciple, teacher. Discipline Jing. Fair warning. You are my very first disciple, so, if you have anything you wish to say about me or my teaching methods, please feel free to share with me your thoughts. Oh God. Jing thought. Will do, teacher. Jing responded. When you said you have little experience with spell mastery, what have you worked with so far? He asked. I've created 10 talismans with the spell Chi Shield. That's a good start. How long did it take you to finish? Around 12 hours. Very good. Much better than my first time. It took me over 3 days to create 10 talismans. I think you're just untalented, Jing shared with herself. Is the Chi Shield spell pattern the only one you know? Yes. It was the only one I could even hope to finish, Jing meekly smiled. That's normal for all beginning spell masters. Being able to edge spells takes time, focus, and patience. None of those are things that most youths are good at dealing with. So, it's understandable to be not so fast at the start, and besides, speed is never something a spell master should focus on unless they are in battle. We won't get into how spell masters fight for a while though. You must learn to crawl before you can walk. Yes, teacher. To begin, let's have you make a chi shield spell again. Lang grabbed one of the hundreds of blank talisman slips on the floor along with a jar of spirit ink and a normal-sized brush. He placed the items in front of her and nodded to signal her to begin. Jing remembered the advice Shangzai gave her and slowly but surely started painting the chi shield pattern. She made sure to frequently look at the chi shield pattern every time she made the slightest movement so that it looked like she doesn't have it burned into her memory quite yet. It also made her look cautious and unconfident. She glanced at her master from time to time only to see him with a reassuring smile. You're doing fine, Jing. Take your time. Your speed is the last thing I'm concerned about. Jing made it look as if his words made her less tense. Her strokes became steadier and slower. She finished up the spell within 50 minutes and gave it to her master to look at it. Perfect work. Now let's test it. Lang injected his chi within the talisman and threw it on the floor. The talisman lit with a purple flame as it attached itself to the floor. It burned into ash and from its ashes, a wide barrier made of chi appeared. Jing smiled in relief that her spell worked. Lang smiled along with her as he destroyed the barrier he made with his sword. Good. Your drawing style is fantastic. Who taught you how to draw like that? He asked. A friend. Jing replied, unsure of her own answer. Well, what a nice friend you have to share a drawing technique like that. Usually you only see those types of styles with families that has a deep history with making talismans. Oh. For the rest of today, I can have you look over all these other spells. Most spell masters choose a certain type of spells or formations to work with their fighting style. If they choose to become fighters, that is. Some spell masters choose to only sell their works and make a profit from them while others use them to fight. I'm guessing you would like to use your talismans to protect yourself and not make a profit, right? Yes, master. Jing said with some sadness behind her eyes. No problem. The world is dangerous after all. Filled with all sorts of beasts and evil characters. Take a look through this spell book and tell me which category of spells you would like to focus on. Jing grabbed the thick leather book and opened it. Elder Lang used the time to drink his tea. Jing could have flipped through this thing in around 30 minutes if Lang wasn't watching over her. It only takes her one glance to burn an image in her head. She could tell he was waiting for her to ask any questions and then answer her like a diligent master should. Inside the book was hundreds of pages of spells and formations. They were separated into 4 types: harming, supportive, trapping, and movement. The harming one really made her insides tingle at the possibilities, but she'll have to save those for when her master isn't with her. To tie in with her current personality, she'll go with trapping and movement. If her master wasn't around, she'd learn all 4 with a focus on harming and trapping. Is it okay if I choose 2 focuses? Jing asked softly. That's no problem at all, Jing. As your teacher, I'm here to help you with whatever you wish to accomplish. Which 2 are you interested in? Trapping and movement arrays. Her master smiled. For some reason, I'm not surprised those are the 2 you picked. I can tell you're quite the kind and gentle person, Jing. Pfft. Jing had to cover her mouth to stop herself from bursting into laughter at the nonsense her master was saying. Such an easy and innocent fool. Are you all right? He asked, concerned. Ah, yes. Sorry, I had a strange lump in the back of my throat. She lied. Which one would you like to start with first? Trapping or movement? It's commonly known that trapping is one of the hardest array types to utilize. It's constantly debated within the spell master community over which field of arrays is the most difficult, with trapping and supportive being the only contenders. Harming and movement are considered the easiest due to the simple nature of their creation and function to most spell masters. Trapping! Jing determinedly shouted. Very well. Let's start with the basics of all trapping formations. Creating a chi field. How do I do that? You've already done it. Well, in theory anyway. What I mean is, a chi field is 4 chi shield spells formed into a formation. How do I make a formation? To create a formation, you need to have a base to connect your spells to. Most cultivators use a sword as a base for their formations, but really it would work with any material that can conduct chi well. Even chopsticks can be used as a base for a formation, but it wouldn't be very durable and could shatter the formation if hit even once. So, what's stopping someone from breaking my base? Good question, and the answer to that is you are. Me. You are the only defense for keeping your formation going. Without you, your enemy would destroy your base and do whatever they want to you. I still don't understand how I'm supposed to make this base and have it connected to all of my talismans. Watch me. Lang grabbed 4 chi shield slips from his storage ring and set them on the table. He grabbed the spell book and moved each slip to each corner of the table. He then pulled out a 5th slip with a spiral pattern etched on it. What spell is that? Jing asked curiously. This is the spell that connects your spells together, Conduit. You activate it by sending some chi through it and attaching it to your base. He taught while also showing her how it worked. He sent his chi through the conduit spell and slapped it on the spell book. The spiral pattern slowly manifested onto the surface of the book. Once the conduit symbol has appeared on the base, it means it can now connect spells together to form a formation. Like this. He tapped each chi shield talisman with some chi. The slips burned with a purple flame as they all turned into ash. From that ash, a bluish-white barrier made of chi rose to the ceiling of the house. The chi barriers formed around the spell book in a square shape. Jing placed her hand on the barrier and found that she couldn't penetrate through the barrier. Not that she was trying to, of course, but still, it was quite amazing to witness. Normally we would not be using a chi field formation to defend our base because that's the spell master's job, not the formations, but this was to answer your questions on how to form formations. Thank you, Teacher Lang. Jing said like a grateful disciple. She then put a finger to her chin. Is there a time where a spell master would use a formation to protect their base? Not usually, but yes. During times of war or large-scaled battles in which a formation cannot be destroyed or the battle would be lost with the destruction of the formation. Jing nodded as she learned of another use of arrays and soon would spend the rest of the day learning the most basic of trapping spells and formations from her master. Well, not learning how to use them but learning how to draw them with a brush successfully. It wouldn't be till the sun was lowering till she was dismissed and sent home. With her ranking match next month, she should learn enough by then to pass by as an apprentice spell master and not get kicked out of the sect. Participating in a ranking match is required every 3 months or expulsion from the sect on the account of being too much of a weakling and coward to be a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. Effective way of keeping your disciples on their toes, but Jing would change it to every month rather than 3 months. Just because it would add more pressure to the disciples. Seeing them frantically train just so they could stay inside the sect would be an amusing sight to witness. CaptainBoyHole. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Alrighty. Jing has publicly declared herself a future formation master, arrayist, spell master, talisman maker, array specialist. I couldn't really decide on a name, but I hope you all get that they are pretty much all the same thing. As I was writing this chapter, I came upon a startlingly realization. I need to decide a weapon for Jing to use as a spell master. She can't use a whip because that's what her true self uses as a weapon. And no, you can't choose a sword. I refuse to allow any of my main characters or main side characters use a sword unless it's a special type of sword like a blunt sword, hook swords, or big-ass swords. But yes, she isn't going to use a sword. I was thinking like a giant ink brush, but no, that doesn't work. She's trying to be inconspicuous and that weapon, as cool as it might be, won't cut it. Anyway. This has been rather long. Next chapter is Bing and Ying. After that, Lei Ji and Hu Tao, then the duel. Sword and shield together again. Knock knock. A series of gentle hits landed on Bing's door. The round youth was in the middle of cultivating with his eyes closed and legs crossed upon the floor. He opened his eyes and wondered who could be at his door this early in the morning. He hoped it wasn't more of those annoying Huan disciples. But if it was, he hoped these ones at least had some goodies worth taking besides their bodies. Who is it? He called out. It's me. Open up. Ying answered. Bing wondered what his friend? Could he call her that? They've been hanging out basically all week, but can you call someone a friend just because of that? What about partner? Nah, that one didn't feel right either. He shrugged his shoulders before standing up and opening the door. Ying stood there in her oh so familiar glory. Terrifyingly huge, monstrous looking sword that doesn't fit a girl of her beauty, a boyish gleam in her eyes, and that straightforward headstrong nature of her. She grabbed his arm. Great. Follow me. I haven't been able to stretch my body out much and needed more contribution points to buy a crystallized fire sack for my cultivation technique. Wait. I need to get dressed. I don't have my shield. I haven't even eaten breakfast. Ying looked down to see Bing still in his underwear and indeed ill-equipped for the task she had at hand. Hurry up and get ready, pervert. No one is trying to see your nasty thing in the morning. She pushed him back into his house. You are the one that dragged me outside. He complained rightfully as he heard his door slam behind him. Bing started to pull out some comfortable clothes to wear. He disliked wearing the sex robes because it didn't feel all that comfortable to fight in, and when hanging with Ying, there was rarely a day where he doesn't fight. He doesn't blame her, of course, not entirely anyway. Their fellow disciples love to make trouble when there isn't any need for trouble. Ying doesn't go around looking to fight someone despite saying things that might indicate such a thing. Ying just doesn't put up with any disrespect unless she disrespects someone first. Bing wishes she could just learn to ignore the taunting and mocking comments, but that's an impossibility knowing her. He sighed in preparation for the many fights that are guaranteed to happen today. Bing grabbed his shield that was slowly getting bigger and bigger every day. When he first got it, the shield was no bigger than his head, but now it's large enough to protect his entire stomach. Are you done yet? Ying yelled from outside. One moment. Bing responded back. Bing made sure he got everything he needed before walking outside and locking his door. Let's go. Can't we go eat first? Bing asked. You can eat once we get into the forest. Bing grumbled unhappily as they slowly made their way towards the mission hall. What task did you plan on picking? Killing the violet-horned chameleon queen. Bing groaned. Do you even care about cultivation realms? That's a task that a cultivator at the early stages of chi consolidation would struggle with. It was the weakest one that would give me enough points to get the crystallized fire sac. We could have done easier tasks that are more fit for cultivators of our stages till we got enough contribution points to get your sac. You're just scared of a challenge, aren't you, Bing? When my life is at risk of being snuffed out, I wouldn't call it a challenge. A challenge shouldn't be something that puts your life on the line. That weak type of thinking is why you're still a third stage chi gatherer. No. I just started on my path later than most. If you pushed yourself, you would already be at my rank. I feel like I'm progressing pretty fast though. Physically yes, but cultivation-wise no. You're going down the same path as me since your cultivation technique is so weak. It's not like I had a choice in my cultivation technique. They aren't the easiest things to just come across, you know. Why didn't you go to the martial pavilion to get a better cultivation martial art? I didn't feel satisfied with any of them. None of them seemed like they really fit me. Then you should be going out on tasks to get the really good cultivation arts in the exchange hall. Bing couldn't respond back to this one. He hasn't even looked inside the exchange hall yet. The only tasks he has been going on are easy ones that don't take much time or effort. So, his contribution points are meager compared to Ying, who regularly goes out on hunting tasks. There they are. Bing and Ying looked over to see a dozen or so disciples looking their way as they were a distance away from the mission hall. Those 100 spirit stones are mine. None of you bastards better take their heads before me. Let me flay the fatty alive. I wanna see his insides. The group of bloodthirsty disciples rushed towards them. Bing couldn't stop himself from sighing again. The day just started. Why does trouble always have to find a way towards him? Ying was just as confused as Bing, but she wouldn't turn down a fight. She got in a fighting stance with her sword resting behind her on the ground. If you can take one hit from my blade, consider it your win. Ying slowly raised her large sword and rushed towards the incoming disciples with a single leap. She intended to slice them all in half with a single horizontal swing from her blade. Bing doubted those in front would be able to survive against that blade. In a few moments, the entrance to the mission hall would be filled with the numerous bodies cut in half. Or it would be. If a passing elder didn't see the ground and decided to intervene. He appeared in the middle of both sides and used his chi to blast away both sides. Ying wasn't foolish enough to try and kill an elder of the sect. She willingly let herself be blasted away back towards Bing while the disciples after their heads was blasted towards the mission hall. Bing roughly caught Ying's body and gently let her down. That sword is much heavier than he thought. He almost fell over trying to catch Ying and her sword. Thanks. No problem. If you little rascals wish to cause trouble, please do it outside the sect or at the very least challenge them to a ranking match. Do none of you have any self-respect? All this for a single girl and a fat boy? Disgraceful. He scoffed before slowly walking away. Shame hung around the heads of the disciples, but their greed for the spirit stones overpowered the words of the mysterious elder. They kept their eyes on Ying and Bing but didn't choose to attack them. I think we should cancel today's plans and save it for another time, Bing suggested. Nope. We're killing that queen chameleon. If those weaklings dare to follow us, we'll just kill them and the chameleon. Ying grabbed Bing's arm and forced him to follow behind her. What if that isn't their entire force? What if someone took the chameleon task? I still haven't ate breakfast. He cried as they entered inside the mission hall. Ying and Bing arrived outside the sect. Ying accepted the task for killing the chameleon queen and now they were walking through the immortal forest. The chameleon queen was said to possibly be near a village that lives inside the immortal forest. A spirit beast of that level shouldn't be hanging around the outer area of the immortal forest. It's their job to kill it and stop its offspring from harassing the village that's under the protection of the Golden Serpent sect. This job would be a lot simpler if they didn't have a large group of disciples following behind them wanting to kill them. Ying was leading them towards a large opening within the forest so they could get rid of them. If they wanted trouble, she's glad to give them what they want. Bing was more annoyed with the situation than Ying was. He planned on finding out exactly who placed a bounty of 100 spirit stones on their heads and getting payback. Ying found an open clearing. Come on out, you cowards. I hope you all written your wills because none of you are making it back to the sect alive. Ying shouted. She heard them cackling as they came out into the clearing. Lust, greed, and killing intent radiated from their group. The battle was close to starting and all the fighters were getting ready. Bing's flesh began shaping itself into muscle as it used his chi to strengthen his body. An extra pair of arms formed from the side of his torso. The ground beneath his feet started to sink from the strength of his body martial art. His cold eyes stared at his opponents as his fortified and built body radiated with strength. Ying smirked as she saw this side of Bing. If he acted this cool all the time, she was sure she would fall for the fatty. But she wouldn't let him take the spotlight. Ying's body ignited in flames. The fire took hold of her body and transformed her. Her orange hair turned into a hair made of flames, the eyes within her head burned with a small flame, and her sword transformed into a giant mass of fire. Kill him! The group charged towards the two and Ying took a single swing with her blade. Whoosh! A giant blade of fire chi flew towards the incoming disciples. The strength of that attack refused to leave any survivors. It cut through the bodies of the attackers and burned their remains into ash. Bing stood there blinking blankly. What a bunch of weaklings! Ying mocked as she returned back to her normal form. I guess I shouldn't have been so worried after all. Bing smiled while rubbing the back of his head. He returned back to his round physique. They better increase our bounty after this. If anyone's going to come after me, they need to at least be able to stand a single attack of mine. I'd prefer not to have any bounty at all, Bing said softly. Let's go take out that chameleon. It would take a few hours until the two could find any trace of the chameleon queen. The two were exploring near the village that sent in the information about the queen and got attacked by one of the children of the violet-horned chameleon queen. The tiger-sized reptilian suddenly appeared atop a tree and shot its tongue out towards Bing. Bing barely managed to react in time to the ambush attack. He blocked with his shield and engaged in a tug of war with the large beast. He was able to overpower the beast as it had yet to form a beast core and was unable to use chi to strengthen its body. He pulled the chameleon towards him and punched it into the ground underneath him. Ying finished the beast off with a single downward swing and smiled at Bing. Teamwork. Ah yeah. Teamwork. Bing agreed, still not over being surprised about the chameleon attack. Bing was about to use his devil arms martial art on the fallen beast to strengthen his physique, but the duo soon began hearing multiple hissing sounds all around them. They got into defensive positions with their backs touching. Numerous chameleons started revealing themselves while staring at Bing and Ying. That is a lot of chameleons. Ying commented. Chameleons are solitary beasts. They never group together. The queen must be nearby. Bing said. Any ideas? Ying asked. Just one. Bing pulled Ying close as the hissing reached its peak and the chameleons all shot their tongues towards the two. Bone dome. Bing let his blood drip onto his shield and slammed it into the ground. The two were seconds away from being submerged chameleon tongues and slowly melted alive from their acidity saliva. But just as close as they were to death, a large amount of bones shot up from the ground and encompassed Bing and Ying in a circular mound. The sphere of bones rattled from beasts' attacks but did not crumble and break. Even the melting liquid from their tongues had no effect on the bones. I knew we shouldn't have taken this task, Bing whined. Shut up, you big baby. We might have almost just died, but that doesn't mean we should give up. No one said anything about giving up. Bing murmured. Then quit yapping and give me some room. Doing this move takes a lot out of me, but I don't see how else are we gonna get out of this situation without it. Fine, Bing gave Ying as much room as possible and crouched down low with his shield held close to his face. Ying closed her eyes as she gathered her chi. She slowly started spinning with her greatsword. The temperature started to rise from her body as her speed began to increase. Bing felt the fierce heat from blazing from Ying and gritted his teeth. Ring of flames! Ying yelled. Fire chi shot out from Ying's giant sword in a circular form. Bing demolished his bone dome just when Ying released her attack and the ring of fire flew towards the chameleons surrounding them. The beasts couldn't escape in time and were forced to burn alive with terrible screeches. Ying smiled with relief as she dropped to the ground, low on chi. Bing looked around to see their surroundings being nothing but flames and burning carcasses. Seriously? How terrifying. He got up and saw that Ying was on the floor. Feed me a chi recovery pill please. Ying asked. Bing was about to do as she said, but before he could reach into her pocket, he felt a terrifying presence staring down on him. He looked up and saw the target of their task. The large purple reptilian mother that was larger than the trees that used to be around them. It seems she wasn't pleased with Ying killing her offspring nor Bing trying to help the killer of her children. The murderous intent emitting from her body made Bing shiver uncontrollably. But he knew if he didn't do something, both him and Ying would die. The queen struck without warning. Bing hastily raised his shield and blocked the immense power of her tongue strike. It took most of his power to remain standing in front of Ying. He knew he couldn't withstand another attack like that without being blown away and leaving Ying helpless. He has to get this thing away from Ying. Swift devil. He blasted towards the 9th stage chi gathering spirit beast. He knocked it in himself a safe distance away from Ying and managed to bruise its side. I'll distract it for as long as I can. Try and recover before I die please. Bing shouted as he used his auxiliary and body martial art to increase his physique and defensive power. Ying gritted her teeth in anger. The stupid queen just had to attack when she was at her lowest. If she and Bing were at full strength and ready for her, they could have easily taken her out. Most beasts can't withstand a single swing of her blade. She doubted a spirit beast like the violet-horned chameleon queen could take her sword either. Ying struggled while reaching into her pocket for a chi recovery pill. Her sword was sending her emotional waves of concern before a feeling of curiosity and hunger overcame it. She was confused. The feeling she got from her sword told her to feed it one of the leftover bones from Bing's dome. She grabbed one of the bones and angrily looked at her sword. How the hell am I supposed to feed a sword? The sword rapidly blinked at her and she hesitantly moved the bone shard towards the eyeball. The eyeball opened up to reveal a set of human teeth behind them that chomped the bone shard with relish. Ying was normally not one for screaming, but seeing such an abnormal and terrifying sight made her gasp with shock. She saw that her sword was starting to change in form. The previous silver steel started to change into something thornier and bone-like. Bone spikes began jutting out from the blunt side of the blade as it turned into a large bone sword with the eye still at the base of the sword. Since when could you do something like this, you dumb sword? Ying questioned. The sword sent her a feeling that made her smack it in anger. It says it forgot. Ying. Anytime now please. Bing shouted towards her with his muscled body covered in blood. Ying used her sword as support to stand up. She lifted her sword with careful precision and slashed down towards the queen. The queen's tongue was stuck to Bing's shield as he grasped her tongue with 3 of his hands to keep her still. Ying's slash produced large bone spikes out of the ground that rushed towards the immobile queen. The queen could see the incoming bones and desperately tried to free herself from Bing. Bing doubled down and used all of his chi to keep his hold on the queen. He ignored all the pain he was feeling from the acid-like saliva burning his hands and slammed the chameleon queen into the ground. She cried out as Ying's bone spikes punctured through her body. Blood flowed throughout the numerous holes in her body. Bing dropped to the ground breathing heavily. His extra pair of arms vanished and his belly reappeared. He reached into his pocket and ate a recovery pill to heal his burned hands and internal injuries. Ying saw that her sword transformed back to its normal state and cursed. She swallowed a chi recovery pill and walked over to Bing. "See, I told you we could handle it," Ying said joyfully. Bing stared at her with a deadpan expression. "Haha. Cheer up, Bing. I promise to be more careful next time." She used her storage ring to absorb the dead body of the queen chameleon. She could see his dissatisfaction. "Okay, what if we find you a better cultivation technique? Nothing less than an Earth-ranked one either. Even I only have one Earth martial technique," Ying suggested. "Fine. Let's just get back to the sect already. Facing life or death situations is just something I'll have to get used to as a cultivator anyway. That's the spirit." She smacked Bing on the back harshly, causing him to wince in pain and try and massage his back. Ying laughed like an innocent young girl while running on ahead as Bing cried out in pain from her slap. He couldn't reach his back with his short and thick arms. "Gray. Can't you control your strength?" "I'll think about it." She stuck her tongue out as she turned and playfully skipped away. "Next time I'm picking the dangerous task," he shouted at her. CaptainBoyHole. Next chaps he will be with Lei Ji and another. Then it's the long-awaited duel between Tang and Gong. It's not like the arc's finale or anything like that. It's just the end of long thing coming. But besides that, I hope I managed to express these two characters well and their dynamic. In the future, I wish to do this with all the members of Jing's team and let everyone see how they function as a 2-man team, 3-man teams, alone, and more. I haven't planned that far, but I do look forward to trying to write it. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The Old Man and the Rowdy Youth. "Big brother, you have to show that blind fool who's boss or else he'll be spitting on our family name." Seeing pleaded. "You little. You think I haven't heard how you disgraced our family by losing to said, blind fool? I heard that he toyed with you and completely embarrassed you." Ming angrily smacked his brother. Seeing's plead was caught in his throat. It turns out one of his followers told the news to his big brother before he did. Those little pieces of shit. Next time he sees them he'll kill them without a proper burial. The stinging pain on his face only fueled his anger towards the old blind fool. "But big brother, can't you see that he doesn't put our family in his eyes if he's willing to do such a humiliating and violent thing to me? You have to show him a lesson, if not for me, then for our family name." This caused Ming to ponder. His name was pretty popular within the outer court given that he was 7th-ranked disciple. There couldn't be anyone that didn't know of his name. So, this fool who showed his little brother a lesson must have known he would eventually hear about it. They must really have some balls then. "Fine. You may be pathetic, but you are still my little brother. Let's go find this blind fool. Bring me to him." Ming got up from his chair and allowed his weak little brother to take him to the one that doesn't have their family in his eyes. "What a strange beast," Lei Ji commented as he held out his hand to feel the skin of the floating spirit beast. The beast's skin felt very smooth and leathery. It was much larger than him and would have no problem swallowing him whole. The beast seemed to have hands instead of fins like most fish do. The scariest part of this shark-like monster besides the teeth was the complete lack of any eyes. It was blind just like him, but Lei Ji felt as if this creature would have no problem searching for any type of prey. He could feel a connection with this fish he reeled out with his fishing hook. It would listen to any commands he gave it and wouldn't even mind dying for him. Just like the other aquatic creatures he pulled out from his fishing rod, this one could somehow breathe on land and float as if it was swimming in water. Just what kind of spirit tool was he given? How did she get her hands on something like this? And why would she gift it to someone like him? Lei Ji sighed. This was all a bit much to take in, considering his life was anything but whatever this is. He would have to take this all one step at a time. Being hasty would benefit no one. Lei Ji rubbed the skin of the shark monster and suddenly sensed two figures outside his shack. He casted his fishing hook back into the unknown and ordered the shark to go back home. The shark swam inside the multicolored slit and disappeared from Lei Ji's home just as his door was broken down by a familiar face. Show yourself, senile bat. Seeing ordered. A young master seeing, welcome to my home. Lei Ji kindly smiled. Ming's face scrunched up. I've gotten my big brother here to show you a lesson you'll never forget. Hello young master Ming, how are you? Lei Ji greeted. I'm not here for pleasantries, you blind git. I heard you thoroughly embarrassed my little brother. He may be a disappointment in the family, but he is still part of our lineage. I'll give you a chance of living if you kowtow 3 times to him and apologize for not putting our bloodline in your eyes. Ming commanded. Lei Ji was a bit confused on how this situation was going to play out, but at least it didn't dissolve into violence immediately. Not to mention that Ming was a peak 7th stage chi gatherer. Lei Ji would stand no chance against him without sufficient preparation. I must apologize young master Ming, I cannot kowtow and apologize for no reason. I've done nothing wrong that I feel I should apologize for. Lei Ji politely said. Boom. Ming outwardly blasted his chi towards Lei Ji. Lei Ji smashed into his wall from the force and fell onto the floor. He gripped his fishing rod to defend himself if any further attacks come. Don't be stubborn and save yourself the pain. You are already on the floor, start apologizing. Ming ordered with an air of superiority. Lei Ji slowly stood up with his back straight. He looked into the eyes of Ming. I refuse. You really are just a blind fool. No one will miss you anyway, I suppose. He flared his chi once more, intending to do more than just knock Lei Ji into the wall this time. Lei Ji attempted to fish in an aquatic ally, but the force from the chi didn't allow his hook to fly. He was helpless against this show of strength even with the gifts he was given by Jing. The only thing he was feeling was sorrow for not being able to live up to Jing's expectations. But that wouldn't mean he would go down without at least trying. He didn't get to this age by luck alone. He flared all the chi in his body to fight against the powerful chi of Ming and fish in a helpful beast. Is there a fight I smell? A figure popped his head in from the hole in the wall made by Lei Ji. The figure was wrapped in black chains along with a large metal ball dragging behind his feet. Did someone lose their prisoner? What was this guy doing here? Who the hell even was he? Hu Tao? Ming exclaimed in shock before reeling in his chi. Are you bastards in here fighting without me? He grinned widely. Ming rapidly shook his head as sweat began to rapidly pour from his body. So, I'm stupid now, little Ming, is that it? You're calling me a brain-dead fucking retard, is it? No sir, I would never. I wouldn't be caught dead calling you anything of the sort. Not even if I was given a sky-ranked martial art. That's what it's sounding like you're calling me, because I'm sure someone was fighting in here. What was happening was just a simple training exercise between me and my junior disciple brother. Nothing even remotely similar to a fight, Hu Tao. I promise you. Ming rapidly spat out. He looked towards Lei Ji and then his fishing rod. Was you fighting here, old man? Lei Ji didn't understand what exactly was the relationship between Ming and Hu Tao was, but he has surely heard the many rumors of Hu Tao throughout the sect. The boy was the 10th ranked disciple in the outer court. He was known for fighting anyone and everything without a shred of passion or mercy. His rise to prominence through the ranking matches were so brutal, many refused to challenge him and surrendered immediately if they had to face him. With so many challengers giving up, Hu Tao was forced to find other ways of making people fight him. Which was usually annoying them to death. Not any more thanks to you, young man. Lei Ji responded. So, there was a fight. Hu Tao whipped his fist out. The sound of metal meeting flesh entered the ears of everyone inside the shack. Hu Tao's metal ball crashed into the face of Ming and sent him flying into the fishing pond outside. Several teeth were knocked down his throat and his face looked dented in, but Hu Tao was sure he was still alive. Next time you lie to me, Ming, I won't go easy on you like I did today. Hu Tao warned. Lei Ji and Seeing's eyes widened in shock. That was considered going easy. They didn't dare want to see what going all out looked like. Seeing stood at the door shivering in fright while Lei Ji was also a bit frightened by the youth. He has heard many horrifying stories involving the boy. Seeing ran away towards his brother before he soiled his clothes out of terror. Hey old man, where you get that fishing pole? It was a gift. From who? I cannot disclose that information, I apologize. Hu Tao walked up to Lei Ji. Lei Ji was taller than the boy, but the strength difference made him seem like a child compared to Hu Tao. He glared at him while slowly releasing his qi. Lei Ji was having trouble breathing. His lungs felt as if they were being slowly choked by Hu Tao and his body felt weak. He could barely stand or breathe, but he couldn't give away Jing's identity. That was one of the rules he was given by her. Even in the face of death, he was to not give away who gave him his fishing rod, or she would personally bring him back from the reincarnation wheel and make him regret ever revealing her. I cannot tell you, Hu Tao. No matter how much pain you put me through. Lei Ji could feel his blood rushing to his throat. He smirked. It's Jing, ain't it? He asked without a shred of doubt. Lei Ji is not a fool. He didn't act as if he recognized the name at all and simply kept the same determined expression as before. He didn't live this long without a few tricks. If he slipped up at her name, he'd be the biggest fool around. She made you one of her followers too, huh? I guess she ain't picky when she can get stuff like this. Hu Tao's chains sparked before turning into lightning. What kind of spirit weapon is that? Lei Ji asked, shocked. Amazing, ain't it? That sadistic bitch has some good shit. I don't know where she gets it from, but she's interesting enough. He smiled cheekily. I guess being her underling isn't so bad if she's giving this stuff away like candy. The lightning reverted back to a metal ball and chain. Lei Ji was now 100% sure that Hu Tao was on the same side as him. Yes, I got my new fishing rod from her. She gave it to me once I agreed to join her in changing the sect for the better. She kicked my ass and that's why I joined her. Hu Tao casually stated before sitting on Lei Ji's bed and twirling the metal ball with his finger. I appreciate you helping me out there. Who said I was helping you, oldie? I was just looking to see if there was a fight for me to join before I entered the inner court. I still appreciate it nonetheless. So, what can your rod do? I know it just doesn't make you a better fisher. It'll be easier if I show you. Follow me outside. I can't really control how big or dangerous these fishes can be. It's all random. Lei Ji said. Hu Tao followed Lei Ji outside. Lei Ji reared his fishing pole back before throwing his hook into the universal slit. After casting, he stood up straight and ready. He's only done this a few times so far, and every time he was amazed at the type of fishes he's caught. He's seen things he's never seen before or even heard about. It was so amazing, that each catch made him feel 30 years younger. He felt a tug on the line. Lei Ji squared his shoulders and braced his legs before using all the strength in his body to pull out the mysterious beast. Hu Tao watched in mild interest. The aquatic animal came out head first, and boy did it look angry. The eyes seemed to be in a perpetual state of indifference or rage, but the beast wasn't thrashing wildly or attacking as its full body exited from the slit. Lei Ji's fishing hook was hooked into the claw of the creature. It was a giant crab. The large powerful claws of the crustacean looked strong enough to pincer a small mountain in half. The frightening mouth lined up with sharp teeth that would stab and slowly drag its prey deeper into its mouth would make any average person faint just at the sight of it. Its glowing four eyes lit up with a certain level of intelligence hidden behind them. This creature was anything but a typical crab. Lei Ji was slightly distressed at the size of the creature. It was taller than the trees surrounding this part of the area. One of the elders might investigate if they see this thing. It seems the crab sensed his discomfort. It started shrinking in size till it reached the size of an ox. It skittered over to him with its 6 crab legs and looked at him with interest. A crab, hey? I wonder how strong this thing is. Hu Tao questioned. Anything I fish out has the same cultivation as me, but I found out that just because it has the same cultivation as me doesn't mean it's as strong as me. I usually find out that they are much stronger than their cultivation suggests. You can try fighting against her if you want. Lei Ji informed. You can tell that's a girl. I just kind of know. Lei Ji said, not sure of how it works himself. Let me lower my qi to a respectable level before I do this warm-up. Hu Tao said with an air of confidence. He lowered the strength of his qi to the level of the average 4th stage qi gatherer before pouncing towards the crab. Lei Ji could still keep up with Hu Tao's movement with his senses, but he doubted he would be able to react with his body. Even if he lowered his qi amount to a 4th stage, his natural body strength can't be reduced to the same level of strength as a 4th stage. In a normal cultivator's eyes, Hu Tao just disappeared right in front of them. The crab hammered Hu Tao into the ground before it could reach it. Once it saw that he was immobilized, it quickly started pounding away with its huge meaty claws. The grin on Hu Tao's face got wider and wider each time he was hit further into the ground. Now this is it. Hu Tao kicked out with his legs, knocking the crab's claws up into the air. He dragged his body out of the dirt and his chains shot out to wrap around the claws of the crustacean. The crab scuttled backwards out of the way and rushed to charge into Hu Tao. Come on, you damn beast. Just try and take me on. Hu Tao jumped forward with a rising knee. The hardened and shining red shell of the crab clashed against the mighty strength of Hu Tao. At first it seemed equal in strength between the two, but this stalemate didn't last long. The crab was slowly overpowering Hu Tao. Ha ha ha, you son of a bitch! Hu Tao's chains started to wrap around the large crab. The beast was unable to resist as the chains infinitely extended from Hu Tao's body and wrapped up the claws of the crab. It tried shaking the chains off before realizing that wasn't going to work. Hu Tao smirked and gave the spirit beast one last chance before he ended this. The crab smashed the chains against the ground and it only tightened them around its arms. Time's up! Hu Tao grinned. He pulled the chains and lifted the hefty crustacean in the air. The ox-sized beast soared in the air before being dropped down harshly on the ground and then lifted up again and smashed into the ground once more. Hu Tao was visibly impressed. He didn't see a single crack or dent in the shell of the crab no matter how many times he threw it into the ground. He just found his third training buddy. Hu Tao jumped high into the air. The crab was lying on its back and the soft underbelly was all too visible for Hu Tao. The crab hasn't given up though. It used its legs to protect its underside and cut off all chances for Hu Tao to take advantage of its innate weakness. That won't protect you, little crabby. Awoo! He howled. Two red shadows made of chi split from Hu Tao's body. They resembled him perfectly and got in sync with him. The three held the metal ball above their heads and surged chi into it. Hu Tao's metal ball enlarged into a size greater than the crab. His shadow's balls matched the originals and they all slammed it into the crab below them. No fucking way! Hu Tao shouted excitedly. The crab's legs held up against his attack and quickly flipped the situation. After defending against the triple attack successfully, the crab's sharp-pointed legs pierced and punctured his clones before attempting to impale him as well. This fucking crab wasn't a joke. He couldn't play around with this thing if he wanted to end this. Hu Tao's chains protected him from the crab's fearsome legs and knocked him away. It rolled itself over and back on its feet. It looked at Hu Tao with a calm look in its eyes. There was no anger, no hunger, no impatience within the spirit beast. Only the thought of dealing with the enemy was within its eyes. This beast is smarter than I thought it was. No. She is smarter than I thought she was. Hu Tao corrected himself. Hu Tao's chains snaked towards her. She rushed towards him and as soon as his chains were about to grab her, she shrunk in size and ran along the chains to get Hu Tao. You fucking bitch! Ha ha ha! You're kidding! She leapt above him once she got close enough on the chains and grew back to ox size. She raised her claw as she attempted to hammer him into the ground. Hu Tao madly smiled as he smashed his fists together and punched towards the incoming claw. The impact of their clash knocked them both away but not out of the fight. Hu Tao sighed. If we go any further, I wouldn't be able to hold myself back. Let's end this here, old man. I wouldn't want to kill someone as fun as this when she hasn't even grown to her full potential. Lei Ji smiled. He went over to his crab and she shrunk in size till she could fit on his shoulder. He rubbed her head and she clapped her claws together in pleasure. I hope you two had your fun. It was nice meeting you, Hu Tao. The rumors about you paint you out to be much worse than you are. Nah, that ain't it, old man. I was just told I couldn't treat any teammates like I wanted unless I wanted to get killed by Jing. See ya around. Hu Tao left Lei Ji and his new companion behind. Lei Ji was glad that Guy was on his side. He is truly fortunate that someone like Jing decided to take him in as a follower. Without her, he's sure that he himself would still be wasting his life away in this sect without any chance of advancing. He will make sure to live up to her expectations and succeed in the dreams he had no chance of accomplishing alone. I'll have to give you a name, don't I? What do you think about the name Zirong? He saw her rubbing her claws together. He didn't know what that meant but took it as an agreement. CaptainBoyHole. Tell me what kind of personality you got from Lei Ji this chapter. I'm not sure I'm writing him as I planned to. But besides that. Next chapter is Tang Wuying vs Gongjun. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Tang Wuying vs Gongjun. The sect was quite active this morning. Jing saw crowds of excited disciples rushing over to the dueling rings. The hype of two geniuses battling was rather large apparently. The only time she saw crowds even remotely close to this size was at the beginning of the month when it was time to get monthly stones. Li Li was perched on her shoulder like usual. It seemed he picked up the excitement in the air and also couldn't wait to see the fight. But he was still just a child, it was easy for him to get affected by the emotions of those around him. She rubbed his excited feathers to try and calm him. She followed the crowd and acted just as excited as they were. She also managed to sense Bing and Ying within the crowd. They were walking together while talking about who they thought was going to win. Jing figured they must have wanted to see the fight for themselves after she ordered them to investigate where Tang and Gong lived. It could also be that they just wanted to see a fight. Which is the reason why she thought Hu Tao was here as well. She doubted he had any personal interest in either Tang or Gong, they were both weaker than him after all. Jing made it to the dueling ring where the two would be fighting each other. The sect graciously built enough stands for people to sit knowing that this duel wouldn't be ignored despite how recently the two prodigies joined the sect. Jing randomly picked a seat without much consideration. Not too far down and not too high up. Right in the middle of the wooden bleachers. The perfect spot for someone like her. But it wasn't long until something decided to ruin her plans of watching this fight as an unassuming normal. That something came in the form of three familiar persons. One on her left, one on her right, and the last one sitting behind her with an annoying grin. Did these idiots know they were compromising her identity? What if someone decided to investigate the fact that you three decided to sit next to me? These three better not talk to her all casually. Hey there Jing. Hu Tao grinned. Do not speak to me so familiarly or I'll break you. Jing warned under her breath. Yet. You didn't want anyone to know that you were Gathrin. Jing back-fisted Hu Tao with such speed that even Ying and Bing could barely see her arm move and they were sitting right next to her. Hu Tao lurched backwards from the force of the punch and had a bloody nose. With his head launched back, he started laughing loudly as if the pain was nothing but a joke to him. All right, I was just kidding you know. No need to get so sensitive about it. Hu Tao smiled. Ying and Bing didn't want to get hurt like Hu Tao and silently agreed to completely ignore Jing and not to say a single word to her. They didn't know if they would be able to shrug off a punch from her like Hu Tao. Don't let it be forgotten that Hu Tao has reached the first stage of the consolidation realm either. A punch from a second stage Chi gatherer made someone like that back off. Haven't you heard about Tang Wuying? No, what happened? He's like a completely different person now. Now no one knows who could possibly win in this fight anymore. What do you mean he's different? Did he learn some sky-ranked martial art or something? He had a fortuitous encounter and became a completely different person. It's rumored that he has found an ancient treasured weapon that functions both as a spirit weapon and a spirit tool. If it's just a rumor then I don't believe you. Just wait. It's a weird weapon. I saw it for myself. It's said that he is never seen without it. The seated crowd suddenly started cheering loudly. Jing looked over to see the main stars approaching the dueling ring. Tang walked towards the ring with a confident smirk. His handsome face paired with his new tattoos made him look dangerously attractive. The large boomerang strapped to his back did invite many curious looks. Many of those watching have never seen a weapon of such size and shape like that one. Some even wanted to get one of their own just because of how cool Tang Wuying looked holding one on his back. Gong Jun walked towards the ring with a kind smile. The type of smile that made you think that he was only doing this because his junior asked instead of an actual duel meant to be taken seriously. His contrasting appearance to Tang's made him look like an elegant regal prince in comparison. He also had his own fan club within the sect that was trying to scream over Tang Wuying's fan club. Their master was also walking behind them. Is he going to be the referee for this duel? It would make sense if he was. Those two are talented young geniuses, he would no doubt wish for them to both come out of this alive and not crippled. Elder Mo's other disciples were also following behind him. They sat closer to the ring than anyone else. The strength on those three were quite impressive. Jing doubted her followers could hold a candle to them for a while. Even Hu Tao, who was her strongest underling, couldn't take that easy-going looking boy with the spear. Elder Mo wasn't the only head elder present though, Elder Ru and Elder Chong were also here with their disciples to watch. Even the head librarian was here to watch the duel between the two. Jing doubted that Tang Wuying and Gong Jun warranted this much attention. There has to be something else going on here beneath the surface. She just has to look deeper into it. Tang Wuying arrived on stage with his fourth senior. They stood across from each other and he could see his fourth senior smirking at him. That bastard's still not taking him seriously. He hasn't ever taken him seriously and Tang plans on forcing him to recognize that he is a threat to him. Even when they first met, he looked at him with those same condescending eyes, telling him that he'll never be on his level and he will always be beneath him like an ant. Are you prepared to be humiliated, fourth senior? Ready to see that I am more talented than you are? Ready to see that I am more powerful than you? Ready to acknowledge that I am not just a brat and I'm better than you? Little Tang, I have always believed in your talent. Gong Jun responded with that disgusting fake smile of his. Don't joke around at a time like this. If you even think about holding back, I won't be able to help myself if I accidentally kill you. Tang said wickedly. If I died from sparring with you, little Tang, I would be able to perish in peace. Please spare me from such a fate so soon though. He said with fake sincerity. Keep smiling. Just wait till I wipe that filthy smile off your face and show you just how strong I really am. Tang muttered. Are you two brats ready? Elder Mo asked, standing in the ring. Yes, master. They both responded. Begin. They vanished from as soon as the match started. Tang leapt towards Gong with his boomerang in his hands. Gong rushed towards Tang with his sword. Tang swung down towards Gong's neck. If something the size of that boomerang landed on Gong, then he could surely say goodbye to his head. Especially with the unbelievable speed that Tang just shown to everyone. I can't believe it. Where did they go? Third Junior has definitely improved in his training. Jian complimented. You can say that again. It's going to be harder to tease him if he keeps this up. Chao laughed. Die. Tang shouted. No thanks little Tang. Gong responded as he clashed with Tang's weapon. It seemed that Tang had the edge in strength. His boomerang was inching closer and closer to Gong's neck, but Gong didn't look worried in the slightest. This unnerved Tang, but he didn't let it stop his momentum. He continued forward and didn't back down from whatever his fourth senior was planning. Flowing river style, yellow water blade. Gong said. Gong shifted his blade to the side, causing Tang's boomerang to slide off his weapon and smash his boomerang into the floor. A small chunk of the arena was broken upon impact with Tang's weapon. His fourth senior took advantage of his current moment of weakness. Flowing river style, blue water blade. Gong Jun stabbed forward with the momentum of 10 raging rivers. Water flowed around his blade like a majestic serpent. The strength of this attack caused many within the audience to gasp in shock. This attack would easily kill any average 8th stage Chi gatherer and threaten the life of weakest 9th stage Chi gatherers. He used such a powerful move on his own junior brother. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Wild Tempest. Tang shouted in retaliation. A golden aura flowed around Tang and his body spun around just in time to match Gong's attack, but this didn't end up like the first clash. Tang continually spun with his boomerang and attacked Gong. Gong was forced to slowly lose ground from the onslaught of attacks. Each attack from Tang seemed to get stronger every time he turned around to attack him. Gong, being the prodigy that he is, immediately figured out his next plan of action. Flowing river style, yellow water blade. Tang's endless storm of fierce attacks was rendered useless by the defensive style of Gong's blade. Each swing of his was harmlessly deflected away by the sword. His fourth senior's body was stronger than he thought if he could handle the strength of his attacks so easily. His arms should be shaking or on the verge of dropping by now if it wasn't. You can't block forever, fourth senior. I can keep this going forever. Tang boasted. His speed and power was ramping up with every spin. Soon, even with fourth senior's strong body, he wouldn't be able to handle him. Tang Wuiying kept his eye on any signs of his senior breaking. There. His legs are shaking. Just a couple more swings before I can crush him. Tang managed to break through Gong's defense and his body was unguarded. Now's his chance to strike. This is the end. He swung his boomerang down towards Gong's head with elation. This is it. He will show his fourth senior he's not a joke. He is even better than him. He's stronger than him. If he won't take him seriously, he'll be forced to with this loss. Gong Jun suddenly grinned. Flowing river style, red water blade. Gong ducked under Tang's attacks and slashed at his unprotected stomach. Impossible, Tang muttered as the blade was coming towards his waist. It was all a lie, little Tang. Everything slowed down for Tang as he saw his fourth senior's sword coming for him. How could he fail? Even with the blessing of Lord Pioneer? Is it really his fate to be so weak and powerless? Even with all this power, he couldn't rise above his fourth senior? He couldn't even force him to take their duel seriously. Is this the end of Tang Wuiying? Dying as a weakling braggart? Dying without any achievements nor pride? No. No, 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 no. He will not accept this. He will not accept such an end. Dying in such a shameful, embarrassing way is unacceptable. He can't die this young. He can't die without fulfilling a single dream of his. He cannot die without taking Xiao Hong as his wife. Tang's chi surged with the fury of 10,000 suns. The yellow markings on his skin glowed brightly. A visible golden aura wrapped around his body and weapon. Tang Wuiying bent his torso with enough speed to dodge the blade of Gong Jun. Once he landed, he rushed towards Gong with his weapon and uppercut him in the air with the edge. Gong couldn't react to his movement, but Tang could already feel the strain of whatever is happening to him. His body is slowly getting heavier, his chi is being drained rapidly, and his vision is getting blurry. He has to finish this while he can. Tang jumped at the airborne Gong and whacked him multiple times with his tiger boomerang. Drove his weapon into his side, smashed it against his torso, knocked it into his jaw. Gong was helpless against the assault. Tang was simply too fast, even for him currently. Tang smashed Gong down towards the ground and before he could crash into the ring, appeared under him with his boomerang ready. Dragon Cyclone. Tang threw his boomerang towards the falling Gong. The boomerang altered the air around it and sucked Gong into its self-created mini tornado, attacking him multiple times with the boomerang. Tang dropped to his knees as he saw his fourth senior crash down in the ring. His boomerang swung back towards him as he was drained of most of his strength. He used the remaining amount to catch his boomerang and strap it to his back. Ha, 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 Tang struggled to laugh. He was in monumental pain but he could ignore that for now. He's shown his fourth senior who's boss. He's shown him that he's better than him. He won. Lord Tyonir hasn't abandoned him in his time of need. Even though he doubted he could raise his body and stand, he has bested his fourth senior. The crowd was stunned speechless. A majority of them couldn't even see how Tang Wuying just won. He was moving so fast that they couldn't even see a blur on the stage. Regardless of how he did it, the most important thing was that he did it. Gong Jun laid defeated while Tang Wuying was still standing. The odds for his victory was 20 to 80 and he still managed to pull through despite such odds. Gong Jun lost. The crowd began cheering for Tang. He did it. He really did it. Wasn't he about to lose earlier? How did he possibly escape from Gong Jun's trap? I guess we have another dark horse to look out for in the upcoming tournament. Maybe you do. Little Chi Consolidator. I don't have to look out for anything but his senior brothers. Elder Mo re-entered the ring and checked on Gong Jun. His forehead scrunched up but he soon fed him a recovery pill before announcing Tang Wuying as the winner. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards, Group Tab is now unlocked, Martial Technique, Snake Fist, 3 rare tickets. A very pleased smile formed on Jing's face. It seems her worries about this duel was pointless. Tang Wuying didn't let her down. If he somehow had lost with one of her weapons, she would have killed him herself tonight, if Gong hadn't. The look on her followers' faces were of enjoyment. It seemed like they had a good time watching the fight. I'm going to call for you all tomorrow. Free up your plans. Jing told the 3 before leaving with the rest of the crowd. Bing, Ying, and Hu Tao remained seated, wondering what Jing could possibly have planned for them tomorrow. What do you guys think she wants? Ying asked. Probably another task for us. Hopefully this one doesn't involve any killing. She sends you guys on errands? What the hell? I've been bored out of my mind and she's been giving you 2 fights. It's not like she wants us to go out killing or fighting anyone. It just sort of kinda happens, Bing told him. If she sends you 2 to do something, you can bet your ass I'm coming along. The only thing I got to look forward to these days is the ranking matches in the inner court. He grinned. Be my guest. Bing responded. Oh yeah, you did reach the Chi consolidation realm. How large is your Chi pool? Ying asked. Large enough. I've been saving spirit stones for a while to break through. I didn't want to break through until I could beat Manchu, but the pussy bastard has been avoiding me. Are you talking about the number 1 ranked disciple in the outer court, Manchu? Ying asked with stars in her eyes. Yeah, that little coward is hiding some secret technique and doesn't want anyone to see it. He knows if he gets in a fight with me, he'll be forced to reveal it. PSH. Like you're any match for Manchu. He's what every disciple in the outer court aspires to be. Powerful, gentle, and handsome. Ying listed. That little wuss ain't none of those things. We've already fought 4 times already, but each time it was stopped before it could get really good. I bet you lost all 4 times, didn't you? Ying asked. You know, for a princess you sure do got the mouth on ye. What are you, one of those fucking idiots that want Manchu's dick? I can give you something better, you know. He gestured by grabbing his crotch. Disgusting. Ying punched towards his face with all her power. Hu Tao only grinned as he casually caught her fist. Bing sighed. He could see where this was headed already. If you want to fight, princess, meet me in the ring and I'll show you a good time. Hu Tao's erection was visible through his robes. Shitty pervert. Ying grabbed her sword and with a circular swing, aimed to slice Hu Tao in half. Bing ducked low so that he doesn't get bisected by the blade and could only see Ying's body flying towards the ring. Hu Tao thumped her forehead with enough force to send her away. He jumped towards the ring and only grinned at the feisty redhead. She recovered before she could crash into the ring and stared at Hu Tao with anger. Show me what you got, princess. Hu Tao taunted as his chains began moving. I'm going to kick your ass. Ying yelled as she leapt towards the cocky pervert with her monstrous sword. CaptainBoyHole. I hope it was an excited fight that was worth the wait. Tang Wuying managed to pull the win from under Gong Jun thanks to a cheaty spin BOI. But before any of you get the wrong idea, Gong Jun would still pull a hefty 80 wins to 20 loses lead over Tang if they fought 100 times. He got blitz before he could try seriously, pretty unfortunate, but I suppose he's lucky they're on the same side. Next chapter we'll have a little scuffle between Hu Tao and Ying before moving on to the next day and getting into some more hijinks after that. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Preparations in a trap. Ying's freakishly large sword split the air apart as it came crashing down towards Hu Tao. Hu Tao stood with the same confidence that's always showing in his mannerisms. He yawned in the face of Ying's attack. Within the next second, an ear-piercing sound pierced the air. Bing was forced to cover his ears from the sound but didn't dare stop watching the battle between the two. His future with this group will definitely include many more fights of this nature, and with his luck even worse. If he doesn't take the necessary steps to get as much experience as he can, he will die in no time. With the freaks his empress keeps recruiting, something tells him that things are only going to get crazier as time goes on. He'd have to be a naive fool to believe otherwise. He's already dreading tomorrow with the meet-up with the other members. If they are anything like those two, he's going to have to up his training more than he already has just to keep up with this insane group. Just watching the way Ying swings that enormous sword with such a petite and frail-looking body makes him shiver in terror. It's just unnatural. Hu Tao was something to be frightful of as well. He was able to dodge the wind-slicing swings of Ying's blade with a crazed smile on his face. If just one of those slashes even managed to touch him, he won't be coming out of this fight as a whole. Bing knew if he was up against Ying when she's out for blood, he would have to do everything he could to come out in one piece. Holding back against her just makes her want to try even harder to make you show everything you have. She drags you into her pace, a pace that seemed lower than yours to begin with, but somehow near the end of the battle, you find yourself on equal terms or below hers. It's a mystery how she does it, but Bing just chalked it up to her being a freak. It's how he usually classifies those that defy common sense. The fact that she can swing that big thing around with a grin on her face as well and not a single drop of sweat to be found despite that this battle has been going on for around 10 minutes only proves his point. They are complete monsters and they are only becoming even worse as they get stronger. I will do whatever I can to avoid such a fate. I won't be like these freaks, no matter what. Bing vows. The battle, if you could call it that, ended within half an hour. Neither sides had any injuries but only one was out of breath. You little mouse bastard, Ying insulted. You got more than enough power under your belt, princess, but you're still not an opponent for me with that speed. I could spank your ass 10 times before you could even graze me. Why don't you, put your mouth where your money is? Coward. Ying pointed her blade's tip at him. Hu Tao only shook his head and sighed. You're not my type, princess. Big tits and no ass ain't it for me. I'm an ass man all the way. Gotta have the right shape, firmness, and pop. Kill yourself, degenerate. I'll see you tomorrow, princess, shield boy. That was a nice stretch. Peace. Hu Tao hopped off the dueling ring and started walking away. Get back here. Ying shouted. Don't you dare humiliate me like this. Fight me to the end. Maybe when you get stronger. You're too weak to be of any interest to me right now. I'll be looking forward to the future though, your highness. He sarcastically bowed before leaving out of their sights. Ying smashed her fist against the stage, nearly cracking in half in her anger. Bing arrived on stage and sat next to Ying. He chose not to say anything. He didn't need to say anything. Getting stronger was a fact of life for any cultivator. Some of those strengths may differ from one another, but regardless, it's a never-ending climb upward for those that choose the path of cultivation. Ying is just lucky that it is an ally that is pushing her for strength. An enemy would kill her before she could gain that determination and future strength. Bing knew he would kill any future threats to his safety immediately in the bud. Life just isn't that forgiving for those that aren't cautious. Welcome everyone. For now, this is my entire faction. These are the people you will be working with in the future for any tasks I need you to accomplish or just in general. You are to never kill each other or cripple another in any way. I don't care if you fight, but if I send you on a task together and mess it up by fighting during it, I'll show you a fate worse than death. Don't ever get in contact with me unless I give explicit permission or it's an emergency regarding our faction or me. Don't even act like I exist if you see me in public. If you are ever captured and questioned about my origins or the leader of this group, do not reveal a single thing about me. Even if you are killed afterwards, I will still find a way to make you suffer for your betrayal. Now any questions? She finished with a frightening smile. How are we supposed to get in contact with you if we aren't to visit you or act like you exist? Lei Ji asked. I'm glad you asked. Here, take these talismans. Jing placed 4 talismans in front of them. They picked it up and looked at it. It looked no different from any blank talisman. Jing showed a small smile before taking out a similar slip. She channeled her chi into it and soon all 4 of their talismans lit up with words and a slight vibration. The words looked as if they were written with chi, but that's impossible. Chi doesn't work in a way where you can draw in the air or on materials with it. Channel your chi through this talisman slip and think of the person you want to send a message to and the message you want to send them. It will only work with those who I gave a slip to. Keep these on you at all times. It read. Anything else? Jing asked. Yeah, when do I get to fight someone? I heard that the princess and shield boy has been getting in fights on every little errand you send them on, while I haven't had anything like that. What's with the favoritism, hey? Hu Tao asked, annoyed. You just reminded me about that. It seems Ying and Bing got a bounty for their heads recently. Mind sharing with the rest of us how you got this bounty? Jing asked cheekily. There's a bounty on my head. Bing exclaimed. So that's why there's been so many annoying pests coming for me. Ying said with her hand resting on her face. Why isn't there a bounty on my head? Hu Tao whined. Your reputation is quite fearsome within the sect Tao. You also have the might to deter any would-be foes no matter the spirit stones offered. Lei Ji informed. I'm too strong for my own good. What a curse it is to be such a godlike young man. If only I could be less handsome, less godly, and less of a genius, maybe I could get a bounty of my own. Shut up you ass. If you want people after you, why don't you just place a bounty on yourself? Arrogant prick. Ying huffed. Princess. Hu Tao shouted. You're a genius. You're not doing that. Jing said. What? How unfair. I'll give you a fight soon. Just be patient till I give the order. Will they be strong? He questioned dubiously. If you're not careful, you'll die. Is that strong enough for you? Perfect. What about us, Jing? Do we have tasks to do? Ying asked. For now, no. Just Hu Tao. But besides that, all of you start training for the treasured plains that's opening up in a few months. I will not be giving you any more techniques and spirit stones. If you want to get strong enough to take what you want. I'm not your mother. During the treasured plains event, I'm going to give you all very simple instructions before it begins and trust you all will accomplish it to my liking. I'll tell you when the time comes but you're all free to leave now and socialize to your liking. This will be the last time we're meeting at my home by the way. Don't ever come back without my approval. Hey before we go Jing, I wanna know why you are gathering followers in the first place. Ying asked. I dislike the way things are run in the sect. Disciples are bullied with no one caring in the slightest. The strong are free to do what they wish with no repercussions. Elders are arrogant blowhards with little substance and use. Connections are too valued within the sect instead of loyalty and skill. I wish to change it all into something much better. Into a paradise for those who wish to grasp immortality with their own hands. The looks on her followers were in contemplation about her words. She guessed she has never really spoke about her ambitions to anyone besides Lei Ji and Li Li. But it's good that she got it stated in front of them now. Can't be leading them completely blind after all. Make sure to frequently share any new information with the communication tags. Information is power, don't forget that. I think we're all good Jing. It's time we end this little meet-up so that I can get on with my task. Hu Tao stated. I think so as well. You have a week to prepare for your task Hu Tao. If you aren't careful, you'll die. Hell yes. Ying, Bing, Hu Tao and Lei Ji soon left Jing's home for the possible last time and parted ways. Ying figured that this reunion would happen eventually. If anything, she's just surprised that she wasn't the one to initiate it. The timing of it couldn't be any better though. Just as she was out on a hunting task for the sect and after successfully killing the spirit beast without slicing it apart, she just so happened to be surrounded by Xiaowai, her bitches, and some weaklings. Took you long enough to find me Xiaowai. I've been looking all over for you but you've been avoiding me lately. I wonder why. Ying smirked. Humph. Of course, I would avoid a mutt like you. Your stench is bad enough to ward off anyone. Xiaowai pinched her nose, causing her group to start laughing. That's a funny one. It seems you didn't have any problems with my smell before. Or is it because I've gotten stronger that it took you so long to come get me? It's why you set this little trap for me and brought along more than just your little group. You're scared of me, aren't you? I think it's funny how I used to think of you as one of my closest friends and all it took was a little power to show your true self. Xiaowai's body started shaking. She balled her fists before screaming. No one's scared of a loser like you. I was never your friend Ying, I was only pretending to be close to you because of your family. Without that, you were nothing and that's why I stopped acting like your friend. I see, so you were always this terrible of a person then? Good, I don't need to hear any more. You're going to die here anyway. Kill her and shut her mouth up for good. I'll put in a good word to Changqi for you all when she's dead. That's all I need to hear. You don't mind if we have some fun before we kill her do you? One of the 5th stage Qi gatherers asked. Do whatever you want just make sure she dies. Xiaowai commanded. Ying couldn't even laugh anymore. It was all just so funny but she couldn't muster even a single ha. Maybe she's gone crazy with joy and that's the explanation. It doesn't matter anymore though. Even if she was surrounded by 10 times as many enemies, she would still pay back those that did her wrong. AU never forgives its enemies and she wasn't going to go back on her family's principles anytime soon. A majority of the cultivators gathered for her were either the same cultivation rank as her or one step above it. Ying thought that Xiaowai could have done better if she tried, considering who her boyfriend is but maybe she was looking down on her and didn't think it was necessary. She'll make sure to make her regret making that choice. She crushed her fist and lifted her blade from the ground. With a single wave of her sword, she already caused those charging her from the front to halt. The ones behind her didn't get the message and with a twist of her torso, smashed her sword's blunt side into them. Their cries of surprise and pain only served to frighten her attackers more. She was sure she managed to shatter their rib cages with that hit. What are you waiting for? Kill her already! Ziyi screamed. They didn't mindlessly listen to her however. They approached her with far more caution than she's used to. Well, if they won't come to her, she doesn't mind going to them. Ying leaped towards those in front of her and frightened them so badly they jumped away as soon as she advanced. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, I'm right here. Ying taunted. If this came down to a game of cat and mouse, she would definitely lose. Her speed is impressive but it's only good for short bursts. The longer the battle goes on, the more she would lose in the long run. She would have to figure something out or they'll tire her out like a wild animal. She looked towards Ziyi who had an impatient look on her face. This'll work. She smiled. Ying gathered chi within her legs and ran towards Ziyi with her blade raised overhead. The huge smile on Ying's face couldn't be helped when watching that bitch's eyes pop like that. She never expected her to go directly after her, did she? Using her head might not be something she does often but when in the heat of battle, any idea is a good one. Well, as long as it works anyway. Shing. Ying's blade clashed against Ziyi's defensive magic treasure. It formed a chi shield that could stand against her strength. The pale look on the bitch's face only made Ying's grin look even more terrifying. She used all her strength against the spirit tool but damn was it strong. It had to be earth rank at the very least to be able to withstand against her sword. Ying ignited her chi within herself. Her body blazed in a crimson flame, starting with her hair all the way down to her legs. It wasn't just her body that was taken by the flames though, her sword also transformed along with her. The searing heat was bearing down on Ziyi and her shield. It was cracking. Her head would soon be separated from her body in no time. Well, that's how she thought it would turn out. She managed to shatter the necklace but before she could perform the finishing blow, she was attacked and knocked away. The force of that attack was strong enough to nearly pierce right through her stomach. If she didn't use her flames to defend herself, she wouldn't have got off lightly. Who the hell? Baby! Ziyi exclaimed while heavily sweating. Is that the Chengqi? The number 5 ranked outer disciple. We're saved. Chengqi has shown up. This wasn't looking so good anymore. Ying knew her own strength well. It wasn't enough to match a genius like this without going all out and even then, she doubted she could pull the win from him. He has to have some skills or treasures that he hasn't shown in any of his ranking matches while she only has her body and martial arts to rely on. This is going to be one of the hardest fights in her life. Surprisingly enough though, a smile still formed itself on her face. This'll be the first time she can truly go all out in a while. CaptainBoyHole. Next chap we got Ying vs Chengqi and maybe something more. I'm reaching the point in the story where I can really head anywhere I want and add nearly any situation I want. The amount of choices and options I have are a little overwhelming and sometimes it's hard to figure out what I should do. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Ying's desperate fight. If you walk away now, I won't kill you for trying to murder my girlfriend. Chengqi warned. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Ying couldn't help but bursting out in laughter at the words of Cheng. His eyebrows furrowed at the laughter. Ying could tell he didn't know why she was laughing. For such a handsome guy, he sure is stupid. No wonder he's with someone like Ziyi. What's so funny? He asked. It's just funny how you think you can save Ziyi from dying today. I won't allow you to hurt her now that I am here. Like I said before, if you walk away now you can still live a peaceful life. Yet, he's pretty goddamn stupid. There's no way that Ziyi would allow her to live peacefully after this. Next time she'll try and get some stronger guys to take her out with. Especially since she's seen how strong she's gotten since last time. If she doesn't take Ziyi out here, her future will be filled with constant troubles by her. Plus, she hasn't even paid her back for the months of bullying thanks to her. Eat shit and die asshole. Ying gave him the middle finger as she rushed towards him. He pulled his sword from his back and with a simple horizontal swing, attempted to deflect her blade. Attempted, was the key word here. Her sword wasn't some simple large blade made out of regular steel. It was otherworldly in nature. Since the day she's got it, she hasn't seen a single crack appear on it no matter how hard she swung it into the ground. Its sharpness has also never dulled since they found each other. Ying realized that he was still looking down on her. It made sense, he was 3 small stages ahead of her after all. Unfortunately for him, she decided to take advantage of him while he was still looking down on her. Ying's great sword easily overpowered Cheng's steel sword. Even with his chi strength being at the 9th stage, it couldn't hold against Ying's abnormal blade for long. It was even able to cut through chi itself. Given enough time, nothing could hold against her sword. Ying sliced off Cheng's right arm, showering the ground in his blood. The scream produced by the ranked number 5 outer disciple caused Ziyawai and her lackey's blood to run cold with fear. Ying's laughter at all his talk from earlier only heightened her mood as she tried to impale the genius straight through his chest with the giant's sword. "You piece of trash!" Cheng screamed. His chi exploded in a shockwave, knocking Ying far away as he took care of his bleeding injury. Ying stabbed her weapon into the ground to recover. Luckily, she managed to cut his arm off in a way that made it fly off into the woods. Now if she can just survive till he suddenly appeared right in front of her and punched her in the face. Oh yeah, he's pissed. He's definitely not holding anything back against me anymore. Ying thought as she crashed into a tree. The force of his punch made Ying's insides jumble around. The worst part of that punch was that he wasn't satisfied after that one hit. After she crashed into the tree, he dashed after her and unloaded all his frustration and rage upon her by beating her with his one good arm till her nose was broken and face was bloody. Taking a beating without trying to fight back wasn't her thing though. As he was wailing on her in his anger, Ying used her legs and kicked wherever she could. Kicking him in the stomach caused him to spit out saliva, kicking him in the thigh made his legs buckle, and kicking him in the nuts made his assault completely stop as he spat blood from his mouth onto her. Ying pulled both of her legs back and kicked Cheng away. Seeing the pain he was going through was enough to make her temporarily forget about the pain her face was in. She had to kill him now before he could recover. Ying lifted her sword and was about to leap into the air over towards Cheng Chi, but before she could jump, she was stabbed in the back. "Gah! You spineless bastards!" Ying cried out as she faced the one who stabbed her. His hands were shaking as he held onto the steel going through her side. Ying pulled her hand back and backhanded the weasel, killing him instantly. She slowly and painfully pulled out the sword in her back. With the weasel's head facing 90 degrees in the wrong direction, anyone else thinking of sneak attacking her were quickly dissuaded by that dead body. Or at least she thought they would be. Ziyawai and her groupies charged while Cheng was downing recovery pills. "I'll take you all on then. You never gives up." Ying screamed as her body exploded in a crimson inferno. The eruption of fire knocked anyone who attempted to get close to be blasted away with burns. Ying vanished with fire trailing behind her figure as she became death itself. Her sword slashed through her enemies like tofu, her fist incinerated them into dust, and her kicks shattered their bones into nothingness. Her strength was undying and her flames were everlasting. No matter how many times she was sliced, attacked, or injured, her fighting strength never diminished. "That's enough. This is the end for you trash!" Cheng shouted as she was inches away from beheading Ziyawai. He appeared in front of her with his body glowing in a blue aura. He palmed towards her sword and they clashed. A blue beam of chi fired from his palm. Ying slashed forward with everything she had regardless of what he was planning. Handling everything head-on was what she's always done. Running away instead of destroying everything ahead of her wasn't who she was. Whatever Cheng is planning to do wasn't even a thought in her mind. All she was thinking was of slashing through what was blocking her way. Going forward regardless of opposition could be the words that defined her. Impossible. Just what kind of spirit weapon is that? Cheng cried in fear. Her sword was splitting apart his martial arts technique. A martial technique that has even helped him overcome a cultivator at the chi consolidation stage. She was actually beating it back with nothing more than just a sword and willpower. Ying's blade was inching closer and closer towards splitting Cheng and Ziyawai in half, but the sneaky bitch pulled out a talisman and activated it. Cheng and Ziyawai disappeared from in front of her and her blade split the earth apart. She looked around and found them a few trees away with Cheng wishing that he could tear her apart with just his eyes. He vanished and nearly palmed her in the stomach. Ying barely blocked with the body of her sword as she was lifted off the ground and into the air. He was running on fumes now if she could follow his movements and react to them. As she was knocked into the air, Cheng kept on her. Knocking her across the immortal forest without holding anything back, Ying could barely hold onto her sword. She knew that dropping it would only lead to her death. She tightened her grip on her hilt as much as she could while enduring the volley of palms. After crashing through one of the infinite trees within the immortal forest, Cheng stood above her on top of a branch in a tree. His eye fixed in a perpetual state of anger while looking down on her. She grinned even though her body felt like tapping out at this point. All this and you could barely even take out a little 5th stage chi gatherer. Ha! She taunted with blood dribbling down her lips. Those were your final words, trash. You can only blame yourself for not walking away when you had the chance. His hand glowed in a blue chi. The color around it began to darken and condense around his palm. Ying could only watch and glare at his figure. Her body refused to move any further. She couldn't even twitch her pinky. The only thing she could do was grip her sword across her body and stare death in the face. Cheng Chi fired a wave of chi down towards her with his remaining hand, confident that she couldn't escape death. Blue filled Ying's vision and she grit her teeth at her helplessness. No matter how much willpower and tenacity she brought forth, it couldn't override her body's injuries. No matter how much she fought inwardly to twitch even a single finger, her body failed her. But until that attack killed her, Ying would not give up the slightest chance of hope. Only when she's placed into the reincarnation cycle, will be when her determination dies out. Ying's sword sent her feelings of hope. Ying agreed with it and reassured her sword that she wasn't losing hope in the slightest. She was just pissed that she was so weak and useless right now. Her sword sent her feelings that told her that it was going to be okay. She wouldn't die just yet. Ying wondered how in the world was it going to save them from a situation like this, but she fully gave it the support it needed. If it has a plan to save them, she was going to support it with all she had. She didn't really have anything else she could do right now. The fleshy eyeball with slit pupils opened itself sideways and behind the eyes laid human teeth that widened and swallowed the blue beam attack whole. The chi attack landed in such a predictable path that it was begging to be ate by the sword. He fired it straight towards Ying's heart where the eye was protecting. Ying would love to say that she planned for such a thing to have happened, but she would just be a liar if she did that. It was the sword that placed itself in that way. The sword took in the chi of Cheng and started pumping energy within her body. Her body started visibly pulsing and thumping. Her fatal injuries started repairing themselves from the influx of energy taken from Cheng. Her body returned control back to her and she stood up from the ground. Cheng was in disbelief at the scene. It was as if she literally came back from the dead right in front of him. She was sure that she just advanced to the 6th stage because of what her sword did. You're a freak. How could someone like you get your hands on a spirit weapon that could bring one back from the brink of death? Something like that should be held by someone like me. Strange choice for your final words, don't you think? She smiled, fully recovered and feeling even stronger than before. If you kill me, the sect won't let you off lightly. I'm the 5th-ranked disciple in the outer court. My death won't be ignored. Ying only shrugged her shoulders before disappearing and reappearing elsewhere. The sound of Cheng's bisected body falling to the ground reached her ears. You talk too much. Ying murmured before dashing off to repay some debts. Ying appeared at the fighting site where it all began to find everyone who she hasn't killed waiting around healing themselves. They shivered and screamed like crazy once she revealed herself. How? How did you defeat Cheng? That's impossible. Ying decapitated Ziawei with a blood fountain spraying into the air afterwards. I told you, you were going to die here. Along with everyone else who tried to play a part in my death. Ying looked towards the remaining survivors. We were ordered by Ziawei to attack you. She said if we didn't follow her orders, she'd kill us. Cheng Chi threatened us to listen to that crazy bitch. Ying chuckled softly before killing them all. Each of them died with a single swing of her blade and painted the ground into a blood pond. She doubted she got everyone while she was off with Cheng Chi, but it doesn't matter. If someone tries to cause trouble with her in the future, she'll just deal with it the way she has always done. With an overwhelming assault and relentless spirit. But this experience did cause her to understand one thing though. She needs to increase her current training and cultivation. She's pretty lucky that her current surroundings are filled with bodies that have things for her to take. Especially Cheng's body back there, she saw quite the shiny ring on his finger that she could use. Underscore 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 un. Is this how I do it, teacher? Jing asked as she threw the talismans towards the ground. He looked over her placements and smiled. You are doing well. With a little more practice, you'll be able to increase your speed even further. I still don't understand if I should focus on getting my trapping formation speed up or my mastery of movement arrays. If I get better at forming trapping arrays, it would help me deal with opponents faster, but if I get better at movement arrays, I would have all the time I need to set up trapping arrays and be able to protect myself by avoiding the enemy. That's a very good question, Jing, but it is one that you can only find out for yourself. There is no progress in arrays without trying things out for yourself. Useless mongrel. Jing thought. Thank you, teacher. I'll make sure to test them both and find out which one is better for me. Jing responded gratefully. Besides talisman making and going over your spell placements, we are done for today. You are dismissed. He smiled. Yes, teacher. Jing bowed her head before heading down the mountain. The things she's learning from Lang is quite nice. She's managed to memorize the spellbook when he had to take a trip down the mountain. But even with the knowledge, someone actually experienced in the field is still useful. That's one of the reasons why she hasn't disappeared and left his tutelage yet. The other was because it wouldn't fit her character she's shown so far. With SCP-914, she's already refined a couple things for her career in arrays. Replicating blank talisman slips, a spirit brush that doesn't run out of spirit ink on its tip, and an infinite supplying jar of spirit ink. She embarrassedly chuckled thinking about that one. She didn't need to refine the jar because the brush never ran out of ink, so it was kind of pointless making it. Li enjoys making talismans though. It's like playing with toys for him, but instead of dolls and the like, it's cultivator's worst nightmares. He has the most fun creating and activating harming spells. Jing can understand why he would enjoy them the most. They are the most flashy and colorful spells. Trapping, movement, and supportive aren't as showy in comparison to harming spells. Some trapping spells can compete with harming but just a small portion. Playing with talismans is quite fun even if she doesn't need to rely on them at all. She's fully capable of fighting without them. She just thought it would be more interesting to learn this rather than going the combat route with the personality she's chosen to show. But enough of all that. Jing has to find out just what are the factions that are leading the outer court so that she can get a start on her current mission of taking over the outer court. CaptainBoyHole. Ying had quite the lucky break there with her sword. Even though she managed to disarm Chengchi, he was still strong enough to nearly send her through death's door. If it wasn't thanks to her sword, she would have died this chapter. I wonder how this experience will affect Ying going forward. Jing is also looking forward for her mission in taking over the outer court. Just what kinds of groups and factions are standing in her way of accomplishing the system's mission? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Training with the team. Alright, come at me like you mean it. Ying shouted as she pointed her blade at Bing. I don't think I could afford to go easy on you even if I wanted to. He said with his shield raised. Haha, kick her ass, Tubby. I'm rooting for you. Hu Tao cheered while lying in the grass. Don't go too far in your sparring. We only have a few recovery pills between us all. Lei Ji informed. Shut it, old man. I want to see some blood. Tear your shirts off so we can see some titties. Hu Tao shouted. I'll crush your balls, Hu Tao. Ying shouted back. He only laughed in response. His fellow teammates were all outside his home. They decided together that they should listen to Jing's advice and train for the upcoming treasured plains. Training together would be better than training alone, as suggested by Jing. Lei Ji agreed with that type of thinking. It is harder to find faults with one's technique alone. This could also strengthen their bonds as allies at the same time. Ying was the most fired up about these training sessions. After a recent near-death experience, it seems she realized that she wasn't training hard enough lately after getting her sword. She got complacent and couldn't accept herself being the cause of her weakness. Lei Ji could understand, she was young. Youth was the time to be complacent, lazy, unmotivated. He has watched too many fall from that in his time at the sect. He has trained every single day after receiving Jing's gifts. Finding ways of using his fishing rod in combat, practicing diligently with his martial arts, understanding his fishing rod's abilities, and working on improving his cultivation. Lei Ji has finally been given the chance to improve himself. No longer will he be suppressed and taken advantage of by misguided youths. No longer will he allow his meager talent to hold him back. He will become someone great and respectable. The two tested their skills against each other. Ying started off the battle strong with fearsome aggressive attacks. Bing looked as if he expected this kind of start and was already in position to receive her attacks. He blocked every slash and swipe of her blade with his shield. Ying's strength was greater, but Bing used that strength to his advantage. Every time he was attacked, he let the attack blow him away rather than trying to stand against it and defend. Each time he was sent flying, he easily recovered in time to receive the next blow with his shield. It looked like he was a ball being sent flying all over the place in the eyes of Lei Ji. You'd think that being knocked around like that, he'd look tired or injured or panicked in some way, but actually Ying was the one who was working up a sweat. You haven't thrown a single punch yet. You're not looking down on me because I'm a girl, are you? She glared. I believe in equal rights, Ying. I would not even think about going easy on a lady. It would go against my principles. Bing responded. Then hit me already. Ying ignited herself with her cultivation technique. The point of a shield isn't to hit someone but to defend. Bing said as he activated his own martial art techniques. The dirt beneath him sunk and all the weight in his stomach spread across his body into bulging muscle. But I guess I can make an exception this time. He crouched with his shield in front of him. Swift devil. He took off towards Ying with exceptional speed. Ying smiled at seeing this. She must be glad he's finally attacking like she wanted. A powerful release of flames shot out from Ying's figure, blasting her towards Bing with her sword held out in front of her, ready to pierce through anything in front of her. The resulting clash between shield and sword had even Hu Tao looking excited. Which will be stronger? That which was made to protect or that which was made to kill? We'll finally see whose weapon is stronger. Ying yelled as Bing just gritted his teeth in anticipation. The two met with their weapons and a piercing sound rang out, metal against bone. At first, it looked as if Bing and Ying were equal in strength, but as seconds went by, Ying regained the lead in strength. She was slowly pushing him backwards with his feet digging into the earth. Art of deflection. Bing muttered as he shifted his shield. Ying's blade started shifting to the left instead of the middle of Bing's shield. She tried to fix it and stab right through Bing's shield, but this only allowed him to alter the blade's path even more. He deflected her blade into stabbing the ground and followed up by punching towards her with his shield. Ying wouldn't have enough time to dodge at that distance, and it looked like she didn't plan on dodging either. She straightforwardly headbutted Bing's shield head-on and momentarily stood her ground. Blood dripped from her forehead. Lei Ji could only imagine the terrible strength of her skull if she could withstand a blow like that and still continue to fight. He shared Bing's shocked expression as he saw the scene. Ying used this chance to grab her sword off the ground and swing it at Bing's side. Bing blocked with his shield and was sent flying back towards his original starting spot. Alright. Enough. Seeing you two fuckers getting all hot and sweaty is making me want to fight. Sitting here cultivating while waiting for Jing to call for me is boring as hell. Hu Tao exclaimed. Lei Ji saw Bing look towards Ying. Shut it, jackass. No one said you had to be here, you know. Ying responded, throwing a rock at his lying figure. Oi! What the hell is with this uncooperative behavior, princess? Don't you know we're all a team here? Be nicer before I fuck you up for the good of the group. He caught the rock with his foot. I'd like to see you try, you piece of shit. She balled her fist. You wouldn't even serve as a warm-up at your current strength. Maybe if you teamed up with Fatty you could make me sweat, but I don't like teases. Even if I played with you two at the same time, I would be left wanting more. How would that be fair to me if you two got the fight of your lives and I get stuck not being satisfied? Grr. Just wait, you piece of shit. Once I reach the chi consolidation stage, I'm gonna pound your face in. Ying promised. Keep dreaming, princess. Unless you get some sky-ranked martial arts like the Fatty, don't even think about coming at me with those sloppy skills. You have sky-ranked martial arts? Ying exclaimed. Yes. Bing responded, surprised. How did you get sky-ranked martial arts before me? What kind of connections do you have, Bing? Have you been holding out on me? Even while I was looking for an earth-ranked cultivation technique for you. She started shaking him by the shoulder. I found it with Jing. We fell into some sort of ruin and found it. She let me have it because she had no use for them. He explained quickly. What? Hu Tao and Ying yelled together. Who doesn't have a use for sky-ranked martial arts? Ying questioned. That bitch has definitely got deep pockets if a sky-ranked martial art ain't shit to her. Hu Tao stated. What a fortuitous encounter, Bing. Congratulations. Lei Ji smiled. Even I only have one sky-ranked martial art, but this piggy bastard has 3? The heavens are truly bullshit. Hu Tao complained. It isn't all that great. It takes longer for me to advance in my cultivation because of them. Are you retarded, idiot? Just go take whatever the fuck you need. If you need stones, go rob some people out of theirs. Hu Tao told him. I'd rather not make enemies with people if I can avoid it. I'm sure I can go on enough tasks. Tasks won't be enough. Even if you choose the dangerous ones. The best way of gaining resources is increasing your ranking. Wait. Why wouldn't tasks be enough? Ying asked suddenly. Anything could happen during one of those. Some of them are even traps for cultivators. The ranking matches are safer and more reliable. Not that I care about safety. I'm strong enough to handle any traps. That's pretty kind of you, Tao, to share this information with us. Even I didn't know there was a risk in taking tasks besides the unpredictable nature of spirit beasts. Lei Ji said. All of you owe me one favor now. You think that shitty advice is good enough for a favor? Ying retorted. Yep. Now let's go get some real training done. You 3 weaklings are going to be fighting in ranking matches until it's time for the treasured plains to open. It's how I got as strong as I am today. If you don't include my godly talent. He kissed his biceps. If this doesn't work, I swear I'm gonna kill you. Ying promised. Hu Tao took the group to the ranking rings. It was still daylight, so the rings were active. There was a board that listed the top 100 rankers, then a second board that listed the top 1000 rankers, and then a final board that listed the top 5000 rankers. Lei Ji was ranked 4995. Ying was ranked 999. Bing had no rank and Hu Tao is placed in the inner court's ranking board. Go look for any weaklings you can fight and do this every day until it's time for the treasured plains to open. You do know we will need to offer contribution points or something else of value to challenge someone, right? You do. These two won't have to do that until they get on the second board. I need all the points I can get. Why would I offer them to somebody else? Ying asked. Don't tell me the princess is scared of a little fighting. I'm not scared of anything, bastard. If you're not scared, then just do it. We won't actually lose contribution points if we win, Ying. The rules say when you offer up contribution points to a ranking match, your opponent must have an equal or greater amount to defend their spot. If they don't have enough to defend their spot, you will automatically take their rank. Upon winning, the winner will take the same amount of contribution points they have put up to challenge the opponent along with their original contribution points bet. Bing read off the board. Oh, and you're so confident about winning every match, Bing. Of course not. That's why I'll be careful and pick opponents who I can defeat. Are you out of your mind, fatty? What would be the point of training if you didn't struggle? You're going to face off against the people I picked for you now. Hu Tao declared. Me and my big fat mouth, he muttered with his head hanging low. Old timer, you're up first. Choose someone on this list and go beat their brains in. Lei Ji chose one of the available names on the board. He could only choose to battle against someone whose cultivation rank was equal or one stage above his. He picked a person with the same cultivation stage as his and waited till the young man at the counter sent off a bird with a letter in its talon. Bing's opponent was forcefully chosen by Hu Tao. Ying chose her own opponent. Both Ying and Bing's opponents were one stage above them in cultivation. Now they had to wait till their opponents came. Lei Ji didn't do ranking matches often on the account of his terrible talent and weak martial skills. But that was in the past when he wasn't recruited by Jing. Now, he could fully hone his newly gained techniques without fear. His old bones were shaking a bit in excitement. He felt a little bit foolish getting excited over something like a fight, but it's like he's got a whole new start at being a cultivator again. Can you blame him for being a little excited? Lei Ji's opponent took around 5 minutes before showing up. He looked like a normal-looking youth inside the Golden Serpent sect. He wore the sex robes and had a sword on his waist. Lei Ji made his way to their marked ring and met eye to eye with the young man. Lei Ji smiled politely and the youth glared at him in response. Let's have a good battle. Lei Ji told him. Shut up and get ready to die. He ran towards Lei Ji with his sword. Lei Ji made sure to tell Zhairong to stay hidden in his clothes. He pulled out his fishing rod and swung it towards the young man. A freaking fishing rod? You really do have a death wish, don't you, old man? He knocked the fishing hook into the air with his sword and ran towards Lei Ji. With a horizontal slash that was aiming to decapitate Lei Ji, he leaned his head back and slipped past the young man. How the hell did you? He turned around to face Lei Ji, who got behind him and charged again. Lei Ji had his back turned on the youth. He could still see the young man without even having to look at him. The feisty young man was seconds away from stabbing him in the back, but before he could put an end to him, a fishing hook stabbed into his clothes and whooshed him into the sky. Lei Ji didn't plan to do what he did with Seeing. He has learned from that experience and will not embarrass the youth. He slammed him into the ring and knocked him out cold. The disciple referee standing below the ring, called the match and informed Lei Ji that his ranking will be fixed on the board soon. Lei Ji nodded with a smile as he walked towards Bing's ring, whose opponent just showed up. It was a young lady. Long flowing hair, nicely shaped body, and a small frame. She walked up on the ring and angrily glared at Bing. Let's have a good fight, Bing said to his opponent. I'm going to break your bones for wasting my time, fatty. I should be cultivating right now in preparation for the plains. It's my only chance of gaining magical treasures and highly ranked martial arts. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll show you sorry. She squeaked as she leapt towards Bing with her palm stretched out. Bing blocked her palm strike with his shield. Her attack didn't even cause him to budge. She scoffed before releasing a furious flurry of palm attacks. Blue Wind Flurry. Bing blocked each strike with ease. Even as she tried to attack him in places where his shield wasn't defending, his shield quickly followed after. Lei Ji could see that she was tiring herself out trying to get past his defense. This wasn't looking good for her if she doesn't try a new strategy soon. Try and keep up with this then. She was about to dash away with her chi focusing around her legs. Let's not instead. Bing reached out with his hand just before she could activate her martial art. He grabbed her shoulder with his thick palm. Lei Ji could tell that she couldn't muster any strength under the power of that grip. He slowly increased his strength and she started screaming while lowering to her knees. Once her knees touched the ring, Bing let go of her shoulder. Do you surrender? He asked her. Her eyes were staring into the distance, not daring to make contact with Bing's. Her body was shaking like a leaf as she muttered something. The referee didn't hear you. Speak up please. He reached out with his hand towards her. I surrender please. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He looked towards the referee. The referee nodded and called the match in Bing's favor. He left the stage without taking a single glance towards the young girl in the ring. Hu Tao only muttered the word weaklings and the group moved over to Ying's ring. By the time the group made it over, Ying was already finished with her battle. Her opponent was crushed into the ring with their bones in unnatural painful positions. Piece of cake. Ying smiled. Well, keep at it. I'm going to find some fights myself to pass the time. Jing is taking too long to call me. When do we stop exactly? Bing asked. When it's night out, retard. Who wants to fight when you can't see shit? Hu Tao responded. They listened to Hu Tao's instructions as he was the strongest amongst them and had more experience in getting stronger than any of them. CaptainBoyHole. If you were wonder what Ying's sword looked like, it kind of looks like this. https://lh5.googleyuser.content.com/nmh5v05kt-xzq-rm0g027L02XL_z3f10G3G5xtbz_x033GVJ5XTBZX003ZRWQARBRAEWBFSQGM5X-GP SD6 Bijan49 5 at the base of the blade, a demonic looking eyeball at the base of the blade, and fucking beak. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. An uneventful day. Host has received SCP-154. Host has received a broken sword. Host has received a cloud seed. Jing was not pleased with the results of the rare tickets. SCP-154 is practically unusable for anyone that wasn't a complete lunatic. Even she wouldn't use the bracelets despite being able to bypass its undesirable effects. She couldn't deny its useful possibilities, but she would need someone as tough as Hu Tao or crazier than Hu Tao to be able to use this weapon effectively. SCP-154 is a pair of bracelets that if worn on the same arm, the user performs a pose like they were shooting with a bow. An ethereal bow will form and the bracelets will glow slightly. When the bowstring is pulled and released, the bones of the user will be forcibly shot out from the arm holding the bow, traveling at speeds that could assassinate any normal cultivator. The missing bones and damage to the arm will be quickly regenerated and the bow will be able to be fired again. The unfortunate part of this is that the pain is excruciating for the healing process. There is also a small chance of the user's arm mutating during the healing process and possibly becoming larger, a different color, changing in structure from the original arm, growing extra joints and fingers, or possibly even being replaced with a completely different physical or chemical makeup. This small chance will continue to grow the more the user uses SCP-154. For now, she'll keep it inside her inventory along with the coffin, dumbbells, and SCP-4820's ability. She might find a use for it in the future. The broken sword was actually useless. It was a standard steel sword that was cut in half. There was nothing special about it in the slightest. She even checked using her chi to see if there was some secret hidden inside it. She chucked it into her storage ring and looked at the cloud seed. The cloud seed was white and round in appearance. When she squeezed it, it was soft and squishy to the touch. One of these days, she'll get around to making that garden, but that time isn't now. She didn't know how valuable these seeds were, nor did she have anywhere to hide them that the higher UPS in the sect couldn't find. Growing and taking care of them wouldn't be a problem with SCP-914, but keeping them from sight while using them frequently would. Jing walked outside her house and locked the door behind her. Li Li was cutely perched on her shoulder like usual and she took a walk through the sect. Taking a walk through the sect isn't usually a pleasurable experience. There are very little sights to enjoy within the sect besides the surrounding environment. On a normal day, Jing would see disciples bullying a weaker disciple, disciples fighting each other, disciples nearly killing each other or killing one another, disciples glaring and looking down on one another, and more situations like that. Seeing this on a regular basis made Jing wonder if all sects were like this and if her vision of a sect would be something truly revolutionary for these barbarians. She initially thought that sects were kind of like a school or academy for furthering cultivation, building social connections, and improving oneself and environment. But it was actually a dog-eat-dog organization that rewarded survival of the fittest and gaining shallow connections to succeed instead. Truly a place that only scum and wastes could thrive in. She'll have to make sure Li Li doesn't gain any bad habits from living in this place. He's an impressionable young boy. There's no telling what could influence him. His recent hobby of making and playing with talismans could only be beneficial for him though. They're like toys in a way, it helps his imagination and patience. She's warned him against using it around people though. An extremely strong cultivator could try and take him if they see him using talismans, or rumors would spread about him that would link to her. She is the only person inside the sect with an owl for a pet after all. She was on her way to choose 5 tasks the sect sets for every disciple every month. The mission hall was strangely quiet today. It's usually filled with disciples looking for ways of gaining contribution points or bargaining with each other. It looks like since the Treasured Plains is opening soon, everyone has gone crazy to start preparing for it. The goodies inside must be something truly great if it causes this much of an effect. Jing will have to remind her followers to gain as much as they can during it. A chance like this doesn't come often. Along with causing as much chaos and hell as they can. Particularly to the 3 factions that compete in the outer court. The first faction was the Huan clan that are enemies with Ying and Bing. They are the strongest faction in the outer court because they had members from the inner court. The other 2 factions, Fearsome Garden ran by Mai Hu and Wolfeng Gang ran by Jianyu, didn't have connections in the inner court. This made their greatest strength their numbers. The Huan clan didn't accept just anyone into their group. Every member was related to the Huan clan in some way. This was surprising because the number of people in their group wasn't small. Their blood must be related to some ancient rabbit people or something. They know how to multiple. She chose 5 relatively easy tasks at the board and gave it to the receptionist at the counter. He marked her name down for the specified tasks so that once she completed them or failed them it would be under her name. There would be a punishment if she failed and contribution points if she succeeded. The severity of the punishment varied depending on the type of task selected. Most disciples choose easy physical labor tasks for their monthly tasks. There's basically zero risk and a small amount of contribution points as rewards. Jing chose 5 easy tasks because why wouldn't she? If the average disciples chooses these types of tasks of course she'll pick them too. It would be strange if she chose difficult or special tasks that only certain people could accomplish. That would only bring attention to her and she doesn't wish for that currently. Not until she's built a strong enough faction within the sect. It would be boring if she just took over using her abilities and forced them all to kneel under her rule without any foreplay or games beforehand. And if there is one thing Jing loves, it's foreplay. Watching as things slowly spiral out of control and erupt into the ever-sweet destructive climax is such a rush. That's one of the reasons why she doesn't just cultivate in her room till she's strong enough to kill the sect leader and take over. What's the rush for when she can take her sweet time in playing around with all these different toys? It would be such a waste. Do you see anything, Li Li? Jing asked him as they traveled through the forest. Who? He responded while pointing with his talon. Oh, you found one of the white billow herbs? Thanks. She pocketed the plant from the bush and kept walking. Jing had to find 10 white billow herbs for one of her tasks. These herbs were common materials for alchemists in stabilizing volatile concoctions. They grew all around the outer layer of the immortal forest. They were common plants to find in this area. Her second task was to bring back the fur of a tailed rabbit without any damage. Their fur was valued for its softness and how easy it was to handle a tailed rabbit. Even the 9th stage ones could fall to lesser staged spirit beasts and humans. She wanted to deal with this spirit beast as a spell master. She hasn't really tested her spells against living beings yet. She doubted the beast would be able to do much considering it was a stupid rabbit, but it's something. They also lack survival instincts against humans for the most part and willingly walk up to or around humans. Jing pulled out her refined second weapon. This thing will be what she uses in public as an apprentice spell master. It was a small satchel covered in an unknown beast's fur. It was brown and held a simple design. She wore the strap over her body so where the satchel hung at her hips. She didn't do much when refining this bag. She refined it on very fine and gave it 2 anomalous abilities. Infinite storing space within and unable to be destroyed. Jing planned to use this thing as a defensive tool for the most part as she pulled out her talisman slips from the bag to deal with her opponents. It's perfect because her enemies won't be able to get past her bag, and if they somehow do, she can just rely on her movement spells to get away while setting up her trapping formation. It's amazingly annoying. It perfectly complements her frightful and passive nature. She'll either tire her enemies to death or annoy them to death by running away. And get this, most of the trapping formations she'll set up won't even be deadly. It'll be a slow peaceful trap that'll cause them to spit up blood and wish that they were dead so they wouldn't have to suffer against such a cowardly opponent who doesn't even have the guts to kill them. It's going to be perfect when she has her ranking match in the future. Caillou. Li Li pointed out. There was a tailed rabbit in the bush to the left. Its tail was curled and when uncurled it was long enough to be used as an entire limb. Jing reached into her satchel, inside it laid various talisman slips to use. She pulled out the broken sword from her storage ring and stabbed it into the ground. She slapped a conduit spell onto the hilt of the blade and threw out 4 slips around the furry creature. The rabbit tried to flee after seeing the slips attached to the ground around it but only managed to slam its head against the chi barrier formed from the talismans. Since the person who made this task wanted the fur to be intact and in good quality, Jing had to use one of her less deadly trapping formations. Chains made of chi slowly rose from within the formation and focused on the rabbit. They shot forward and captured the rabbit in an instant. These chains started to siphon the chi from the tailed rabbit and wouldn't let go unless Jing broke the formation or all the chi was sucked from the rabbit. This formation was the sealing array. A rather basic but very effective trapping formation. It was a more effective version of the sealing spell. With the sealing spell you have to manually attach it to your opponent and make sure that they don't destroy the slip before the chains can immobilize them. The spell master also has to make sure the chains can actually catch their opponents as well. This formation is weak against body cultivators as the physical strength of their body is often not affected even without chi. The tailed rabbit didn't have much chi within its body since it was only a second stage beast. After sucking the spirit beast dry of all its chi, the chains shattered and the talismans burned into ash from the purple flames. It was easy to take care of the creature now. It laid on the ground barely breathing. Even as Jing stabbed into the ground around it with a sharp stick, it didn't do so much as twitch. Well, it was definitely pleasant to look at its helpless state, but her ranking match will definitely be more fun to watch. Torturing small creatures brings no pleasure for her. She snapped its neck and tied it to her waist before moving on to task number 3. Her third task was pretty simple. She had to replace the talisman around one of the villages inside the immortal forest that keeps spirit beasts and normal beasts from attacking villages. It was a supportive type spell that casted a certain type of chi barrier over the village. This chi was considered foul and unpleasant to beasts, so they avoided it at all costs. Jing was interested in knowing what type of chi it was in particular, but not even her master knew. There were many types of chi in the cultivation world. There was lightning chi, fire chi, water chi, yin chi, yang chi, and many more. But none of those chi were the type of chi that beasts would shy away from. Jing was also curious if the talisman would affect Li Li. She reached outside Lu village and replaced the weakening talisman with her own. Li Li squawked in annoyance but seemed fine with it after a few moments. He acted no different from normal after the initial touch of the barrier on his feathers. Jing shrugged her shoulders. Maybe it doesn't work on beasts who are too smart or strong. Guess it was time for task number 4. Jing left Lu village behind and started searching for another common alchemist ingredient. It was called a fire blossom. It was bright red and usually grown in groups with a fire-type spirit beast nearby. Spirit beasts with a liking towards fire chi eat these kinds of herbs frequently to increase their affinity and strength with fire chi. The marked anteater was a spirit beast that eat these flowers while also deterring any other from disturbing them. Jing found a small area behind a large tree filled with fire blossoms. She looked around for any signs of a marked anteater near the tree. No burn marks were present, but she could definitely hear something underneath the hole in the tree. She took out a minor teleport spell and threw it on one of the fire blossoms. The talisman soared through the air and soon attached itself to the flower before teleporting right in front of Jing's feet. HNM. HUMH. HNM. An angry sound yelled out. Jing giggled as the marked anteater swaggered out of the hole with fire shooting out of its snout looking for the person that disturbed its food. She walked away before it could spot her and was on her way back to the sect. Her final task could have been solved first actually. All she had to do was turn in a sealing array to the receptionist at the mission hall desk. Sometimes spell masters can't make their own talismans and ask for help by other spell masters. They sometimes use them to trace over so that they can make their own eventually with enough practice. Are you finished already? The receptionist asked. Ah. Yes. Here is the formation for the 5th task, Jing responded pathetically. He grabbed the slip from her and drew check marks on the tasks she completed today before giving her contribution points. He smiled after finishing everything with her. Have a good day. Goodbye. Jing left the mission hall and a sudden feeling of emptiness filled her. She's gone an entire day without anyone harassing or trying to bully her in the sect. These treasured planes must be something really important if these wastes are training so hard in preparation for it. Maybe she should liven up the place a little bit. What disciple wouldn't drop their training for a brand new sky-rank spirit weapon? Who cares if it horribly destroys your arm and might possibly give you a whole living snake as a new arm by mistake? Cultivators will do anything to get stronger than one another. Not to mention if one person doesn't want it, someone else surely would. CaptainBoyHole. And nothing really happens this chapter. I'll release an additional chapter tomorrow along with a chapter from my Kirby system story tomorrow because I feel that this chapter is pretty lacking in content. I decided to give Jing a satchel as her main weapon in public. I've had many great weapon suggestions such as a fan or a pair of fans, a scythe and chain, a regular scythe, a blowgun, zither, umbrella, bow, dagger, throwing knives, tonfas, spear, and even a hairpin and brick. I appreciate all the suggestions given and decided to go with a satchel because I wanted Jing's spells and cowardly nature to show off more than her weapon. The fact that she doesn't even choose a weapon to fight with highlights just how non-combative and peaceful of a cultivator she is. Slight spoiler, one of the future members of Jing's team will use a refined pair of fans, that's why I didn't use a fan. The others were a bit too much for the kind of image I wanted to give Jing for other characters to see when they first look at her. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing's first ranking match. Jing cycled her chi throughout her danshan. The barrier preventing her from passing to the 3rd stage wasn't something that could stand against her chi. Her chi was like an unstoppable force of nature to the barrier. If barriers could feel, then it would be shaking in terror right now just by being near her internal energy. Jing willed her chi forward towards the barrier. It obeyed her will without a shred of hesitation. It was a part of her after all. Crash. The internal energy destroyed the barrier like an elephant charging down a wooden fence. It was impossible to resist against. It could only shatter under the mighty power of it. Once Jing became a 3rd stage chi gatherer, she only felt her body become slightly stronger and the way she could control her chi became a little bit better. It was understandable that it only brought a small boost to her current strength. She was still at the starting stages of cultivation after all. It would be crazy to think that she would gain a larger boost in power when she was refined by something as powerful as 914. It was time for her ranking match that she intentionally delayed to the last moment. She got up from her bed and grabbed her refined satchel. Inside of it was everything she needed for the battle. Li Li was off in the forest for breakfast right now. She would have to leave without him it seems. It would be better since he was absent though, with him being at the 9th stage, she doubted they would allow her to challenge people at her own rank. Not that it would truly matter if they were at the 9th stage or the 3rd stage. Jing could deal with them both with her true strength, but publicly 3rd stage was the limit. She left her house and walked towards the ranking ring. Since she took so long to apply for a ranking match, her opponent was automatically chosen for her. The disciples who chooses opponents typically pick strong opponents for disciples like her who take so long to participate in a ranking match. It was one of the ways they got their kicks by sending cowards up against lions. That's why Jing was standing in front of a 3rd stage chi gatherer. He glared at her with a frown. If she didn't break through earlier, this would have been an ugly matchup if she was an ordinary cultivator. So, this ugly girl is my opponent, hey? She doesn't look like she could hurt a fly. I thought they said she was a 2nd stage, but I guess she break through before the battle. Kuo thought to himself as he glared at her, making her flinch and look away. This ranking match will be a cakewalk if he has to face against someone like this. She couldn't even look him in the eyes without shaking. If her skin was lighter and tits were bigger, maybe he could feel something looking at this pathetic girl, but looking at her now just made him disappointed and frankly angry. This'll take no time at all. You should surrender while you can. It won't be much fun beating up a girl like you. He told her in hopes of getting her to surrender so that he can go back home and train. I can't give up without even trying. I'm sorry. She squeaked annoyingly. Stop trying to act so cute when you're so damn ugly. That just pissed Kuo off even more. He ran towards her, intending to end it in one punch. She should be grateful he won't aim at her face, she's already struggling enough in the looks department with skin like that. Her small tits and tiny ass aren't giving her any help either. He aimed a punch towards her stomach. She frantically reached into that furry bag of hers and took something out. No matter what it was, it couldn't help her against him. Kuo was training to become a body cultivator. Body cultivators held the advantage over chi cultivators due to their strong bodies that could nearly resist everything. Kuo himself has been training with the iron body martial art to make his body as hard as iron. He has reached the intermediate realm with it thanks to his family's resources and trained the upper half of his body to be as strong as iron. He slung his fist towards her abdomen. He waited for his fist to feel the soft belly of the ugly girl and her internal organs to shift from his punch, but only felt his fist strike through the air. Hey? What the hell is going on? Kuo looked up and couldn't find any sign of her in front of him. He started looking around the arena and saw something flying towards him. He caught it with his hand and scowled at the girl. What kind of technique allowed her to escape from his fist? The object in his hand started sizzling and he finally looked at it. She threw a talisman at me. Is that how she got away from me the first time? Wait, this damn thing is active. Kuo rapidly tried to shake off the talisman slip from his hand but could only watch as it exploded in a powerful force of chi that knocked him to the edge of the ring. His head rung from the impact of the spell and he had trouble getting back up. Everything sounded muffled in his brain but his body wasn't hurt. That was the good part of this situation. At least he couldn't hear those annoying girls anymore. Screaming about Shanghai and whatnot. Who the hell even is Shanghai? What was a bastard like that doing watching his ranking match in the first place? Kuo shook his head and focused his attention back on the frail girl. She was setting up a formation. He had to stop her no matter what before she could finish it. He didn't know what kind of formation she was trying to place, but knowing just one was set up was enough to get his head back in the fight. He rushed towards her. Get over here and fight me, bitch! Kuo roared. The girl ran away with her bag around the stage. She couldn't run forever and Kuo was not stupid. He made sure she couldn't run around him and trapped her at one of the edges of the stage. He kept his eyes focused on her like a hawk. He didn't know how she got away from him earlier, and if she tries it again, he'll get to see how this time. He pounced at her with his arms outstretched. She looked about as frightened as a damn cat. There's no way she'll be able to escape his hands this time. He was about to grab her throat with his hand and slam her into the ring's stone floor, but before he could even touch her, she disappeared again. Just what in the hell was going on here? He whipped his head around to see that she was directly behind him and he lunged again. She barely managed to roll out of the way and placed another talisman on the edge of the ring's floor. That's 2 talismans he failed to stop her from placing. He couldn't let her place any more, or what face could he possibly keep by the end of this fight? Just look at the clumsy, untrained, cowardly mess of an opponent he was facing. She was only getting by through luck. If she faced me head on, there would be no way she could stand up to me. Kuo couldn't help but roar out his frustration as he charged towards the girl once more. He even heard her squeak as he was coming towards her. She ran away again while digging into that bag of hers again. There's no doubt that's where those talismans were coming from. Even if Kuo had no experience fighting spell masters, he knows enough that they are weak, crafty cowards who can't handle a fight up close. All he had to do was fight her up close and it'll be his win. The strange thing about this situation was that even with how strong his body was, that girl was just a step slower than him somehow. His eyes had to playing tricks on him, there was no way she could be that fast. It had to be a spell or something that is increasing her speed. It won't last forever though, and once he gets his hands on her, he'll wring her neck for placing him in such an annoying situation. He caught her bag strap as she was running and lifted it up along with her. A grin filled with all his anger and annoyance shined at her. The damage he plans to give this girl isn't something pretty. She has run around and treated him like a fool this entire time. If she isn't at least crippled for wasting his time like this, he'll make sure to try and cripple her a second time. He threw his fist towards her face and she held up her bag to defend against his punch. He could only laugh at her miserable attempts to protect herself. His attack launched her and her bag towards the edge of the ring. She flew through the air and just barely managed to stay in the ring. She crouched near the edge with blood leaking down her mouth and holding her head. He could feel a terrible killing intent focusing in on him from the stands and felt like pissing his pants. Did he just mess with some guy's girlfriend who's way stronger than he is? He looked towards the stands and met eye to eye with the guy who came here with his groupies, Shanghai. From what he could sense, he was an 8th stage chi gatherer. He was glaring at him with enough killing intent to scare him into his next life. Yeah, I just signed my own death warrant by getting in a match with this guy's ugly girlfriend. Why the hell would he care for someone like this when he has so many beautiful girls on his side right now? I would take literally any of those beautiful flawless jade-skinned girls next to him over this girl. She literally has no appeal in the looks department. I did it, Kuo heard a voice softly mutter. She stabbed a sword into the ground and attached a spell onto the hilt. He looked around to see that chi barriers were rising above him before trapping him inside a cube. He banged his fists on the barriers with all his strength to try and get out but only managed to cause ripples on the surface of them. Impossible. Impossible. He only saw her place down 2 talisman slips. A formation takes at minimum 3 to form but this has 4 sides. When could she have possible had time to place 2? His brain worked faster than it has ever worked before. It had to have been when she threw that first spell at him. When he caught it in his hand and was knocked to the edge of the ring. He couldn't see nor hear anything during that time, so she must have used the opportunity to place down 2 talismans. That sneaky little bitch. Kuo banged on the barriers with his anger and frustration fueling his strength to pound her into a messy pile of meat, but it was useless. It's impossible to break free of an activated formation unless a cultivator is vastly stronger than the spell master they are facing against. I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart, you ugly bitch. Darkness filled the formation. Those within the formation couldn't see anything inside the formation and those from outside couldn't see anything either. This was the nightmare-rending array. Those that find themselves trapped within it will have their senses slowly removed from them and lost in a world of eternal darkness. There is no light, there is no hope, and there is no feeling. Only their thoughts are present in the never-ending darkness. The connection to their body will be lost and soon the only thing they'll be able to feel is the darkness encroaching on their mind and soul as it lulls them into an infinite sleep. Quite the nasty formation, isn't it? It isn't Jing's style to torture in such a soft way, but then again, is it really soft? It could be one of the nastiest ways of causing someone to suffer. To some, physical torture is definitely the better option, which is what she would be putting him through if this battle wasn't public. A simple foolish way of describing this array would be to say it's the sleeping array. It simply puts your opponent to sleep. That's probably why no one really uses it. Even her master looked down on this spell, but after experiencing it for herself, she can definitely say it's much more than just a sleeping array. The mental damage you can put someone through using this formation is especially delicious. It would be so much better if she could witness what they were going through outside the spell, seeing them slowly lose themselves as they are swallowed by the darkness. But no such luck for her. She couldn't see what was going on inside and could only guess when enough time has passed. That was another one of the negatives of this formation. If she faced against someone with an especially strong mind, it could be days before they succumb to the darkness. Thankfully, this Kuo fellow was rather weak. He couldn't last 5 minutes before losing. The formation dropped once it sensed he was no longer resisting and he was curled up in a ball in the middle of the ring. She looked towards the referee and he called the match, prompting Jing to give a victorious fist pump to herself. A cheerful joyous smile to keep up appearances before looking embarrassed and shuffling away. She managed to catch a small smile on Shanghai's face and honestly felt like smashing the little love idiot's brain in. Does he know how much attention he's bringing to her by watching her match like this? How did he even find out about it? Has he been watching her since she's got here? Doesn't that mean he might also know her relation to her followers? Will I have to kill him to silence him, or can I use his obvious affections for me? Jing thought to herself. There was no doubt in her mind that he knew of her followers meeting at her house often. She doubted he would try and use that information against her, but there's no guarantee that he would keep it secret either. If he's really annoying, he might just go to her followers personally and ask them. She'll have to think of a way to deal with Loverboy eventually. For now, she'll continue preparing her plans for the treasured plains and make sure to avoid gaining attention. It's too early to have any important eyes on her, and with someone as talented and popular as Shanghai watching her, he's bound to bring trouble. CaptainBoyHole. Jing wins her first ranking match without even throwing a single punch. Haha, was it enjoyable to read or did it make you mad to see her acting so cowardly? It was fun to write for me to say the least. I want to clarify something by the way. Jing is in no shape or form actually ugly if we were to look at her through our eyes, but this is a Xiangxia which is based on Chinese fiction. The Chinese hate black people and consider dark skin actually ugly and unappeasing. This is why so many people in this story are so turned off by Jing's dark skin. Jing is just a plain and average girl with a small chest, and petite behind. This chapter was actually supposed to come out at 12 AM along with my Kirby System story, but I forgot I said I would add an extra chapter because the last chapter was so uneventful. My bad everyone. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Training for the planes. Bing was tired. All throughout the week he has been on constant non-stop ranking matches thanks to the instructions of Hu Tao. The matches at first weren't really much of a problem. With his shield, it was very hard to find anyone that could contest with him and make him go all out. If things continued to go this way, Bing wouldn't be as tired as he is now. The issue was that the Huan clan has figured out that he's doing ranking matches and has been sending their members after him constantly. Since he was below the 1000th rank, he wasn't able to refuse any challenges made to him unless he wanted to be expelled from the sect on the account of being too weak to survive. So whenever one ranking match was done, he was immediately challenged by another Huan clan member. It was like the Huan clan within the sect had no shortage of 3rd stage chi gatherers and 4th stage chi gatherers to send at him. He swore after he was done with one, they'd eat a recovery pill and chi pill before challenging him again. Bing refuses to let this go on any longer. They'd definitely sap him of all his remaining stamina and kill him like a pathetic dog soon. Either he would have to start killing them or figure out a less violent way of dealing with this issue. Oi! Getting tired, fatty? We can do this all day till you're begging on your knees for forgiveness. His female opponent taunted. Yes, I'm very tired. You wouldn't mind me taking a little rest, do you? Bing plopped to the ground as sweat poured down his body. She glared at him but he was completely serious. This was his 5th fight in a row today and he was no closer to the 2nd leaderboard than he was when he first started. He just wanted a break from all the fighting and just eat some food. Bing knew how important it was to gain as much strength as you could as a cultivator because he came from a family of cultivators. Not a good one but one nonetheless. This training idea was a great idea and all, but even with training it has its limits. Some rest is needed, no matter how crazy the training is. Oh, it seems his opponent had enough of him taking a rest in the middle of their fight. She was building up a scary amount of chi in that sword of hers. Bing still wanted to catch his breath a bit more though. Please take a couple more minutes charging up that move of yours. I still need some more time. He said politely. I'm going to rip right through your guts, fat ass. Ah, please spare my poor ears, miss. Your clan is already working me like a slave. I don't deserve to have my ears bleed as well, do I? This only made her scream obscenities at him even louder. If he tried to cover his ears, he wouldn't be able to block this lightning sword slash of hers. He had to be the most unfortunate guy inside the Golden Serpent sect. All he wanted to do was get a little strong, meet a nice girl with a good body, and live the rest of his life with her. That dream was effectively shattered once his life was saved by the Empress. Just like the hopes of this girl wanting to pierce straight through his shield. He stood up before her lightning-clad blade reached him and blocked the attack head-on with flesh toughened by his auxiliary martial art. The attack had quite some power in it because he was pushed all the way to the edge of the ring after being hit by it. Even the middle of his shield was darkened from the strike of that technique. That was a great move of yours. I hope you don't mind if I take a little break after something that powerful. If it was anyone other than me, I'm sure they would have died horribly. Bing sat his round butt back on the ground. He scooted a bit closer towards the middle of the ring so that if anything unexpected happened he wouldn't fall over the edge and lose. Bing planned to use this chance while she was out of energy and couldn't attack to recover his stamina. One of his shield art techniques was based around this strategy in a way. It was called Art of Blocking. This was the first lesson of his shield art and it was focused on having the shield wielder practice on nullifying the most damage from their opponents and wasting their enemy's energy by forcing them to use high energy moves. It was surprisingly hard. You think it'd be easy to just block and guess that your opponent will go all out to kill you, but the instructions were more in-depth than Bing would ever guess. There were strategies like forcing your opponent to chase you around, tricking them into thinking their attacks are effective when you're really just moving along with their hits and not actually taking the full brunt of their hits, and even taunting them until they're red in the face and wanting nothing more than to shut you up and kill you. Building stamina was a must for shield wielders. Bing is just now seeing why that is so important firsthand. His opponent wanted nothing more than to slice him up into pieces with that cute glare in her eyes, but after using that big lightning move from earlier, she could barely move. She was on all fours breathing heavily. He guessed she didn't expect that he could take a deadly technique like that head on. What are you doing? Get up and kill him already. You're embarrassing our clan out here. The other Huan clan members yelled. Their cheers managed to give the girl some more fight in her. Bing still wanted some time to rest, so he picked up a piece of the stage that broke from him, blocking her lightning strike, and threw it at her waist. It landed dead on and she dropped back to the stage with a painful groan. You cheap asshole. She's just a girl. Don't you have any pride as a man? Bing dug out any earwax in his ears while whistling. He definitely did not hear any criticism towards himself during a ranking match where one's life is at stake. Plus, it was those scumbags speaking anyway. Any judgment from them was mute based on the fact that they're trying to kill him for defending himself. She was still squirming a bit on the ground, which made Bing happy. The referee can't call the match unless one of the fighters was completely incapacitated, they surrendered, or they died. She still had some fight in her and didn't want to give up yet. Bing would have declared his love for her at this moment if he didn't feel that she would probably faint out of shock once he said it. He has to manage his stamina well right now. Just give up and let us kill him instead. Worthless. You still have a chance. Don't give up yet. Bing told her. She vomited blood and dropped face first into it. Ah hell, it wasn't a declaration of love that did it but friendly advice? What has the world come to where a man can't give friendly advice without someone dropping over dead? Here comes the sixth fight of the day. I won't embarrass myself like this fool. He kicked the girl out of the ring and looked towards the referee. You don't think it's embarrassing how your clan is sending so many people after me without letting me catch a single break? I'm only a third stage chi gatherer, you know. My talent is average. I have no connections in the sect. It's not a worthy investment at all for your clan even if you kill me. Bing tried to reason. I don't know why we're after you either, but it doesn't really matter all that much. You got on the bad side of our clan and that's good enough reason for me to kill you. He slammed his fists together and rushed towards Bing. Don't be too strong, alright? I'm only good at fighting weaklings. I'm the normal one in my group after all. Drop dead. His fist radiated with a frosty aura. That was a great technique, young man. Lei Ji complimented. Shut your face. He responded. It seems when fighting young people, they don't seem to like it when they are complimented after not succeeding. They tend to think that you are looking down on them and mocking their efforts. That's another one to remember for the future. The youthful disciple turned around and slashed his sword at Lei Ji with a lot of waste in his movements. Even though he was blind, he could see the attacks very clearly. Too clearly, he's already seen his opponent's next 3 moves with his eyes. Lei Ji was not a fool though. He knew this advantage isn't useful against those much stronger than him. His old body wouldn't be able to keep up even if his eyes could. That's why he was planning to get a good body martial art and a decent cultivation technique before or during the treasured plains. Right now, he could handle it with his movement martial art, but if he ever ran into someone vastly stronger than himself, he could only pray and run away. Or he could rely on Zhairong, which is what he's most likely going to do. She's pretty strong and pregnant apparently. It must have been before he fished her out of the dimensional slit. Lei Ji calmly slipped past the angry youth once again and fished up a part of the ring with his fishing hook. He slung the rod forward and sent the stone hurling towards the young man. The stone blocked his opponent's vision and was the only thing he could see. The energetic youth's strength wasn't bad though. He slashed right through the stone material and tried to dash right for Lei Ji. Unfortunately for him, Lei Ji didn't only throw one piece of the stage. The hidden rock lodged itself into the gut of the young disciple and knocked him out of the ring, giving Lei Ji the win. Lei Ji wanted to give the boy some comforting words, but the last few days have taught him that that would only backfire and cause the boy to be even more furious with him. The youth today are different from the youth in his days. Positivity and kindness just seem absent and are actively looked down upon. He will have to try and change that in the future. Ying was inside the martial pavilion looking for a strong suitable auxiliary martial art that could complement her other fire-based martial arts. She only had enough points to take an Earth-ranked one, but all the Earth-ranked support manuals were either incomplete and dangerous or didn't fit well with her fire chi. She still decided to take a look at the incomplete ones though. Maybe if she was lucky, she could awaken a bloodline and suddenly be able to read the unreadable text. The support manual she picked up was called Overbearing Amalgamation of Flames. Quite the powerful name for something only in the Earth-ranked section of the library. The beginning pages of this manual were pretty exciting. Based on what it told her, this support technique had the possibility of matching sky-ranked support techniques and even heaven-ranked ones if she could gather enough mystic flames to combine. There were numerous mystic flames around the world and very rarely could you see someone able to use these flames. This was because each mystic flame had their own will. If you could not resonate with that flame or dominate it with a superior will, you would be consumed by the flame itself. It was one of Ying's goals to take a mystic flame for herself, but if she had this technique, she would take them all. Sadly though, this dream of her would never come to fruition because of the fact that the characters inside the manual were faded and entirely unreadable. Even if she squinted or put the book directly up to her face, she still couldn't read a single word of it. If Elder Zhong wasn't watching her right now, she'd burn the useless thing into ash. Ha! How great would it have been to have a skill like that? She walked away and sat at one of the tables. Her whole goal for coming here was a bust. She'd have to wait until she's gained enough contribution points to look at the sky-ranked manuals to get a useful auxiliary art. Hey, what was that guy doing? He was quickly flipping through all the incomplete Earth-ranked techniques just like she was, but when he landed on the support manual she gave up on, he smiled like a dirty creep. What the hell was that about? He took the book to the counter and looked like he planned on taking it home to practice. But that was impossible, the instructions to practicing that technique were unreadable. Could he somehow read that faint ink? No way. You do know the issue with this martial art is right? Elder Zhong asked him. Haha, do not worry, Elder. If I can't get anything out of it, I'll be sure to bring it back. I'm just going to try my luck to see if I can gain anything from such a technique. He shrugged. Your contribution points, not mine. Ying followed him all the way back to his home. She couldn't help that annoying feeling in the back of her head telling her that he had a way of practicing that technique. That slimy smile of his reeked of something suspicious. The way he was flipping back and forth through the manual just increased her suspicions against him. He should only be looking at faded characters, but it looks like he's reading a complete martial text. Oi! Fang! We heard that a frog has been trying to taste the meat of a swan. We're here on the behalf of Gongjun to beat you half to death. Some weakling yelled. You've been acting too chummy with Princess Lan. We're sure to get in Gongjun's good side by teaching you a lesson about messing with his woman. Hey hey hey! Who the hell brought these barking mutts to my door? You think someone as handsome and as righteous as me would need to take another man's woman? Think again. Lu Lan has been my woman since I laid eyes on her. Anyone else trying to claim her for their own is just delusional. Has this brat gone insane? This trash has definitely lost it. He's only at the 3rd stage and he thinks he can insult us. We're at the 4th stage, waste. Get ready for your beating. Let this daddy here teach you dumb dogs a lesson about barking in front of my house. He cracked his knuckles and brought forth 2 flames from his hands. He manically laughed as he brought the 2 flames together and merged them into a deeper, bigger flame. He shot the flame towards the 3 weaklings and burned them into a pile of charred bodies. He definitely has some sort of magic treasure that lets him read that technique. Ying knew she had to take it from him. Ying appeared behind him with her sword dragging behind her back. How did you do that? He looked at her in shock before taking a glance at her sword, then at her chest. I might be willing to tell you what you want if you spend a night with me in my house, beautiful elder martial sister. This pervert has just signed his own tombstone. Ying kicked one of the barely alive bodies towards him as a distraction for her true attack. It flew with enough force to match an arrow shot from a master bowman. She leapt behind the body while watching the perv. His hands ignited in flames and he did a palm strike, smashing the body into the ground. His eyes bulged out as Ying appeared directly over him with her sword raised, ready to cleave him in half from above. You're freaking crazy. His entire body erupted in a light blue flame. Ying felt like her blood was freezing to a stop as she felt the temperature of that flame. That was a mystic flame. He was in possession of one of the mystic flames somehow. Now she has no choice but to take everything he has. She continued her swing downward. Her eyes focused in on him as he blasted away from her attack. Give me everything you have or die. She threatened. You're insane. He rubbed his silver earring with his left hand. A light gleamed in her eyes as she focused in on that earring. She vanished from her previous spot and snatched the earrings and support manual from his body. Her hands were freezing at a slow rate, but that was nothing her flames couldn't fix. What? Impossible. How did you? Ying back-fisted him in the forehead and knocked him unconscious, along with snuffing out his icy flames. She put on the earring for herself and opened up the manual. The characters were slowly deepening in color and she could actually read what was on the text. How amazing! Imagine what other incomplete manuals she could read with this spirit tool. Maybe she could even find something suitable for Bing with this thing. Ying walked away with a new auxiliary technique under her belt and a free spirit tool that definitely had to be at or above Earth rank. How lucky was she that the person in possession of such a nice thing was pretty weak. Maybe next time she sees him, he'll have found another useful magical treasure for her to take. It was too bad she didn't know how to steal someone's mystic flame. CaptainBoyHole. So this chapter we have Bing's continued rivalry or battle with the Huan clan, Lei Ji's road to instructing youths in the future, and Ying's bountiful gain thanks to her personality. Next chapter we have a solo chapter about Hu Tao and I think you'll enjoy it come Friday. I had a lot of fun writing it and all I can say is expect an interesting fight and the introduction of another person of fate, main character, to the story. The villainous thug, Hu Tao. Hu Tao found himself strolling through the inner court looking for a good fight. His thick wild and wavy white hair flowed in the wind and his lack of a shirt showed off his powerful muscles. Jing still hasn't contacted him about his task and he's going crazy with all this pent-up energy. Up ahead, he saw a stupid-looking weakling walking along with this fat-chested slut. She was happily running her mouth while the shrimp just listened and nodded along with whatever she was blabbing about. They both look pretty young to be walking around the inner court. Do they got connections with some elders or are they really talented? The sides of Hu Tao's lips turned up. Why don't he find out for himself whether these two are talented or not? He changed directions and headed straight towards them while whistling innocently. As they were about to pass by each other, Hu Tao suddenly shoulder bashed towards the chick. Stupid bimbo didn't even feel his killing intent when he was walking up towards them. If anything, she deserves this for being so careless. Whoa, are you okay, senior martial brother? The shrimp actually managed to get in front of the dumb bitch and block his attack? Aha. Sorry about that. Almost tripped. Hu Tao smiled before walking away. That look in the shrimp's eyes were definitely interesting. He was ready to defend her no matter what. Hee. Let's see how he handles this. Before he got too far away from the duo, he disappeared and reappeared behind the shrimp with a spinning elbow strike to the back of the head. His eyes gleamed as he imagined the little shrimp's head rolling on the ground after this attack. However, the fucking midget ducked and dodged his attack before grabbing the tits and jumping away. Hey, don't run away so soon. I was only kidding around, you know? It's not like I'm trying to kill ya. Hu Tao dashed towards the two and swiped towards them with his claws. The brat blocked his attack with his forearm coated in chi. His claws didn't even leave a mark on him. That chi was condensed heavily. The brat must have found a sky-ranked or higher martial art that let him condense that much chi. That's good. Maybe he'll be able to give him a good fight. But he won't be able to fight him with that dead weight on his shoulders. He should do him a favor and get rid of it. Hu Tao got on all fours. Why are you attacking me? I have never met you before in my life and I'm sure I haven't offended you in any way. The shrimp said. Oh, you offended me all right. Carrying around a hot piece of ass like that all for yourself? How selfish can you be? Give this disciple a share of the ass too. Hu Tao pounced towards the shrimp. He coated his body in that dense ass chi again, but Hu Tao wasn't an idiot. Just before he reached the shorty, he leaped over him entirely and thrusted his claw out towards the cow's throat. Shen! She screamed. No. Melee. You bastard! The shorty screamed. His body erupted in that dense blue chi. Hu Tao was blasted away, but he didn't fail to do what he wanted. He controlled his chain like another limb as he was flying away and wrapped it around the throat of the broad, snatching her out of the shrimp's hand. She couldn't even scream out as she flew towards Hu Tao. Hu Tao dragged his claws in the dirt to stop his momentum and saw that the brat was fucking glaring at him like he just murdered his family or something. Now that this useless bitch is out of the way, maybe you can take this fight seriously. Hu Tao roughly slapped her breasts as his chain snaked around her body up and wrapped her up completely. Release her now. His second stage chi consolidation aura grew stronger. I like the attitude, shrimp, but you're not in the position to be making demands. You save that shit for when you are stronger than me. Follow me. We can't have a real fight inside the section. Hu Tao hefted the chick over his shoulder as he walked towards the immortal forest. I will never forgive you for this. His tone deepened and his chi got even sharper. That's what I'm hoping for. Also, turn down the chi flares. If I get a scratch on me because of them, I'm gonna do something you're gonna regret. Hu Tao pinched the shapely ass of his little girlfriend, causing her to yelp. Hu Tao controlled his chains to cover her mouth. He could feel the kid's anger slowly rising. This was turning out better than he thought. Who knew the first person he'd pick was actually a hidden dragon? He was kinda looking forward to this fight now. He hoped that he had even more to show him. Maybe he should kill the girl before they fight. Would his strength explode even more? Just wait, Melee. I promise I'll save you. Hu Tao brought him pretty far into the immortal forest. They had plenty of room to go all out and possibly destroy a small section of this forest. Small, because he doubted the brat would be able to make him go all out. Unless he was hiding a few magical treasures on him, then Hu Tao believed he could use his full strength. This place looks good enough. Hu Tao casually threw the chick on the ground and cracked his knuckles with a smile. Ure! Hu Tao was rudely interrupted with a fist to the face as soon as he dropped the girl down. He crashed through multiple trees as the shrimp tried to rip apart the chains he left on the girl. Those chains aren't gonna break no matter how hard he tries. Hu Tao believed that they were actually unbreakable because no matter what he tried with them, this spirit weapon just wouldn't crack. Hu Tao slowly got up from the fourth tree he just broke in half and howled. Sound waves from his howl knocked away anything around his body. He could feel his body and chi getting stronger. That was a damn good hit the shorty got him with. He got on all fours and dashed towards him. He was still trying to get rid of the chains wrapped around the cow. Ah, this won't be very fun if he doesn't put his heart into it. Hu Tao rammed into the midget with his elbow and gave him a taste of his own medicine. He flew through 6 trees and Hu Tao stood over the girl with the big honkers. He picked her up by the back of the head and waited till the shrimp got back. Once he saw him with her in his hand, his chi started building up again. Now this was exciting, it was kind of like fighting Jing that first time. Let's see just how strong he can really get. You aren't taking this fight seriously if you got time to worry about this dead weight. Do I have to kill her for you to take me seriously? Hu Tao put a single nail across the throat of the cow. I will rend your flesh and eat your bones if you dare. He stomped the ground, causing little cracks to form underneath his foot. Don't threaten me with a good time, kid. Hu Tao giggled manically as he slowly dragged his finger across her throat, a red line dripping blood soon followed. Ah! He exploded. Hu Tao's body was sent flying through 10 trees this time, he made sure to count. The chick also wasn't in his hand anymore. He was also pretty sure if his chains weren't wrapped around his body, his bones would be cracked from the impact of that charge. Haha, that fucking son of a bitch. He didn't even get to kill her. Hu Tao howled into the air and even more strength filled his body. The shrimp suddenly appeared in front of him and tried to slug him in the face. Hu Tao punched back and clashed with the little freak. The whites of his eyes were visible and his small frame was rippling with muscles and veins now. The shorty pulled back his other arm and tried to punch him with that hand, but Hu Tao just copied his same movements and they were back at the stalemate. Don't tell me all you have is brute force and some strong chi? You're gonna need more than that if you wanna kill me. Hu Tao unbowed his fists and grabbed the shrimp's fists before lifting him up and throwing him into the ground. The midget bounced off the ground from the impact and Hu Tao stomped down on his chest, burying him even further into the ground. He tried to lift his foot but the little freak grabbed hold of his foot and slammed him into the ground. Hu Tao had to go with the throw unless he wanted his ankle broken. He fell into the dirt face first. He could hear the weakling getting out of his hole and quickly followed after his example. Shen. You have to snap out of it. Look. I'm fine, okay. An annoying voice interrupted. Hu Tao could feel the bastard's chi waning and his pupils returning. No. His fight. She was trying to take away his long-deserved fight. Hu Tao kicked his metal ball towards her mouth, in hopes of shutting her up for good. He saw her attempt to defend against it with some technique but it wasn't even needed as the fucking brat blocked it with both of his forearms. Get out of here, Sister Meili. I can't defend you and fight him at the same time. He's stronger than he looks. Promise me you'll make it out of this alive. I wouldn't dare leave you all by yourself. Now leave. She nodded with tears in her eyes before turning back and running away. Well, isn't that fucking touching? Once I'm done with you, maybe I'll have a little fun with her afterward at. Hu Tao sneered. Over my dead body. I can fix that. Hu Tao chuckled. Try me. He got into a proper martial stance this time around. Hu Tao got on all fours and leapt forward. He rapidly slashed at the shrimp with his claws. The annoying little fuck met him blow for blow. He deflected Hu Tao's attacks at the perfect moment with his palms and left him in a vulnerable position. The midget aimed a powerful blow at his stomach as he looked defenseless. But was he really defenseless? Did this little fetus really get him out of position? Hu Tao grinned as his metal ball moved like it had a mind of its own and smashed into the sissy's fist, knocking his fist into the ground, and allowing Hu Tao enough time to recover and kick him across the face. He was sent spinning through the air in a spiral and Hu Tao followed after him as he was flying, landing multiple blows all around him as the shrimp was spinning mid-air. Hu Tao finished his assault with a sharp kick to the face from above that kicked Shen 6 feet under. He wasn't done yet though, his chains latched around the foot of Shen and launched him high into the air. Hu Tao crashed Shen into the dirt once more and used his chain to pull Shen towards him at high speeds. This was getting boring now. It was more fun when that bitch with the tits was still here. Now the little idiot isn't even trying. Guess I'll kill him and then go after the slut next. Hu Tao pulled back his arm. Shen finally reached Hu Tao and Hu Tao plunged his entire arm through his stomach, prompting a pathetic scream to cry out from him. The nearby animals and spirit beasts fled from the sound of the terrible cry. The fucking brat's chi was strong at first but has only been getting weaker as the fight went on. Hu Tao shook his arm a little while inside Shen to get a couple more screams out of him before taking his arm out and throwing him to the ground like a sack. Shen rolled miserably and could only whimper and wheeze with a hole through his stomach. I hope that titty bitch will be more fun than this pussy was. I'm definitely gonna tear her ass up. Before I go though, let's see if he had anything good on him. Hu Tao began searching Shen's barely living body and found a brown martial book. He quickly flipped through it and smiled. This was a damn good palm martial art. It had to be at least sky-ranked from what he could tell. He's gonna use this for himself till he can find a better one more offense-focused. Hu Tao could still hear the shrimp slowly breathing and smacked him on the chest. Haha, just die already pipsqueak. You are only making things more painful for yourself. Oh, and thanks for the flowing palms of judgment, kid. Hu Tao got up and started walking back to the sect, leaving behind Shen's body for the animals. I'm sorry, Sister Meili. I failed you. I couldn't defeat him, Shen lamented as his foe pierced a hole through his abdomen. He was too strong. I tried everything I could to defeat him. My sky-ranked flowing palms of judgment were no use against him. My heaven-ranked cultivation technique didn't give me the power I needed when my own life was in danger. I should have trained harder. Shen was tossed on the ground, causing his already fatal injury to get even worse. He coughed up blood and a little bit of his insides. I should have cultivated more diligently. I should have done all I could to keep fighting. I should have run away once I knew I couldn't win. Then maybe I wouldn't be sitting here, dying. I wouldn't be passing on knowing that you might be joining me soon. Hopefully, Elder Suyin will protect you before he can get to you. I know that she is stronger than she claims to be. Her origins are not as simple as most people think. Gonna tear her ass up. No. Melee. I have to get back up. I have to keep fighting. For Melee. I can't let him near her. I can't let him hurt her. Body, please respond to me. Even if it's just a finger, let me poke his eyes out at the very least. Come on, work, you useless body. He could only wheeze as his body was robbed by that monster. Work. 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 His heart responded to plea as Hu Tao faded into the distance. His vision was fading as well, but his regrets were too strong. His will to live was overwhelming. His heart bumped and thumped every time he repeated himself. His body glowed in a faint blue light. The hole in his gut responded positively to this light. This light produced by his undying wish and unstoppable will to live. His ancient hidden bloodline responded to his hope. His bloodline that has never shown a trace of itself until this day, when he needed it most. One of the rarest bloodlines across the evergreen continent. The Azure Dragon's bloodline. Those who were said to wield this bloodline were said to have the blood of kings and tyrants. They were born to rule with fierce power that couldn't be matched. It has been 1,000s of years since another member of this bloodline has awakened. What will this spell for the future of the evergreen continent? Shen's body was being destroyed and reconstructed by the blue light. Becoming something infinitely tougher than the mortal body he was born with. It wasn't just his body either that was being reformed, his chi, organs, and even cells were all being refined into a body suitable for a descendant of the Azure Dragon's bloodline. By the time the transformation was finished, 5 months would have passed with him not being aware of the change that has happened to him. CaptainBoyHole. Alright everyone. I feel like this chapter kind of shows exactly the type of person Hu Tao is when left to his own devices. I enjoyed writing his terrible behavior and actions very much. I'm very much in love with villainous characters, and the worse they are the better for me, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy a good-natured character every now and then. So far the nicest person on the main cast would be Lei Ji, with Bing taking a place behind him. But anyway, tell me what you thought of the chapter. If you enjoyed it, tell me why. If you hated it, tell me why. Next chapter on Monday we'll be seeing a few new characters with a little bit of Jing and find out some future events that will happen to her. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. The calm before the storm. 18+. Lang Huan leisurely sat in front of his fireplace. He was at the 4th stage of the Qi consolidation realm. His strongest and most loyal men were kneeling before him. They had important information to share with him. If they didn't, they wouldn't be intruding on his alone time right now. His fellow clan members knew just how upset he gets when his personal time is interrupted. Some of the newest members that were accepted into the sect were punished because of it. Our fellow clan members are cultivating diligently for the treasured plains coming soon. As you ordered, our goal will be to acquire as many resources and take as many magic treasures we can get out hands on to strengthen our clan even more. Bingwen relayed. He was a 2nd stage Qi consolidator. Lang Huan nodded his head. The stronger their clan gets, the easier it will be to become a solid faction within the sect. He can't afford to give them resources unless he wanted to drain the group's funds dry and weaken them. Right now, they must acquire resources on their own to advance. But after they take the plains, he'll be free to arm his clan members and make them stronger than any other faction regardless of talent. After that they can finally go all out to eliminate those fools that dare to resist against his clan. Maihu's faction has been silent lately. Most of their members are cultivating in their homes or gaining contribution points. Not even willing to start fights with our clan or Jianyu's group. Even if we taunt them, they run away. Chan informed. He was a 1st stage Qi consolidator. Lang nodded. That silly woman must be planning something. It's just like her to be scheming something and hiding away like a mouse. But that's expected of a woman. No matter what she's planning, his clan will be able to handle it without any issues. They are the strongest in the outer court, and after they succeed in strengthening themselves in the plains, he plans to fully annihilate both of their groups along with the smaller factions wishing to take advantage of their battle and rise from the conflict. Elder Ryu and Elder Chong have been seen frequently leaving the sect. We suspect that they may be obtaining magic treasures or resources for their disciples to cultivate with. Elder Mo hasn't left his abode along with his disciples. Their actions are a mystery, but we believe they are being trained personally by Elder Mo. Chun shared. He was a third-stage chi consolidator and the second strongest within their clan. The head elder's disciples are going to be the biggest obstacles to his clan's rise to power. For now, they should avoid making enemies with them. They have too many powerful cultivators that could squash his clan at its current strength. Tell this to the rest of our clan, do not make enemies with the head elder's disciples under any circumstance. Even if they insult our clan and lineage, we cannot afford to go head-to-head with them. Or it will spell the end for our clan at the Golden Serpent sect. Lang told them. Yes. They responded simultaneously. Is there any other information that needs my attention? Librarian Zhong has gotten a disciple recently and Elder Ryu has taken in a male disciple. They are both still in the Chi Gatherer realm, so I didn't believe they were worthy of attention. Bingwen said. Elder Ryu taking in a male disciple? Everyone knows she only accepts girls as disciples. Investigate that male disciple under Elder Ryu. He must have found some secret about Elder Ryu to have her not reject him. Hu Tao has recently been accepted into the inner court. All the factions in the inner court is trying to recruit the fighting maniac to their side or kill him before he becomes too strong of a threat. Chun told him. Oh, that so-called combat genius from the outer court? He's reached the second realm already. Both him and Manchu have. Is there anything we need to be wary of from these two, or are you suggesting we ally with them? Both Manchu and Hu Tao have impressive potential. I suggest we try and get on good terms with them rather than trying to kill them. Humph. Afraid of a few commoners, Chun? I expected more out of my brother. What can two commoners do against our clan? No matter how good their talent is, our clan is known for producing talented cultivators. Chun, you have to learn to see things for what they really are. Both Hu Tao and Manchu don't have the right mindset to become truly strong cultivators. Both are too arrogant for their own good. You can only climb up in this world with the right connections. Yes, brother, he replied weakly. Chun may not understand it now, but he will see that those two are nothing to worry about. One is a crazed beast that bears his fangs at everyone. The other has too much pride to truly get ahead in life. Neither have the brains to even see what kind of battlefield this sect truly is in the first place. You're dismissed. His fellow clan members left his home. How are our preparations? Maiho asked. 3 of her strongest followers were bowed in front of her. Each one was dressed in extravagant robes that highlighted their alluring and attractive figures. These 3 young women were one of the most attractive ladies in the outer court and among the strongest as well. They all followed under Maiho's leadership. Her faction was called the Fearsome Garden and they were the dangerous roses under her. All is going to plan, my lady. Lam replied sweetly. Lam was an 8th stage Chi Gatherer. Good. By now those two should be worrying and trying to investigate our plan. Make sure none of the petals are taken advantage of and continue to strengthen yourselves. The treasured plains is our biggest chance of finally getting ahead of those two. Yes, my lady. I will inform the petals to stay alert and stay together if they go out. Ruo replied seriously. Ruo was a 9th stage Chi Gatherer like herself but weaker. What of the head elder's disciples? Any new information regarding them? Shangzai is rumored to have fallen in love with a beast master. Sun Liuxian has reached the 9th stage. Xiao Hong and Lu Lan have reached the 8th stage. Gong Jun has entered the 9th stage and Tang Wuying has reached the 8th stage. Song relayed. Song was the 3rd 9th stage Chi Gatherer within the Fearsome Garden. Who is the beast master that he's fallen in love with? Can we somehow get her on our side? Not much is known about her, but I could find out a few things. Her name is Jing and she is an apprentice spell master, has a spirit beast at the 9th stage, and has recently joined the sect a couple months ago. She doesn't seem to have any connections with anyone, but my investigation has just started. It's too early to decide if she has any allies. Recruit this Jing into our faction and treat her well. If she really does have Shangzai around her finger, then she'll be useful to keep around. We may even be able to get on good terms with Elder Chang's other disciples. As you wish, my lady. The roses gracefully exited her home. The loud moaning of the female disciple bouncing on his dick nearly distracted Jianyu from what he just heard from one of his men. He thrusted his hips up once and caused her to start convulsing on his dick. This shut her up and let him hear what the fuck his men wanted to tell him. In his large grand bedroom, laid multiple naked young women lying in exhaustion after being fucked senseless by him. He threw the dumb bitch that was on top of him off and stuck his thick long rod inside another woman. AHN. Please Jianyu, I can't handle any more. AHN. 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 He looked at his men to tell them to continue telling him whatever the fuck they wanted to tell him. What are we going to do for the treasured plains? Dong asked. Dong was one of his strongest men but also the dumbest. He was an 8th ranked chi gatherer and one of the most brutal fighters in his gang. We're going to do what we always do, you fucking idiot. Take what we want, kill what we want, and do what we want. With everyone hiding in their homes to prepare for the plains, what should we do in the meantime, Jianyu? Wenling asked him. This slut was a 9th stage chi gatherer like him but weaker. She just broke into the 9th stage and was one sick twisted bitch. Go fucking do some tasks for the sect or break into some of those fuckers' homes if you're so bored. I don't care what you do, just don't bring any trouble to the rest, you hear? No fucking with weaklings who got connections with people stronger than us, and don't fuck with anyone stronger than me. The slut Jianyu was plowing just dropped unconscious from pleasure. He didn't even get to come before she decided to stop moving like a dead fish. I will be training the others until it's time for the treasured plains to open. I'm not satisfied with how we're progressing as a group. The newbies don't seem to really understand what the Wolfeng gang is really about. I'm gonna crack some skulls open till they get what we're about and get a little muscle on their bodies while I'm at it. Qiadan said. Qiadan was like a brother to Jianyu. He was his right-hand man and they've been together ever since they became cultivators. He was a 9th stage chi gatherer and almost equal to himself in power. It's fine to kill a few of them if they can't handle it. We don't need any weaklings in the gang. Jianyu grinned as one of the beautiful girls climbed on top of him and lowered themselves onto his hard cock. Don't worry, brother Jianyu. I'll turn them inside out just to see their insides squirming. Jing was on her way back home after leaving teacher Lang's place. In front of her was a bunch of girls that didn't look like they had good intentions, but then again no one ever had good intentions in this sect from what she's seen. They were glaring at her like she was their worst enemy or something. She wasn't worried about her safety but was curious to why they decided to stop her of all people. She hesitantly walked forward with a weak demeanor. Hey ugly! The possible leader called out to her. I don't know what kind of trick you used to get Shangzai's attention, but stay away from him or else. She balled her fist. What do you mean? Jing asked weakly, making the girls sneer. Shangzai is interested in you for some unknown reason. We're warning you to stay away from him. Shang doesn't like plain girls like you. She flared her 6th stage chi gatherer chi. But I didn't do anything. And we're saying to make sure it stays that way. Don't even look in his direction or you can say goodbye to your peaceful life in the sect, ugly. I'm sorry. Jing tried to walk past them without any conflict coming to pass, but one of the girls stuck her leg out and caused Jing to trip and fall on the ground. She coughed from the dust on the ground getting in her mouth and all over her clothes. She heard the girls laughing at her while walking away. Can't believe we were worried about that pathetic girl. Maybe Zai likes weak girls. You think so? Well, it's not like she has anything else that could catch his attention. That disgusting color of skin, and she looks like a boy from the front and the back. Jing heard a few more unsavory comments about her, but they have traveled pretty far away from her by now. She got up and continued her way home covered in dirt. She could sense one of Shangzai's servants watching her. It took her a while to finally identify his servants, but once she realized who they were, she made sure to be careful in her actions. If he wasn't watching her, she would have took out her leaf fan to clean herself off. But that can wait till she gets home. A little bit of dust and falling on the ground isn't really much to handle. Jing walked back home looking as miserable as she could. Not too miserable, but miserable enough that anyone could see that she wasn't having a good day. Of course, no one would care in the Golden Serpent sect. Most of the disciples are selfish and wouldn't even think about helping someone unless they could benefit from the situation themselves. Jing wouldn't even put it past her fellow disciples to join in of bullying of another just because they saw someone weak being taken advantage of. Jing made it back home, and as soon as she locked her door, she pulled out her leaf fan and cleaned herself. Any dirt, dust, and anything of the like were erased from her body, and she was as clean as she could ever be. It was now time to start a little fun and chaos throughout the sect. She grabbed her refined mask that only showed her eyeballs along with SCP-154. The mask effectively erased all traces of her. As far as she knows, the only possibility of someone spotting her is if she wants them to notice her while wearing the mask. It hides her cultivation realm as well now. After her fight with Hu Tao, she refined it again on very fine to hide all traces of Qi as well. Even when she was using a martial art technique, her opponent wouldn't know how powerful it was until it hit them. Jing waited until it was dark out before she went to set her plan into motion. She opened her door and started running into the immortal forest. None of the dangerous spirit beasts even noticed her passing by. Not even the spirit beasts known for their excellent hearing, vision, or smell could notice her. Jing made it to the middle area of the immortal forest. The area where spirit beasts of the Qi consolidation stage and core preparation realm hunted. She started looking around for the perfect spot to place these two bracelets. The ground beneath her feet started to grumble and shake at the footsteps of some powerful beast. A grin found itself on her face as she sensed the Qi of that spirit beast. Perhaps this was a bit much of her to do, but the Golden Serpent sect disciples are all tough young men and women, aren't they? Surely, they can handle a little golden panda that's an 8th stage chi consolidator, right? It may be a mutant version of the giant panda spirit beast species, but who cares? Just because it's highly attuned with yang chi and has a powerful body that most spirit beasts can't harm in the middle area doesn't mean the golden serpent disciples can't handle it. And because it's a mutant, it can most likely fight with spirit beasts one stage above it without an issue. With her sex disciples having courageous and stubborn personalities, taking these 2 bracelets from the cave where its golden cubs are laying won't be an issue. After placing the bracelets in the golden panda's den, Jing returned back home without any issues. Neither the mother panda nor her cubs could sense her while she was near them. Now the only thing she has to do is spread the rumor of a powerful spirit weapon inhabiting the middle area. She'll have to give little hints that will pinpoint the location of the bracelets, or those idiots will be dying for nothing. She wondered what rank SCP-154 would even classify as. Would it be an Earth rank, Sky rank, or Heaven rank spirit weapon? If she ignored the downsides and only focused on the positives, she would say it would be around a high or peak Sky rank. Possible Heaven rank if they could get lucky with a complete chemical or physical change that is beneficial to cultivating. Well, let's have a little enjoyment before the planes begin next month. CaptainBoyHole. Alrighty. I want to use these antagonists I built up this chapter in a kind of meaningful way during the Treasured Plains arc? Story? Mini arc? I haven't decided yet, but it will be long ass shit and there will be big changes. I have to do that much with all this damn hyping I've been giving it, right? Send me some ideas on how I should use these guys, but it's fine if you don't. I'll be able to think of something good for these 3 groups, but it's nice to see comments, so I always try and get you guys to comment something. This was the second 18+ chapter I've written and am free to any criticism and comments on how I can improve them. I most likely won't have any chapter-long sex scenes because this isn't really that type of story, but sex will definitely pop up from time to time as this novel continues. Next chapter on Friday we'll be back with the gang and whatever they're up to. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Back with the gang. Ying stood on the square ranking ring with her opponent. Her sword was hung over her shoulder with one hand and her posture was casual. It was another Huan clan member she was facing off against. He glared at her and she smirked back. These weaklings from the Huan clan are a good source of contribution points, pills, and training. With the bounty on her head, there's no small number of opponents to challenge her in a ranking match. The amount of resources she's gained thanks to fighting against them has improved her mood about these ranking matches. At first, she thought that this would just be a waste of time when she could be doing tasks to gain resources instead, but this is a far better way of getting contribution points. Especially since she has a bounty on her head that seems to get higher every few weeks. When she first started fighting in these ranking matches, she only thought about ending it quickly, but as time went on, she started using it to train her martial art techniques. Even if it meant prolonging the fight, she would use the techniques till she felt like she understood how to use them better. If she was being honest, she actually got the idea from Lei Ji and Bing. After watching those 2 battle in their ranking matches, she wondered why didn't they just crush their opponents from the start? They both talked about how they should use the chance to improve their skills for the Treasured Plains. Bing said that it isn't often that he's able to train his martial art skills on an actual opponent that isn't just a spirit beast from the immortal forest. That made Ying think, she never really trained with her martial arts on humans either. They either died from a few swings or she nearly dies. The spirit beasts in the immortal forest also weren't the best to test skills with because of how simple they were. The referee started the match and her opponent ran towards her with a normal blade. He was 1 stage above her at the 7th stage, but as far as she knew, he was an unknown. If he was unknown, that meant he wasn't special and had no fame. Ying didn't expect this battle with him to help her progress in any meaningful way. As he came close, he slashed down with his sword to split her in half from her shoulder to her waist. Ying countered with her own sword slash and knocked the boy away with just pure strength. He was sent flying across the stage and had to stab his damaged sword into the ring just so he didn't fly out. His sword snapped in half, but he managed to save himself from falling out of the ring. For someone at a higher stage than me, you sure are weak. I barely used any strength in that swing and you're already done. Ying said. I'll show you to mess with the Huan clan, you gorilla bitch. He ran towards her with just his hands. Ying scoffed at the disarmed disciple. She half-heartedly swung her sword, already picturing him headless and spilling blood all over the ring. Her sword's tip made a deep gash on his face but didn't take his head off like she expected. He had a bit more skill than she thought he did because he managed to place a talisman on her stomach during that exchange as well. She struck out with her foot and kicked him in the gut, making him roll away like a wheel. The talisman was already lit. There was no point in trying to avoid the impossible. Ying used her cultivation technique and set herself ablaze to defend against the spell. The talisman exploded into a giant water bubble with her trapped inside. She was floating in the middle of the bubble and was forced to hold her breath as her opponent was setting up a formation while she was trapped. Ying could barely move her sword around. This guy wasn't like the others from the Huang clan. This was made specifically for her in her fire martial arts. Ying would have to give actual effort in this fight if she didn't want to rely on sword. Fire chi is weak to water chi, and very rarely could a cultivator that practices fire arts best one that practices water arts. However, Ying didn't care about things like that. With enough strength, nothing can stand in your way. If she wanted, she could handle this water spell with just her sword, but this time, she decided not to rely on her weapon. Ying's body started heating up. The water around her started bubbling as she used her chi as fuel to increase the heat even more. Steam began to spread out across the arena as the bubble rapidly decreased in size. Ying's chi was basically gone by the time she freed herself, but she didn't need her chi to defeat her opponent. All she needed was one good hit. Spellmasters are known for not being able to take a hit. The steam surrounding the arena was a problem, but it didn't take much to get rid of it. With a final wave of fire blasting out from her body, she was able to spot the weasel hiding inside a chi barrier. He must have not been able to handle the heat of her steam and fire. Her chi was gone, but her physical strength wasn't. She lifted her giant sword up and took off towards him with great speed. Ying's blade struck against the barrier like a mallet. Ripples violently shook on the surface of the barrier and it started to crack. Impossible. Just what kind of spirit weapon could destroy my chi barrier? Ying didn't even spare him a single word. She swung her sword down and destroyed the barrier with ease. The Huang clan member couldn't even try and resist against the mountain-like pressure her sword gave off as it was coming down. It crushed him like a bug and caved in the arena. The referee called the match after seeing her opponent still barely alive, but only barely. She did use the back of her blade, but only because he made her try just a bit harder than usual. "Hat. I heard you've been giving our clan a bit of trouble, have you, fatty?" Bing's opponent smashed his fist into his palm. He was only a 4th stage chi gatherer. Bing had no idea why he was so cocky. He seemed no different from any other Huang clan member he's fought against. He should be cautious and careful in this upcoming battle then. They should know his prowess and strength by now after all these fights he's had against them. He must be a secret weapon, really talented, or an idiot. Bing was really hoping for the last one. That's incorrect. Your clan is the one that actually giving me trouble. I never really asked for all this conflict. Shut your ass, piggy. Get ready to die for causing my kin so much trouble. He charged just as the referee started the match. Bing guarded his punch with his shield. His strength wasn't anything to take note of. He was watching for anything strange about his opponent. His speed was good, but not something to be wary of. Just what was it that he was so confident about? Watching the Huang clan members in the audience with sneers on their faces and laughing at him, only made him even more cautious against this guy. Bing used his shield to block his aggressive attacks. He controlled his breathing and focused on the art of blocking style from his shield art. He was ready to flee at a moment's notice or strengthen himself for any attack. Will his secret ability be something he should run from or defend against? He could only find out when his opponent wanted to reveal it himself. Stop blocking and fight me, coward. What kind of cultivator uses a shield as a weapon? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Where are your balls? His opponent shouted while attacking him. Bing didn't even give him a response as he continued his strategy of only defending. A punch towards his face. Raise his shield just before it connects. A kick aiming for his privates. Lower his shield and block the kick. A grab towards his face while his shield is still blocking the kick. A carefully timed sway of the head and a jump back for some distance. You're pissing me off, piggy. Why won't you just fight me and stop running? Do you think this is a joke? A game? This is a fight. Treat it like one or just surrender already. His chi flared up. Bing knew exactly what he was doing right now. He isn't an idiot. Any normal person wouldn't fall for the taunts of their opponents. That's how you fall into their pace and lose your advantage. But maybe he could use this to his advantage. Fine. You want me to fight? I'll give you a fight. Bing's body started to shape into muscle. His fat was being dispersed throughout his body and strengthened with his chi. The flesh on the sides of his ribs were shifting and pulsating before 2 additional muscled arms popped out. The air around him turned dangerous. A simple flick of the wrist seemed to cause the air around him to follow in its movements. It looked like if he wanted, he could punch the air and shoot out a fist made of air that could do as much damage as a normal punch. Ha ha ha. That's what I'm talking about. Now come on. Fight me, tubby. Swift devil. Bing shot off like an unstoppable arrow. His opponent used his fists and moved his hands in a mystical way in front of him. Inside the strange circle made from his movements came a bright orange light made of chi. The light was shaped into the characters for the word counter. A huge grin was on his face as Bing headed straight towards the strange technique. So, this was what he was counting on, and from the sounds of the people in the stands, this had to be the special move they were hoping to take him out. It's a shame that their hopes would be dashed. Bing stopped himself just before he made contact with the technique. It was nearly going to scrape the tip of his nose, and the amount chi coming off this technique was enough to make him want to pee his pants. It seemed like his opponent couldn't move during this skill and was actually hurting him. Blood dripped down his nose, eyes, and mouth as he kept the move going for some strange reason. Could it be that he couldn't drop this technique without suffering some terrible backlash? Sorry to disappoint you all, but it was a bait. I wanted to see what your trick was to deal with me. That's why I made it look like I was going to attack you. Bing could see the fury in his eyes. That glare is in the top 10 glares he's seen so far in these ranking matches. Bing calmly walked around the frozen boy and cupped his face with his muscled hands. You seem kind of dangerous. I don't know what kind of special ability that was, but seeing how so many of your allies were counting on you to defeat me makes me scared for my future. Plus, those eyes of yours look like the type I'm most afraid of. The type of eyes that would stoop to any lengths just for revenge. You, coward, you won't get away with this. He spat blood through his teeth as the veins all over his body was completely visible. Crack. The beloved Huan clan member's head was twisted 180 degrees behind him. The sound of the bones in his neck snapping was all too audible for anyone nearby. His orange technique shattered and his body dropped to the ground with his eyes open wide. Seeing one of their own dying right in front of them sent the Huan clan into an uncontrollable rage. The referee glared at the Huan clan from the ring, daring them to break the rules of the sect and intrude in the middle of a ranking match. But he was nothing but a simple 6th stage chi gatherer. On the stands were Huan clan members of various stages, with not too few being above the 6th stage. Would you mind calling the match, referee? Bing asked as he took out a movement talisman from his robe. He nodded and called the match in Bing's favor. Once the match was officially over, they pounced like wild animals. Bing already lit his talisman once the referee made him the winner, and just before those savages could get their hands on him, he was already more than 50 steps away. Now he would have to be much more careful in the upcoming few weeks. Buy a few more lesser escape talismans, cultivate to increase his stage, and plan his movements to avoid being caught in a bad situation. He just had to last until it was time for the treasured plains to open. Once he could get his hands on the treasures inside, dealing with the Huan clan one by one won't be much of an issue. It would take some time, but their leader is only in the chi consolidation stage. With enough resources, getting there shouldn't take too long, even with his average talent. If worse comes to worst, he can always rely on his freakish teammates to help him. Hu Tao chuckled as he stood over the body of another weakling trying to recruit him into their little political group. With his throat torn out from Hu Tao's final attack, he breathed his final gurgle. With only being one stage above himself, he still wasn't good enough to make Hu Tao go all out. How could a weakling like this ever expect to make him follow his lead? Now a monster like that bitch Jing was the only leader worthy of following. Even now, with him being one full stage above her, he still couldn't find himself any closer to making that sadistic freak fight with her life on the line. It seemed like as time went on, she only got stronger and stronger. Good. Anything less than that would be boring. I will defeat that strong bitch one day, and when it comes, I will make sure it's the greatest fight that I could ever experience. I wouldn't even mind if we both died by the end of it. Lei Ji was fishing outside his home into the small pond full of lively fishes. His current thoughts were on what type of cultivator should he strive to become in the future. Although he knew that he couldn't control what fate had in store for him, he could still ponder. Becoming a body cultivator like Bing and Yu didn't seem like it would fit best with his current martial arts. That strength would only be a small boost to him. Becoming a chi cultivator could be a small gain or a large gain depending on what type of chi he would have the fortune of gaining. Becoming a balanced type like Hu Tao wasn't possibly with his talent. Hu Tao had fearsome strength and terrifying chi techniques, with neither of them lacking in the slightest. Perhaps he should become a lesser-known type of cultivator. With the fishing rod Jing gave him, it was hard not to think of becoming a beast master. She herself claims to be a beast master along with a spell master. Lei Ji had no luck with those occupations. Becoming a pill refiner, blacksmith, or a spell master was impossible for him. He had no talent for any of those fields and could only produce trash. Even in his youth, before he was blind, he attempted to join each one of those occupations and was kicked out not even 2 weeks before joining. He would have to think of something to explain how he has so many different type of beasts eventually. For now though, he'll keep his mouth shut and let those curious simply wonder. He has no reason to tell anyone of his abilities and his ways. Lei Ji might be considered a hopeful, kind, naive fool, but he didn't make it to this age on luck alone. CaptainBoyHole. Just another chapter about the gang training for the plains. Ying being affected by her new allies and learning from people weaker than her. A cool scene for Bing that I believe helps gets into his psyche a bit more and helps understand what kind of person he is. Hu Tao being the fighting maniac he's known as. And Lei Ji being the peaceful middle-aged man he is. Don't have much to say about this chapter, it was pretty chill and calm. Next chapter though is where things get a little bit exciting. We'll be back with Jing in the Immortal Forest, seeing just how much chaos can be raised over a single sky-ranked spirit weapon. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Having a little fun. Jing watched as the inner court disciples stampeded through the immortal forest. It seems the rumor has finally circulated in the inner court and now they were on their way to obtain the mysterious sky-ranked spirit weapon. The value of sky-ranked spirit weapons was a lot more valuable than she thought. It only took about an hour and some before they started running out of the sect like a bunch of greedy hyenas. She was wearing her refined mask that hid her presence and standing on the trees to get a good look at all the high-ranked cultivators below her. She may even find someone worthy enough to join her faction amongst the inner court. She has only searched within the outer court for members. But that was all in due time, for now she'll just remember any interesting characters or abilities. Along with taking note of the factions and strong cultivators from the inner court. Jing hopped from tree branch to tree branch, following the herd of disciples below her without anyone noticing her. The fighting has yet to start between the disciples but Jing has no doubt that it'll happen sooner rather than later. This many youthful and greedy cultivators in one place? A fight starting out is a natural outcome from such a large group of potential immortals. A few might work together to find SCP-154 but those alliances will only be short-term at best. Once someone actually gets SCP-154, Jing is pretty sure it's going to turn into hell within moments. Look out! A stone koala is right in front of us. It's at the 4th stage of the Qi consolidating realm. Stone koalas were very territorial spirit beasts. If interrupted during their 22-hour naps, they will chase whoever awoken them from their sleep and kill them no matter what. Unless they are killed first, but getting past their rock-like skin and terrifying strength is no small task. They are also known for not being afraid of death unlike most spirit beasts. They don't even mind dying as long as they managed to kill the one who has awakened them. Yiyu. We have to run. We can't waste our energy fighting this thing before we even found the bracelets. Okay brother. Let's go. We can't let them get ahead of. His words were stopped in his throat as the stone koala grabbed him out of the air. He screamed to his brother for help and his brother paused. He looked back at his captured sibling and then at the others catching ground up ahead. They were both second-stage Qi consolidators. The two brothers locked eyes, one pleading with tears pooling around his eyes and the other with hesitation. He turned around and ran. Seeing his very own brother not even try to help him escape from this beast destroyed him. His eyes turned into despair and blackness. Jing couldn't help but laugh at the selfishness and cruelty shown only a few moments into this event. That delicious look of hopelessness before he was crushed in the hands of the stone koala made Jing's heart jump with amusement. Seeing that angry little tree bear going around crushing disciples like ants was oh so enjoyable. The cries, tears, and shouts for help as it tears them apart, Jing regretted not doing something like this sooner. She swung her legs back and forth in the air like a little girl on the tree branch high above. She could have watched this little massacre go on for hours but someone put an end to her fun. A long-haired handsome young boy running by saw the good rampage the stone koala was doing and sliced it in half from the torso. Jing focused in on this boy. He was 2 stages below the spirit beast but managed to kill it without even trying. The average cultivator couldn't pull off an achievement like that. If a spirit beast and a cultivator were at the same stage, 7 times out of 10, the spirit beast would take the victory if they fought. The way spirit beasts cultivate is inherently different from cultivators. They are able to cultivate their Qi and bodies at the same time without lacking in either group. Unless that cultivator is highly talented and able to cultivate both their body and Qi, the spirit beast should defeat the cultivator in most situations. Who was that? How did he kill the stone koala with a single swing of his blade? I don't know who that is. I've never seen him in the inner court before. There's no way someone that powerful could stay low-key with his strength. It doesn't matter who he is. Get going. We have to find that spirit weapon before the top rankers come. Jing casually hopped from tree to tree, following behind the unknown talented boy and his ally. They were the same rank but the girl didn't seem as interesting as the boy. The boy was taking care to avoid any dangerous beasts in front of them and constantly watching his surroundings. The girl looked like she was following the boy without any care in the world. Brother Kun Lao, are you sure it's safe to trust that rumor? With so many disciples out here, it has to be real. If it wasn't, the sect elders would definitely intervene to prevent a bunch of us disciples from killing ourselves for no reason. You're so smart, Brother Lao. Thanks, Sister Dai Yu. Now let's hurry up on ahead. It was said to be in the near the center of the middle area. Jing moved on ahead of the couple. She could hear some conflict and was more interested in finding more notable disciples within the inner court. Up ahead, a group of disciples could be seen fighting against one another. She sat atop a branch and looked down on the 2 fighting groups. Nightwing clan. Who allowed you to be so bold to ambush us? Do you not fear death? From a clan of cowardly assassins like you, that threat doesn't hold up much. My Daybright clan will exterminate you for our ancestors' honor. Honor my ass. Who put you up to this? Was it the spider mistress? Keep guessing, you honorless dogs. We'll never tell you. Now die. The two groups went at each other again. A group battle from the inner court. While it was interesting, it wasn't suspenseful enough. These fools weren't fighting for the sky-ranked weapon, they were just killing each other for a worthless reason that has nothing to do with SCP-154. That wasn't very interesting. Jing looked around in her surroundings for something that could spice this little fight up. To her left was a camouflaged horned serpent napping. She leapt from her tree branch and landed next to the invisible snake. It was at the third stage as a chi consolidator. Jing used her whip and wrapped it around the neck of the spirit beast. She then threw it across the forest into the middle of the battling factions. A few members of the Nightwing clan and Daybright clan may have gotten crushed to death from the large size of the snake, but oh well. Maybe it'll get their adrenaline going a bit faster. Everyone, retreat. We will recover our strength and forces to exterminate the Daybright clan in the future. Nightwing clan leader shouted. Hey, I just got that worm. It wouldn't be much fun if you ran before even trying to survive against it. Jing turned off the properties of her mask and appeared in front of the fleeing cultivators. Who are you? Just a passing cultivator. Jing used her auxiliary art that she gained from SCP-914. It was called Idlirajigenjit's Blessing. This martial art allowed her to generate water through chi and control it freely. Jing created a whip of water and lashed it out in a horizontal swing. The speed and surprising length of the whip managed to knock all the Nightwing cultivators back towards the horned serpent. The snake smashed a few of them into the ground with its tail. It was unknown if they were still alive or not, but the battle has now turned into a fight to survive for all parties. The Daybright clan couldn't handle both the Nightwing clan and the horned serpent at the same time. They also noticed Jing and saw how she was keeping the Nightwing clan members from escaping. Jing wondered what was he planning. Did he think that she was on his side or just a third party with unknown intentions? Kill the Nightwing cultivators. Ignore the beast the best you can. Do not let yourselves be killed by our enemies. Survive and make sure to get strong enough to pay back for this attack. Now this was what she wanted to see. Swords stabbing through the backs of others, the snake swallowing humans in a confused rage, opportunistic killings and futile attempts of fleeing thanks to her whip. Anyone trying to run away was captured by her water whip and thrown towards the horned serpent. The serpent swallowed them in a quick lunge whenever she threw a disciple in the air. It was almost as if she was its master and was feeding it treats for being a good snake. Kill that girl. She's the one controlling this spirit beast. Identify yourself, beast master. They charged her together. Jing smiled behind her mask. She was going to have some fun with these chi consolidators. It's been a while since she could have a little innocent fun. Jing will have to take care not to break them too soon. She might scare away the others from attacking her. Jing fully unleashed her chi. Her third stage chi gatherer chi that was enhanced monstrously thanks to her cultivation technique given by SCP-914. Taking on a few cultivators one realm above her won't be much. If it was 2 or 3 realms above her then she'd be unsure. She hasn't gained any information about anyone in those realms yet nor has seen their full strength. A cultivator slashed towards her with his sword. Jing struck against his blade with her water whip and cleaved right through the steel weapon and took off some of his hair. The shocked look in his eyes as his life was almost snatched from him within seconds made Jing laugh in amusement. She wrapped her whip around his throat and brought him to the ground underneath her foot. She stomped on the back of his head with the heel of her foot and grinned his head into the dirt just to add a little more humiliation. Another cultivator tried to stab through her chest with his sword while his ally came at her side with his fists. Jing sliced off the sword user's arm and without even stopping her whip's movements, grabbed the bare-handed cultivator and pulled him towards her in an arc. The sword cultivator screamed and dropped to his knees. The fist user flew above her and Jing struck with a powerful kick to his stomach. He spat out blood onto her mask from the kick and was roughly dropped to the ground below Jing. Jing stomped on his elbow and broke it, causing him to cry out miserably. Seeing her ruthless nature, the other disciples paused in their movements to try and kill her. This wasn't the smartest of plans as there was still a raging third-stage chi consolidator spirit beast behind them. Another cultivator of the two groups was smashed underneath the tail of the snake. Jing was taking her time slowly crushing the bones of the fist user and hearing him pathetically cry out for help. She could feel her erect nipples brushing against her robes. Come on, scream louder boy. If you yell hard enough, maybe I'll consider keeping you alive after this. Go on, scream for me. Jing shattered his femur with a sickening crunch of her foot. The scream from that break was by far the juiciest one. Jing's panties were a little damp after hearing it. She was sure that anyone within 50 steps around them heard that scream, it even echoed out. It was too bad that he fainted afterwards, but she still had 2 more bugs to play with. One teetering between consciousness and one trying to free himself from the dirt. She decided to choose the livelier one. She helped him out of the ground by creating a bubble around his head filled with water. Water began filling up his nose and mouth. His eyes were wide open in terror as he clutched his throat trying to breathe. The water was filling his lungs, he should be feeling a terrible burning pain on the inside of his body, but it would be boring if she just made him drown to death. No matter how painful it was too simple. To make it a bit more arousing for her, she grabbed a nearby stick and covered it with her chi. She started making light cuts all over his body as water filled his lungs. He could only gargle and put on a hopeless expression as the lights in his eyes were going dim. Jing popped the bubble and he started to violently puke out all the water from his system. Make sure to take a deep breath this time, Jing told him. He looked at her with terror in his eyes after catching on to what she meant. She wasn't done with him just yet. He was going to have to go through that horrible experience again and he couldn't do anything about it. She was stronger than him. He desperately tried to run away like a dog, but Jing stabbed her stick into his leg, going completely through his leg and the ground below it. He screamed out for help. Anyone to help him or kill him before Jing could get to him. Jing couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the adorable little bug. No one here is capable of saving you from me. Jing rubbed his face with her foot as water slowly headed towards his head. Do you really believe you can kill me, Li Qiang? Wan Qing asked. I'm not here to kill you. He waved his hand. I'm just here to make sure you don't get the spirit weapon before ping. Li Qiang said casually. A sissy like you won't be much of a problem. You may be talented but you are also alone. Something a freak like you deserves. Shan spat. I am not ashamed of what I chose to be, nor am I willing to take insults upon my character lightly. Prepare to die for your disrespect, Shan. Wan Qing pointed her sword towards Shan. You think I'm scared of some freak who thinks he's a girl? No wonder they didn't let you in the Blossoming Water Palace sect, you're crazy too. Shan viciously said. 4 butterfly wings made of chi shot out from Qing's back. She flew directly in front of Shan with her sword ready to slice his head off. Shan was shocked by her speed but managed to defend with his spirit weapon in time. His gauntlets blocked Qing's attack and Li Qiang moved in to attack her. She clicked her tongue and flew away to get some distance. Handling these two won't be impossible, but with their fighting styles they'll definitely be able to delay her long enough for the other top rankers to get the sky-ranked spirit weapon. Her pride didn't allow her to flee either, especially after Shan's insults. His fate is already set in stone to be killed by her. Qing's long flowing black hair fell past her neck. It was the type of hair that couldn't have been taken care of without meticulous care. Qing was the type of cultivator that could be recognized in a large crowd due to her handsome appearance. Her lean and slender body with flawless jade skin only made her stick out more in the inner court. She had no breasts but was blessed with curvy hips and a voluptuous behind. Seeing Wan Qing from behind, many would expect her to be a girl with a figure like hers. But just because she wasn't born as a female, people think it is fine to disrespect her, look down on her, and mistreat her because of her choice to identify herself as a woman despite being born a male. CaptainBoyHole. Finally back with Jing. Okay, I've realized how I could add more chapters with Jing, but the thing is, it will have to be chapters similar to these few chapters with SCP-154 or chapters with her hiding her true strength and playing along with others. I know people don't like the latter, but it's kind of hard giving this OP batch something to do without just exploding the story into something crazy, messy, and on a fast track to ending. I still have a bunch of stuff I want to do with this story before planning to end it because I've read so many xianxias and this is my first time writing one of my own. I do plan to write another xianxia type story, but I don't know when I'll do that. Who do you guys think will get SCP-154? A random cultivator? A future member of Jing's group? An enemy? A person of fate? Main character? Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible xianxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Hu Tao's hunt. This crazy bastard. He isn't even interested in getting the sky-ranked weapon. He's just here to pick us off. A badly injured cultivator complained. Defend the miss with your life. Hu Tao. I'm going to rip your heart out of your chest and feed it to dogs for daring to come after our miss. Hu Tao only laughed in response to that threat, or was it a promise? Hu Tao was also interested in that little rumor that had most of the inner court disciples running off like lemmings. Not for the spirit weapon itself, but to enjoy himself with a few fights that he normally wouldn't get the chance to have. Some of the top rankers that have been hiding like a bunch of scheming weasels sent some of their best men to get these bracelets. Hu Tao wanted a piece of these guys for himself, but he's been a bit caught up with fighting anyone that he thought was interesting. Like the girl running up ahead. She was at the 4th stage as a chi consolidator but had 3 servants all at the 3rd stage. Something smelled fishy and Hu Tao loved that tantalizing smell most of all. If things didn't add up right, that meant someone had something to hide, and when people have things to hide, they always try and protect it when someone comes sniffing around. That someone is Hu Tao, and he expects to find out something very interesting about that pig-tailed brat after catching up to her. But first, he has to deal with these 3 weaklings in front of him on the verge of death. He called them weak because he hasn't even had to use his full strength to overwhelm them. For a bunch of guards, they sure don't have any experience in fighting. What a letdown honestly, he was hoping that they could manage to get a second wind or break out some dangerous technique to try and take him down, but nope. His hopes for a good fight from these three was dashed the moment he nearly killed the first one trying to take out the pig-tailed blondie. Hey, who is that dumb blonde you're working for? Is she some sheltered princess from some hidden clan? We'll never tell you anything. He spat. Hey, come on, weakling number one, I'm just curious, you know? It's not every day you can catch something like this. If you don't tell me, I might just kill her by accident and never find out. Hu Tao grinned. Hat. We're not the only guards of the miss. Even if we die, the young miss will still be fine. You may be a talented fighter, Hu Tao, but you're only at the second stage of the chi consolidation realm. Know your limits, you wild monkey. Oh. Is that so? So, there's an actual fighter waiting for him and he was just wasting his time with these fucking losers? It was good to know there was a real fight waiting for him, but he didn't want to find out this way. He should have killed these guys sooner and saved the surprise for himself. It would have been more exciting that way. The three weaklings ran at him together with their swords. Since Hu Tao understood there was a real fight somewhere else, he didn't play around with these weaklings anymore. His chain moved like a flash of light and his iron ball was sent flying towards the three. It was lodged into the ribs of the first servant and his body was sent crashing into the other two, piling them in a heap on the ground. Hu Tao jumped with a mighty leap and stomped down with a single foot on all three with his terrible strength. They didn't even have time to scream before dying from his powerful stomp. The killing force was sent all the way from the top weakling down to the bottom weakling in the pile. Hu Tao didn't even dignify their death with respect as he knocked the pile of weaklings down and left them as corpses laying in the dirt. Weaklings don't deserve something like a proper death. To catch up with that blondie, Hu Tao would have to run at full speed. He lowered his center of gravity and crouched down low like an animal. He took off like a starving wolf chasing his prey. Prey that he couldn't afford to miss out on. His surroundings have turned into nothing but a blur at his current speed. As long as that pigtails was still moving at the same speed as she was earlier, Hu Tao would be able to catch up in no time. Hu Tao weaved through the forest easily, running on all fours with the agility better than a beast's. He ignored all the spirit beasts near him in favor of his chosen prey. That blonde midget won't escape him. He can already see her figure far ahead, still moving slow as all shit. Hu Tao looked around for any signs of the hidden guard but couldn't find anything. Those shitheads better not have lied to him. He was in a good enough distance from this far away. As long as she was in his sight, he could reach her with a good leap. Hu Tao surged his chi through his entire lower body and leapt towards the fleeing princess. He stretched out his hand, ready to slam her head into the dirt. She turned around just as he was about to grab her and he saw her eyes widen in fear. Where the hell was his fight at? Is that scumbag taking him lightly? Hu Tao caught the blonde by the throat and slid her across the ground. He stood over her with his hand clutched around her throat. She tried to speak but Hu Tao's grip was tight enough to stop her from saying anything. Whatever she needed to say wasn't important, he had a fight to find. Her face was turning purple and her hand was gripped around his arm trying to remove it. It looks like she was a chi cultivator because her body was weak as shit. Hu Tao looked around excitedly, waiting for the appearance of this mysterious secret guard. If he didn't come out anytime soon, this little fairy's going to be passing on to the afterlife. The whites of her eyes were slowly rising into the back of her head. The strength in her arm was weakening. What a shitty secret guard. Maybe this is his fucking fetish, watching his lady being choked to death before coming to the rescue as she's about to fucking die. Trying to be a savior when he's a sick pervert? What a fucking riot this guy is. Just to spite the creepy bastard, Hu Tao released his grip off the midget's neck and posed to strike right through her chest with his hand. She violently hacked and coughed to try and get air into her lungs. Not even aware of her impending death coming from above. Hu Tao's hand struck down with merciless intent. He fully intended to kill this girl with this strike. No hesitation could be seen anywhere in his attack. Killing intent fully blasted into the surroundings. And here I was trying to keep a low profile, a voice suddenly appeared above Hu Tao and the chick. His foot was stopping Hu Tao's deadly hand. But I can't just watch a woman die in front of me in good faith. Especially to a villain like this. Took you long enough, freak. Hu Tao grabbed the guard's foot and slung him across the forest clearing. He flipped through the air and gently landed back on the ground. Hu Tao stood up and grinned at his opponent. They both vanished from their original places and met halfway in the clearing. Hu Tao clawed towards the guard's throat and watched as he easily dodged his attack. Hu Tao wasn't going to stop just because he missed one attack. He kept on the offensive and unleashed attack after attack. His movements were unpredictable and wild like an animal's. Attacking in ways that no normal humans could predict and react to. But this guy was able to handle his attacks well enough. It's been around 30 seconds since their fight began and Hu Tao has yet to even scratch his clothes. Hu Tao's grin widened even further. It looks like he didn't waste his time messing around with pigtails. Hu Tao changed up his fighting style. Instead of relying on his self-taught fighting style, he decided to use his recently gained flowing palms of judgment. He held out both of his palms and led with his left leg forward. His twisted lust for fighting was growing even larger than it was earlier. He was excited to get some real experience with this palm art and seeing how this pervert would handle it. It looks like you finally decided to become serious. Too bad, you still won't be able to land a single hit on me. He mocked. Hu Tao couldn't sense his cultivation realm but knew he wasn't that far ahead of him. If it was, he wouldn't be dodging Hu Tao's attacks right now and would have finished him off earlier. Only a sneaky pussy bastard would waste time dodging when he could be ending a fight immediately. And Hu Tao plans on making him reveal all of his hidden cards. He still hasn't even warmed up yet. Hu Tao thrusted his palm towards the chest of the bodyguard after sliding into his space. The scared bastard dodged again but Hu Tao followed up his palm strike with another and then another and continued to lead each palm strike into another attack. The two of them moved from one end of the clearing to the other. One on a constant assault and the other dodging as much as he could. Hu Tao's attacks were only getting faster and stronger the more strikes he got out. Flowing Palms of Judgment is a fist martial art centered around a water-like defense and a non-stop rapid-flowing series of strikes. The defense being based on water's ever-reactive nature and the attack side of the martial art being based on an unstoppable raging river or the endless powerful crashing of a waterfall. If mastered to its full potential, the user of this martial art can be said to be undefeatable in hand-to-hand combat. Hu Tao's already reached the intermediate realm for this sky-ranked fist art in just a few weeks. If that doesn't speak of how monstrous his talent is, then the way he's slowly gaining even further understanding of the martial art as he's in a heated battle should. The mysterious guard was finally being pressured by Hu Tao's palms. He could no longer leisurely avoid his attacks and now had to actively deflect them and move away them. Just who in the world are you? I don't remember someone as talented as you within the section. The guard muttered. Hat. Now that's a surprise. Someone that actually doesn't know me. Don't worry you sick fuck, I'll tell you who I am after I bury you 6 feet under. Hu Tao landed a powerful blow upon his chest and launched him flying into one of the giant trees within the immortal forest. Hu Tao watched as the guard crashed into the tree, back first, and then dropped to the ground. Blood dripped down his mouth and he looked as if he had trouble breathing. Don't fucking tell me you're done after one hit. Hu Tao cursed. You're much stronger than I expected. I can't remember anyone named Hu Tao. Just what is going on? The only ones stronger than me right now should be the top 10 rankers in the inner court, the core disciples, and the elders' disciples. He muttered again. Are you fucking crazy in the head asshole? Of course, I'm stronger than a pussy shit like you. Hiding your cultivation rank, running around like a scared bitch, and not even having the balls to throw a single punch. Not even Shield Boy is that much of a pussy. I can't face him without using it but it's too early to reveal something like that. I'll have to escape, he muttered a third time, like Hu Tao couldn't fucking hear him mumbling. Oi! You insane bastard, don't you dare think about running away. Hu Tao yelled. He looked around for the pigtails and saw her hiding behind a tree. He disappeared, intent on capturing her and using her to force the guard into fighting him but he was outsped by the guard. The guard's body briefly flashed with golden flames as he headed towards her first. Hu Tao wouldn't accept another fight slipping through his fingers. Those flames aren't just any flames. Just by being near the asshole, he feels like his blood was evaporating from the heat. How the hell was that midget bitch fine? Whatever, it didn't matter. Hu Tao tapped into the anomalous power hidden within his chains. His body, mind, and soul became one with lightning and thunder. Red lightning raced across his body and his pupils turned into arcing lightning bolts. The chains that previously covered his body was now electricity wrapped around him along with the large metal ball. His hair was spiked up and rising straight up in the air. The two clashed just in front of the young miss and the force of their combined blow managed to send the young miss flying away. Hu Tao and the guard were sent sliding back nearly an equal distance away from each other after comparing strengths with the guard being moved back an extra step. Hu Tao smirked and prepared to continue their battle. The guard was experiencing a myriad of different emotions. Anger, confusion, disbelief, and shock all in one. That's a phoenix's flame isn't it? Hu Tao suddenly asked. The guard's glare turned ice cold. His killing intent was no longer being reined in anymore and it was washing over Hu Tao like a tsunami's wave. Hu Tao's instincts were telling him to flee immediately. If the hairs all over his body weren't raised before they sure are now after feeling that. But Hu Tao wasn't a mindless beast, his instincts were nothing more than just a tool to help him in battle. Not something that had complete control over his being. This guard was about as young as him but that killing intent was about the same as an earthly immortal cultivator. That was an exaggeration but Hu Tao's instincts never led him wrong before. That's exactly what he felt like he was up against but he knew that the guard's strength was around a 5th or 6th stage chi consolidator with those phoenix flames active. Looks like I'll have to kill you now, he promised. Don't hold back or I'm running my mouth to everyone about your legendary flames. I know your types, hiding your strength until you are forced to reveal everything you have and shocking everyone. That bastard Manchu is the exact same. Hu Tao chuckled. Phoenix Fuck appeared behind Hu Tao and tried to chop his neck off from his shoulders. Hu Tao casually leaned his head back and stuck out his tongue to taunt him as he dodged the chop. With a surprising backflip from that position, he kicked Phoenix away. He could hear the snap of his wrist as he slid away from him. With an amused grin on his face, Hu Tao turned around to see Phoenix Bastard's arm fixing itself with a few audible cracks. You're faster than me? How? The Phoenix's flame might not be known for its speed, but it isn't any less than the other mythical spirit beasts. Fuck if I know, retard. Hu Tao stuck his middle finger up. That crazy bitch gave me this as a gift for becoming her slave. Hu Tao appeared in front of Phoenix's chest and attempted to elbow a hole straight through his chest. Phoenix tried to explode the area around him in a blazing inferno, but Hu Tao's lightning cut right through it. The flames couldn't even come close to penetrating the lightning streaks zipping across Hu Tao's body. Phoenix seemed to not even notice the hole in his chest, with his hair visibly shown from the outside as he tried to grab onto Hu Tao. Hu Tao could see the hole he just made in his opponent recovering rapidly. His flesh quickly trying to heal and cover his unprotected heart. This bastard's trying to trap me by using his body as bait. He knows he can heal and is trying to use that to kill me. Don't even count on it, you fucking idiot. Hu Tao fully embraced the lightning flowing within his body. His speed was increased to a whole new level as he tore Phoenix apart from all around. Appearing behind him in a flash of lightning and ripping off his arm, vanishing back in front of him and ripping his leg off, making him fall to the ground, and digging inside his intestines with his claws and ripping them out like a savage animal. Blood drenched his hands and entire body. Phoenix's healing was recovering much slowly now. Did it work with how much chi he had, or did it run on another source of energy? Well, it doesn't matter. The bastard did let him have some fun, even though he tried to skip out in the middle of it. He'll give the sick asshole a proper death. Hu Tao stuck his hand inside the chest of the guard and grasped his slow beating heart in his fingers. He increased the pressure he had on the man's heart and was close to crushing it. In a few moments he would be no more, and Hu Tao would be on his way to finding more fights during this little weapon hunt. His grip was suddenly loosened as a foot came flying in his face and launching him through multiple trees. His body hung limp over the edge of a cracked tree. His lightning was gone and turned back into regular chains. A new figure stood over the guard's slowly healing body. Along with that figure was a familiar girl, Pigtails. Hey! I tried to kill you with that strike. Consider it your luck that you're still alive. If you can consider that even alive, the new person said about Hu Tao. Big brother. He saved my life. Please save him. Pigtails hung onto his arm. TCH. Only because you asked, all right? Don't think about making this guy your boyfriend or anything, okay? I'll have to kill him first before giving my sister to any man. She blushed heavily. Shut up. Hurry up and help him before it's too late. Yeah. I'm at the 9th stage of the chi consolidation realm. If I couldn't even save a brat at the 2nd stage, I would be better off killing myself with a block of tofu. CaptainBoyHole. Looks like Hu Tao can't help himself from being a total annoyance. I think this is the second time I've revealed the secret power hidden in Hu Tao's chain and metal ball. The first time was when he fought against Zyrong. What do you guys think of the guard? If you didn't notice, he's also a person of fate, but what kind of person of fate is he? What kind of cheat do you guys think he has, and what does the future have in store for Hu Tao, who keeps provoking these young men? Also, how horribly do you guys think Hu Tao just got injured? Next chapter on Monday will be with Jing and a certain someone else already shown in the previous chapters. Winky face, comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. A new member of the group. Jing stood over the nearly dead body of Hu Tao. His neck was snapped, but he was still alive and breathing. He just couldn't move an inch and probably was in terrible pain right now. Jing locked eyes with Hu Tao before gently wrapping her hands around his bent neck and head. Crack. You fucking crazy bitch. That hurts like hell. Hu Tao screamed as he shot up. Jing casually whipped her foot into Hu Tao's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Mind explaining what happened to you? Jing asked, not caring for his complaints or woes in the slightest. I got fucking snuck up on by a Siskin at the 9th stage. Hu Tao whined while rubbing his cheek. Chi consolidator. Yet. I'll forgive you for nearly dying on me. You aren't powerful enough yet to take on someone of that level right now. Did you catch his name or any important information about him besides his cultivation stage? I know he's Pigtail's brother. Pigtails. Some weak bitch. You're literally useless. Jing face-palmed. Hey, what do I care about the names of a few fucking weaklings? If they can't satisfy me in a fight, then they aren't worth remembering. I will need you to change that mindset from this day going forth. Information is power and willful ignorance is a curse. After all the work I put in taking you in, don't make me get rid of you just as soon. Jing's chi briefly burst out and hung over Hu Tao's neck like an executioner's blade. Hu Tao understood just how serious she was and couldn't help himself from smiling in the face of death. That mysterious strength that doesn't match her physique or looks at all. Hu Tao normally doesn't give a shit about the backgrounds of people, but Jing was just too much of a fucking strange thing. Behind that mask of hers she looked like a fucking baby but can twist that face into a wicked immortal queen on the flip of a dime. Just who the hell is she and where has she been all his life? I love you. Hu Tao blurted out. I'm only interested in those equal to me. Now don't disappoint me again. Jing disappeared from Hu Tao's sights and left him on the forest's floor. Hu Tao's loyalty has reached 100%. He is now able to receive a SCP from the host as a gift for his loyalty. Host has also received one epic ticket for their first follower reaching 100%. Jing's eyebrows raised at this notice. She didn't think she'd see this so soon. She would have to work on increasing the loyalty percentage for her other followers as well. Maybe she should gift them rewards from time to time after they do a good job for her. She'll need to think of missions for them to do first beforehand though. Hu Tao already has a gift coming to him for being the first to fully submit to her. After he completes an important task given by her, she'll give him that worthy gift. Mission available for host. Hu Tao has been thoroughly embarrassed and humiliated by someone far stronger than him. Help him grow strong enough to destroy everyone that was involved in the event that nearly killed him. One of those persons involved was also a person of fate. A blessed individual whose rise to the heavens is something fixed by one of the immortals above. Reminder. Hu Tao must kill Bo Fai, Yan Yu, and Teng Yu with his own hands. No help is allowed during his revenge or the host will be penalized severely. Hu Tao must be gifted an SCP before killing Bo Fai. Rewards, 5 epic tickets, Infant Heavenly Steel Tree Seed. Oh, so it seems the system wasn't just focused on her alone. Most of the missions so far had to do with Jing or some other character but never her allies. Hu Tao had quite the fight ahead of him. A person blessed by the gods above. Hey. That sounds pretty interesting. I wonder what other kind of characters are blessed and what could I stand to gain from not killing them. Jing started to travel along the tops of the trees within the immortal forest once more. She heard the roar of the mutant golden panda. Things were about to reach the end soon. Jing hopped her way on towards the roar of the panda and managed to spot 2 cultivators fighting. Normally she would have just ignored the 2 small fries and focused on the main prize of this, but one of the cultivators fighting had a familiar face. It was that girl who was next to the talented boy that got rid of the stone koala earlier. Did they split up? Was that why she was alone right now? Why was this pretty boy fighting her? Jing focused her eyes and saw that one of the cubs of the golden panda was over here somehow. Was that why the mama panda screaming her head off up ahead? How did these 2 sneak this little guy over here without anyone else finding out? They aren't as strong as the other disciples fighting the mama panda either. One of them must be good at hiding themselves. Jing let her curiosity win over her. She decided to see who gets to become the new owner of the baby mutant golden panda. Wan Qing pointed her sword at the female disciple. Give up on taking this spirit beast cub. If you refuse, I will be forced to kill you here. Wan Qing warned. I won't give up so easily. Even if you are 4 stages ahead of me. Dai Yu spoke as she pointed her own blade at Qing. Idiot. Wan Qing muttered before disappearing from her previous spot and appearing above Dai Yu with her blade posed to cleave Dai Yu's head off. Dai Yu could barely react. She somehow managed to put her blade up before Qing could kill her and was sent flying off her feet backwards. The strength in that sword was not negligible. She didn't even have time to strengthen her arms with chi to defend against that blow because of how fast it was. If it wasn't for her spirit weapon then she would have died right there. Wan Qing looked at that blade. It had to be Earth rank or Stellar rank to take one of her attacks and not be damaged at all. Humph, no matter. Even if it takes 100 strikes, she will get her hands on this mutant cub. No one will stop her from claiming what she wants unless they kill her and take it from her hands. Qing no longer held back against the dumb beauty. She grew 4 butterfly wings made of chi from her back. Now luck would no longer be a factor. Qing flew towards Dai Yu as if she was a streak of light. Her blade clanged against the bubble spell Dai Yu put up in fear. Oh ho ho ho. Did I scare you that badly? That you needed to hide inside a bubble so that you wouldn't die? Honestly, you look so cute in there. You should stay in there for the rest of your life. Wan Qing laughed in her deep manly voice. She turned around and headed towards the wrapped-up panda cub. It was tied up by chi chains from a talisman and unconscious. Qing reached out to pick up the sleeping spirit beast but before she could, a blade was thrown at her. She swiped at the incoming sword with her own and sent it flying into the distance. Nice try but not good enough. Qing sneered. Or is it? Dai Yu's blade suddenly stopped midair and came flying back towards her as if it had a will of its own. The blade started flying around her as she took out another blade from a storage ring. Now that was interesting to find out. Not just anyone could afford a storage ring. Not even she owned a storage ring despite being one of the most talented disciples in the inner court. Either her background was not as simple as Wanqing thought or she stole it somehow. Who are you? Qing cautiously asked. Offending someone for this mutant golden panda cub wasn't worth her life in the long run. Clans that can afford storage rings for their children are not in existence Wanqing can afford to go against right now. I'm Dai Yu. Where did you get that storage ring from? Qing asked after not knowing about a Yu clan. None of your business. If you hand that ring over to me, you could still leave here with your life intact. Qing proposed. Like I would give this ring to anyone. Brother Kun Lao gave me this as a ring. I'd rather die than betray the trust he's given me. Isn't that just so romantic? Qing cooed. Shut up. It's not like that at all. Dai Yu fiercely argued despite blushing heavily. Sure, it isn't you. That's what we all say when we're in love, you know. Wanqing calmly walked up to the distracted Dai Yu. Love. No. You're looking too into it. There's no way it's something like that, she said unconfidently. I was an innocent virgin just like you before I made something of myself in the sect. I know exactly how you feel. It wasn't until my talent for cultivation showed that any men would actually take me up on my advances. That still didn't stop me from pursuing them though. Men? She asked confused. That's right. I'm interested in men just like any other girl. Is there something strange about that? Wanqing questioned as she stood in front of Dai Yu. But you're a... I'm a what? Wanqing hid her killing intent behind an innocent smile. You're a man senior. How can you be interested in men? That's wrong. I'm a lady. Not a man. No, you're not senior. Just look at you. Anyone can tell you're a man. I guess that's what I get for trying to make friends with ignorant peasants. Qing slowly stabbed her sword into Dai Yu's stomach. Ha! One day I'll get to have a girl talk with someone that won't judge me negatively for what I am. Senior, why? Dai Yu questioned with a look of sadness on her face. Hush up now sweetie. Our chance for friendship ended the moment you decided to be so thick-headed. Wanqing took her sword out of Dai Yu and flicked the blood off the blade onto the dirt. She started to walk away and as she turned around, she noticed the sudden appearance of someone else. Dai Yu. The boy screamed as he moved extremely quickly and appeared over the dying body of Dai Yu. Wanqing shrugged her shoulders and lifted the wrapped-up panda cub on her shoulder. She walked away without any lingering emotions and a frightful amount of killing intent hit her from the back. It dared her to make a single step out of this clearing and her head would be rolling the same time her foot hits the ground. Now that was a scary amount of killing intent, did she just kill his girlfriend or something? Oh. That might have been the guy she was in love with. Ha. Now that's embarrassing, being caught up by the lover of someone you just killed. Qing safely placed the golden panda baby next to a tree as she got ready to fight the lover boy. He had two strange bronze bracelets hanging off his arm. Cute fashion statement but too bad he's going to be dying soon. The least Qing could do for him was to send him off with his lover. Wouldn't it be more torturous to have the lovers split apart with one in life and the other in death? Even she wasn't that cruel. Why? Why did you try to kill Dai Yu? He asked while shaking angrily. I suppose you deserve an answer. She was your lover after all. And I'm a sucker for love. I guess it was a difference in principles. Wanqing calmly answered. I see. Then prepare to die because of a difference in our principles. He stood up and pulled out his blade. Ha! Cute in looks and personality. Qing giggled, clearly looking down on the second stage chi consolidator. She blinked and that's all it took for Kun Lao to appear in front of her with his sword aimed directly at her heart. This kind of speed wasn't the speed of a normal second stage chi consolidator. Qing blocked his attack and had to defend herself against his rage-filled sword strikes. Love is truly amazing, isn't it? Someone at his stage is capable of sending a cultivator at her level on the defensive through the power of love. Well, it wasn't just love, that would be silly if someone could become stronger just with emotions alone. He had a bloodline that most likely just awakened after seeing his girlfriend dead on the floor. A very powerful bloodline that was strong enough to make them equal in strength despite being 4 small stages away from each other. Wanqing wasn't worried too much. As long as she kept a cool head and let him tire himself out, she should get away from this without much trouble. The awakening of a bloodline is not something anyone can just master right out of the gate. It takes careful practice and experience to get used to the effects of a bloodline, unless you're one of those super prodigies who were born with their bloodlines active right out of the womb. Then you're just a monster. Kun Lao's bloodline was putting a heavy tax on his body and Qing could tell that he wasn't going to leave this fight without any permanent injuries to his body. It looks like his body was too weak to use his bloodline to its maximum limit. It didn't seem like it bothered him at all though. They've been fighting for about 5 or so minutes now and he's still going as strong as he was from the beginning. Isn't he afraid of dying before being able to kill her? He won't be able to avenge his girlfriend if he kills himself first. You bastard! His chi exploded in a light red explosion. Wanqing was sent tumbling off into the air from the force of that chi alone. It was a good thing she had wings because she was knocked pretty far up. If she didn't, the fall would not have been pretty. Even for someone at her stage. Wanqing shook her head before spotting Kun Lao suddenly holding a bow in his hands. Did he have a storage ring as well? Where did he pull out that bow from? That bow is way too big to be hidden anywhere on his body. Oh wait, the girl did say that she was given her storage ring by Loverboy, so it makes sense that he has his own as well. He let go of the bowstring and Qing's eyes bulged in complete shock. She barely had enough time to react to the arrow sent at her. Her sword protected her from whatever he sent at her, drilling a hole through her skull. She slashed at the thing and it looked like bone shards. What the hell did he just fire at her with that bow? Puc. She got distracted. He fired another arrow that pierced right through the left of her abdomen and a third one that shot a hole through her shoulder. She started falling out of the sky. Her concentration was messed up and she couldn't focus on stabilizing her breathing to keep her wings formed. Wanqing fell and broke multiple branches on her way down to the ground. This was the first time she's ever been in this bad of a situation. Kun Lao stood over her. She could see the painful grimace on his face as his arm quickly regenerated. That bow. It fired his own bones at his enemies? What kind of lunatic would use such a crazy weapon? She could barely take any air into her lungs right now. Trying to speak right now would probably kill her. What an ugly ending. Not beautiful in the slightest. Wanqing did the only thing she could do as a disciple of the Golden Serpent sect. She glared at Kun Lao with all her soul. He glared back with a death glare of his own and turned away from her before grabbing Dai Yu's body, bridal style, and vanished into the forest. So, this is it for her, hui. So much for talent when bullshit bloodlines and spirit weapons like that exist. I'm sorry, sisters. I wasn't able to accomplish my dreams of becoming a respected and accepted cultivator throughout the lands. I wasn't able to change the world into one that would allow people like me to fit in with the rest. I wasn't even able to find a single friend in the world that truly accepted me for who I am. Haha. What a waste of a life. Tears flowed from Wanqing's nearly dead body. Jing stood over the almost dead body of Wanqing. She was interested in her. Yes, she said her. She may have the genitals of a male, but if she herself wants to be referred to as a woman, Jing has no problem with that. It may be a bit unusual, but it isn't as if it personally affects her. What did she care if he wanted to become a woman? All she cared about was how useful she could be and seeing the situation she was in. Her loyalty wouldn't be that hard to gain after being brought back from the brink of death. But her main reason for approaching this soon-to-be corpse was this. Mission available for host. Take in Wanqing and allow her the chance to get revenge on her killer. Her killer, Kun Lao, was no simple disciple. He was a person of fate. One blessed by the heavens themselves to rise to the top of this world. You will now be tasked with taking their blessings or killing them before they can become someone unstoppable. Reminder. Only Wanqing is allowed to kill Kun Lao for the rewards of this mission. Wanqing must be gifted an SCP before being able to take on Kun Lao. Rewards, 5 epic tickets, Sky-ranked blacksmith manual. Jing took out a refined recovery pill and forced Qing to swallow it. The injuries to her body were being healed at a quick rate similar to the boy who managed to snatch SCP-154 while the lackeys of the top rankers were dealing with the mutant golden panda. Qing soon awakened and Jing stood over her with her mask on. What is it that you desire? She asked. Did you save me? Qing asked. When you were about to depart from this world, what did you wish you could accomplish before passing on? She asked. I joined this sect in hopes of becoming the sect leader and reforming it into the most beautiful sect in the world. What else? Jing knew she had more ambitions than that. To make a real friend. To find love, to be treated with respect and dignity like any other human. To show the blossoming flower sect that they should have never rejected me. To show everyone who ever looked down on me that I am not to be underestimated. To bring honor and peace to my many sisters that supported me for who I chose to be. To kill Kun Lao as payback for killing me. That was a lot more than I needed, but that's fine. Jing held her hand out. I have the resources and power to make your ambitions come true. Join me and I'll give you everything you ever wanted and more. Jing's aura towered over the confused Wanqing. Why me? Qing hesitated before taking her hand. I see a powerful drive in you. I need people like you. People who want to bring about a change. People who will set out to accomplish their goals at any cost. People who need a helping hand. Qing took Jing's hand. You've made a wise choice, Wanqing. You won't regret choosing to become one of mine. Jing removed her mask and smiled. Who are you? My name is Jing. Follow me. I have some things to give you as a gift for joining me, as well as some things to tell you about my group. CaptainBoyHole. I plan to add more missions for Jing in the future so that I don't forget that she has a fucking system. The missions will be related to her followers gaining strength, something related to SCPs, or her goals and ambitions. This is also the official reveal of persons of fates in the story. Actual people chosen by the heavens themselves to rise to the top. What kind of reward do you think Jing will get from the epic ticket? Comment your thoughts and suggestions for future ticket rewards. Thinking of Xiangxia items, magical treasures, and stuff like that isn't as easy as I thought it would be. And as many of you have guessed, Wan Qing was indeed going to join our main cast. We won't have any new additions to Jing's group until the tournament is over and we're exploring the world outside of the sect. That's not me saying that Jing will conquer the sect by then, it's just me saying that we're gonna leave the sect eventually and kind of explore this world. Comment about some type of chapters you guys wish to see me write about. Not gonna lie, it's getting a bit difficult writing slice of life chapters that isn't just useless filler. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Getting into trouble again. Lei Ji found himself surrounded by a group of youth. He just got done capturing a spirit beast with his fishing rod for a task from the mission hall, and the young men and women with various weapons demanded he handed over all his belongings. Normally, Lei Ji would have handed whatever his robber wanted as soon as possible, but things aren't the same as they once were. He has become someone different from his past self. He has the capability to defend himself now. The robbers were disciples from his own sect and were varied in their cultivation stages. Thankfully the highest ones were only 2 stages above him, and at these low stages of the cultivation ladder, the only difference is in physical strength and chi quantity. I believe we can come to a favorable conclusion that doesn't involve robbing me of everything I have. Lei Ji politely said. Unless you got a buddy at the 7th stage hiding around here, don't count on it, old man. The young man waved a dagger at him. I'm afraid I do not, but can I ask you young men and women a question? Lei Ji asked. This Gramps sure likes to talk a lot, why don't we just rob him already? Sure, ask anything you want, but it's not gonna help you at all. Dagger Youth smirked. Are you all truly in such dire straits that you cannot help but rob others to advance? Lei Ji questioned with concern. The robbers looked at each other in confusion before suddenly erupting in laughter together. Haha. What the hell? Has this old man gone senile? You think someone would rob people because of a reason like that? What an idiot. Ha 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 ha. He's so cute and stupid. I wish I had a grandpa like him. A female robber commented. Listen, old man. We're part of Wolfeng Gang. Haven't you heard of us before? Dagger Youth asked. Ah, you all are part of that bandit faction. I understand now. You steal and harm others because you find it enjoyable, not because you are forced to do so. Lei Ji could only call the Wolfeng Gang a bandit faction. There is no other way to describe them in a more fitting way. From all the rumors he heard about their group, these people are the worst of the worst. Murder, rape, theft, nothing is considered too far for those in this group. It is said that one doesn't even need to be at odds with them to be considered enemies. They harass and take from anyone not stronger than them. It is often called the weakling's paradise because of how anyone can do whatever they please as long as they don't offend anyone strong enough to wipe out their faction. If you want to violate young women and young men, Wolfeng Gang will take you in. If you want to do nothing but kill and torture people, the Wolfeng Gang will welcome you with open arms. If you want to never work for anything in your life and take things from those who have, the Wolfeng Gang has a spot for you. A group like this isn't necessary for the future he envisions for the sect. It would be better if it was completely wiped out, but that would be too hasty. Lei Ji is letting his emotions affect him more than he should. He doesn't know if everyone in the group are irredeemable monsters. For now, he should just retreat. It would be the safest option and avoid any conflict with this group. I hope you all find a better path to follow in life. Farewell. Lei Ji's figure turned hazy. He appeared in multiple places within the center of the Wolfeng Gang. It looked like there were copies of Lei Ji all around, and he was the one who now surrounded the bandits. Kill him. It's just a stupid trick. The Dagger Youth sliced at the throat of one of the misty clones and it dissipated away. All the members of the Wolfeng Gang attacked the hazy figures and were shocked once they saw that none of them were the real Lei Ji. That fucking old coot gave us the slip. That coward. Next time I see that old man, I'm plunging my dagger right through his heart for daring to run away from me, Wang Yang. Lei Ji actually didn't run away that far. He was hiding nearby while concealing his chi. The reason why was because he was curious if they would try and swear revenge against him for simply running away, and it turns out they did. Lei Ji was actually at a loss here. There was no way he could have handled that situation without them trying to aim for him later. Well, actually, there was one way, but he would always consider that the last possible option. How could he have hopes to reform today's youth if he has to kill them? No, Lei Ji wouldn't take the future away from anyone that isn't completely irredeemable. Although it will be quite scary to have a target on his back like Bing and Ying, perhaps it will help him understand just how far gone some youths are. Lei Ji ran away for good this time, choosing not to kill the young group of cultivators. He had to leave behind the spirit beast he caught, but it was better than having to fight for no reason. He could still find another one before making his way back to the sect. Iron-horned deer aren't rare in this part of the forest. Half an hour later, he spotted a group of them grazing on the grass. Lei Ji hid himself from their sights and took out his rod on his back. He looked for the strongest and healthiest deer to hook. You could tell how far an iron-horned deer was in its cultivation by looking at the color and size of its horn. The one Lei Ji was looking at were large enough to threaten bears and gorillas. He couldn't see colors though, so he hoped that size would be good enough to determine their maturity. Lei Ji tossed his hook into the rear of the deer and quickly reeled it in. It screamed in pain, causing all the other deer to flee away as quickly as they could. It flailed and struggled against the pull of the hook, but all it did was cause it to tire out even faster. Hooking it on the butt kept any serious damages from happening to the deer. If he hooked it anywhere else, he could have caused serious injuries that would take expensive materials to heal with. Fishing spirit beasts on land wasn't that different from fishing them from the water. They just took a bit longer to tire out after you caught them. The deer was now softly breathing on the ground next to Lei Ji. It was completely out of energy after trying to break free from his line and basically harmless. He wished his fishing rod tamed beasts on land the same way it did to beasts in water. It could have been enjoyable to ride the deer all the way back to the sect. Lei Ji slapped a capturing spell on the exhausted beast and watched as it was swallowed up into a golden bead. The golden bead shined a light every few seconds and then dimmed into a bronze-colored bead. Lei Ji knew that the deer didn't have much strength in it to resist the spell. This would make things easier on him. Trying to carry that heavy spirit beast back would take too much time, and he wasn't a young man anymore. Lei Ji returned back to the sect without further incidents and got his contribution points. Kill that fat bastard. Don't let him escape alive. I'm going to eat his flesh and shit out his bones. Bing slapped another teleportation spell on himself and got himself out of the immediate danger that he was in. Those crazy Huan clan dogs chased him out of his home and even chased him into the immortal forest. It's going to be a hard few weeks until the start of the plains, but he should be fine if he plays it as safe as he has. He's fully stocked up on teleportation talismans, so if he runs into any spirit beasts or cultivators stronger than him, he can escape whenever he wants. For anything weaker than him, he can feed it to his shield and cultivation techniques. Just like these cultivators behind him that are at the 4th stage just like him. After he killed their secret weapon, he spent the rest of the day frantically trying to break through to the next realm. Any sliver of strength is needed in this dangerous time. He's already called for backup using the Empress's special messaging talisman. Ying said she was on her way and was excited to cut down a few more Huan dogs. Lei Ji said that he could hide out at his shack until it was time for the plains. Hu Tao told him to kill them all or die for being a worthless weakling. The Empress didn't respond. But back to the situation at hand, Bing beefed himself up before using Swift Devil and charging into one of the 3 cultivators behind him. The cultivator was sent flying into the tree. If all of his ribs weren't shattered by that shield bash, then something else inside him had to be ruined just as worst. The other 2 were surprised at Bing's sudden appearance and quickly moved to take out their swords and strike him down. Bing grabbed the faster cultivator by the throat and used her body to defend against the sword strike of the other. The cultivator's sword stabbed straight through his ally and he was stunned at his actions, giving Bing enough time to drop the body and smack his shield into the skull of the remaining Huan clan member. With a powerful stomp, Bing crushed the neck of the fighter and stood among the remaining bodies. He gathered them all up in a pile in preparation to feed it to his devil arms martial art. A sinister and dark air surrounding Bing as he activated the special breathing technique. His hand came alive as a forked tongue split open his palm and licked the air with excitement. Sharp pointed teeth appeared inside the mouth and the tongue hovered over the bodies, salivating. Soon, everything but the bones were sucked whole by the mouth. Bing felt the strength in his body increasing as the tongue sucked the bodies dry. He was glad he didn't actually taste anything while his hand was doing its thing. It would be hard to not call himself a cannibal if he could taste these guys. Bing might be willing to do certain things to increase his strength, but he doesn't plan on losing his humanity and common sense at the cost of it. After draining the cultivators dry of any remaining meat, he crushed their bones and fed their blood to his shield, giving it a nicer shine, but the size stayed the same this time. I wonder what you need all this blood for in the first place, Bing mumbled to his shield. Ying was wandering through the immortal forest looking for Bing. The big guy managed to get himself into some deep trouble and most of the Huan clan from the sect is after him. Since she was his friend and didn't really want to see him die in such a pathetic way, she decided to help him out. It wasn't like she had anything better to do nowadays. Just constant training, ranking matches, eating, and sleeping. Ying found herself running into a group of cultivators. They were around her cultivation rank and seemed to be looking for something, or someone. Hey, you aren't looking for a dumpling in the shape of a person too, are you? Ying asked. She's the Fatus's friend. She has to know where he's hiding. Get her. Ying stood and watched as 5 cultivators out the 6 in front of her rushed towards her. If they know she and Bing are friends, then they should know that she's stronger than him, right? She's mine. What a beauty she is. Maybe I can have some fun with her if she doesn't talk willingly. The great sword wielder didn't even spare a second for these idiots. Bing could be in danger right now, so she didn't have the time to play with these trashes. With a single slash of her sword, she managed to cut through 3 of the cultivators' midsections. Crippling fear, disbelief, and panic filled the others. Ying stabbed her sword through the chest of one of the idiots just standing around and tossed his body at the one who fell down to the ground after seeing her cut the other 3 in half. And with a mighty leap, she stuck her sword through the 2 like a skewer. The last guy was at the same rank as herself, but the stain in his robes told her everything she needed to know about this coward. They locked eyes. Ying's brightly burning orange eyes seemed to bore into his soul. His life was already in her hands and nothing he could do could possibly stop her. His life was forfeit the moment he encountered her. He didn't expect that today would be his last day living in this world. Ying walked over to the doofus staring off into space. She knocked on his head and got no reaction. Did she just scare this guy into a retard? Hello? Is anyone home? She waved her hand in front of his eyes, but he still didn't react. He didn't even blink, but the puddle beneath his legs was getting larger. Whatever. Ying ran off deeper into the forest to try and find Bing. She took out any Huang cultivators around that she met with to cull their numbers a bit more for Bing. Since the old man said he could stay at his place, he should be heading somewhere in that direction. Hopefully, she'll be able to catch up to him before he gets himself killed, but knowing Bing, he should be fine. He likes to use his fat head a lot to think about pointless things and worry about nothing. You've caused a lot of trouble for my clan, you know that, fatty. Bing had blood running down his face while holding his shield towards his opponent. You've caused a lot of trouble for me as well. Your clan should know when to cut your losses. You've lost more than you could have ever possibly gained by trying to kill me over and over. Even now, they're going to lose an 8th stage chi gatherer by trying to kill me. Bing said as his 4th stage chi was musculizing his fat. Ho. So, you think you'll be able to kill me, fatty? A 4th stage chi gatherer with a little shield is going to be able to kill me. It might not happen now or anytime soon, but I promise I will destroy the Huang clan and everyone who came after my life. I didn't ask for this, but trust me, I will finish it. The aura surrounding Bing was something frightening and terrifying. The look in his eyes promised pain and destruction to all those that stood by the Huang clan. The types of eyes that only a certain type of people could have. A certain type of people that will follow through on their promises no matter who or what stands in their way. Maybe Bing isn't as ordinary and common as he thought. Not just any 4th stage chi gatherer could make someone 4 stages higher than him actually frightened just with a glare and promise. Talk big all you want, fatty, you won't even die with a proper burial. He tried to laugh off his previous fright. There's no way he could be scared by this tub of lard. He rushed at him to kill. CaptainBoyHole. Lei Ji is still having trouble on his journey of trying to find a way of reforming today's youth. It looks like it'll be a while before he can figure out a way of dealing with today's youths without murdering them. It's a slow process, but he isn't one to give up that easily. Ever since killing one of the prominent Huang clan members right in front of their faces, Bing has been on the run from the Huang clan. They're out for blood and he's just trying to survive. He called in for help to save him from this very determined family clan. Just how will they manage to deal with this dangerous situation? Next chapter on Monday, we'll see if Bing will manage to survive against this 8th stage chi gatherer with all his limbs intact. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Bing's help arrives. Bing flexed his hand as he transformed his body. The round and wide Bing was gone and a large and more powerful Bing was taking his place. Strength radiated off his figure and his body seemed to be far stronger than his chi cultivation would suggest. Reaching this level of physical might is far uncommon for the typical cultivator. Only those with masochistic martial arts could ever hope to compete with the sky-ranked Devil's Arms and Devil's Physique. The type of martial arts that forces the user to continually destroy their bodies in different ways and constantly escalates in promise of an even stronger body. Swimming in lava pools, taking lightning on with their bodies, and destroying their flesh and bones to recreate them with even more toughness. This is the path of the most famous physical cultivators. But Bing was something of an anomaly. Bing didn't need to hurt himself or work his body out to extreme levels at all to gain great strength. All he needed was to absorb the body of another with his devil's arms and his strength would grow. He could take the progress of others and benefit from their hard work with far less effort given. Killing someone in this dog-eat-dog world wasn't much when compared to training to the limit every day and strengthening your body all to have that hard work stolen from another with less than half the work. To advance his devil's physique, all he needed to do was eat food with high quality chi and nourishment. The body technique would cover 100% of the nutritional value in the food to his body, making sure that not a single piece of it was wasted. The normal cultivator couldn't even come close to Bing's absorption rate. The only way for a cultivator to reach 100% like Bing was if they got a pill refiner to refine it for them and refine it perfectly without a single accident. It was a total cheat, and Bing has only recently realized just how powerful his devil arts were. His true strength would be on a different level compared to his actual cultivation stage as long as he continues to take the bodies of others with his mouth hand and eat chi-rich foods and herbs. Die fool! Bing stood his ground like a stubborn bull and took the attack head-on with his shield. He was forced to slide back from his strength but barely moved from his original position. The Huan dog sent multiple slashes with his sword at Bing. Bing's eyes could track them all, his body could respond to each slice, and his shield could defend against each strike. If it wasn't for the many bodies he's absorbed since the start of being chased, Bing wouldn't have stood a chance against this cultivator. Well, he still doesn't, but at least he wasn't being completely dominated. The situation changed in a second. Soon the sword became nothing but a gleaming ray of light that wanted nothing more than to pierce into his flesh. The speed of his swordsmanship increased, and now Bing was having trouble reacting to his attacks. He felt his flesh being sliced, his reaction being slowed, and his strength being drained with every hit. Bing was forced entirely on the defensive lest he wanted to die from 1,000 cuts. If his opponent had a spirit weapon, Bing was sure a couple pieces of his flesh would be lying on the ground right now. He had to do something and do it quick. If things continued the way it was going now, Bing would find himself sliced into pieces. Swift devil! Bing blasted away as if he was trying to escape. Don't run away, fatty. I'm not done prepping you for the main course. Swift devil! Swift devil! Swift devil! Bing became nothing but a blur as he left behind the 8th stage chi gatherer. He dropped to his hands and knees after plowing through multiple trees. Those destroyed trees would lead the Huan member right towards him, but that was fine. He didn't run out of fear for his life or anything but to wisely retreat in preparation for the day he would get his revenge. Bing took out another teleportation spell and slapped it on himself, disappearing from his position and appearing 50 steps elsewhere. He dug into his pockets and ate a recovery pill and a chi pill to get himself back in a working state. There's no telling where exactly he just teleported himself. There might be some more Huan clan cultivators around. He couldn't see anyone nearby, and the forest looked basically untouched from where he was. Looking down at his plump body, Bing took a second to catch his breath and just relaxed for the moment. He's been running and fighting since the early morning thanks to the Huan clan. There weren't moments like this where he could just sit and relax against a tree. No threat to his life was anywhere in sight, and the immortal forest was just as beautiful as ever. He used this chance to cultivate in peace. Any time he could use to increase his strength was invaluable with the circumstances he found himself in. It was nothing but the sound of birds tweeting and insects buzzing. The wind was calm and gentle, unlike his current circumstances that was anything but those two things. His stomach moved along with his chest as he breathed in and out during his cultivation. His stomach being more noticeable than his chest, but Bing was not ashamed of his body. He was taught that you should love yourself as you are and stood by that saying with all his heart. Bing continuously cycled his chi within his body and used it to bash against the barrier leading to the 5th stage. It wasn't too long ago that he broke into the 4th stage, so it wouldn't be any time soon that he would be able to break through to the 5th realm with just his talent alone. To overcome his average talent, Bing would need countless resources to climb the heights of cultivation. Bing wasn't one to normally get excited over dangerous things, but once the treasured plains open, it isn't too far-fetched to say that his entire life is going to change from the magical treasures inside. As long as he plays his cards right and use some common sense, he should have a fairly good time inside. Bing's situation didn't change for a while. Peacefully cultivating under a tree with the wind blowing at him lightly. It wasn't until a familiar face showed up abruptly that Bing's situation changed. Bang! Gah! Ying's flaming figure was sent flying through the tree Bing was cultivating under. Bing turned around to see the 8th stage chi gatherer he was fighting before, surrounded by rose petals. He had a deep bleeding gash on his stomach with eyes full of rage and hatred. He didn't even take notice of Bing as he covered his sword with the rose petals and posed with his sword's tip aimed at Ying. Ying slowly rose from the ground covered in wounds and burning with terrible heat. She didn't seem to notice him either as her sword became a giant mass of flames. She pointed her blade at the Huan cultivator back. You're not so bad for a mutt from the Huan clan. She spat some blood out of her mouth. First, it was the fatty to disrespect me, and now it is some stupid girl? I, Shui Huan, have never been insulted like this ever. Does my cultivation stage mean nothing to you ants? Does my clan mean nothing in your eyes? Just die already. He vanished from his previous position and dashed at extremely high speeds towards Ying. Ying didn't even blink as she centered herself and charged towards the 8th stage with her sword. She held it like a lance and looked like she planned on piercing him through the chest just like he does with her. Ha! It's just like her to not even try and think of avoiding his attack. The huge amount of chi in that rose petal covered blade is not something he can just pull out on a whim. If she avoided it till, he drained himself dry. She wouldn't have to risk her life like this. That reckless straightforward fighting style is something I'll never understand. Life is too precious to take unnecessary risks. Bing thought as the two blades clashed against one another. A fierce wave of heat that would turn any average disciple in the 6th stage to ash, shot out from Ying's blade behind Shui. Her flames were just barely on the cusps of reaching Shui's body, but his chi defended him from the initial intensity of the heat. His skin, however, was covered in blisters and reddening from the flames. The wound on his stomach was bubbling from the heat. The trees behind him were reduced to wood ash. Even Bing had to shield himself from the heat using his chi and shield to protect him. From out of Shui's blade, countless rose petals shot out from his blade. Petals that looked sharp enough to cut through any metal. The petals sliced into Ying's body, having cuts appear all over her. The flames engulfing her were barely strong enough to defend her vital areas, but she was still heavily bleeding. The trees behind her were sliced into numerous pieces and fell to the ground. The petals went through them like they were nothing more than paper taking on miniature swords. The two suffered terrible injuries, with Ying coming out on top with looking the most injured, but even with that, she was still overpowering Shui in strength. Her giant blade's sharp tip was pushing back Shui's sword. Shui's shocked expression showed just how he felt about this situation. Impossible. 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 There's no way I could lose to a girl 2 stages below me. No. 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 I refuse to accept it. I won't accept it. Never could I allow myself to be humiliated so badly. I am a member of the Great Huan clan. You are nothing but worms that should be licking the dirt off my feet. Shui screamed with great power. His chi started swirling to new heights. Ying's sword started to be pushed back inch by inch, no matter how much strength she put into her arm. I got you, Ying. Bing suddenly called out. Swift devil. Bing tackled Shui off his feet and then rolled onto the ground. Bing suffered some cuts from the swirling rose petals that was around Shui's body, but ignored them as he bashed his shield into Shui's head as hard as he could. Shui lost his sword from the tackle and could only try and push Bing off with his chi and rose petals alone. Bing. Ying absent-mindedly muttered before looking over to see Bing on top of Shui. When did you get here? Bing couldn't answer her question as Shui bucked and twisted to get free from his great weight. He used his knees to hold Shui's arms down to stop him from grabbing him. He could feel himself crushing the ribs of the arrogant cultivator, but that would take too long, and these rose petals could take his eye out if he isn't careful. Bing grew an additional pair of arms that quickly shot out of the front of his stomach and grabbed the throat of Shui. He slowly crushed his throat while slamming his shield into Shui's head at full force. You fat trash! How dare you! Bing was suddenly blindsided by someone and knocked near Ying's legs. They were a nice pair of legs, but now wasn't the time to focus on such a thing. Bing flipped himself up and took out a recovery pill from his pocket to give to Ying. Thanks, but don't expect to see me in a situation like that again. She swallowed the pill. The many cuts on her body were being slowly healed. Let's hope a situation like that doesn't happen again, Bing muttered as he looked at the groups of Huan clan members gathering together in front of them. Speaking of situations. You wouldn't mind running away with me, would you? Bing asked innocently. Ying just looked at him as if he was an idiot. Au never runs from her enemies. I won't shame my family by fleeing from a dangerous battle. Au can only grow by surviving through the bloodiest and most terrible of battles. Bing really hated Yu's barbaric savage family and their rules, but it's not like he expected any other answer after all the time with her. The girl will go forward and never even consider going left, right, down, up, or back. Really makes it impossible to get out of perilous situations with her because of it. It looks like they'll have to go all out if they want to survive. If worse comes to worst, he'll have to teleport with Ying against her will. Kill them. The Huan clan members charged towards them. Ying grinned as she looked at the unsurmountable odds. The thought of losing never even crossed her mind. She'll get out of this alive or die trying. She would try and keep Bing from dying though. Her family's rules don't involve outsiders. She stood right next to Bing, who was fully ready to take on the large group with her. I don't believe all this bloodshed is necessary, my fellow disciples. We are all Golden Serpent disciples. We shouldn't be so eager to rip each other apart. Lei Ji suddenly spoke up as Zhairong jumped forward and grew to giant heights and towered over everyone. Zhairong stood in front of Bing, Ying, and Lei Ji. She snapped her mighty claws and the Huan clan stopped in their tracks, seeing her huge size. She was almost as big as a dragon worm. Everyone present had no doubts that she was able to take on a dragon worm with her size and even win. Lei Ji smiled at Ying and Bing. Get out of the way, Ji. I'm not running away from this. Ying threw away his heroic action without much regard. Please rethink this, Ying. It would do no good for anyone to indulge in a meaningless slaughter. It's not meaningless. These bastards want our head. And if that's not a good enough reason to kill someone, then I don't know what is. You would kill someone for literally anything. Bing pointed out. Shut it, Bing. I'm saving your life here if you forgot. She punched him in his arm and stared back at Lei Ji. That's right, you are saving his life, remember? When did killing become a part of saving someone's life? Lei Ji questioned. Ying grumbled. Her goal was to help out Bing. She didn't come out here only to slaughter the Huan dogs. Fine Ji. I'll back down this time, but don't expect something like this again. She faced Bing with an angry huff. Seeing him smile so stupidly and relieved made her want to take her frustrations out on him. How could anyone be satisfied with running away? Ji's stupid peaceful nature and Bing's stupid cowardly personality are so annoying sometimes. She repeatedly punched Bing in his arm as Lei Ji called back Zirong, and Bing took out another teleportation spell to teleport them all away. Bing grabbed the two and they vanished 100 steps away. Ying angrily took the lead as she had more experience in the immortal forest than any of them. She led them towards Lei Ji's shack while unleashing her frustrations on the two by criticizing them and insulting them. The blind middle-aged man and the porky youth only smiled like idiots. No more bloodshed and no possibility of losing their lives in a pointless battle. If anything, they came out on top today in their opinion. CaptainBoyHole. This chapter was fun to write and read over. I definitely gotta include more scenes with the main gang doing things together. Escaping from dangerous situations together is pretty fun to write about, especially with their personalities towards said danger. Lei Ji wanted to run away and avoid it when it comes to killing. Bing wanting to cut his losses when things aren't in his favor. And Ying's never surrender attitude towards all opponents and challenges that contrasts so heavily with the two. It's nice. I look forward to writing more about the gang together in scenes besides escaping from danger, but I realize that with their attraction to trouble we're going to be seeing them in trouble a lot more than not seeing them in trouble. Especially when we get to the chapters where we're not in the sect and exploring the world together. Comment/review on the story, readers, and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Ying gets stung. Ying lifted her blade into the air and swung it down for the 500th time. She was mildly sweating, but this wasn't anywhere near her limit. This was one part of her training, swinging her blade till she couldn't swing it anymore. The other part was image training. Lei Ji is the one who gave her the idea after she complained about not being able to train her sword technique without cutting people apart. She had to give the old man credit. This image training was a perfect way of testing everything she's learned and raising her martial arts at the same time. She wondered how an old coot like him could think of something like that, and Bing asked for her thankfully. Lei Ji, how did you think of this training method? He chuckled sadly before answering. I wanted to find a way of making myself stronger without risking my life against the other disciples. So, I watched the strongest disciples fight against each other and imagined myself fighting against them. And since I knew that I had no possible chance against them, they were the perfect opponents to help me train myself, as I believed that they would be able to react to anything I could pull out against them. He told them. That's pretty smart, Bing complimented. But what if you can't think of anyone that's strong? Ying asked. My only advice would be to find someone that you believe is unbeatable. I was always weak, and even now I still believe I'm weak. That's why it's not that much of a problem for me to image multiple cultivators that I believe I wouldn't stand a chance against. Lei Ji responded. Ying was stuck thinking about multiple people inside her head. Why don't you just imagine Hu Tao? Bing asked. That shitty bastard is strong, but he's not unbeatable. Just wait till I catch up to him in cultivation. Ying growled. What about any top rankers? Lei Ji suggested. I don't know much about any of them. None of the people in the outer court really gives me a dangerous feeling. Why are you only thinking about the people in the outer court? Bing asked. You could even think of your own father, mother, sister, or grandfather. Anyone whose fighting style you have a clear understanding of. Lei Ji added. Ying closed her eyes and 3 figures appeared in front of her. Jing, Manchu, and her grandfather stood in front of her. Jing's copy immediately disappeared as she didn't understand how she fought. Ying was indeed terrified of her strength, but she didn't know how she used that strength in a fight. Manchu would be the perfect opponent if that shitty bastard, Hu Tao, wasn't always going off about how he's hiding his real strength and never really goes all out in his ranking matches. His copy also faded away, leaving her grandfather as the only person she can battle against. Her grandfather was an incredibly strong cultivator, and there was only a single time she's ever seen him going all out. It will have to do. Bing was doing a different type of training from Ying and Lei Ji. As a cultivator that uses a shield to battle, his main focus in training was to increase how long he can endure. Endurance is what he needed to train first over his strength, speed, and skill. From what his shield art told him, a shielder that can't last in battle is a useless shielder. Even if his shield were to break, as long as he can keep moving, that is all that matters. He was repeatedly using his movement martial art, Swift Devil, to wear his body out. Swift Devil is a leg-based technique that is quite different from others. Qi is an important part of using it, but the skill places more strain on the body rather than just using up Qi. The more Bing uses Swift Devil, the stronger his body becomes in the long run. Swift Devil. Bing sped across the open grassland. Swift Devil. Bing shot back towards where he began and continued this until the pain and strain of his body told him he couldn't use Swift Devil anymore without serious injuries to his legs. Lei Ji was focused solely on image training for the most part. It wasn't until near the end of the day that Lei Ji fished out his second aquatic spirit beast that would mark him as a beast master from now on. Lei Ji tossed his fishing hook into the colored spatial gash leading into the strange world filled with an uncountable number of aquatic creatures and pulled out a very strange beast. Both Bing and Ying stopped their training to get a good look at this mysterious creature. Their curiosity was piqued. The beast was so clear that you could see completely through it. It was shaped like a bell with a large bulbous head and had very long thick tentacles on the underside of it. It was floating in the air as if it was underwater. The creature's horizontal slant eyes looked at them with curiosity. What kind of spirit beast is this? Ying asked as she accidentally brushed against the bottom of one of the tentacles, trying to touch the translucent bell-shaped head. Ying's sudden ear-piercing scream and convulsing shaking on the ground scared both Bing and Lei Ji out of their skins. The spirit beast quickly grabbed onto Lei Ji and started turning into the colors of his outfit, seemingly turning invisible. Get a recovery pill. Lei Ji shouted. I'm on it. I'm on it. Bing frantically dug into his pocket and crouched down to feed Ying a pill. She was still screaming to the top of her lungs and her hand was red and swollen. The reddening was slowly crawling up her arm. Her veins were popping out from every inch of her body until Bing forced her to swallow the recovery pill. She nearly shattered the bones in his arms holding onto him as he was feeding her from her immense strength. Bing had to also give himself a recovery pill after healing Ying. It still hurts. What the hell did that thing do to me? Ying fiercely lashed out by smashing the ground with her fist, creating a small crater in front of her. I think only you can tell us that. What happened when you touched his arm? Lei Ji asked. I just barely touched the stupid thing before feeling like I was stabbed by something and then it felt like I was burning alive. It was like I decided to jump into a pool of lava and every inch of my insides were feeling it. My burning eruption martial art is all about fire, heat, and burning. I know what it feels like to burn and that pain was nothing like my flames. Ying yelled. Maybe it's a type of poison, Bing guessed. A poison that causes severe pain instead of sickness. Lei Ji questioned. Well, I don't know for sure. We'd have to test it on an animal or spirit beast and watch how they react to the sting. Bing responded. I believe you're right. This is going to be my spirit beast for the time being. I should get to understand and know what he can do. Lei Ji said carefully rubbing the head of the squishy being and avoiding the numerous tentacles. If it was up to me, I'd burn the damn thing up. Ying angrily shouted. Come on Ying. It's not like it tried to hurt you. It was just an accident. Surely it doesn't deserve to die over something like that. Bing tried to reason. You didn't get stung by it and felt what I felt. So, shut up. The two boys could see that Ying was still in pain and was just acting tough to try and take her mind off the pain. They would let her be angry for a while. Bing did as she said and both men decided it would be best to let Ying cool off. They wandered off into the immortal forest together to see what else the squishy spirit beast could do while Ying decided to let off some steam by training even harder than before with only one hand. Qing looked in wonder and complete amazement at the gifts she received from Jing. She just got done testing her new weapon and couldn't help but express her joy with a wide smile. Even her golden panda cub got something for itself from Jing. Butterflies of all sorts of colors were flying around the talented disciples in her new pet. Kong, her pet panda, was running around trying to catch them with its new weapons. These butterflies that were swarming around them wasn't just any group of butterflies. They were actually from her weapon she got from Jing. It looked like a giant iron fan. It was a shiny black fan when closed, but when it was opened, a surplus of colors appeared on the inside of the fan. But if one was to take a closer look, they would notice that the colors seemed to move with life and grace. And if one was to take an even closer look, you could see that the entire fan was made up of living butterflies. Qing's new weapon was a group of strange butterflies that mimicked the appearance of a giant iron fan. They could do a lot more than that though. It was such a fascinating and beautiful weapon that Qing could barely believe something like this existed. Who would ever think that there was a group of insects that could be used as a weapon? Who knows just how many other miraculous species out there that could compete with something like this? Kong's weapon was more normal compared to hers. Two giant metal golden gloves that it could somehow lift even though it was still a baby. Qing just chalked it up to him being a mutant. Looking at the two weapons, of course Qing wondered how in the world did Jing possibly get a hold of these two things. If there was a group of bugs that could be used as weapons, then why wouldn't there be other cultivators raising these bugs for themselves? It was impossible for Jing to be the only one to know of these insects. Just what kind of person did she get herself involved with? I still don't regret taking her hand back when I was about to pass on. In the past, I would rather kill myself than place myself under another, but after my close experience with death, Jing and her grand ambition will only help me in what I wish to accomplish myself. Qing thought. Wanqing suddenly turned around and focused her eyes on 3 figures hiding among the trees. If it wasn't for her new weapon, she wouldn't even have noticed them watching her. Somehow, the butterflies could communicate with her as well. Come out or I will force you out myself. She grabbed her fan and partially opened it. The 3 slowly walked out and revealed themselves. They surely weren't any friends of hers and were people she wouldn't mind taking out herself. It was Ping, Shan, and Li Kuang. They looked surprised at her being able to notice them but walked with confidence as they strolled up to her. So, you did manage to get your hand on the sky-ranked weapon, Ping said with his voice laced with disgust and some jealousy. I guess that also explains why the golden panda cub is here as well. Where did you find those gloves? Was there another spirit weapon hidden inside the cave? Li Qiang asked. A disgusting freak like you having weapons like that is only a waste. You should quickly hand them to us along with the mutant cub, if you know what's good for you. Shan threatened. So, this is why you're here? To rob me? Is that right? Wanqing asked to make sure. If you wish to keep your life, then it would be best to surrender them to us. Ping softly spoke with killing intent bearing down on Qing. Trying to steal from me? Maybe if you tried this during the hunt for the weapon you could have killed me but now, you won't even be able to touch me. 4 butterfly wings made of chi appeared out of her back and she flew into the air. Nikong ran and hid behind some trees as Wanqing swung her fan down at the 3 cultivators. Ping was 1 stage above her, Li Qiang was at the 6th stage just like her, and Shan was 1 stage below her. Her fan generated powerful winds that forced both Shan and Li Qiang to be launched into the air. Ping kept himself from flying away by stabbing his feet into the earth that kept himself grounded. Li Qiang managed to hold onto a tree as the fierce winds continued to blow at them. Shan was unable to grab hold of anything and was sent flying through the skies above the giant trees in the immortal forest. Whether he'll be alive by the time he comes down is something no one could tell. The winds died down and Ping leapt towards her with great speed and power. He was a body cultivator. One of the most unrefined type of cultivators in Qing's opinion, but strength is strength no matter what it looks like. One of the harshest lessons Qing had to learn when she joined the sect was that strength is everything and face is second. You could be the biggest scum hypocrite in the world, but if you had strength that no one could contend with, you were the one who was in the right and in control. Qing easily flew out of the way of Ping's lunge, but after fighting with him on more than a couple occasions, they've learned a few tricks from one another. Ping landed on a tree with his foot and jumped after Qing after she dodged his first grab. Knowing that Ping would just keep bouncing from tree to tree with his speed increasing after every bounce, Qing flew above the trees where there was nothing to bounce off from. Ping was forced to land or he would be risking his life if he missed and fell from that great height. Li Qiang sent a chi slash from his sword towards Qing, forcing her to block with her fan or she could be split apart from it. Wanqing swung her fan a second time, sending out numerous razor winds that sliced apart anything they touched. The branches on the trees themselves, the skin on Ping and Li Qiang's bodies, and caused several gashes in the earth below. Ping clicked his tongue in annoyance. It would be impossible for a fighter like him to defeat Wanqing in a situation like this. His best bet would be to throw something at him, but he could just fly out of the way with those annoying wings. He was too hasty. He should have investigated Wanqing in secret before planning out this ambush. It pissed him off, but he would have to retreat and take Wanqing's out another time. Ping jumped towards Li Qiang and grabbed him before fleeing. Wanqing let out a loud mocking laughter at the sight of the two retreating, just to rub salt into their wounds some more. She didn't even get to try out all the abilities of her new fan because of how quick the fight was. Maybe she'll get lucky and encounter Ping in the plains. She won't let him escape from death then. Nikong came out from behind the tree and looked at Wanqing before running over and hugging her leg. Qing comforted the scared little boy and wondered how in the world was she going to train this little guy. If a fight like that was enough to send him running in fear, it's going to be a while before he's ready to fight something. She doesn't have much time before the treasured plains open either. CaptainBoyHole. Alright, lol, bad news. Author has been slacking and these current chapters are catching up to the chapters in reserve. I think we're like 4 or 5 chapters away from what I've been writing, and that's not good. I'm going to really have to kick it up and increase my writing speed these new few weeks, or I might fall into the same slump as my Craftsman System story where I make the chapters on the day of release for them. That's not a good habit, I believe, for a writer to have, and will try to avoid that at all costs. It's just stressful and there's less time to edit and look over the chapters for mistakes and continuity errors. Besides that though, next chapter on Monday will be with Jing. A fun little battle with her and Li Li. I'm currently in the middle of writing the start of the Treasured Plains. I need some help with ideas, guys. Like ideas for magical treasures, martial arts, and places to hide these treasures you've seen in other Xiangxia stories. The ideas you listed won't be solely used by the main cast, but if you feel like you have the perfect martial art or magical treasure for one of the casts, type M and I might use M. I'll make sure to give credit if I do use your idea in the author note in which I use it. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities. Jing vs Wenling of the Wolfeng Gang. Jing walked up the stairs to the ranking stage and timidly made her way towards the center of the stage. She locked eyes with her opponent before meekly looking away to avoid eye contact. Li Li on the other hand glared at Jing's female opponent who looked at her with a smirk. It looks like the sect is starting to rub off on him faster than she thought. That's a nice little bird you have there. You wouldn't mind giving him to me, would you? Her opponent asked in a sensual manner, bending over slightly to bring attention to her tits. The cultivator she was fighting against was a 9th stage chi gatherer, just like Li Li. She wore tight clothing that emphasized her body in a way that would cause both men and women to get excited just looking at her. Her hair was a deep shade of purple, something not regularly seen and rare enough to grab the attention of anyone for just a second. The way she walked and talked just oozed sexuality and eroticism. As if it was one with her being and not something she's choosing to do consciously. This was Wenling, the young cultivator that was in the Wolfen gang and managed to rise to the tops of the gang with just her strength alone, but some rumors suggest that she made it to the top with her body alone. Jing already knew of Wenling. She had her followers investigate most of the outer court factions and the prominent members within those factions. It was quite unfortunate for her to face off against Wenling. She would have to lose this match. If she decided to win against her, the troubles she'll face from the Wolfeng gang's retaliation would hinder her daily life unless she secretly kills them all. Removing an entire faction right under the sect's nose would be too big to hide. Some of their members have good talent and the elders wouldn't appreciate if someone got rid of these talents right under their noses. There would be an investigation to find out who culled all the wolves in Wolfeng gang. I can't let you have him, Jing spoke back. Oh, come on, he's just so cute. You just got to let me have him. She asked again. I'm sorry. Jing bowed her head, and this is when Wenling decided to attack. Then just die for me instead. She leapt towards Jing the second she bowed her head with her glaive ready to pierce right through her skull. Li Li flew off and met Wenling's spear head on. His talons clashed against Wenling's glaive and sparks screeched from their weapons. Although initially frightened, Jing quickly got her head in the game and started to run around the ring placing talismans down. Jing made sure to tell Li Li to not go too far as she does plan to lose this match. Li Li could single-handedly win this fight on his own, but that isn't what Jing wanted. Wenling saw what Jing's plan was in an instant and broke off her clash with Li Li immediately. She gathered chi within her throat and screamed at Li Li. The sonic shockwave made of chi launched Li Li far into the air as Wenling dashed towards Jing. With a worried and panicked look, Jing threw multiple talismans at the incoming spear wielder. Wenling wasn't like the other cultivators who looked down on her because of her looks, personality, or fighting style. Was it possible that this seductress had a brain? Jing wondered. Wenling slashed apart any talismans coming at her, forcing Jing to use a movement spell and teleport across the ring. Wenling looked at her as Li Li returned back to her shoulder. She cut one of her formation slips in half, making Jing realize that she does have a brain. Maybe the rumors talking bad of her were just rumors after all. This was interesting to say the least. Wenling ran towards her second formation talisman to get rid of, and Jing sent Li Li to cut her off. While those two were engaging in a fierce battle, Jing got back to placing down more talismans for the formation she was trying to set up for Wenling. Unlike last time though, where she just absent-mindedly tried to place them down while Li Li was fighting, from time to time she threw talismans at Wenling. This allowed Li Li to get a few slashes on Wenling that ripped her clothing in certain places. The crowd of young men watching this match starting cheering like wild animals when Wenling's bountiful breasts revealed themselves after Li Li's talon cut across the top of her outfit. They were all part of Wolfeng gang and came to support one of their commanders. Shang's eye was there as well with his group of fans that surrounded him. Shang's face turned red seeing the killer twin peaks. He turned his head to the side after a quick glance. His fans quickly started yelling death threats and insults at Wenling. Wenling ignored the audience and used her arm to cover the bouncing melons. She could barely defend against Li Li's attacks now. His speedy claw strikes were starting to wear her down. Blood flowed from multiple places on Wenling's body from his talons, but the cuts were only superficial, none of them were deep. Li Li. It's time. Jing softly shouted. Li Li stopped attacking Wenling and flew next to Jing's side. The attractive temptress looked around to see that Jing planted 4 talismans all around her. Jing slapped a conduit slip on her formation's base and threw the base in the sky. The floating dagger shined brightly as the formation activated and walls of chi trapped Wenling inside a box. The walls slowly started to close in, and if she didn't find a way to escape, she'll be crushed flat by the walls of chi. The purple-haired beauty roughly fixed her clothes before unleashing strike after strike upon the walls of the formation. Her skill with the glaive wasn't as low as Jing thought. The flowing strikes of that glaive was like watching a fearsome dragon flying through the heavenly skies, undaunted by any enemy with its mighty strength and majestic appearance. Draconic thrust. Wenling's glaive was covered in her chi and took the form of an actual dragon. She used both of her hands and all of her power to pierce straight through the barrier and towards Jing herself. Her glaive struck against the formation's barrier and caused countless ripples to appear all over it. Dragon's Fury. Wenling flipped her spear backwards before using it to slash upward and slice an opening through the formation's walls. Jing nervously backed away as the determined fighter continued to break apart her formation. Fear began to take her and it was easily noticeable on her face and movements. Wenling roared at the opening and the formation started crumbling all around. It cracked piece by piece before shattering into nothingness along with the formation talismans that burnt into ash. Jing backed herself all the way towards the edge of the stage. Wenling dashed at her with her glaive in hand. Now is the time, Jing thought as her opponent was right in front of her face ready to attack. Jing's foot reached past the edge of the stage and she tumbled off the ring. Ha 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 ha. She fucking fell like a dumbass. Wahahaha, did she piss herself out of fear too? Come on. Our dragon princess isn't that scary, is she? The Wolfang gang members in the audience laughed at Jing's embarrassing defeat. They would have continued to insult her if it wasn't for Shangzai shutting them all up with his killing intent. This also frightened the girls around him. They wondered if it was true that Zai was really in love with such a girl. It was getting hard to ignore the reality of such a thought as time went on. Jing looked embarrassed at herself and ashamed for thinking that she could put up a fight against someone at the 9th stage. You're not so bad for someone at the 3rd stage. I really had to work up a sweat in that match. Wenling sat on the edge of the ring. She crossed her legs and had a small smile on her face. It isn't often that I find another female cultivator that interests me. What would you say to joining me in the Wolfang gang as my apprentice? Wenling suddenly asked. While Jing does find herself interested in Wenling, she wouldn't say it's to the point where she wants to work under her. But what would the Jing who's she's acting like right now say to this offer? A girl who's timid, shy, and has no friends or companions besides her spirit beast. A girl with the drive to succeed as a cultivator and become someone truly powerful and not weak. A girl who wants to become someone that would put her current self to shame. Plus, Wenling is quite strong and is smarter than the rumors surrounding her would suggest. I guess I can use this opportunity to eliminate the fearsome Garden and Huan clan before taking over the Wolfang gang for myself. Maybe I can also get a taste of this Wenling for myself as well. Her strong personality and confidence is quite a turn on. Seeing her placed in a submissive state will be exciting. I don't know if I should. Would you really want someone like me? Jing twiddled her fingers shyly. If you're worried about anyone bullying you, don't worry. I will protect you from anyone hoping to touch my apprentice. I will also make sure you have as many resources that you may need. Why are you being so nice to me? Today is the first day we ever met each other. Jing asked. I think you're cute. Hey. Jing's cheeks blushed a bright red. Yes, I think you're cute. In the Wolfang gang, we aren't ones to be hesitant in our desires. If we want something, we will aim for it with all our strength. I want you, Jing. I want to see what kind of cultivator you can become with my help. Not just any 3rd stage chi gatherer can capture my attention, you know. She popped a recovery pill in her mouth. I don't think I'll be able to live up to your expectations, but I'll try my best. Jing cutely looked into Wenling's eyes with determination. Hey. Wait a second. Wenling, you sneaky slut. A short beauty shouted as she stomped her way over towards Jing and Wenling. This short beauty was Song from the Fearsome Garden's 3 Roses. She had the looks of a young child but the heavenly appearance of a princess. Her hair was styled in a bun that helped paint the picture of her looking like a young child. Song was also a 9th stage chi gatherer like Wenling and it looked as if they had a history together. Or Song just insulted her because that's her personality. Excuse me? I think someone lost their child, can someone find her parents for her before she starts crying? Wenling said with fake concern. Piss off, you cow. Song insulted. Are you jealous? Wenling propped up her breasts with her arms. There is more to a woman's charms than her chest. She growled. When have you ever charmed anyone? Do you want to die today, whore? Song clenched her fist. I'd like to see you try, kid. One of the 2 women behind Song tapped the young princess on her shoulder. Miss Song. We came here for her, not to get in a fight with Wolfang gang. Plus their group is staring at us from the stands. If this does lead to a fight, we would not come out on top necessarily, she whispered. Hearing this only made Song even more pissed off. She almost knocked the head off of the girl who warned her as if she didn't know that. You. Song pointed at Jing. Yes. Jing squeaked in fear. Join us instead. Hey. You're after my apprentice just after I recruited her? Do you have no shame? Wenling. The Fearsome Garden will help any woman who asks for it. Our group is here to help all the girls inside the sect feel safe and cultivate in peace. That's funny. Last time I checked, your group was filled with a bunch of girls who wanted nothing more than to rule over men and grouped up because you were all too weak to protect yourselves. She egged on Song more, just waiting for her to explode. As I was saying, joining our group will definitely be better than joining Wolfeng Gang. That group is full of nothing but rapists, murderers, and animals. Their group is commonly known as the Bandit Gang. The Fearsome Garden is known as the most beautiful faction within the sect and filled with only the fairest and most respected cultivators in the section. Jing looked at Wenling and then at Song, showing her unease at the sudden realization that she might be joining a group full of awful people. Is that true? Jing asked Wenling. Yes. Nothing she said about the Wolfeng Gang was wrong. Our group does hold rapists, murderers, and animals with the skin of humans. I don't think I'm cut out for a group like that. If you're worried about your safety, then you have nothing to fear. If anyone tries to lay their hands on my apprentice, I'll personally cut their hands off and shove them down their throats. Wenling smiled. In our group, you don't have to be worried about your safety at all. Song quickly spoke up. I will give you resources that the Fearsome Garden wouldn't even think about giving to you. Since you'll be my apprentice, you'll only have the best. It might take some time, but if you prove your worth to the group, the resources you receive won't be any less than hers. Song desperately spoke. She's forgetting to add that the only way you can prove your worth is to be talented or have connections. With me, I don't care about your talent. As long as you don't betray me, I'll take care of you. Shut up, you slut. You don't know anything. Song exploded and tried to punch Wenling, who blocked with her spear. See. Look at how violent and small-minded she is. She's one of the commanders of Fearsome Garden and she behaves like an uncontrolled child. She probably doesn't even care about you and is only here because her leader told her to be here. She gestured with her hand towards the Wolfeng Gang members in the stands to not help. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Song's chi exploded in an icy blast. Wenling's chi became sharper and more focused as she agilely avoided the destructive punches of Song. Please stop fighting. Jing weakly yelled. I decided who I wanted to join. Wenling and Song broke off their clash and slid an equal distance from each other. They both looked at her with their 9th stage chi unrestrained. I decided to join the Wolfeng Gang. Jing announced. Wenling smirked. God damn it. Song cursed. You will regret this, Jing. The entire Fearsome Garden is now your enemy for the choice you made today. She turned around and stormed off with the two women. Jing had a worried look on her face and Wenling hugged her from behind. You have nothing to worry about. I told you, didn't I? I'll protect my apprentice. Li kept her face away from Jing's with his foot when she tried to put her face close to Jing's. CaptainBoyHole. Author's note, I just fucking noticed that I added another ing in the group by accident. Jing, Bing, Ying, and now Qing. I swear you guys this isn't on purpose and I'm not trying to make a funny here. I use a Chinese name generator to make up the names for these characters and it just so happened that these 4 similar ending names ended up in the main character's spot. Besides that though I don't have much to say about this chapter. There was a cool fight, an interesting development, possibly some sexual tension, and yet. Next chapter on Friday, will be with a few persons of fates. Comment/review on the story readers and give me ideas on possible Xiangxia things you want to see. No guarantees that I will add what you want. But it helps to have ideas out there. Please point out any mistakes you notice or anything you are not clear about. I'll try to answer them and fix them to the best of my abilities.